A change had occurred to the world. It wasn't something ordinary like shifts in tectonic plates or volcanic eruptions. Monsters. Suddenly, they started appearing around the world, pushing our world to the brink of extinction. And, oh ho, there's a lot of you. The entity that made it possible for them to appear. The tower. The mysterious land that gave those. People call it the Devil's Tower or God's Tower. The reason why it was called that. Climb the tower. Everything. A gathering of powerful beings promises that anything one could ever wish for is inside the tower. Power, wealth, and honor await those who dare to climb the tower. It calls to those who seek to fulfill their desires, urging them to fight through the challenges it holds. The tower stands tall, a silent monolith against the stormy sky. The massive tower boasts a total of 999 floors, each a potential trial or reward. The beings that commanded that place were gods and demons, their influence permeating every level. Governments around the world tried to stop people from approaching the tower, fearing its power or the chaos it might unleash. However, nobody could stop people from challenging the tower, drawn by the promise of untold riches and glory. Just like the gods and demons had proclaimed, the tower remained a beacon of hope and danger. Those who tried to stop others from challenging the tower were punished, their efforts proving futile against the overwhelming desire for power. It has been 5 years since billions of people have started paying attention to the tower, its allure undiminished by the passage of time. A figure, shrouded in shadow, chuckles, declaring that it's time to start humanity's first attempt at clearing the 600th floor. A sinister grin spreads across the figure's face, their eyes gleaming with dark ambition. The scene is filled with a red glow and ominous energy. The tower looms in the distance, a dark and imposing structure. Explosions of energy erupt around the tower. A figure with silver hair and purple eyes shouts with intense emotion. The word 9-star is displayed prominently as the figure demands, "What do you think you're doing?" Amongst the millions of challengers, 9 people stood above them. Using the magic and holy energy they had earned from the tower, one of the figures warns, "Be careful everyone, he's not stable right now." The hooded figure raises a hand, dark energy swirling around him as he declares, "How dare you? To think you would stop my noble actions. Don't think that this will end with your death." The text below identifies him as the star called Dark Star or Death Star. He wasn't a master of a weapon, nor was he superhuman, but he was the man who managed to surpass the 9-star and take the title of the strongest, Cha Jin-hyuk. Cha Jin-hyuk's face is shown with a sinister grin as he says, "Awake." The text declares him as the man who brings death, as he holds a dark orb of energy. The scene is described as the epitome of death. A skeletal figure with glowing purple eyes stands amidst swirling purple energy. The skeletal figure is revealed to be the greatest necromancer, surrounded by other skeletal figures. One of them declares, "Perfect." The hooded figure, eyes glowing purple, declares that all he needs is to be strong, and that he will use all summoned beasts to become the greatest. A group of figures stands ready for battle. One of them exclaims that Cha Jin-hyuk betrayed humanity and sided with the devil. Another figure laughs, dismissing the betrayal. Neutral 9-star declares that they have no choice but to defeat the traitor, Cha Jin-hyuk. A gloved hand rests upon a book adorned with a golden cross. Although Cha Jin-hyuk betrayed and attacked the 9-star after being consumed by power, figures clash in a fierce battle, weapons meeting with brutal force. A figure stands bathed in a radiant light, energy crackling around them. A figure, hand outstretched, exclaims in disbelief, "Why you dare?" He was unable to defeat the entirety of the 9-star on his own. A group descends upon Cha Jin-hyuk, weapons drawn, their faces contorted with rage. One of the attackers screams, demanding that Cha Jin-hyuk accept his punishment for betraying humanity. The narrative declares Cha Jin-hyuk as the traitor who betrayed humanity for power. He plummets downwards, a lone figure against a backdrop of harsh judgment. The story the world was aware of. Cha Jin-hyuk did not betray humanity. In fact, he was betrayed by the 9-stars, 8 to be exact. However, that fact was hidden from the world. And 10 years have passed since then. A sink overflows with dirty dishes. A pained groan escapes the figure lying still beneath the white sheets. From beneath the covers, a voice whispers, promising, I will return." The declaration turns into a furious shout, "You bastards!" His hand clenches at the fabric of his shirt, desperation etched on his face. He looks down, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Huh? What? It worked." A sinister smile spreads across Cha Jin-hyuk's face. "It actually worked. My secret skill." His eye glows with a strange, purple light. "Soul transmission." The words echo with grim acceptance. "At the moment I am about to face death." A spectral figure materializes, surrounded by swirling purple energy. "This spell allows me to send my soul to a body that suits me. Looks like it managed to find me a body with a similar physicality." Cha Jin-hyuk glances at the spectral figure behind him. It seems that we're still in South Korea too. His fist clenches in anger. "Damn it. Those damn 9-star." He looks down, a bitter expression on his face. "I would have been fine clearing the good floor by myself. They offered to help." A voice echoes, questioning, "Then betrayed me?" Gasping, the figure coughs up blood. The kneeling figure, swords crossed before them, asks, "Kook, why?" A second voice responds, Do you want to know why you were betrayed? I was only trying to help you. A voice declares. I'm certain he won't be able to summon anything on these hallowed grounds. The speaker is identified as Paladin Cain Pelin. Standing beside Cain Pelin, Sanctus Carmen Pelin states, Death Star, although you may be called the one-man army. Carmen Pelin smiles, adding, when it comes to just you, you're nothing compared to us, don't you think? The hooded figure replies, I was only trying to help you. Don't take things too personally. Cain Pelin says, it's not like we have bad feelings towards you. It's just, a sinister voice says, I guess you can call it, pulling out weeds. The speaker is revealed to be Choi Kyung-hoon, who is shouting. Choi Kyung-hoon continues, is that bastard with all of you too? My friend and the star of combat amongst the 9-star. A voice states, he decided not to participate in clearing the 60th floor. TSK, did you not tell him because you were? Surrounded by figures, a hooded man realizes he's been betrayed. He thinks to himself, worried that someone he trusted would have helped him. His vision blurring, he realizes he's lost too much blood. It's his loss. Purple energy crackles around his hands as he thinks, he'll die once for them all. The hooded figure, surrounded by purple energy, vows that this won't be the end of everything. Standing before two figures, he vows to return stronger, calling them traitors. The hooded figure, shadowed by a dark aura, vows to get his revenge. Falling, the world spins around him. He plummets into the darkness. Close up on black hair. He coughs, his face contorted in anger. Clenching his fist, he vows to turn them into his summoned beasts, grinding their souls and preventing them from ever reincarnating. An alarm clock rings, a hand reaching out to silence it. A note reads, good morning. He blinks, disoriented. Huh. The sheets rustle as he shifts in the bed. A sleek, white device catches his eye. A smartphone. He picks up the phone, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. Maybe it's because he hasn't used one in a while, but it's pretty nice. His eyes widen in shock. HCK. The screen displays the date, August 21st. A wave of disbelief washes over him. 10 years have passed. It felt like mere moments. 10 years. He stares at the phone, a deep frown creasing his brow. What kind of skill is this? His eyes dart around the room, a dawning realization spreading across his face. Wait, skill? He clenches his fist, a question forming in his mind. Can he even use magic with this body? He sits up in bed, the reality of his situation sinking in. A sense of unease settles over him. He clenches his hand into a fist, a surge of determination coursing through him. A heavy breath escapes him as he stirs from his slumber. He stands, his bare feet touching the cool floor. A small, ethereal figure hovers near his hand. Cha Jin-hyuk exhales slowly, still adjusting to consciousness. A faint purple aura emanates from him as he clenches his fist, a sign of his latent power. The room is dimly lit, the only source of light coming from outside. Standing fully, Cha Jin-hyuk glances at his hand, a thought forming in his mind. A search result appears, awake. He clenches his fist, urging himself to awaken fully. A wave of frustration washes over him. He grits his teeth, realizing something is amiss. There's not a single drop of mana in this body. Cha Jin-hyuk pulls back the curtains, a question forming in his mind. Does this mean? His gaze is drawn to a towering structure in the distance. I need to climb that tower, without a single skill I can use? A sudden realization dawns on him. Wait, if 10 years have passed. He sits on the edge of the bed, scrolling through his phone. The screen's glow illuminates his face as he reads, a frown deepening between his brows. Don't tell me they managed to climb to the top? The phone displays an article, the headline blaring about someone reaching a significant milestone. The article reads, 9-star Choi Kyung-hoon reaches floor 800. An advertisement below offers tower tutorial books. Cha Jin-hyuk's eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at the phone. Huh? These bastards. They only managed to climb 800 floors in the last 10 years. His expression hardens, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. No, this is a chance. His gaze intensifies, a burning resolve etched onto his face. While they're taking their sweet time climbing the tower, I can catch up and get my revenge. He rises from the bed, his legs tensing as he prepares to move. Bolting forward, Cha Jin-hyuk is a blur of motion. I need to leave now. A memory flashes before his eyes, a vision of his past self surrounded by skeletal figures. Although my body may be that of a beginner, I have the knowledge of the Death Star, Cha Jin-hyuk. I'll use my knowledge and know how to get strong fast. His eyes glow with an eerie purple light, a chilling promise echoing in his mind. Just wait. 9-star. I'll make sure I get my revenge. He races towards his destination, the Soul Tower entrance. The city sprawls beneath him, a concrete jungle teeming with opportunity. A towering structure pierces the sky, dwarfing the figures gathered at its base. One of the figures declares that if he can clear the tower, he'll become rich. Another figure scoffs, doubting his chances of success, predicting he'll die on the first floor. The tower is described as the place where everyone's hopes and stories are collected. A portal shimmers with blue energy, its destination unknown. A set of stone steps leads into darkness. An ornate stone coffin rests on a pedestal, radiating an eerie glow. A skeletal figure with glowing blue eyes peers out from behind a dark barrier. A figure declares that they are finally back. Footsteps echo through a fiery landscape. A figure stands silhouetted against a fiery sunset, their expression unreadable. A golden object floats upwards, shimmering in the light. A hand gives a thumbs up. Cha Jin-hyuk sits surrounded by stacks of gold, a mask concealing his face. A fox spirit wanders down a deserted alleyway. A voice declares that they will make sure everyone is aware of them. A figure with horns and long black hair stands surrounded by others. The horned figure stares intently. A sign announces that the tower entrance is now open. A group of people head towards a glowing portal, one of them urging everyone to stay focused. A crowd of people run forward. A voice proclaims that this is the start of their revenge. Cha Jin-hyuk smirks, his eyes glowing with purple energy. A portal of swirling blue energy stands open, beckoning those who dare to enter. The entrance to the portal shimmers with an otherworldly light. Beyond the portal, a path stretches into the unknown. Stepping onto a circular platform, Cha Jin-hyuk finds himself bathed in an ethereal glow. A message appears before him. Welcome, climber. The absolute necromancer's expression hardens. It's been 15 years. A sign declares, welcome to the tutorial stage. A long, illuminated path stretches forward, promising challenges ahead. Jin-hyuk scoffs. Tutorial my ass. He mutters, his voice laced with sarcasm. There's no other place apart from here where you can experience such a level of difficulty. The path ahead is filled with traps that would require a few days of running to reach the end. Everyone said that out of the 10 floors, this place was the most ridiculous. An objective appears. Reach the destination by getting past all of the traps. All damage is recovered when you reach either the destination or the starting point. Good luck. The absolute necromancer's thoughts turn inward. He needs to see this body's stats. He examines the screen, the blue light reflecting in his eyes as he takes in the information. The stats are displayed. Strength 1, HP 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 1, Mana 1. A thought bubble appears. That's horrible. He thinks to himself, Gluttony and Mana type. The screen displays the trait Gluttony and... Cha Jin-hyuk's expression darkens. He thinks, don't tell me that traits and physical talent differ between souls. Then, during the tutorial, he resolves, I'll get everything I can out of it. He takes a step forward, his resolve hardening. He continues to move, the blue-lit corridor stretching before him. A system message appears. You have left the starting point. Another message follows. A magic arrow trap has been triggered. A red glow emanates from the end of the corridor as the trap activates. A magic arrow pierces through him, the impact sending a jolt of pain through his body. A sinister grin stretches across his face, revealing a flash of teeth. Raising a hand, Cha Jin-hyuk declares that his know-hows haven't gone anywhere. Isn't this a little too much for a welcome, he wonders. Magic arrows rain down, impacting the ground with explosive force. He continues to deflect the incoming arrows. His expression hardens as the barrage intensifies. Arrows strike, tearing through his defenses. Not yet, he thinks, gritting his teeth. A little more, he thinks, as the arrows continue to fall. The arrows close in, a deadly hail of magical energy. The barrage overwhelms him, piercing his defenses. Kuyuke. He gasps, blood trickling from his mouth as the arrows find their mark. Despite the pain searing through every nerve, he grits his teeth, pushing forward. The determination etched on his face is a testament to his resolve. His brow furrows, a silent scream trapped behind clenched teeth as the agony intensifies. A trail of crimson marks his desperate path, leading towards a destination bathed in an ethereal blue glow. The word START, emblazoned in digital script, pulses with an inviting light, promising respite from the torment. His strength finally failing, Cha Jin-hyuk collapses, the impact echoing in the silent chamber. A familiar chime resonates as a blue screen materializes before him. You have returned to the starting point. All damage has been recovered. He struggles to his feet, the pain still lingering, a phantom echo of the ordeal. First, I'll see how long I can endure. He mutters, his voice strained. Standing once more in the tutorial area, Cha Jin-hyuk steels himself. But I can't just mindlessly run forward. He thinks, a new strategy forming in his mind. His hand, stained with his own blood, touches the ground, a connection to the earth and the trials he has faced. The two traits that made me Earth's strongest climber, one of them is. His eyes blaze with an unholy purple light as he whispers the name of his power, Gluttony. The voice echoes in his mind, a dark pact made with a ravenous entity. Gluttony, you devour a non-living thing, and make all of it yours. Crimson energy erupts around Cha Jin-hyuk, swirling and crackling with untamed power, the manifestation of gluttony's insatiable hunger. The blood he spilled is lifeless, yet the experience gained from spilling it will all be his. He's been rewarded. All stats increase by 1, and his tolerance EXP rises. His tolerance EXP has increased. Even if he doesn't bother with the annoying equipment settings, he can still withstand the basic status abnormalities. A determined look hardens his features. It'll take him a week to clear the tutorial and become a great climber, but he's going to tank all of the arrow shots and continue. He's going to increase his stats with gluttony until he maxes out his tolerance EXP. His eyes glow with an intense resolve. Finish. He stands, arrows protruding from his body, before a swirling portal of pink and blue energy. Blood stains the floor beneath his feet. A screen displays a congratulatory message. You have cleared the tutorial. He sighs in relief. It took a long time because he was going back and forth. He thinks, did it take me a month? Cha Jin-hyuk's expression is one of disbelief. A system message appears. Several gods and demons are taking an interest in your method. He mutters, huh, you're here this time too? Again. Cha Jin-hyuk's face contorts in anger as he shouts, you sadistic sick bastards. Silhouetted against a backdrop of grotesque deities, Cha Jin-hyuk clenches his fist. He thinks, gods and demons. They watch us and see if someone who's similar to them appears. A god is angered by your profanity. The system messages continue. Those disgusting sadists. None of them are revealing either their god name or their real name. They're probably playing tricks to make me their disciple. A god is angered by your profanity. A demon is amused by your profanity. Cha Jin-hyuk grits his teeth. Even if I did well in the tutorial, there's no need to scout me. Another system message appears. There seems to be a demon who's smiling. A message from Peak of All Evil appears, greeting someone with a how have you been? Cha Jin-hyuk exclaims in surprise, recognizing the sender. Ball. You again. You stalking bastard. A narration box explains that in a previous life, Ball was a demon who persistently tried to make Peak of All Evil his disciple. Choi Kyung-hoon wonders if he was recognized. Cha Jin-hyuk states that he got the benefit of the soul transmission. He mutters that Ball gave him a stalking bastard. Cha Jin-hyuk points at the screen, exclaiming that they are attracted to him because of Ball. A message indicates that a demon is consoling him, and a god is asking about the relationship between the two of them. A message from Peak of All Evil states that a god is asking who he is and is apologizing. Cha Jin-hyuk is annoyed that the god of thunder wants to speak to him privately, and that Macaque has taken a liking to him. He wonders whom he will go under with, and tells them to observe in secret if they want to. A message from Peak of All Evil tells them to shut up and watch, and that Peak of All Evil is sulking. He is told that he is definitely a no, and should stop dreaming. The absolute necromancer considers taking a look at the tutorial stage rewards. Cha Jin-hyuk falls through a swirling, violet portal. He obtains blood loss, pain, and unconsciousness tolerance. The All-Master obtains penetration tolerance. He muses that it's good, as it's hard to obtain mana at this stage. Since he's a mana type, he was able to increase his mana even though it's something that doesn't usually increase. Due to his growth progression, a trait has been unlocked. A trait. Cha Jin-hyuk realizes he already has gluttony. Is it that? The trait with question marks. A voice echoes, contemplating the owner of this body. Ball stands behind Cha Jin-hyuk, who realizes he already possessed this trait. Cha Jin-hyuk wonders what this all-rounder trait is. Cha Jin-hyuk is amazed, realizing that with this trait, anything might be possible. The best at everything, an all-master. The Peak of All Evil is curious about Cha Jin-hyuk's status window. Cha Jin-hyuk's eyes widen in surprise. Peak of All Evil is curious about your status window. Forget it. Stop bothering me and get lost. Peak of All Evil is curious about your status window. Jin-hyuk's expression hardens. Jin-hyuk states, I'm moving on to the next floor. Feel free to follow me if you want. Jin-hyuk steps through a swirling portal of violet and crimson light. The absolute necromancer muses, the next room should be the room of choice and training. You have entered the room of choice and training. Jin-hyuk stands before another shimmering portal, its light a stark contrast to the stone walls. Welcome to the room of choice and training. A system message appears, informing him that he may select a weapon and class that suits him best. He reflects on his past life. After discovering he was a mana type, Jin-hyuk didn't even hesitate and chose to become a mage. However, Jin-hyuk grips a bow, preparing to test his skills. He decides to generate a practice target. Jin-hyuk thinks, all-rounder. Why don't we check out how impressive this trait is? A system message appears, stating that targets have now been generated. Jin-hyuk takes aim, focusing on the distant target. Drawing back the bowstring, he prepares to release the arrow. A small figure stands in the distance, the target of his practice. 3 arrows streak through the air, blurring as they close the distance. The arrows strike the target with a resounding impact. A series of energy beams streak across the training room. He crouches, drawing back his bow. Jin-hyuk commands the system to generate more targets. He wants to make it so that they can attack him, too. Jin-hyuk states that he doesn't care. A system message appears, confirming that targets have now been generated. The settings have changed. The targets will now attack the player. The training targets begin to move, their metallic bodies gleaming under the artificial light. Jin-hyuk prepares to defend himself against the incoming assault. One of the training targets lunges forward, spear aimed directly at him. Another target rushes in, fist cocked back for a powerful punch. A third target advances, drawing a sword with practiced ease. 2 targets converge on Jin-hyuk, their movements coordinated and relentless. He narrowly avoids a sweeping attack from one of the training targets. The blade of the training target's sword glints menacingly. Jin-hyuk demands, more, bring me stronger ones. The absolute necromancer stands ready, a sword in one hand and a spear in the other. The training targets loom, their red eyes glowing ominously. A close-up reveals the cold, mechanical face of one of the training targets. Jin-hyuk leaps into the air, preparing to strike. He lands squarely on top of one of the training targets, crushing it underfoot. The All-Master prepares to unleash a flurry of attacks with two swords. He slashes at another training target, the blades blurring with speed. Suddenly, a barrage of ranged attacks hurtles toward Jinhyuk. The peak of all evil realizes, a ranged attacker. Red energy crackles in the air, a silent warning of the dangers ahead. He braces himself, ready to face whatever comes next. A message appears, stating that enemies can be spawned on this floor. Jinhyuk smirks, unimpressed. Are these really the strongest ones? He decides to use his specialty, a dark staff materializing in his hand, pulsing with purple energy. Jinhyuk prepares to unleash his power. A figure watches from the shadows. An unseen force strikes one of the enemies, causing a burst of white energy. Jinhyuk's eyes glow with power. He is faster than they are. He prepares a magic arrow, swirling purple energy coalescing into a deadly projectile. The magic arrow streaks through the air, leaving a trail of purple light. The arrow explodes on impact, a burst of purple energy engulfing the target. He is amazed, wondering if this is the power of the all-rounder trait. It feels like he's been using all of these weapons for years. An achievement is cleared. The achievement, All-Master, was unlocked by using at least one weapon from each weapon category in the room of choice and training. The reward is the All-Master class, unlocking an attack stat of plus 5,000. All-Master. If that's the case, All-Master was a class? He wonders about the name. The system asks if he would like to select All-Master as his class. Even if it's the All-Master class, Jinhyuk can't abandon his greatest advantage. He needs to choose that as his main class. If that's the case, Jinhyuk tells the system he'll select All-Master as. The system informs him that he is unable to do that. The system warns that he cannot select this class once he leaves his subclass. What? Subclasses will only be unlocked after the 100th floor. Jinhyuk realizes he forgot about this in the early game. He considered his options. If he didn't select a class, he couldn't leave this room. Though it might be a waste, he wondered if he should use his accomplishment points. To unlock the subclass slot, could he do that with his accomplishment points? How is a beginner even aware of something like that? There's no point in asking how he knew that. Using 5,000 points to unlock a subclass. He guessed he had no choice. He called out, "Hey, Ball, I'll be using you." The peak of all evil, Ball, revealed his identity and spoke to him. Isn't there an accomplishment? The peak of all evil asked, "Did I do well?" Jinhyuk grimaced, "Blue, stop it. I beg you, don't do that ever again." He confirms his decision, responding that he will do it. A message appears, congratulating him. Another message appears, stating that he has selected All-Master as his subclass. He is informed that he will be transported to the first floor of the tower after destroying the room of choice and training. Lightning crackles around him. Now then, Ball wonders aloud why he doesn't start getting his revenge. Jinhyuk is being transported. He has been transported to the first floor of the tower. The first floor is the Coral Forest. Goblins lurk in the forest. Someone exclaims in frustration. A hunter laments how they are supposed to climb the tower if the first floor is already this difficult. A kobold, eyes glowing red, lunges forward, its crude sword glinting in the dim light. He lets out a sharp cry. A burst of blue energy erupts from Jinhyuk, crackling with raw power. The energy slams into the kobold, the force of the impact visible in the creature's contorted posture. Jinhyuk exclaims in surprise. The kobold thinks to himself, "My first prey." Purple energy crackles around Jinhyuk's hand as he prepares to strike. He strikes, the purple energy enhancing his weapon, ready to deliver a decisive blow. The kobold is struck down, the force of the blow sending it sprawling. Jinhyuk encounters other hunters, one commenting, "A kobold. It's been a while, huh?" The defeated kobold lies motionless on the ground. Other kobolds react with fury, their faces contorted in rage. He gripped the makeshift club, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Now for the kobolds. A sinister smile stretched across Jinhyuk's face, the purple energy around him intensifying. If he could devour them all. The All-Master wondered what he'd earned from this hunt, his gaze sharpening with predatory intent. The absolute necromancer stands before the two figures, his staff glowing with purple energy. The man carrying the blonde woman gasps, "Amazing." The man thinks to himself that the absolute necromancer defeated the kobold in one go. The staff glows with power. The man thinks that on top of that, the absolute necromancer's class is mage, but he defeated it with a kick. The man carrying the blonde woman says that he doesn't know who the absolute necromancer is, but they should fight together. He adds that if they combine their powers. The absolute necromancer's eyes glow with purple energy. The man carrying the blonde woman asks what is going on. The absolute necromancer says that if they touch one of them, they'll die, and asks if they understand. The man carrying the blonde woman gasps in fear. The man carrying the blonde woman says yes, and that they'll get lost right away. The two figures run away. Two goblins stand ready, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The absolute necromancer, staff in hand, asks, "You want to avenge your comrade?" He rushes forward, staff held ready. The goblin's face contorts in a snarl. The absolute necromancer stands over the goblin, staff planted firmly on the ground. Another goblin lies prone on the forest floor. The absolute necromancer's eyes glow with purple energy. "What are you doing? You're not going to attack." The goblin prepares to strike. The absolute necromancer, surrounded by swirling purple energy, asks, "You think I'll let you escape?" He fires a blast of magical energy. Arrow. A beam of light descends. He stands over the corpses of several kobolds. A screen displays, "Welcome to the first floor." The screen also shows the kobolds' mana stones. The absolute necromancer states that he is already looting them because he was late. The screen displays the quest description. Clear the quest in order to proceed to the next floor. Defeat 10 kobolds, March 10th. He thinks that it is a piece of cake and that he can easily defeat 100 right now. The absolute necromancer thinks to himself that since he is doing this already, he might as well continue. He thinks that obtaining the Slayer achievement beforehand would be good. The screen displays that if you kill one type of monster 1,000 times, you receive the achievement of being a Slayer. The screen displays Kobold Slayer. He thinks that the past him went around to obtain all the Slayer achievements. The absolute necromancer wonders if he should fill up his empty stomach. A sinister smile spreads across Cha Jinhyuk's face. He prepares to kill another monster. Another monster is killed. Blood splatters. He feels a surge of power coursing through him. The absolute necromancer can see it. These kobolds' memories. Its strength is becoming his. Cha Jinhyuk can also understand the language of the kobolds now. His stats increase this much. It's the level of a 10th floor climber. Wait, a class adjustment? Since he's in All Master, does Cha Jinhyuk get all the bonuses that come with all the classes? This memory. I need to hurry. He's getting angry. Not my child. I need to hurry and prepare. It hurts if I get hit. I've finished preparations. The Kobold Lord stands ready, a staff topped with skulls in his grasp. The absolute necromancer smiles, declaring that the timing is amazing. A Lord monster is the harbinger of a monster wave. He can get his Slayer achievement and farm at the same time if he wants to face a wave. Cha Jinhyuk stands in a forest, stating that he needs an army. Awake. The All-Master grins, his eyes glowing with purple energy. A monstrous figure begins to materialize. Silhouettes of monsters appear in a purple portal. A skeleton monster is being summoned, surrounded by purple energy. Another monster is being summoned, enveloped in purple energy. Congratulations flash across the screen as the system announces the successful class change to Necromancer. Since he is an all-master with his past life's memories, changing classes is simple. The absolute Necromancer thinks to himself that he won't be satisfied with just this. Since there's still a hidden class, he needs to get on the first floor. The all-master summons a skeleton soldier. The skeleton asks what it is. The ground trembles as more creatures are summoned. Goblins appear, chattering amongst themselves. The absolute Necromancer declares, "All right, my skeleton soldiers." A sinister smile spreads across Cha Jinhyuk's face. The skeletons are ordered to kill all the kobolds they see. Cha Jinhyuk focuses his magical energy. A blue gem materializes. A hand reaches out, as if grasping for something just out of reach. A system message indicates the quest to defeat the kobolds is still in progress. The absolute Necromancer stands surrounded by his skeletal army, a glowing orb floating in his palm. He muses that this is the place. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise or anticipation flickering across his face. An old, dilapidated shack sits nestled amongst the trees, bathed in the dim light of the forest. He has found it. Pushing open the door, the All-Master enters the shack, his expression unreadable. Inside, the room is simple and undisturbed. Thankfully, no one has disturbed this, he thinks. The peak of all evil tells his skeletons to wait there. A foot comes down hard, shattering the floorboards. The absolute Necromancer exclaims bingo as he falls through the floor. The hidden class is on the first floor. A Necromancer is a high-ranking class and is a mage that uses souls. A Spirit Master. A large, ornate coffin sits in the center of the room, bathed in an ethereal blue light. He approaches the coffin, the source of the strange energy. A discarded bag and scattered crystals lie on the floor nearby. A voice echoes, stating that someone is hiding here, in the class-changing coffin. Jinhyuk reaches out, his hand making contact with the cold, metallic surface of the coffin. A surge of energy courses through him as he touches the coffin. Bathed in a brilliant blue light, Jinhyuk stands before the coffin, the transformation taking hold. The transformation complete, the figure now has striking blue hair. He wonders if he is Vulcan. A spectral skull materializes, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The skull speaks, its voice echoing through the chamber, asking if he is its descendant. The skeleton, wreathed in spectral blue flames, asks, "Are you my descendant?" Cha Jinhyuk stands before the skeleton, his expression unreadable. A smirk plays on Jinhyuk's lips. The skeleton awaits an answer. The skeleton speaks, his voice a dry rattle. "You're not surprised to see me. I did my best to appear fabulously, but now it's awkward." A thought bubble appears, posing the question, should a necromancer be surprised when seeing a skeleton? Jinhyuk thinks to himself, I've already gone past the stage where I should be surprised. A journal glows with a faint blue light. Of course, I haven't read it in this life. Jinhyuk recalls, during the time when I lost all my worth after changing my class to mage, I discovered. The journal came back down to the first floor. Then, when I became a spirit master. He remembers, I failed trying to make Vulcan one of my summons. The skeleton speaks. The skeleton says he likes him. The skeleton declares that Jinhyuk is better than that mannerless bastard from 10 years ago. Cha Jinhyuk wonders if he should destroy him. Cha Jinhyuk thinks to himself that he should complete his class change. The skeleton clears his throat, stating that he would like to quickly change his class right now. The skeleton apologizes, but says that he needs to go to the 10th floor first. The skeleton explains that Spirit Master is a class with a higher rank than even Necromancer. He continues, saying that first he needs to make the second class change in the class-changing tower on the 10th floor, and only then. He states that he is already a Necromancer, and tells the skeleton to look. The skeleton exclaims in disbelief that Cha Jinhyuk changed his class on his own without going to the 10th floor. The skeleton is amazed, saying that it's amazing and what a great. Someone remarks that another is more prominent and skilled than that punk. A skeleton asks if he isn't going to change his class. The skeleton couldn't stop talking, haha. A blue aura emanates. The skeleton stands behind the hooded figure, energy swirling around them. The blue aura intensifies. The text reads, Spirit Master Vulcan. Vulcan sits cross-legged, holding a glowing orb in his hands. Before the tower appeared on Earth, he was the climber who ruled over it. Although he was the strongest necromancer, summons that are made of skin and bones aren't enough. Isn't there a stronger summon? He wanted to be something other than a lich or a death knight. He wanted to summon something completely different. Yes, this is it. A soul. He was going to call for the souls of the dead. With this, he would be able to create a new summon that would surpass the existing ones. After a long time, Vulcan succeeded and created a new class, Spirit Master. However, his old body reached its limit, and the Spirit Master class also ended up on the brink of disappearance. So he chose his last resort, which was to use necromancy on himself, hoping that his descendant would reclaim his honor. So, in order for Vulcan to find a climber to follow in his footsteps, he became someone who was half an NPC. A bright light emanates from his chest. A skeletal figure exclaims, a surge of purple energy crackling around its form. He stands, a glowing orb pulsing with power in his hand, the same violet energy swirling around him. The air crackles with anticipation as he remains still. The skeleton speaks, its voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance. The punk I mentioned before was the second. The skeleton continues, its blue aura intensifying, and in turn, you'll become able to call your summons. Vulcan smiles faintly, his eyes gleaming with newfound power. Yeah, thanks. With the soul crucible you gave me. The skeleton's purple aura flickers. My first capture will be you, Vulcan. The skeletal figure intones, its voice laced with pride. I've already finished preparations. I won't fail twice. Congratulations, my descendant. The skeleton commands, its form radiating an ethereal glow. Now climb the tower and spread my name. Vulcan's expression shifts, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Ah, about that. The skeleton's grin widens, a chilling anticipation etched upon its bony face. He is addressed, the voice tinged with a familiar impatience. Yourself, Vulcan. The skeleton figure's skull seems to narrow, its glowing eyes burning with intensity. What? The skeleton figure's voice booms, laced with fury. Bastard. The skeleton figure's spectral voice echoes with accusation. Did you forget the promise written in the journal? Pushing your work onto someone else is a bad habit. I'm gonna fix it though, and I'll even do that for free. The skeleton figure, wreathed in a purple aura, advances. Wait, why are you getting closer? A figure with long, dark hair and glowing eyes smiles, the words soul collect floating above her. A blinding light erupts, centered on a swirling orb of purple energy. The skeleton figure screams, engulfed in the radiant energy. The skeleton figure is thrown back, its form flickering with blue spectral energy. The skeleton figure's skeletal jaw hangs open, wisps of blue flame escaping its mouth. Do you? The skeleton figure is sent flying backwards, the blue energy repelling it. Think I'll let you capture me? Vulcan smiles, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. I did it. The magic stones hum with power, activating with a resonant thrum. The Kobold Lord, now a skeleton, throws his hands up in disbelief. This is offensive on Earth, right? He points a bony finger, his voice echoing with indignation. The former descendant taught me. See you in hell. The skeleton's jaw drops in exaggerated disbelief, his empty eye sockets seeming to widen in shock. A surge of purple energy crackles around him as the prison solidifies. The magic wall begins to materialize, shimmering with arcane energy. The Kobold Lord is now fully encased within the glowing purple barrier, a prisoner of magic. A single magic stone sits at the base of the prison, pulsing with power. Magic. The skeleton's single glowing eye glares out from within the prison. What do you think? It's quite comfortable, right? Absolute Necromancer, Cha Jinhyuk, stands before the prison, his expression unreadable. Utilizing the magic wall, which is a low-class spell, I created a personal prison for you. The Kobold Lord's skeletal back is to the viewer, the magic prison a cage of light around him. The skeleton throws his arms wide, a defiant grin on his skull. You do this. I can break this low-class magic anytime. Did he say this was the only thing? The absolute Necromancer's grin widened, a sinister glint in his eyes. A path paved with kobold mana stones stretched into the darkness. As he had said, the skeleton figure inside the barrier declared that they could be broken easily. Cha Jinhyuk countered, questioning if the skeleton could do that before he captured them. A disembodied voice echoed, wondering who the skeleton was and how a first-floor climber could possess such skill and tactics. The All-Master grimaced, recalling a failure in his previous life. The skeleton figure questioned a previous life, a hint of desperation in its tone. There was no way. Cha Jinhyuk wondered aloud if he was still the second spirit master. Or should he be deemed as the third? The skeleton figure screamed Cha Jinhyuk's name. A hand emerged, casting Soul Collect. He cries out, surrounded by swirling purple energy. The energy coalesces, revealing the faint image of a skull. The absolute necromancer continues to channel the spell, the purple aura intensifying around him. His eyes glow with an eerie light as he focuses his power. The energy erupts outward in a blinding flash. A head is visible. A skeleton is shown. Vulcan smirks, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Don't be too upset, Vulcan, he says to himself. Cha Jinhyuk's face is shown. Now that you're with me, everything you've wanted will come true. The forest stands silent, the trees like ancient sentinels guarding a forgotten path. In the distance, a lone figure approaches. Awaiting him are ranks of skeleton soldiers, their empty sockets glowing with an eerie purple light. Gods and demons cannot enter the room of class change. Jinhyuk thinks, I'll show you soon enough even if you don't pester me, so just wait. The absolute necromancer stands before his skeletal army, the purple glow reflecting in his eyes. One of the skeletons muses, I guess I don't need skeleton soldiers anymore, huh? Jinhyuk clenches his hand, a faint purple aura gathering around his fingers. Shatter. And awake. A swarm of spectral soldiers materializes, their forms crackling with purple energy. The spirit soldiers stand ready, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. The All-Master observes his spectral army. He muses, I guess they can't speak either. Cha Jinhyuk stands before his summoned army, a staff in his hand. A voice, filled with rage, erupts. Cha Jinhyuk, you bastard. The voice continues, laced with betrayal. How dare you? Vulcan's face contorts with fury. He snarls, how dare you use me, as your spirit soldier? He remarks that this is the first time he's seen Cha Jinhyuk in that form, adding that he must have been quite handsome when he was younger. Purple energy swirls around them. Choi Kyung-hoon declares that he won't leave Cha Jinhyuk be, warning him not to underestimate the first spirit master. Blue energy crackles around him. The back of Cha Jinhyuk is shown, with blue energy emanating from him. A close-up of Choi Kyung-hoon's face reveals his intense gaze. Choi Kyung-hoon coughs, as Cha Jinhyuk tells him not to overdo it, reminding him that he is alive because of his mana. He warns that if he cuts him off, he will dissipate immediately. Choi Kyung-hoon, kneeling, wonders if Cha Jinhyuk thinks he will obey him like a dog. Choi Kyung-hoon and Cha Jinhyuk face each other, an exclamation point punctuating the tension. Cha Jinhyuk asks what he did with his familiars that didn't obey him, stating that he transformed them into soul orbs and absorbed them. Also, I hope you haven't forgotten. Cha Jinhyuk smiles, asking what his trait is. The thought of gluttony and his insane skill lingers. Choi Kyung-hoon's face is etched with worry. If he doesn't obey, he fears he'll be swallowed whole. Cha Jinhyuk stands over a kneeling figure engulfed in purple energy. He asks what the figure intends to do now, taunting him. A finger points towards a distant castle bathed in the light of the full moon. We is all that is said. The decision is made. They've got to take that bastard down. Cha Jinhyuk looks up, pointing towards their destination. He calls out to his lord. The full moon hangs heavy in the night sky, casting an ethereal glow. The castle looms in the distance, a silent sentinel under the watchful eye of the moon. Two grotesque figures stand guard at the castle gate, their eyes gleaming in the darkness. The cobblestone path stretches onward, illuminated by the moon's pale light. Cha Jinhyuk walks down a street, unaware of the figures watching him. The grotesque figures raise their weapons, their guttural snarls echoing through the night. His eyes glow with a menacing purple light, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Purple energy explodes outwards, tearing through the spectral forms of the kobold spirit soldiers. The spectral kobolds are no match for the absolute necromancer's power, their forms dissolving into wisps of purple smoke. Each strike is a death knell, the kobolds vanishing with silent screams. The air crackles with necromantic energy as the last vestiges of the kobold spirits are obliterated. The absolute necromancer stands amidst the dissipating energy, the castle looming in the distance. The last of the kobold spirits are crushed underfoot. The sounds of the castle guards echo in the night as Cha Jinhyuk gazes at his destination. 30 kobold spirit soldiers. Kobolds are no longer a match for him. He grips his spear, a new resolve hardening his gaze. He thinks, besides, I won't just sit idly by in this life. Surrounded by newly summoned kobold spirit soldiers, Cha Jinhyuk commands, bring me to your lord. The absolute necromancer, surrounded by a swirling purple aura, spits out a curse. You scum. The sound of dripping echoes through the chamber. The dripping continues. The kobold lord stands before his throne, the sound of dripping water filling the air. The kobold lord's eyes narrow. An intruder? The kobold lord barks an order. Prepare the offerings. Quickly, kobold minions scramble to obey. A surge of magical energy crackles around the kobold lord. Cha Jinhyuk is surrounded by a swirling purple aura. The purple aura intensifies. The kobold minions look on with fear. Cha Jinhyuk's power continues to grow. The absolute necromancer, surrounded by a purple aura, grips the kobold lord by the neck. Terror fills the kobold lord's eyes as he stares into the face of his captor. A dark hole looms. The kobold lord and another kobold are visible. Cha Jinhyuk continues to hold the kobold lord by the neck, his grip tightening. The kobold lord's hands reach up, desperately trying to break free. The absolute necromancer plunges a sword into the kobold lord's chest, a spray of blood erupting from the wound. A hidden class is pretty great. The sword continues its descent, piercing through the kobold lord's body. Cha Jinhyuk stands over the fallen kobold lord, the sword dripping with blood. A final slash echoes through the dungeon. The absolute necromancer stands amidst the carnage, two spectral summons flanking him, the bodies of his enemies littering the floor. A strange aura permeates the air. The absolute necromancer senses the shift in the atmosphere. It's close, he thinks, the room where the kobold lord is. The peak of all evil is rooting for him with light batons. The peak of all evil is rooting for him with light batons. Cha Jinhyuk scoffs, I don't need cheering from an old man with hairy legs. I'm going to win anyway. The All-Master stands tall, flanked by shadowy figures wreathed in purple energy. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a dark and bloody tableau. A hand grips a sword slick with crimson. A hooded figure looms, muttering more. It's not enough until they are satisfied. Glory to the death-observing demon. Let go of me, I said. One of the goblin-like creatures wonders if the Dakibi is the next offering. The Dakibi, restrained by two of the creatures, seems surprised by something. The Dakibi's red eyes narrow in defiance. The kobold lord chuckles, wondering what they have here. The kobold lord declares that the Dakibi will be a much better offering than humans. The Dakibi attempts to defend herself, but the kobold lord easily deflects her attack. The kobold lord accuses the Dakibi of being the intruder. Defeated, the Dakibi kneels before the kobold lord, a sword lying nearby. Meanwhile, the absolute necromancer wonders what they have here. The absolute necromancer states that either way, it's irrelevant. The absolute necromancer ominously declares that the Dakibi is going to fail. The absolute necromancer recognizes his opponent. From a balcony above, a figure watches the unfolding scene. The kobold lord is labeled as the intruder bastard. Jinhyuk sizes up his foe. He declares that the kobold lord looks exactly like the scum leader he is. The kobold lord, Callum, roars, demanding respect from the human. Jinhyuk scoffs, finding Callum too arrogant for a first-floor monster. The absolute necromancer taunts, daring Callum to try and make him. A woman in a kimono admits she doesn't know what's going on. The narration reveals that the kobold lord is distracted by that human. The absolute necromancer's eyes glow with a fierce red light. This is his chance. The kobold lord, sprawled on the ground, roars, how dare you run away, offering. The new Dakibi steps forward, her expression hardening. The kobold lord shouts, oh, death-observing demon. The absolute necromancer's hand glows with power. He demands, give me strength. The absolute necromancer's face is set with determination as he prepares to unleash his power. The new Dakibi unleashes her attack, red energy coalescing into a corpse spear. The new Dakibi turns and runs, fleeing from the battlefield. The corpse spear attack streaks through the air, leaving trails of red energy in its wake. The new Dakibi's foot slams against the ground as she continues her escape. The new Dakibi cries out in alarm, as she flees. The corpse spear attack continues its relentless pursuit, the red energy swirling and crackling. She lies on the ground, defeated. The new Dakibi grits her teeth, a fierce determination burning in her red eyes. I can't die here. Pushing herself up, she prepares to fight once more. Someone kicks something away with tremendous force. The kobold lord bares his fangs, his red eyes gleaming with malice. Cha Jinhyuk smiles, a sinister glint in his purple eyes. Kicked it away. Cha Jinhyuk stands beside the new Dakibi, the kobold lord looming behind them. The new Dakibi says, thank you. Cha Jinhyuk replies, never mind, just get out. The new Dakibi's eyes widen. Wait a minute. Those horns, are you a Dakibi? Two masked figures stand guard, one musing that there's no reason for them to descend below that level. The new Dakibi sits, holding a glowing card. She thinks that it is especially troublesome for an individual that hasn't even reached adulthood. Cha Jinhyuk wonders if something has happened on the 100th floor. He decides he should save her to get some information later. The kobold lord demands to know how he dares interfere with his offering to them. Cha Jinhyuk tells the new Dakibi that if she wants to live, she should go hide somewhere, as he won't save her life twice. She responds, okay. The kobold lord shouts, why don't you try and block this too? The kobold lord declares that if it's a fresh corpse, it will be twice as powerful. The kobold lord launches a corpse bomb. The attack explodes. The explosion engulfs Cha Jinhyuk. He moves with blinding speed, a red aura flaring around his fist as he declares the kobold lord is too slow. The kobold lord's eyes widen in shock as the attack closes in. The kobold lord exclaims that Jinhyuk's mana control is too poor. Jinhyuk's kick connects with the kobold lord. The force of the blow sends the Kobold Lord reeling. The Kobold Lord, sent flying, wonders how a first-floor climber could possess such strength. Jinhyuk prepares for another attack, stating that they are just getting started. He continues his assault. The Kobold Lord grunts in pain. The Kobold Lord cries out to a death-observing demon, begging to be redeemed. The Kobold Lord is engulfed in a swirling vortex of red energy. The red energy continues to surge, taking on a more defined shape. The crimson aura intensifies, solidifying the monstrous form. Cha Jinhyuk watches the spectacle unfold, his expression a mixture of concern and anticipation. The monstrous shape becomes clearer, its terrifying features emerging from the swirling energy. The blood golem fully materializes, its massive form towering over the battlefield, casting long shadows. The Kobold Lord exclaims, identifying the creature as a blood golem. The Kobold Lord wonders how his opponent managed to summon such a high-level familiar. Without warning, the blood golem strikes, sending Cha Jinhyuk flying backwards. The blood golem looms, a terrifying figure of crimson muscle and raw power. The force of the blow sends Cha Jinhyuk hurtling through the air, crashing into the dungeon wall. The Kobold Lord laughs triumphantly, confident in his summoned ally. The Kobold Lord gloats, asking how Cha Jinhyuk likes his new advantage. He stands amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Cha Jinhyuk declares this to be his strongest seance. Purple energy emanates from the absolute necromancer as he focuses, his face a mask of intense concentration. Seance, he wonders. The All-Master's eyes blaze with purple light as he glares. Who do you think you're speaking to right now? A spectral figure materializes, its form shimmering with purple energy. It promises to show the Kobold Lord something. More spectral figures emerge, their forms grotesque and ethereal, glowing with malevolent purple light. A massive, crimson specter manifests, its eyes burning with hellfire. This, it seems, is what a seance truly is. The red specter surges forward, a maelstrom of crimson and violet energy swirling around it. The specter's face is a terrifying visage of rage and power, its eyes glowing with an infernal light. The crimson specter pulsates with raw, untamed energy, its form rippling with otherworldly power. The spectral figures lash out with blinding speed, their ethereal forms blurring as they strike. The assault continues, a relentless barrage of spectral energy and terrifying forms. The Kobold Lord recoils in abject terror, his eyes wide with fear as he witnesses the power of Cha Jinhyuk's seance. Ow. The Kobold Lord's voice trembled with rage and despair. He destroyed my golem in the blink of an eye. Elsewhere, Cha Jinhyuk stood amidst a swirling vortex of spectral figures, their ethereal forms radiating an eerie purple glow. Byun, the death-observing demon, spoke with a chilling calm. Even if you are a lord monster, blood golems aren't something a kobold can create. Byun's expression remained impassive as he continued, his gaze fixed on the kneeling figure. That was your doing, right, death-observing demon? A holographic screen flickered to life, displaying the words, the death-observing demon is startled. The holographic screen displayed, demon nods in silence. Another screen appeared, stating, the peak of all evil gives somebody a nasty glare. Byun's eyes glowed with a sinister curiosity. Since you were curious about my powers as a spirit master, a screen showed, the death-observing demon is curious about your class. The Kobold Lord, kneeling before Byun, was a picture of utter defeat. And you were just a toy that was played with. Your mana is depleted now, right? A thought bubble appeared, revealing the reason for Byun's actions. Since Byun forcibly summoned the golem, it couldn't be helped. A monstrous maw filled the panel, teeth bared in a terrifying display of primal rage. He will. A desperate plea echoed in the air. Avenge me even if I die. Another voice, filled with sinister intent, responded, please make sure he does. I have a lot to tell him after. He stands amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy, shadowy figures writhing around him, a display of raw, untamed power. The darkness seems to pulse, a tangible manifestation of the power that is about to be unleashed. The Kobold Lord, his voice cracking with desperation, cries out, let go of me. I am your king. Do you not remember? The Kobold Lord's plea turns into a strangled gasp. Ugh. Oh, death-observing demon. Elsewhere, Cha Jinhyuk stands in a dimly lit room, his presence radiating an ominous calm. Jinhyuk's voice cuts through the silence, a chilling promise. Is the end for your toy. It's your fault for testing me, so don't complain. His eyes narrow, a glint of cold fury flashing within them. On top of that, Jinhyuk's voice drips with menace. I will make sure you pay for trying to test me in the first place. The death-observing demon laughs heartily, saying that he loves it. A fist clenches, knuckles white with barely restrained power. The air crackles with unseen force, leaving behind trails of blood and shattered remnants. The aftermath of the unseen attack paints a gruesome picture, a stark reminder of the price of defiance. Bloody feet, suspended by an unseen force, drip crimson onto the figure below. A faint purple aura emanates from the wounds. He stands ankle-deep in a pool of his own blood, the dark liquid reflecting his silhouette. The air crackles with an unseen energy. To do. The absolute necromancer, eyes gleaming with anticipation, prepares to consume the soul orb. He thinks, "Thank you for the meal." He murmurs in surprise. The absolute necromancer notes that his stats have increased, though he believes it won't matter once he passes the 50th floor. He pauses, a look of contemplation on his face. A woman thanks him for saving her. The woman smiles gently. She introduces herself, stating her name is Haryu. Haryu assures the absolute necromancer not to worry, explaining she happened to be there because she needed to take care of the Kobold Lord. She reiterates her gratitude for him saving her life. The absolute necromancer narrows his eyes, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He wonders what she would do if he were a bad guy, musing that he could kill or sell a Dakibi like her. Haryu's eyes glow with a faint pink light as she thinks to herself that she would handle it if that happened. The absolute necromancer continues to stare at Haryu. He remarks that she is just like a Dakibi. Haryu asks him to answer a question for her, wondering why someone who should be on the 100th floor is in a place like this. The absolute necromancer seems to be at a loss for words. Someone attacked the Dakibi village on the 100th floor, the news delivered with a grim expression to Cha Jinhyuk. The news hits with the force of a physical blow. Dakibi are a pretty strong species within the tower. Even as a climber, it wouldn't be easy to bother them. Cha Jinhyuk considers the implications. Was it one of the 4 great species? The colossuses of strength, giants, loom in his mind. The essence of magic, dragons, and the masters of demonic energy, demons, also come to mind. The wings of retribution, angels, are also considered. The 4 greatest species within the tower that control everything. They would have to be part of the 4 great species to bother Dakibi with such disregard. Or at the very least, someone that has one of their support, Cha Jinhyuk muses. Or maybe 9-star, it could be someone that. The attack on the Dakibi village had relations to their guild. Cha Jinhyuk, his expression hardening, muttered about those bastards. The Dakibi, standing beside him, asked if he was okay. He waved off her concern, stating it was nothing and that he would be leaving now. Surveying the blood-soaked room, Jinhyuk questioned if she intended to stay there, surrounded by pools of blood. The Dakibi insisted that she was fine. She then stated that she would like to come with him. Jinhyuk thought to himself that she was a Dakibi, although she's still young. He considered that it wouldn't be a bad idea to let her join his party. The Dakibi insisted that she could take care of herself. Jinhyuk retorted that she was almost killed by the Kobold Lord just now. She countered that it was because she let her guard down. Jinhyuk thought to himself that he would need to get some new clothes. He considers the inconvenience of attracting attention with his blood-stained clothes. Cha Jinhyuk and the Dakibi stand before a glowing purple object, its purpose unclear. A figure lies prone, their face obscured by shadow. A disembodied voice wonders if the object is a piece of equipment. The glowing purple object pulses with energy. A dilapidated building looms in the background under the night sky. Cha Jinhyuk and the Dakibi continue to observe the mysterious object. The Dakibi seems to ponder the situation. A swirling vortex of purple energy manifests on the ground. The Dakibi gasps, startled by the sudden appearance of the portal. The purple energy crackles with raw power. A man in a long coat, surrounded by spectral purple skulls, declares the task complete. Below, feet are surrounded by swirling purple energy, the source of the man's power. The new Dakibi looks up at Cha Jinhyuk, wondering who the man from before was. The man stands behind them, cloaked in purple energy. He wonders if the young one can see him, as a few of the Dakibi have a high affinity with souls. Cha Jinhyuk expresses his surprise. He asks the new Dakibi if she is telling him that she is a special Dakibi. The new Dakibi thinks that maybe she could use gluttony and absorb his ability, but decides not yet. It'll be easier to keep her by his side and train her for the time being. Cha Jinhyuk stares ahead. He seems to be questioning something. Cha Jinhyuk smiles. Cha Jinhyuk and the new Dakibi are surprised by a wave. He is told not to accept it. Cha Jinhyuk smirks, thinking there would have been no point in coming all the way to defeat a lord if he wasn't going to accept. Cha Jinhyuk wonders if the death-observing demon is trying to call it even with this. The system message states that the peak of all evil thinks this. The new Dakibi can't believe he really wants to die. Cha Jinhyuk says he knows she'd prefer it if he died since she'd be free, but he tells her that she'll still be his servant even after his death, and tells her to stop playing around because it's creepy. A bandaged finger presses a yes button. The button is pressed. A system message announces a monster wave occurrence. Someone has accepted a monster wave. Kobolds will now attack the village entrance, and in a few moments, all safety zones on the first floor will be disabled. The first floor safety zone, Karol Village, is about to be anything but safe. Panic erupts as the announcement echoes through the village. A monster wave is upon them. Damn it, what is this? Ball stands with another villager, both holding up a blue barrier. Who's the bastard that accepted the monster wave? Damn it. If the wave comes, we'll all die. A disembodied voice booms. If you've cleared the quest, hurry and move to the second floor. A man shouts in desperation. Once the wave starts, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Let go. Another villager, seized by an unseen force, cries out. I still have 3 left. Help me. Arcane energy crackles in the air, a prelude to the impending chaos. A swirling portal tears open the fabric of reality, promising a monstrous invasion. The crowd surges with fear as the portal's energy intensifies. A grotesque face emerges from the portal, its features twisted into a horrifying visage. A horde of monsters spills forth, their eyes gleaming with savage hunger as they descend upon Karol village. A surge of power emanates from an unseen source, the air crackling with raw energy. Panic grips the villagers as they realize the gravity of the situation. It's too late. It's already started. There's too many. One of them cries out. A voice filled with rage echoes, "Fuck." A cold voice commands, "Get lost." A magical circle glows with an ethereal light, its power building. A hand reaches out towards the light, as if grasping for control. A figure with piercing eyes and a sinister smile declares, "If anyone even touches a single one of them." Holding a glowing orb, another figure vows, "I'll slaughter the lot of you." A woman with crimson eyes watches, her expression unreadable. A voice booms, "Screw off, all of you." The voice continues, "If you touch even one." Choi Kyung-hoon's face is shown with a sinister smile. Ball declares, "I will kill you." Choi Kyung-hoon is shown from the chest up. A voice shouts, "Are you guys?" Another voice warns, "It's dangerous." A voice calls out, "Don't you see the kobolds in front of you?" He begins the summoning, a swirling vortex of purple energy crackling into existence. The command echoes through the air, "Arise." From the depths of the earth, spectral warriors begin to materialize, their forms wreathed in violet flames. Ethereal armor shimmers into existence, clinging to the forms of the newly risen. The air crackles with necromantic energy as the spectral soldiers fully take shape. Ball stares in disbelief. Necromancer? But this is the first floor. How did he get a class? The spirit soldiers emerge from the ground, their eyes glowing with an unholy light. A legion of spectral warriors stands ready, their ethereal forms radiating power. The spirit soldiers let out a guttural cry, their voices echoing through the dungeon. The absolute necromancer stands beside Haryu, his gaze fixed on the newly summoned army. "Can I also?" The absolute necromancer's expression hardens, his eyes glowing with determination. The absolute necromancer says, "You better hurry. I don't think the spirit soldiers are going to leave you any." A voice assures, "Don't worry." Haryu smiles, a glint of mischief in her red eyes. A voice declares, "I have an idea." Surrounded by swirling pink energy, Haryu prepares to cast her spell. Her eyes glow with power. The thought echoes, "A pocket plane?" Holding a sword with a glowing orb at its hilt, Haryu focuses her energy. A vortex of dark energy swirls beneath the blade. A grotesque monster materializes, wreathed in purple energy. The monster shrieks, its voice a guttural rasp. The air crackles with magical energy as the summoning nears completion. Haryu's red eyes burn with intensity as she completes the ritual. A figure is struck by a powerful blow, blood spraying. The sword is raised, glowing with a pink aura. The woman's back is turned, her short black hair visible. The narrator observes that the sword is no ordinary weapon. The narrator notes that she wields the sword with ease and wonders if she was the invader's target. The woman, perhaps Haryu, is seen from a lower angle. A man in a blue hood calls out. The man asks if someone is able to control the wave. A man in an orange jacket stands with two others behind him. The man in the blue hood asks who someone is. A man declares that he is Kim Sung-ti. Kim Sung-ti asks if someone has heard of the White Swallow. He questions if she has heard of the White Swallow. Kim Sung-ti chuckles, noting her ignorance. A mental image appears, depicting the famous nine-star Pelin siblings' Holy Land Guild. Kim Sung-ti reveals that the White Swallow is their subsidiary guild. Haryu's eyes widen slightly as she processes the information about the Pelin siblings. Haryu mentions her older brother. Kim Sung-ti repeats the name, in the White Swallow. He adds that they're going to join, too, once they reach the 10th floor. Kim Sung-ti notes that Haryu has pretty good skills, suggesting that if he talks to his brother, he can also let her join. A purple-skinned demon refuses. Absolute necromancer Jin-hyuk stands ready. The demon cries out, surprised by the sudden attack. Someone comments on the timing. A figure states they needed information on them. Jin-hyuk smirks, stating he will see them once the wave is over. He adds that he has some questions for them. Someone asks why they are getting in their way when they are just fellow climbers. Two figures discuss threatening people just because they are a bit strong. One asks how they could do this. Jin-hyuk looks on. Someone asks if it isn't obvious. A fight continues, with someone stating they cannot hit or kill others. Someone states they steal from others, adding that these are all valid. The tower and strength, that's all that matters to him. A purple demonic figure appears behind Jin-hyuk as he is told to be let go. Listen closely, you're not alive. A cloaked figure stands over a kneeling man, stating that he was spared only because information is needed. Stay far from me instead. Two figures run away, one calling out, "S. Sung-ti." Another voice says that the blabbering is making them want to kill him. One of the figures asks what they are going to do, while another questions if they are really not going to do anything. The seated figure remains silent. A man in a helmet looks surprised and asks what is going on. The figure yells to run away. The man shouts that they might actually die if that bastard catches them. A sword is drawn. He is engulfed in a swirling vortex of purple energy. A goblin raises his hand, shouting orders to the others. A figure is sent hurtling through the air. A towering structure looms in the distance. Absolute Necromancer's eyes glow with menacing intent. A hand crackles with raw energy. The All-Master's gaze intensifies, his eyes burning with power. Arcane energy surges, filling the air with an electric hum. A vast horde of figures stands ready for battle. A voice cries out, "There are so many of them." The enemy closes in, their numbers overwhelming. Kim Sung-Ti says, "I'm gonna fight, so you control, Vulcan." Vulcan replies, "You're so bossy." The air crackles with purple energy as Jin-hyuk and Choi Kyung-hoon summon their forces. The word "arise" echoes through the chamber. A skeleton, wreathed in violet flames, materializes from the ether. More skeletons emerge, their empty eye sockets glowing with malevolent power. One skeleton reaches out, its bony fingers grasping at an unseen target. A grotesque goblin, its face contorted in a snarl, lets out a guttural cry. Another skeleton rises, its form flickering with spectral energy. Choi Kyung-hoon commands, his voice laced with dark intent, "Change whatever you kill into skeleton soldiers." A skeleton soldier retorts, "You don't need to tell me that." Then, a hooded figure descends, a sinister grin spreading across their face. "Let's play," they exclaim. Dark energy explodes outward, a malevolent force unleashed upon the world. From the depths, grotesque figures claw their way into existence, propelled by the same sinister power. The hooded figure stands amidst the chaos, a silent conductor of this macabre symphony. A monstrous arm lashes out, a blur of claws and malice. The new Dakibi braces herself, her hand gripping the hilt of her blade, ready to meet the onslaught. A guttural roar tears through the air, a primal challenge issued by the encroaching horde. The monsters surge forward, a tide of flesh and fury threatening to overwhelm the lone defender. The new Dakibi grits her teeth, sweat beading on her brow. There are way too many of them. One of the monsters lunges, its fetid breath hot on her face. Her eyes narrow, a spark of defiance igniting within her. She will not yield. With a swift, decisive stroke, she cleaves through the monster's flesh, a crimson spray painting the air. Red energy crackles around her arm, a surge of power coursing through her veins as she prepares to meet the next wave. She unleashes a piercing scream. A pink energy emanates. Haryu prepares to strike. The demon stands in a forest, surrounded by enemies. She thinks to herself, there's just too many of them. Sweat beads on Haryu's brow as she faces the horde. A grotesque monster lunges towards Haryu, teeth bared. Haryu's blade flashes, a crimson arc cutting through the air as she strikes. Her hand glows with power. Haryu screams. Her chest heaves as she fights. Something like this. Compared to the pain she experienced while her village was burning. The demon declares that this is nothing. Haryu grips her sword tightly, her eyes burning with resolve. Her feet are planted firmly on the ground. This is my limit. The demon's eyes glow with a fierce determination. Amazing. She thinks, he's merely a first-floor climber. How is a human able to be so strong like that? Haryu resolves, I need to follow that human and climb the tower. That way, I can get revenge for my village. A monster snarls, its face contorted in rage. She is suddenly grabbed from behind. A stylized effect fills the air. Haryu prepares to strike. Kim Sung-Ti asks, are you all right, Dakibi child? Haryu calls out, oh old man. She insists, I can do this on my own. Haryu grips the hilt of her sword. Kim Sung-Ti thinks to himself, this young one is full of resolve. What did she go through? Kim Sung-Ti wonders, why did you help me? What? Haryu says, while I was running away from the 100th floor. She continues, nobody tried to help me. I was just glad that nobody tried to do harm to me. Her crimson eye narrowed, a question hanging in the air. Are you helping me because you want something? Kim Sung-Ti stood beside her, his expression unreadable. I don't know. A stern voice echoed in her memory. Obey the orders of the spirit master. Then, a realization dawned on her. Cha Jin-hyuk stood with another figure, the memory sharp and clear. Cha Jin-hyuk, it was under his orders. He told me to make sure you didn't die, and to make certain you accomplished your goal. The figure turned to leave, his words laced with finality. I'm leaving now, if I don't assist him more. Haryu's expression hardened. He'll start berating me for not working hard enough. Clutching a sword, she recalled the past. Cha Jin-hyuk, within this tower, you're the only one that helped me. Power surged around her, a promise etched on her face. This favor that you gave me. A glowing orb materialized in her hands, radiating intense energy. I'll make sure I pay back this debt. A crimson mask, carved with demonic features and sharp teeth, pulses with an inner light. A pale hand reaches out, fingers trembling slightly as it approaches the mask's surface. The mask's eyes snap open, glowing with an intense, malevolent red light. A surge of crimson energy erupts from the mask, distorting the air around it. The mask is now affixed to a face, its demonic features blending seamlessly with the wearer. A corona of red energy crackles around them. Cha Jin-hyuk watches the transformation, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Young one, he murmurs. A figure cloaked in purple stands amidst a gathering of skeletons, observing the scene. Is that? They mutter, a hint of surprise in their voice. A group of goblins reacts with fear, their eyes wide with terror as they witness the power unfolding before them. The mask's wearer stares forward, their red eyes burning with newfound power. The air crackles with anticipation. A wave of energy ripples outwards, signifying the completion of the transformation. He stood in the field, the demonic mask glinting in the dim light. The sword was drawn, ready for the coming onslaught. A goblin, its face contorted in confusion and fear, let out a guttural cry. The hooded figure moved with blinding speed, the sword a blur of crimson energy as it sliced through the air. Another goblin recoiled, its eyes wide with terror as the blade approached. The sword danced, a whirlwind of death that left a trail of carnage in its wake. Each swing was precise, each strike lethal. The goblins stood no chance against the masked figure's onslaught. Standing amidst the fallen, the hooded figure surveyed the scene, the red glow of the mask intensifying. The mask's eyes burned with an unholy light, promising further destruction. A beam of pure energy erupted from the figure's hands, obliterating the remaining goblins in a blinding flash. The hooded figure descended, a harbinger of doom, ready to deliver the final blow. The air crackled with residual energy, a testament to the figure's overwhelming power. He knew it. The ones that attacked her village were aiming for Haryu and that sword. It'd be better if he kept this a secret, if she knew that she was the reason why her village was attacked. 1 minute until the end of the wave. The gate pulsed with energy. Choi Kyung-hoon held a glowing orb. The hooded figure stood tall. A masked figure was ready to fight. Cha Jin-hyuk. The wave gate is getting smaller. That one must be the last one. A foot stepped forward. He prepares to strike, his sword gleaming in the light as he winds up for a powerful blow. The blade flashes, a silver streak against the dark sky. The sound of impact echoes through the air. The Kobold Lord plummets from the sky, defeated. The sword is raised once more, ready for the next wave. The Kobold Lord's face contorts in pain as he falls. A swirling vortex of energy crackles in the air, a sign of the battle's end. Cha Jin-hyuk stands before a holographic screen displaying the words, "Wave over. Congratulations. You have successfully stopped the wave." Cha Jin-hyuk states, "Of course I did." Choi Kyung-hoon observes, "You really are a monster." A figure with glowing red eyes declares, "It's finally." The figure lies defeated, their red hair matted with sweat. The hand is wrapped in bandages. Choi Kyung-hoon asks if she is okay. New Haryu is being supported by Choi Kyung-hoon. He tells her that she shouldn't use that skill when she's exhausted. New Haryu says thank you. Choi Kyung-hoon stands in front of New Haryu. Choi Kyung-hoon stands in front of a blue screen. Choi Kyung-hoon says that it's perfect and asks why they don't get paid now. The wave has ended. More than 2,500 enemies have been defeated. Accomplishment points will go toward all stats. If he learns various skills using Allmaster and Gluttony, then this number will increase endlessly. He's looking forward to it. First, Cha Jin-hyuk. Second, Haryu exclaims, "Whoa." She holds the glowing cube, a question hanging in the air. Why him? Absolute Necromancer holds out his hand. He tells her that it's good she has one too, and asks her to bring it to him. Jin-hyuk thinks to himself that it will be hard to use as a spirit soldier anyway. The Absolute Necromancer reaches out to take the cube. Haryu asks him to take hers as well. Jin-hyuk says that it is a symbol of their future together. His eye glows with power as he whispers, "Yours." The Absolute Necromancer states that he was already betrayed before. Haryu says that she can come with him, but she doesn't trust him. She continues, stating that the reward for second place in the wave is too big of a bribe for her to take without doubting him. Haryu declares that she doesn't want to be betrayed again and tells Jin-hyuk to make her trust him. Otherwise, she doesn't want to accompany him anymore. Her red eyes narrow, a silent challenge. The Dakibi remains silent. She holds out a glowing orb of pink energy. The older man gasps, "Cha Jin-hyuk, is that?" Haryu continues, unfazed, "This with it." She presents a glowing, geometric Dakibi mask. "I'll give you my Dakibi." Mask 2. The older man's eyes widen in disbelief. "Why you're going to give an outsider your Dakibi mask?" He exclaims, "No way." The older man explains, a Dakibi's mask is basically a Dakibi's power essence. A narration box explains, they give it to their once-in-a-lifetime partner when proposing. He looks at the Dakibi mask in his hands, a puzzled expression on his face. "Why? Are you giving this to me?" Haryu's expression is serious as she explains, "It's the price for saving my life twice." She continues, her voice firm, "And proof that I won't betray you." Jin-hyuk looks at the mask, considering her words. The older man watches them both intently. "But this mask is worth more than that. I feel like there must be another purpose," he says. Haryu's expression hardens slightly. Jin-hyuk's eyes widen slightly as he realizes the implication. "Revenge?" he asks. Haryu's face is shadowed as she recounts, the flames of a burning village reflected in her eyes. "I didn't tell you the details, but my village was burned down." She continues, her voice tinged with sorrow, "To look for survivors, but I couldn't find any." The older man and Jin-hyuk listen intently as Haryu speaks, her back to them. Haryu's voice cracks with emotion as she admits, "I'm probably the last Dakibi. As the last surviving Dakibi." Her eyes glow with a fierce determination. "I tried. I need to avenge my dead kind." Energy crackles around her hands as she pleads, "So please, let me climb the tower." Revenge filled Jin-hyuk's thoughts. She's like me. Haryu's voice dripped with menace. You're dead if you betray me. Jin-hyuk smirked, holding the Dakibi mask. I don't care if I don't have this mask. Jin-hyuk held the glowing cube. Don't think of it as your lifeline or anything. Haryu beamed. Okay, I'm excited to climb with you. Haryu exclaimed, Orabioni. Jin-hyuk looked surprised. Orabioni. Haryu said, whatever. Just call me whatever you want. A mana earring and a mana necklace are displayed, each offering a mana boost and a decrease in mana consumption. A man with spiky black hair remarks that those items are good. Another voice questions the value, dismissing them as just mana. The system declares that the items are perfect for necromancers who use mana to maintain armies, increasing the quality and quantity of summons by 45%. Jin-hyuk asks how long someone is going to stay quiet. Byun asks Jin-hyuk if he thinks she has forgotten his promise to give her a reward. The system displays information about the death observing. The system suggests going somewhere else. The hooded figure observes that the town is so empty. Another character notes that they probably evacuated to the second floor or the forest. The sound of the wave echoes. He speaks. This is good enough, right? Now spit it out. Byun, the death-observing demon, tells him to stop rushing. Purple energy crackles in the air. Haryu stands silently behind the older man, watching. A ring surrounded by pink flames appears. He wonders if it is a ring. Jin-hyuk thinks to himself that he seems really lucky with items today. He holds the ring up, a devil mask hanging from his robes. Let's see. Examining the ring closely, he realizes, wait, this is... The older man demands to know what it is. He is asked what it is. Jin-hyuk holds the ring in his hands, realizing. It's got demonic energy. The older man exclaims, demonic energy? Haryu questions, her tone laced with disbelief. Are you serious, Jin-hyuk? A ring pulses with demonic energy, a preserve of the demons. That can be considered a high-class resource of mana. Usually, in order to obtain demonic energy, you have to become a slave of the demons for it to be granted to you little by little. The difference between having even one to use and none is big. Jin-hyuk holds the ring, a faint purple aura emanating from his hands. The death-observing demon offers a handshake. The death-observing demon says, all right, for an item this great, I can forget about your pranks. The death-observing demon shakes hands with someone. The death-observing demon remarks, seems like you're ready to climb the tower. Haryu exclaims, amazing Orabioni. Peak of all evil is burning up with jealousy. Peak of all evil fumes, his internal monologue revealing his rising anger. He imagines sticking his hand out, flapping it around in a gesture of impatience. Jin-hyuk speaks, offering a handshake with a condition. Without giving me anything, you can bring me a gift too if you want a handshake. Haryu responds, questioning his sanity. Are you trying to rip a demon off right now? You're definitely out of your mind. Peak of all evil's internal monologue reveals his restlessness as he looks through his closet and drawers. He declares, enough. Peak of all evil is thinking, his mind swirling with ideas. He decides. Peak of all evil says he will create a quest. Haryu exclaims, surprised, what? A quest? She asks, her expression incredulous. Are you serious? A text box declares that Peak of all evil will create a quest. The man stands with a purple aura surrounding him as he speaks to another. Ball states that he is kind of surprised. Someone says all right, surprised about this too. The man agrees to do a favor and accept the offer. A text box says that Peak of all evil is shaking their head, claiming that it's too late since they already made a deal. A text box announces Bale's quest, given by Peak of all evil. The quest condition is to make yourself known throughout the tower before you reach the 100th floor. The penalty for failing is that you must start training to become an apostle of Baal. A text box states that the reward if succeeded is that Baal will provide a recipe for anything you want. The contract fee is to shake hands with Baal. The man wonders if he can get a recipe for anything he wants. A text box says that the condition is pretty tough though, making yourself known throughout the tower before you reach the 100th floor. The terms of the quest are laid out. Failure means becoming an apostle of Baal. Success brings an unspecified reward. Bale's lips curl into a sinister smile as he hears the response. The figure extends a hand, accepting the quest. A notification appears, stating that the Peak of all evil is smiling as he shakes your hand. Jin-hyuk wonders what he should do next, as Haryu asks if he is going to the second floor. Choi Kyung-hoon mentions Kim Sung-tae with a sneer. Kyung-hoon states that they will catch Kim Sung-tae and extract information. Baal explains to Vulcan that he needs him to go capture Kim Sung-tae, as Haryu asks if he knows where he is. Baal reveals that he put a spirit soldier on Kim Sung-tae, although he's pretty far away. Choi Kyung-hoon expresses his frustration, stating that he should have been told that first. Vulcan declares that he'll be on his way. They walk through the forest. Jin-hyuk suggested they talk while they walked. New Haryu tilted her head, confused. Pardon. Jin-hyuk held up a mask. He wanted her to tell him more about it. The pair continued their walk through the forest. To put it shortly, the mask allows the user to use their Dakibi abilities. Jin-hyuk held the mask. Aren't the abilities of Dakibi related to charms and supernatural powers? New Haryu confirmed that he was right. New Haryu explained that she could use her supernatural powers. She could also use the ability of foresight to look into the future. Jin-hyuk held the mask. Foresight, that's a little unfortunate. If you were to get an ability, it would have been nice if it helped in battle. The absolute necromancer stands in the forest, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Nu Haryu stares intently, her expression unreadable. Cha Jinhyuk turns his head slightly, questioning, "What are you staring at me for?" Haryu replies, "Nothing, I just think you're a little odd." A flashback begins. An elder sits cross-legged, a glowing orb floating before him as a supplicant kneels in the foreground. The narration states, "They all came to ask the elders that trained this ability." The narration continues, "Ability to look into the future. Most of them were worried about what could happen in the future." Another supplicant, clad in armor, looks on with a worried expression, and did whatever they could to avoid their fate. The narration concludes. Back in the present, Cha Jinhyuk smirks. "Humph, is there a need to avoid it?" He continues, his tone confident. "If there's anything to worry about, can't I just break through it?" Nu Haryu smiles slightly. "That's a relief. I think my ability will suit you pretty well." She explains, "My ability is battle foresight. It's an ability specialized for battle." Haryu tilts her head, a playful glint in her eyes. "How is that? I'm useful, aren't I?" She is embraced tightly by Cha Jinhyuk. Nu Haryu whispers, "That's perfect." Her eyes widen, a blush creeping across her cheeks as surprise washes over her face. Cha Jinhyuk smiles, his eyes gleaming with affection. "I'm glad that it's you. No, you're the best." A voice echoes in the darkness, speaking of Sword Star, Bow Star, the Great Thief, the Godly Spear, as shadowy figures lurk in the background. Cha Jinhyuk's thoughts drift to the 9-star, known for specializing in combat. A voice muses, "I might have a chance if we fought." Nu Haryu's face flushes again, her expression a mix of surprise and happiness. She whispers, "Thank you." Floating text boxes appear, one declaring, "Peak of all evil is taking photos," and another noting, "Nine-tailed fox is smacking her lips." Cha Jinhyuk and Nu Haryu stand face to face, a silent understanding passing between them. He is immediately met with hostility. "Ball, you stalker. Get out of here." Cha Jinhyuk barks, his expression a mix of anger and annoyance. A sound effect echoes as Ball takes a step forward. Ball apologizes, his tone subdued. "Sorry, I just..." Cha Jinhyuk glances at Nu Haryu, a silent question passing between them. Ball continues, eager to assist. "No, I'm just glad that I can help." Holding up a mask radiating a faint purple aura, Ball offers. "Anyways, I'll make sure you get this mask's worth. I'll help you get your revenge." Nu Haryu expresses her gratitude, her voice soft. "Thank you. Once again, I hope the best for both of us." Nu Haryu affectionately calls out, "Orabioni." Meanwhile, a figure shrouded in shadows expresses their annoyance. "Umph, umph." The hooded figure commands, "Look, stop struggling." The hooded figure taunts, "Your friends have all left you and run away." The hooded figure concludes, their voice laced with anticipation, "Just wait until my master arrives." The absolute necromancer grips the captive, his voice laced with menace. "Do you know how hard it is to hold you like this without killing you?" Cha Jinhyuk's eyes narrow, his grip tightening. "Where the hell is that asshole right now?" Haryu watches, a hint of curiosity in her crimson eyes. "Oh, you managed to get him." The absolute necromancer's voice booms with frustration. "Where the fuck have you been? Do you understand how hard it was to keep him still?" Cha Jinhyuk turns his attention to Vulcan, his gaze piercing. "Oh, you tried to run away? Vulcan, get out of the way." The air crackles with unseen energy. Vulcan's eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping his lips. The absolute necromancer extends a hand, offering the sword back to Vulcan. "Now, I'll give you your sword back. But where do you want me to put it?" Cha Jinhyuk's eyes gleam with dark amusement. "Whether I put it in your hands or in your stomach, it all depends on how you answer my questions." The absolute necromancer's voice hardens, demanding answers. "You're going to tell me everything you know about the White Swallow Guild. Start." Vulcan, his face contorted in fear, begins to speak. Starting. Meanwhile, the moon hangs heavy in the night sky, casting long shadows across the land. A voice declares that they will be taking their leave. Another voice responds, telling them to go ahead. Cha Jinhyuk watches someone leave. Ball asks if he is letting him go. The absolute necromancer replies that he is going to destroy his guild anyway. Ball wonders about the Holy Kingdom-affiliated guilds, suggesting that many small guilds are probably working with them. Jinhyuk adds that between the 10th and 200th floors, there are a lot of small guilds. Jinhyuk states that if he wants to crush all of them, he can. A voice says that it'd definitely get pretty. Haryu suggests that it could work in their favor. She asks if they are talking about Bale's quest. Two figures discuss a book. One says that it would give them a good chance to clear the quest too. A voice says, "Now then." Jinhyuk, a sinister smile playing on his lips, asks why they don't start heading to the 10th floor. At the 2nd floor safety zone, people whisper that those people are the ones that cleared the wave. Someone else confirms that it was only the two of them, while another claims to have heard there were three. Someone shouts to look, there. A voice exclaims that they are coming. One of the onlookers wonders what they are seeing. Another speculates if it's a ghost mask. The masked figures stand silently, their glowing purple eyes piercing through the darkness. An accuser shouts, declaring that the masked figure is the one who cleared the wave. Demands for the masked figure's name echo through the chamber. The name Cha Jinhyuk is mentioned. A quest appears, tasking the figure to make themselves known throughout the tower before reaching the 100th floor. The penalty for failure, training to become an apostle of Baal. The masked figure begins to speak, a heavy anticipation filling the air. The figure declares that their name is Ghostface. A voice echoes, promising revelation. The figure declares his identity, Ghostface. The reveal draws a surprised reaction from the assembled group. Baal demands an explanation. Vulcan hesitates, questioning the situation. Vulcan wonders if Ghostface committed a crime before coming to the tower. Ghostface muses that hiding one's face or identity within the tower is common, and he is sure he has their attention with the news about the wave and his mask. Kane Pellin urges Vulcan to leave, stating they have plenty to do. Someone shouts for them to stop and wait. He left. 9-Star, Vulcan, and Haryu stand before a screen displaying the number of warriors. Vulcan observes the screen, remarking that the task looks manageable. 9-Star turns to Vulcan, asking if he could take care of the quest. 9-Star's expression hardens as he says, "Don't tell me." 9-Star continues, asking if he wants him to bring those things alive. Vulcan replies that if he can, he should bring Haryu's too. A voice declares the need to experiment with demonic energy, requesting a quick return if anyone intends to watch. Another voice shouts in frustration, warning against using all of the demonic energy. A question hangs in the air. Is it okay to clear the quest? Vulcan stands beside Haryu, his expression unreadable as he asks if she likes this. He adds that if she doesn't, she can go get them herself, stating he isn't forcing her. The pair remains in the forest, the air thick with anticipation. The camera focuses on their feet, the forest floor a carpet of green. Vulcan's thoughts betray his excitement. He muses on being able to use demonic energy like this. A grin spreads across his face as he declares he will see how well this works. Demonic energy swirls around Vulcan's hand, a dark and potent force. He thinks of the power of demons, one of the 4 great species. The demonic energy coalesces into a swirling vortex of dark power. He observes the swirling purple energy, muttering that this is it. Vulcan holds the demonic energy in his hand, ready to unleash it. A voice cries out, "Orabioni." Haryu watches with concern. A voice shouts that there's a kobold in the brush. Vulcan prepares to launch the demonic energy. The kobold lord charges towards him, eyes glowing red. Vulcan grins, thinking this is perfect. He wonders why they don't test this out on the kobold. Vulcan shouts to go. Demonic exposure. The demonic energy hurtles towards the kobold lord. The demonic energy hurtles toward him, a swirling vortex of purple malice. Haryu gasps, surprised. He dodged it. Vulcan smirks, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. No, it's an attack that doesn't need to make impact. The kobold lord grits his teeth, feeling the demonic energy wash over him. He strains against the invisible force, his face contorted in pain. Haryu looks at Vulcan, concern etched on her face. Demonic energy is a savage power. Vulcan's expression darkens. Those who are unqualified for it can't handle it. The pair watches as the demonic energy continues to wreak havoc. Vulcan adds, even if it just grazes them. The demonic energy pulses, a malevolent blue flame consuming all it touches. This is the important part. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's voice echoes, resolute. If I imbue demonic energy into a spirit. He holds his hands out, a swirling vortex of blue and purple flames dancing between them. A stronger spirit soldier is born. Demonic energy swirls and condenses in Jinwoo's hands, crackling with raw power as he attempts to mold it. The soul collapses under the strain, the dark sphere imploding as tendrils of purple energy lash out. He curses, realizing the energy is too potent. Realizing the soul can't handle the intensity, Jinwoo decides to reduce the density of the demonic energy, hoping to find a more manageable level. He focuses, channeling his power to reduce the demonic energy from a 10 to a mere 1, a shadowy figure beginning to take shape within the swirling mass. The process complete, Jinwoo smiles, a pink aura briefly illuminating his hands as he gazes at his creation. The kobold lord is now completely enveloped in the demonic energy, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light as the transformation takes hold. Harry looks up at Jinwoo, surprised. You did it. It seemed pretty difficult. A voice echoes, surprised by how easy it was for Jinwoo, since there aren't many people that can handle pure demonic energy other than demons. Byun, the death-observing demon, watches from the shadows, a faint red glow emanating from her form as she takes in the scene. The disembodied voice continues, musing on the simplicity of the process. I'm sure no one knew how simple it was to use it. Harry looks at Jinwoo, her expression thoughtful. Oh, was that formed with demonic energy? The voice expresses amazement as the demonic energy fuses perfectly with its target. Amazing. Looks like it's perfectly fused. He explains that a spirit soldier imbued with demonic energy could be called a demon soul soldier. Vulcan considers the concept. It's not too bad, he thinks. Vulcan chuckles, stating that it's perfect considering Jihyuk is his student. Jihyuk wonders if that means he needs to imbue every captured soul with demonic energy. He thinks this is going to be difficult to use on the field. A thought stops him. Vulcan wonders if there is any need for him to summon them himself. Vulcan acknowledges his skill when it comes to summoning. Vulcan admits that Jihyuk is more proficient than he is. Vulcan continues, saying that Jihyuk's ability to command and position summons during battle is excellent too. Vulcan clears his throat, remarking that it looks like Ji-hyuk is finally respecting his teacher. Demonic energy swirls around Vulcan. Cha Ji-hyuk expresses his frustration. Purple demonic energy swirls as it is channeled into an unseen target. A voice cries out, demanding, "What are you doing?" Cha Ji-hyuk, his eyes gleaming with violet light, states, "If I imbue demonic energy into your soul." The demonic energy intensifies, swirling around a central point. A voice questions, "Won't the spirit soldiers that you summon automatically become demon soul soldiers?" The Kobold Lord's face contorts in anger, his eyes wide with disbelief. He retorts, "Oh, since your soul is stronger than a kobold soul, I'll be using all the demonic energy." The Kobold Lord's rage intensifies, his voice booming as he shouts, "Cha Ji-hyuk." Cha Ji-hyuk and the new Dakibi stand before a swirling portal of demonic energy, the air crackling with power. The new Dakibi gasps, her eyes widening in surprise. "Orabioni. He's..." A disembodied voice echoes, "Don't overreact. The first spirit master won't die from something like this." The Kobold Lord's face is twisted with fury, his voice a guttural snarl. "I'll grind you up and drink you for breakfast." Cha Ji-hyuk. Cha Ji-hyuk smiles, a glint of challenge in his eyes. "If you become strong enough to challenge me, I'll welcome it." The demonic energy continues to swirl, a vortex of raw power. Dark energy swirls ominously. The dark energy crackles with contained power. The energy coalesces into a vaguely humanoid form. The figure stands silhouetted against the swirling darkness. The All-Master states, "My greatest demon soul soldier." The Kobold Lord's hair flares with demonic energy as he hears, "Is you." Vulcan's stern visage appears. Cha Jin-hyuk's expression hardens as he declares, "You made a mistake, Cha Jin-hyuk." Vulcan, his face etched with disapproval, booms, "For making a summon that's stronger than you." The demon behind Vulcan snarls, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy, as Vulcan finishes, "That was your greatest mistake as." The declaration echoes, stating that someone is a necromancer. Haryu, holding a mask, asks if someone is angry. A figure with horns covers his face with his hand. The masked figure thinks that he was in need of an opponent who could match him with the mask on anyways. A voice declares, "My greatest demon soul soldier." The absolute necromancer smirks, a glint in his purple eyes. Vulcan stares intensely, a purple aura emanating from him. A voice warns, "You made a mistake." The speaker is revealed to be Cha Jin-hyuk. The voice continues, "For making a summon that's stronger than you." A figure screams in agony, surrounded by purple energy. The voice booms, "That was your greatest mistake as a necromancer." A demon girl asks, "Are you angry?" Cha Jin-hyuk responds, "Good." The voice declares, "I was in need of an opponent who could match me with the mask on anyways." A monstrous visage with glowing purple eyes and jagged teeth fills the panel, radiating an aura of dark power. A man with a sinister grin, identified as Cha Ji-hyuk, exclaims that Cha Jin-hyuk is just as he wanted. The All-Master declares he will show the demon soul soldiers that he can call upon. A figure stands amidst swirling purple energy, the manifestation of the demon soul soldiers taking shape around him. The absolute necromancer commands his demon soul soldiers to heed his call. Surrounded by the spectral forms of his summoned soldiers, a dark purple aura emanates from Cha Jin-hyuk. Seen from behind, the All-Master stands as the demon soul soldiers materialize around him, their forms crackling with dark energy. The monstrous visage reappears, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. A woman with short black hair and small horns looks on in shock, realizing that he used the powers of the mask. The demon soul soldiers materialize, their forms shimmering with an ethereal glow. The demon soul soldiers take shape, their monstrous forms ready to obey their master's commands. The woman observes that the demon soul soldiers are slower than before, as Cha Jin-hyuk stands surrounded by his summoned forces. He wonders if his demon soul soldiers are moving slower than before. A voice echoes, declaring that this is the world that Haryu is able to see. The scene shifts to a burst of energy. A masked figure looms, wreathed in power. The entity's face is bisected, half-shadowed and half-illuminated. A man's face registers shock and disbelief. The voice continues, stating that it might be like this now. The masked figure's fist clenches as the voice reveals, "I used to be called the Death Star." A fist hurtles forward, crackling with energy. The fist continues its trajectory, the knuckles white with strain. A figure in a white shirt and dark pants unleashes a devastating kick. The force of the blow sends the entity reeling. He commands them to calm down and follow his orders. The entity, a demon soul soldier, smirks. Someone shouts, calling out to an old man. Two figures walk away from the scene. A voice assures that souls like him won't die from physical attacks like that. The entity coughs. A voice states that only applies to normal people. He says that it hurts when they punch him. A woman asks if he just used the mask's power. The entity says that it felt like everything was slower than him. The entity smiles. He reflects on the recent phenomenon, recalling how it felt like he briefly became the greatest martial artist. The new Dakibi suggests it was merely a side effect, perhaps from the skill failing. Deathstar questions if it was just a side effect. The new Dakibi reiterates that it was a side effect. Deathstar wonders what the mask is supposed to do, then. The new Dakibi explains that it serves as battle foresight. Death Star thinks that he should have been able to see their future actions too. If you ask, the new Dakibi says. Death Star thinks that he just kinda does it. He just does it, the new Dakibi thinks. He forgot that she must be considered a genius even among the Dakibis, Death Star thinks. He considered that even if he asked her to teach him, it would be difficult for her. The new Dakibi looks at him, concern etched on her face. She asks if he is alright and why he would think that. A visual representation of a special ability is shown, with a description of the side effects, headaches, and dizziness. Death Star thinks to himself that the limitation applies to him as well, and he can't use foresight whenever he wants. Death Star explains that he was worried since she wasn't even able to activate the skill. The new Dakibi waves her arms, stammering that that's. She clarifies that that's not what she meant, and she's sure he will be able to use it soon, calling him Orabioni. Death Star looks down, lost in thought. He thinks to himself that he was too excited about becoming unbelievably strong on the second floor. The new Dakibi says that she thinks she's fine now, thanking him. Death Star pats her head, saying no, of course. Cha Ji-hyuk, surrounded by a purple aura, thinks to himself that he miscalculated, and it felt like everything was going his way. He sat hunched over, a dark aura swirling around him. A voice declared, I, the greatest spirit master. Cha Ji-hyuk, still in his seated position, wondered, how did I get to this point? He paused, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. Haryu looked on, her expression unreadable. The scene shifted to show Haryu, standing near Cha Ji-hyuk. Haryu exclaimed, thank you. Unlike that asshole, you're here to make me feel better. Haryu stood over Cha Ji-hyuk, pointing a finger at him. Haryu remarked, seems like we need you, to bring back more. A voice echoed, kobolds. Since we need one more, he'd better bring one before I turn his soul into a spirit orb and eat it. The voice continued, was what he said. Cha Ji-hyuk's face was etched with concern as he muttered, how? A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. How did this happen to me? The system announces, quest complete. All kobolds and kobold warriors have been defeated. The hooded figure stands amidst shadowy forms, their presence radiating an ominous aura. The system declares the third floor cleared, the hooded figure's progress continuing. The hooded figure's face is partially visible, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. The system announces the fourth floor cleared, the hooded figure's hand adorned with a ring that pulses with dark energy. A figure with crimson hair stands silhouetted against a bright light, their expression hidden in shadow. The figure's legs are shown, the scene filled with a sense of foreboding. A close-up reveals a red eye, filled with an intense and unsettling gaze. A sinister smile spreads across the figure's face, hinting at dark intentions. A voice whispers, hey, have you heard the rumors? About that guy who calls himself Ghostface. Another voice responds, yeah, looks like it's been 3 days since he entered the forest on the 5th floor. Looks like the kobolds were all he could handle. He explains that from the 5th floor onwards, goblins that can use something will appear. The hooded figure continues, stating that strong poison needles will start to spawn. A hand glows with blue energy. The hooded figure stands amidst the forest, surrounded by a faint blue aura. The hooded figure's expression is obscured by the shadows of his hood. A goblin clings to a tree branch, its eyes gleaming in the dim light. The goblin's hand grips the rough bark of the tree. Another goblin, perched on a rocky outcrop, brandishes a crude weapon. The goblin hangs from a tree branch, its weapon ready. A poison needle is launched with deadly force. The poison needle streaks through the air, leaving a trail of blurred motion. The poison needle continues its flight, a silent threat in the forest. She stands, sword drawn, ready for a fight. A voice echoes, filled with rage. You dare. Haryu's expression hardens, her eyes narrowed with determination. A goblin cries out in fear. KKYK. A dark figure emerges from the shadows, its eyes glowing menacingly. The dark figure lunges, shrouded in purple energy, claws extended. A burst of purple energy explodes outward. The dark figure raises a hand, channeling more dark energy. The dark energy intensifies, crackling with power. The dark figure's attack surges forward, a wave of pure malice. Haryu, bathed in a red aura, deflects the attack. A voice says, you did well stopping it, Haryu. Another voice groans, he tried to attack you. The older man states that he should have cut him down himself, addressing Haryu. He pauses, something seeming off to him. That cruel smile of hers. Haryu holds a sword, wondering what the hell it is. Haryu is asked if she is okay, her expression unreadable. A hooded figure stands amidst a forest, surrounded by swirling red and purple energy. A woman with small horns on her head responds with a shaky affirmation. A disembodied voice wonders why they are holding a sword and laughing. A figure tells Haryu that she has waited a long time. A close-up reveals a character with piercing purple eyes, staring intently. A man with a sinister grin declares that there will be a monster wave. A voice questions if there will be a monster wave. The scene shifts to the 4th floor, the night before they entered the 5th floor, with a crackling campfire illuminating the darkness. Around a campfire, a figure explains that from the 5th floor onwards, there will be goblins instead of kobolds, and they will also need to obtain the Goblin Slayer achievement. A voice echoes in the darkness, questioning if the Lord Monster will be hunted again. The absolute necromancer stands with the new Dakibi, who insists that he can't hunt it just because he wants to, as no one knows when it'll appear or on which floor. The absolute necromancer questions if there is even a need to hunt the goblin lord. The absolute necromancer explains that he knows the method to manually create a wave. The absolute necromancer emphasizes the word manually. The new Dakibi, surprised, asks if he can create a wave. The absolute necromancer explains that if a method like that existed, a rumor would have spread within the tower, but he found out about it by chance. The absolute necromancer recalls a crack appearing while he was climbing the tower, wondering if it was on the edge of the 3rd or 400th floor. The absolute necromancer states that he discovered it then, as a skeletal figure stands behind him. The absolute necromancer explains that it's on every floor. The absolute necromancer reveals that there is a central area that spawns monsters. The absolute necromancer explains that if you find it and keep channeling your mana into it, it produces monsters similar to that of a monster. He is told that he must have received some benefits from it without others knowing. Haryu replies that it's her first time trying it. A text bubble below states that the monsters on the 300th floor and above are on another scale as compared to goblins. A group of monsters is shown. A text bubble states that even if it were the 4 great species, it'd be impossible to just stop the monsters head-on when a wave occurs. Cha Ji-hyuk is told that when it was possible to exploit it, he didn't know, but when he found out about it, he couldn't exploit it. Haryu responds that it's different now. Someone states that they're going to create as many waves as possible to get stronger faster. A street is shown filled with people. The street remains filled with people. Feet step forward. More feet step forward. 2 figures look shocked. One asks if it's an earthquake and notes that it's happening inside the tower. The other tells him to look over there. A wave is coming. A monster wave materializes, and someone exclaims that they've never seen it on the 1st floor before. Goblins are pouring out. A goblin prepares to strike. Someone shouts that it's impossible for it to be a wave. A character questions why the wave is inside the village, noting that there wasn't any notification. Goblins advance, brandishing their crude weapons. A character cries out in pain after being struck. A character shouts a warning. A character urges another to get up, but it's too late. A character realizes they can't move their body, identifying it as the goblin's paralytic poison. Another character, stricken with fear, realizes that the poisoned individual won't be able to move for a while. Cha Ji-hyuk shouts, warning that the enemies are right in front of them, declaring this is the end. A goblin advances, its eyes set on the group. Cha Ji-hyuk laments that he couldn't even get to the 10th floor. He thinks to himself that he would die here. Purple energy begins to manifest around Cha Ji-hyuk. The purple energy intensifies, swirling around him. The energy surges, crackling with power. The purple energy explodes outward. Cha Ji-hyuk suggests that the uninjured guy should take the poison guy to a safe place. A cloaked figure appears, shrouded in shadow. The cloaked figure speaks, uttering the words, "Gu Ghost." The cloaked figure is revealed, wearing a mask with demonic horns. Ghost Face has appeared. Someone who has experienced a wave is also present. A voice cries out that they are saved. Cha Ji-hyuk responds that he'll save them, or whatever. Cha Ji-hyuk demands that others survive and spread rumors about him. A voice commands to awaken and fight, referring to their demon soul. The Kobold Lord shouts, calling someone an asshole and demanding to know why they are taking the demon soul soldiers. The older man tells the Kobold Lord to stop nagging and make more. The Kobold Lord and the older man are in a heated discussion. The demon soul soldier is shown. 3 shadowy figures stand amidst swirling blue flames. A psychic goblin, the text bubble exclaims. Several goblins, adorned with skulls and feathers, stand ready for battle. A man with a determined expression declares, he can attack the soul soldiers. Another man, his face partially obscured, states, I can see that even without you saying it, if we don't get rid of him first. From a rooftop, a figure surveys a horde of enemies, thinking, it'd be impossible to raid. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a dark background. A figure plummets downwards through a building. A close-up reveals a character with a sinister grin and glowing red eyes. A streak of pink energy pierces the air. A figure unleashes a powerful attack, cleaving through enemies with a pink energy blade. Evil energy crackles in the air. Cha Ji-hyuk clenches his fist, a surge of power coursing through him. Behind Cha Ji-hyuk, a spectral silhouette of a demon begins to materialize, its form outlined in ethereal energy. The maw of a monstrous entity opens, its teeth like jagged blades, bathed in purple light. A swirling vortex of purple energy gathers, crackling with dark intent. Gluttony. He thinks to himself, this fire would be able to affect a soul. Cha Ji-hyuk declares, it's a waste to use this technique on a goblin. I'll use it well. Soul fire. The soul fire erupts, casting long, distorted shadows of 3 figures against the walls. The hooded figure praises Haryu. The demon girl responds in kind. The hooded figure encourages Haryu to keep up the good work with the goblin psychic. Haryu grits her teeth, a barely audible sound escaping her lips. The hooded figure's purple eyes glow as he watches Haryu. Haryu's sword begins to emit a vibrant pink light. The pink energy intensifies, crackling around the blade. The sword is now completely engulfed in a blinding pink aura. The energy explodes outwards, distorting the very air around it. A voice declares that her sword is exuding light. The hooded figure thinks to himself that it wasn't an ordinary item, wondering what it could be. A gasp escapes someone's lips. Haryu stands clad in pink glowing armor, her sword radiating power. The pink energy blade hums with power. Cha Ji-hyuk calls out, questioning, Haryu? The hooded figure's mouth opens, revealing sharp teeth. Haryu's horns are visible as she turns her head. Haryu smirks, a predatory glint in her eyes. The pink energy blade crackles with power. The pink energy blade vibrates intensely. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widen slightly. The hooded figure's expression hardens. A surge of pink energy erupts. The energy coalesces around a figure. The figure's sword is exuding light. She knew it wasn't an ordinary item, but what the hell is this? Her eye glows with power. The light intensifies around the figure, revealing horns. The sword pulses with energy. The sword's light flares. The figure asks, Haryu? A close-up reveals Haryu's horns and determined gaze. A sinister smile spreads across Haryu's face. Haryu's sword is ready for battle. The tip of Haryu's sword glows with a fierce, pink light, cutting through the air with incredible speed. Her eyes burn with a purple intensity, teeth bared in a feral grin. The pink beam continues its destructive path, slicing through the building's supports. The structure groans under the assault, the energy beam carving deeper into its core. With a deafening crack, the building begins to crumble, dust and debris raining down. The collapse accelerates, the once proud structure reduced to a heap of rubble. High-pitched shrieks pierce the air as the goblins scatter in terror. A dark figure plummets from the sky, crashing into the earth with bone-jarring force. Another building succumbs to the onslaught, collapsing in a cloud of dust and splintered wood. Flames erupt, consuming the forest in a raging inferno. A massive tree is cleaved in two, the clean cut a testament to the sword's power. She managed to instantly destroy the entire village. The blade of the sword rests on the ground. Haryu's eyes widen. Is that sword? She exclaims. The masked figure grips the hilt of the blade. With a battle cry, the masked figure swings the sword. The blade cuts through the air. Haryu cries out as she is struck. The force of the blow sends Haryu flying backwards. The masked figure speaks. Haryu, it's me, Cha Jin-hyuk. Cha Jin-hyuk demands, do you not recognize me? A surge of pink energy crackles through the air, the scent of ozone sharp and biting. Nu Dakibi, her crimson ponytail swaying, prepares to unleash a devastating strike, the blade of her sword shimmering with lethal pink energy. Wait. The pink energy intensifies, the air vibrating with raw power. With a furious cry, she brings her sword down, the pink energy amplifying the force of the blow. Cha Jin-hyuk, eyes wide with shock, realizes the sheer force behind the attack. She's so strong. The force of the impact sends Nu Dakibi hurtling backward, the wind whistling past her ears as she loses her footing. A surge of pink energy erupts from the ground, the earth trembling beneath its might. The ground explodes in a shower of debris, the air thick with dust and the smell of scorched earth. The air crackles with residual energy, the vibrations still echoing through the ravaged landscape. Standing amidst the destruction, Cha Jin-hyuk surveys the scene, his expression unreadable. Cha Jin-hyuk. The name Haryu echoes in the air. A telepathic voice cuts through the aftermath, asking if the target is alive and if Haryu is okay. The tone is laced with concern and urgency. Vulcan, perched precariously amidst the rubble, picks up the telepathic signal. He wonders who is reaching out. The telepathic voice continues, relieved that Vulcan seems fine, but still anxious about Haryu's condition. A masked figure, still recovering from the blast, apologizes for being blown away by Haryu's attack. Haryu stands amidst the ruins, her expression unreadable. She thinks to herself that no matter how she looks at it, it feels like. Haryu's face contorts into a wide, unsettling grin. She realizes she is facing the final vanguard that the Dakibis left behind. Vulcan wonders what about the wave. A voice states that most of the monsters died earlier and instructs someone to take care of the rest. A hooded figure, standing amidst the devastation, thinks that right now, Haryu needs to be taken care of. She takes a determined step forward, her intent clear. Leaping into the air, the sword is raised high above her head, ready to strike. A surge of power emanates from her, a battle foresight ability activating. The power intensifies, swirling around her like a protective aura. Her form glows with ethereal energy, a testament to the strength she now wields. The intuition nurtured while climbing those 599 floors is telling her that sword is dangerous, that it'll cut her into pieces. There are no eternal friends or enemies in the tower, she muses, gripping the sword tighter. Although your story is unfortunate, this is the end. I'm sorry, Haryu whispers, steeling herself for the final blow. The energy around her intensifies, a blinding light emanating from the sword. The end is here, she declares, her face a mask of grim determination. Orbioni. She cursed under her breath, a close-up of her eye revealing the turmoil within. Why was she hesitating? A hand, wreathed in blinding light, reached out. A figure stood silhouetted against a backdrop of violet energy, a silent exclamation mark hanging in the air. The energy intensified, focusing on the figure's legs. A face, contorted in what could be pain or disbelief, uttered a silent plea. Don't tell me. The realization dawned on Haryu. Battle foresight? A manic laugh erupted from her throat, a chilling sound that echoed through the void. Kuhaha. A scream tore through the air, a sound of pure agony. A figure plummeted downwards, lost in the abyss. A choked cough escaped their lips. A hand, stained with blood, grasped at the ground, fingers digging into the cold stone. A surge of power, a primal force unleashed. Awake. She stares intensely, a dark aura swirling around her, as if preparing to unleash a powerful force. From the depths, skeletal hands claw their way into existence, glowing with an eerie purple energy. The ground trembles as more skeletons rise, their bony forms illuminated by the spectral light. Those who are sleeping amidst the rubbles are awakened by the hooded figure standing amidst the newly formed skeletal army, a silent commander of the undead. The wave goblins are summoned, their empty eye sockets burning with malevolent intent. A voice booms, commanding the skeletal horde to Geo. A man shouts, declaring, "My skeleton goblin soldiers." Haryu cries out, "Stop, Haryu!" The skeletons surge forward, a tide of bone and purple energy crashing against an unseen foe. Her eye flares with crimson light, a reflection of the chaos she has unleashed. The red glow intensifies, a burning inferno contained within a single, focused gaze. She stands amidst a swirling vortex of pink energy, her skeleton goblin soldiers poised to strike. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widen. He didn't even see the slicing of the skeleton soldiers. Choi Kyung-hoon grits his teeth, wondering if she used her battle foresight. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes glow red as he thinks to himself that she's too strong, and how he can win against someone like that. The air crackles with magical energy. The skeleton soldiers surge forward, their pink energy intensifying. A nearby building crumbles under the assault, the sound of splintering wood and shattering stone echoing through the air. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression shifts to one of shock. Something seems off to Cha Ji-hyuk. Haryu stands amidst the destruction, her expression unreadable. Is she tired or something? Haryu clutches her head, a grimace of pain contorting her features. There's something wrong with her. Cha Ji-hyuk realizes that it is the rebound that Haryu was talking about. If that's the case, he realizes that he has a chance to make sure Haryu can't use her battle foresight anymore. Haryu prepares to attack, energy radiating from her sword. Cha Ji-hyuk jumps towards Haryu, ready to engage. Haryu coughs, indicating she has been struck. The camera focuses on Haryu's red hair. Cha Ji-hyuk glances back at Haryu. Cha Ji-hyuk taunts, asking if she is not going to come at him. Haryu attacks with her sword, energy crackling around her. Cha Ji-hyuk glances back, his expression unreadable. Cha Ji-hyuk unleashes a magical attack. A voice cries out, "Awake," as the goo ghost awakens. The new Dakibi leaps forward, her sword raised, ready to strike the goblin zombie. A goblin zombie snarls, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The goblin's paralytic poison drips from the goblin zombie's tail. Cha Ji-hyuk smirks, confident in his assessment. Haryu grits her teeth, sweat beading on her brow. I don't think you'd be able to dodge it without your battle foresight, though. Crimson energy crackles around the new Dakibi, her expression intense. Cha Ji-hyuk looks up, his gaze fixed on something above. The sharp edges of a wall jut out, hinting at a dangerous environment. He leaps forward, propelled by an unseen force. The new Dakibi is awake, her sword drawn and ready. A foot presses down, the weight of the step emphasized by the visual effects. A monstrous voice booms, declaring, "Goblin zombie." The new Dakibi prepares to strike, her eyes glowing with power. Cha Ji-hyuk smirks, revealing his plan. The goblin's paralytic poison. A voice declares that the poison will be lethal when hit, even for a Dakibi. Another voice wonders if they can dodge it without their battle foresight. The new Dakibi grits her teeth, her expression a mix of anger and determination. Surrounded by enemies, she unleashes a piercing scream. A weapon is readied. The new Dakibi prepares to strike. Her foot blurs with speed. A monster bares its fangs. The new Dakibi lunges forward, a crimson aura enveloping her form. The new Dakibi is ready to attack. Cha Ji-hyuk clicks his tongue in annoyance. The new Dakibi strikes with deadly force. She faces an opponent, the man lunging forward with his blade. The hooded figure continues his assault, the sword arcing towards the new Dakibi. The blade cuts through the air, a crimson streak marking its path. The sword descends, aimed at the new Dakibi. The blade slams into the ground, narrowly missing its target. The new Dakibi retaliates, launching a counterattack against the hooded figure. A chilling laugh echoes through the air. Kaya-ha! The new Dakibi's eyes widen, a manic grin spreading across her face. The hooded figure is sent flying backward, defeated by the new Dakibi's power. The new Dakibi strikes again, the force of the blow sending the hooded figure reeling. The new Dakibi stares down at her defeated foe, a look of surprise on her face. The world spins for the new Dakibi, her vision blurring. Choi Kyung-hoon smiles, revealing his plan. Without the rebound from using battle foresight, this would have been an impossible plan. The poison dart strikes the new Dakibi. Choi Kyung-hoon declares that he will shoot her with a poison dart through himself from her blind spot. The new Dakibi cries out in pain. Choi Kyung-hoon catches the new Dakibi, who is now unconscious. He sighs in relief. He thinks to himself that he barely got her. The feeling in his hands is slipping away. He stands over the unconscious new Dakibi, a zombie-like figure behind him. Is the paralytic poison kicking in? The zombie is ordered to bring something. Choi Kyung-hoon speaks of the poison dart. A close-up reveals the poison dart. A hand glows with purple energy. Choi Kyung-hoon has obtained paralytic poison tolerance. Choi Kyung-hoon speaks to Haryu. Choi Kyung-hoon and the zombie stand over the unconscious new Dakibi. The new Dakibi thinks that someone has a real annoying power to deal with. A dreamscape of a pink sky, a moon, and a sword. The new Dakibi falls through the dreamscape. She finds herself in a surreal, red-tinged space, a large sword clutched in her hand. The new Dakibi wonders where she is, questioning if she is the owner of the sword this time. A figure looms in the background, bathed in the crimson light. The new Dakibi hears the words, Dragon Slayer Sword. The new Dakibi is confused. The red-haired figure smirks, declaring that she is just a kid. The new Dakibi demands to know who he is, questioning if he is a Dakibi. The figure responds, stating that she is half wrong and half right. The new Dakibi asks what he means. The red-haired figure warns the new Dakibi about something. He ominously declares that there will be a next time. The red-haired figure expresses displeasure at being awakened without preparation. He vows to devour someone. A close-up reveals a sharp, red eye. A man carries a pink-haired woman, while Cha Ji-hyuk follows behind, annoyed that she seems to be awake. The man asks if she is awake. Someone wonders where they are. They are told that they are in the village on the 6th floor, having just arrived from the 5th floor. The group finds themselves in the 6th floor safety zone. The man asks the pink-haired woman if she remembers what happened. The word upsetting hangs in the air. A wooden door stands closed. A woman is sitting on a bed, while a man and Cha Ji-hyuk stand nearby. Someone mentions checking over their equipment and stamina on the 6th floor, before moving straight onto the 10th floor. Within the tower, a big city is located on every 10 floors, as indicated by the tower's display. To enter the city, one must fight a boss monster. Cha Ji-hyuk acknowledges that he knows about the Great Orc Warrior, but solely considering its battle power, it's basically a lord. Monster. New Dakibi states that as soon as they're healed, they're all going to go. New Dakibi firmly states, no. From now on, they're going to move, Cha Ji-hyuk explains. Independently from us. New Dakibi exclaims, confused, asking what they mean by Orabioni, and if they are abandoning her. Kim Sung-tae asks if she doesn't remember what happened on the 5th floor during the wave. Lying in bed, New Dakibi says that her memories end at a certain point. New Dakibi states that her sword is a demon sword with a skill comparable to the ego sword. It devours your mind while granting you incredible powers. New Dakibi, looking shocked, retorts, you attacked me after I lost my reason. If you depend on an unstable power. A man sits on the edge of a bed, lost in thought. So this is your homework. Without depending on that sword's power, climb up to the 10th floor on your own. A man's eyes widen, reflecting on the words. You mean, I have to become stronger? Instead of depending on this unstable power? New Dakibi, with a determined look, says, all right, I'll definitely become strong enough to become your worthy teammate. The man with the bandage on his face smirks. Cha Ji-hyuk walks through a crowded street with another man. The absolute necromancer states that there's no need to advertise the fact that he is a Dakibi when he's journeying alone. Cha Ji-hyuk tells Kim Sung-tae that there's no need to rush, as he has some matters to attend to on the 10th floor and will be there for a while. The absolute necromancer thinks to himself how sad it is. Cha Ji-hyuk tells the man that he will catch up to him soon. The man replies that he will be waiting. However long it takes. Cha Ji-hyuk stands with Kim Sung-tae. Feet walk on a stone path. A few days later, the dust settles over a devastated landscape. The 9th floor of the dungeon is littered with the bodies of goblins. A hulking goblin struggles to its feet, its eyes burning with rage. The goblin roars, its voice a guttural challenge. The goblin sneers, you're just big. The absolute necromancer, Cha Ji-hyuk, launches a kick, his foot wreathed in purple energy. You're no different from a goblin. He follows up with another kick, the force of the blow sending the goblin staggering backward. Leaping into the air, Ji-hyuk prepares for a final, decisive strike. The goblin's eyes widen in terror as the absolute necromancer descends. With a final, devastating kick, Cha Ji-hyuk slams into the goblin, the impact echoing through the dungeon. A goblin is defeated. The masked figure is told that they are getting the hang of it, but they shouldn't forget to extract their soul. They need orc demon soul soldiers. Creating waves is just part of their natural routine. The masked figure asks what the other is complaining about. The other responds that they are actually enjoying it. The figure states that they can't believe how cold the other is, and that they've never once mentioned anything about Haryu. Cha Ji-hyuk asks what the other is talking about. The figure responds that they wouldn't have accepted her as an ally if they thought she'd fail. She's strong. She'd do whatever it takes to get her revenge. The quest to defeat orcs is at 997/50. Cha Ji-hyuk states that the manual wave must have been insufficient, and that he still needs a couple more. The figure yells that they can't believe it, asking if the other has no respect for their elders, and if they do not have parents. The figure states that they don't. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression softens as he considers the situation. A memory surfaces. A young Choi Kyung-hoon, standing with other orphans, declares, "I'm an orphan raised in an orphanage." Choi Kyung-hoon was from the same. The realization dawns on Cha Ji-hyuk. The younger Choi Kyung-hoon stands defiant. Cha Ji-hyuk acknowledges, "All right, I get what you're going through." A voice wonders, "What the hell is that reaction?" A thought bubble declares, "The fact that you're an asshole. Can't ph. This is how I normally act." Another bubble offers, "Come here. Let me give you a hug." A spiky bubble retorts, "Go away. I hate receiving pity." An accomplishment is cleared. ORC Slayer. A surge of power emanates. The words 10th floor are displayed prominently. The absolute necromancer and Choi Kyung-hoon stand in the room of trials. Welcome to. The screen displays the rules of the 10th floor. Defeat the boss monster to enter the heart of the 10th floor, or be forcibly returned to the 9th floor. Cha Ji-hyuk glances at the screen. He remarks that he doesn't think he's ever seen that before. The screen displays the fastest clear records. All within a minute. Choi Kyung-hoon observes that Cha Ji-hyuk's name isn't up there. Choi Kyung-hoon suggests that they break the record today. Cha Ji-hyuk laughs. The absolute necromancer says that sounds like a plan. The screen displays that the test is under preparation. Choi Kyung-hoon asks if they need to get ready for battle. The timer ticks down, showing only 59 seconds remain to defeat the boss. It looks like it's possible. Vulcan instructs Choi Kyung-hoon to use his demon soul soldiers to stop the boss from moving once it spawns. Choi Kyung-hoon replies that he will get it ready. Cha Ji-hyuk, surrounded by shadowy figures with glowing purple eyes, asks why they don't do this. The demon soldiers stand ready, their forms wreathed in purple energy. Cha Ji-hyuk crouches low, preparing to unleash his magic. His hands glow with power as he gathers energy. He continues to focus, the air around him crackling with magical energy. A complex magic circle forms, pulsating with a bright blue light. Magic. Spear. Cha Ji-hyuk kneels, the magic spear taking shape in his hands, surrounded by arcs of blue lightning. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Cha Ji-hyuk declares that he will show them the power of an all-master. An enchantment is invoked. Element. Raw elemental energy surges, crackling with power. More enchantments are layered on, piercing and dexterity. Cha Ji-hyuk stands wreathed in power, the enchantments of resilience and lethal taking hold. He smirks, a dark aura swirling around him. He vows to never forget this moment. Another enchantment is cast, demonic energy. The air crackles with violet energy, the demonic power taking form. Shadowy figures coalesce, born from the demonic enchantment. The demonic energy solidifies into a spearhead, ready to strike. A system message flashes. The test will begin soon. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes gleam with anticipation as the countdown begins. The countdown continues, the final test drawing near. He observes the scene with a focused gaze, the air thick with anticipation. A system message appears, declaring the start of the test and the summoning of the Great Orc Warrior. The summoning erupts with a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. A single, menacing eye glows with malevolent red energy. The Great Orc Warrior materializes, a hulking figure wreathed in crimson energy. Cha Ji-hyuk watches as the summoned warrior takes form. He commands, "Go, demon soul soldiers." Dark energy crackles, a prelude to the chaos about to unfold. A demon soul soldier stands ready, its form a grotesque parody of life. The air shimmers with dark magic, a palpable sense of dread filling the space. Cha Ji-hyuk utters a single word, Gungnir. The power of the command reverberates, a surge of energy unleashed. A purple sword is held aloft, crackling with dark energy. A hulking figure with red eyes and spiky black hair looms, its muscles bulging. A figure is struck, the force of the blow sending it reeling. The figure plummets downwards, crashing to the ground. A figure lies prone, sprawled out on the ground. A figure is attacked, the assault relentless. The figure is struck again, the impact echoing through the air. A lone figure stands in a vast room, the silence heavy around him. A digital timer displays the number 96. A message flashes, record broken. You have broken the record for taking the shortest time to complete the 10th floor test. 0.96 seconds. Would you like to enter your name? Ghostface smirks, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. Let's do Ghostface. The digital timer displays a time of midnight. The tower system announces that the 10th floor's clear record has been updated. The new record holder, Ghostface. On the 8th floor, a figure looks up, startled by the announcement. Look! The best record on the 10th floor isn't even a second long, the figure muses. If it's Ghostface. The figure stares at the screen, thinking about Ghostface. Another figure clenches their fist. Face, the wave killer. I'll need to work harder. Choi Kyung-hoon, holding a wooden mug, calls out, Orabioni. A monstrous figure laughs maniacally, a swirling orb of energy in its grasp. Kuhaha. A figure stands with arms outstretched, a purple aura emanating from their body. Another figure stands behind them. To think we would break the records of the 4 great species. One figure says to another, even the greatest spirit masters have yet to do this. Student, does that mean we're the only ones that managed to do it? The figure with the purple aura and another figure walk through a glowing portal. Let's go. We have more to do on the 10th floor. All right, let's hurry up and wait for Haryu. A door swings open with a creak. A fist bumps in the air. Sunlight streams through the windows of a well-appointed office. The floor is covered in a dark patterned carpet. A screen displays information. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes glow with a sinister light as he thinks, Ghost face, huh? The 10th floor. This is the first large city that climbers will visit. And it is where the portal back to Earth lies. Therefore, people who gave up or stopped climbing attained commercial rights and ended up creating the biggest city out of the first 100 floors within the tower. I'll sell. I'll just buy some potions and other consumables. They're lifting the auction ban, but the city's marketplace is still thriving. Well, yeah. There are people who just live ordinary lives here. Auction registration has been completed. You can't buy everything you need from the auction. We're Gold Lich Foods. As he walked through the city, a merchant called out to Cha Ji-hyuk, greeting him with a cheerful, "Hey, mister." A woman standing in front of the Gold Lich and beckoned them closer, inviting them to rest at the establishment. The hooded figure accompanying Cha Ji-hyuk questioned, "Hey, asshole, what's Gold Lich?" A voice responded, I guess you wouldn't know." The Gold Lich Company was described as the top company within the tower, having appeared several years ago. It was revealed that Gold Lich is someone's name, the richest man in the tower. The voice continued, explaining that they don't know his real name, but he possesses unimaginable amounts of gold. It was said that most things that circulate in the tower pass through his hands. The hooded figure then asked if Cha Ji-hyuk didn't have some business to take care of. Cha Ji-hyuk replied, "Yeah, I'm gonna get a sponsor." The hooded figure questioned, "Sponsor?" The voice responded, "You're looking at it right now." Gesturing with a raised finger, Cha Ji-hyuk indicates the logos. The Gold Lich seems taken aback. The Gold Lich is revealed to be the sponsor. Cha Ji-hyuk confirms. He declares his intention to have the Gold Lich as a sponsor. Meanwhile, a smiling receptionist stands ready to assist at the Gold Lich Company. The scene focuses on the entrance to the Gold Lich Company. Anything of monetary value can be sold and bought here. Weapons, loots, potions, information. Here at Gold Lich Company, Cha Ji-hyuk holds a waiting ticket with the number 18 as the Gold Lich stands beside him, a faint purple aura emanating from the Gold Lich. A man introduces himself as Halcyon, stating he is in charge of the third counter. Halcyon stands behind the counter, asking how he may help today. Halcyon asks if he can get the customer's name. A hand reaches out, seemingly rejecting something. Halcyon wonders if this would work. Halcyon holds up a red mask with sharp teeth. A man exclaims about the mask, his eyes wide with shock. The man gasps, seemingly recognizing the mask. Halcyon holds the mask, wondering if there's a reason why he goes around with it. The man asks if it's the mask, then admits that's true. A voice from off-panel instructs someone to verify the payment. A large sack overflows with 3,000 gold coins. The receptionist, his brow furrowed, states that the money was acquired from the waves, questioning what the man intends to purchase with such a sum. Cha Ji-hyuk states his intention, to buy a meeting with the Gold Lich. The receptionist's eyes widen in disbelief. "Sir Gold Lich?" he exclaims. His expression shifts to one of alarm. Is this bastard insane? He wonders. It was true that he was a ruffian outside the tower after all. Cha Ji-hyuk stands calmly, as the receptionist asks what's wrong, reminding him that anything can be bought and sold here. The receptionist, sweat beading on his brow, apologizes, stating that this deal is not possible. She stands behind the counter as Cha Ji-hyuk asks how come. The receptionist explains that there are two reasons. The receptionist states that, first, Sir Gold Lich is busy, and then asks what the second reason is. The receptionist, looking down at a bag of gold, says that this may come off rude. She continues, stating that the money he offered is too little. The camera focuses on the bag of gold. She explains that 3,000 gold is a lot, but it's nothing compared to the value of Sir Gold Lich's time. Cha Ji-hyuk, with a smirk, realizes that it can't be done. He pauses, then apologizes and asks for her to please listen. The receptionist starts to say something. She continues, then Cha Ji-hyuk asks how much he would need to pay for a meeting with the manager there. As he walks away, a voice calls out, telling him that he sure is a horrible person, an asshole. He thinks to himself that he is asking some random employee to meet the head of the company. Ghostface asks what Halcyon did to him. Ghostface asks if he has any other ideas on how he can meet Gold Lich, then he will accept his criticism if he does. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if this is it. Ghostface says that it's Ghostface and tells him to come in. A man sitting in a chair calls him a puppet. The man says it's nice to meet him, Super Rookie. The man asks if he wanted to meet Sir Gold Lich, but it looks like he's not here. He extends his hand, stating that he is sorry, but the money offered is not enough. He then asks how about this. The unknown older man states that he will definitely become his sponsor once he meets him over first. The older man thinks to himself that Cha Ji-hyuk meets him. The older man chuckles, stating that Cha Ji-hyuk is making bets with his arrogance now. Cha Ji-hyuk states that he has heard a lot about the older man. The older man, with his back turned, thinks that it doesn't feel nice to hear Cha Ji-hyuk talk about him. The older man thinks to himself that it is so casually. The older man thinks to himself that with his trait, marionette, he can control the person entangled in his strings at will. The older man thinks to himself that he can. The older man apologizes, stating that Cha Ji-hyuk is going to have to leave. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if it is arrogance. The older man clenches his fist. He declares that he'll wager Cha Ji-hyuk's arrogance as well. Purple energy crackles around the older man as he wonders if this is still not enough. The older man realizes that Cha Ji-hyuk just nullified his skill, a skill that works even on 180th floor climbers. The older man's eyes widen in disbelief. How? Cha Ji-hyuk states, all right. The older man asks what about this? The older man prepares another skill. The older man's hands glow with power. The scene shifts to a view of a body of water. The water ripples gently. The older man says he's sure this is Cha Ji-hyuk's first time. Seeing this, the older man smirks. The words hang in the air, the mind realm. The older man's eyes gleam with an unsettling intensity. A voice echoes, questioning how a 10th floor climber could separate their soul and mind from their body. The question lingers, does he know about the mind realm? The voice continues, certain that he is aware. The older man gestures, explaining that the laws of reality do not apply in this dimension. Cha Ji-hyuk stands beside him, listening intently. A voice declares that one must use their experiences and the strength of their soul to fight. The older man states that if you win against him in a fight, a voice says that they will try to set up a meeting with Sir Gold Lich. Purple energy crackles around the older man. The power of one's experience and soul? The older man concludes that you're no match for him then. Cha Ji-hyuk, the absolute necromancer, states that he is ready. He holds his hands together, a purple aura beginning to emanate from his palms. He asks if they are ready for what comes next. The energy intensifies as he focuses his power. Cha Ji-hyuk smirks, confident that this is a new experience for his opponent. His eyes glow with purple energy as he declares that he is creating an infinite realm. The absolute necromancer explains that he is separating their soul and mind from the body. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if they know about the mind realm. Then he is sure the other party is aware. He explains that the laws of reality don't apply here, in this dimension where one has to use their experiences and the strength of their soul to fight. With eyes glowing a menacing purple, Cha Ji-hyuk states that if he wins in a fight, he'll try to set up a meeting with Sir Gold Lich for the other party. His eyes blazing with power, the absolute necromancer prepares to demonstrate his abilities. Raw energy crackles in the air. Cha Ji-hyuk wonders about the power of one's experience and soul. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he declares that the other party is no match for him then. He asks if they are still unaware. The All-Master speaks of their trait. A burst of energy erupts, accompanied by the defiant declaration that something doesn't work on someone. He plunges into the water, creating a large splash. Cha Ji-hyuk wonders how a 10th floor climber could know about his trait. Kim Sung-ti thinks that he possesses the mental prowess of at least a 100th floor climber. Kim Sung-ti muses that Cha Ji-hyuk might be above a 200th floor climber. Kim Sung-ti states that he will acknowledge that Cha Ji-hyuk is on par. Deeper in the water, Cha Ji-hyuk is surprised. He continues to descend. Cha Ji-hyuk realizes something. He approaches several figures in the water. He appears to be in deep thought, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The camera pans down to reveal rows of puppets standing in formation. A thought bubble appears, questioning their existence. The perspective shifts, offering a wider view of the puppet army, their numbers seemingly endless. Another angle emphasizes the sheer scale of the puppet army, stretching into the distance. A disembodied hand hovers above the puppet army, radiating a purple aura. The text declares them a puppet army. A burst of purple energy crackles, infusing the puppets with power. A man with slicked back hair stands before the puppet army, his hands outstretched. He declares that in the mind realm, experience is strength, and these are the puppets he has created. A close-up of a puppet's head reveals intricate details and glowing purple markings. The text states that in order to climb the floors above the 100th, these puppets are necessary. A close-up of a puppet's chest reveals more of the glowing purple markings. The text states that the product has been remodeled to enhance mana infusion. Cha Ji-hyuk stands before the puppet army, his expression unreadable. The text declares that the puppets are as strong as a 50th floor climber. He grins, declaring that the moment you entered the mind realm has arrived. Cha Ji-hyuk raises his hands, a dark energy swirling around him. The text declares that Ghost Face has already won. He commands his puppet army to advance. The puppet army moves forward, their forms radiating a sinister purple glow. One of the puppets lunges ahead, its movements swift and deadly. A close-up of Cha Ji-hyuk's eye reveals a cold, calculating gaze. The puppet army continues its advance, their attacks relentless. The puppets strike with brutal force, their blows echoing through the mind realm. The puppet army closes in, their numbers overwhelming. A text bubble declares that it's the end. A text bubble assures that injuries sustained within the mind realm will not reflect in the real world. The puppet army surrounds its target, their forms menacing and inescapable. The puppet army unleashes a final, devastating attack. An exclamation hangs in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Cha Ji-hyuk's brow furrows, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Magic? He questions, the word laced with disbelief. The water-like surface ripples, the disturbance spreading like a dark omen. A hooded figure looms, its form wreathed in shadow and crackling with ominous energy. The landscape stretches out, a dark expanse of water reflecting the ominous sky above. The hooded figure stands amidst swirling purple energy, its presence a stark contrast to the desolate surroundings. The ripples intensify, the surface of the water distorting with unseen power. A bead of sweat trickles down Cha Ji-hyuk's temple, his expression a mask of growing concern. Standing on the water's surface, Cha Ji-hyuk surveys the scene, his gaze sweeping over the puppet figures below. It's not as easy as I thought. My puppets. From the shadows, a voice echoes, even if it's the mind realm. The hooded figure's grin widens, a chilling promise in its eyes, materializing a dead person. The hooded figure stands tall, its form radiating dark energy. Takes time. A voice echoes, dismissing the notion of a puppet army. He stands amidst a swirling purple aura, declaring that his opponent hasn't seen what a real army is. The voice continues, stating that this is a good. The hooded figure's purple eyes narrow, a command to observe well. A guttural growl rumbles. Shadowy figures begin to coalesce around the hooded figure, forming a menacing presence. The voice declares, a real army, the moment they entered the mind realm. A sinister smile spreads across the hooded figure's face. The winner has been decided. The hooded figure stands in a pool of dark water, stating that this is the reason for the loss. The voice lists the names of powerful entities, Lich, Dullahan, and others whose names are unknown. The hooded figure questions if they're all boss monsters from beyond the 100th floor, expressing disbelief. One of the monsters wonders just who is present. The question echoes in the air. A voice demands to know who is present. Another voice screams in terror, identifying the hooded figure as Ghostface. A surge of power emanates from the monsters. Ghostface stands before his assembled army, a silent promise of destruction hanging in the air. Fear contorts the man's face as he stares at the approaching army. His terror intensifies as the monsters draw closer. The man's scream is cut short. He gasps, his eyes wide with horror. A voice wonders when they came back here. A figure kneels on the cracked earth, the weight of the situation crushing him. The man stands with his back to the viewer, denying any involvement. He insists that he didn't release the mind realm. Choi Kyung-hoon's face contorts in disbelief. He exclaims, "No way." Choi Kyung-hoon continues to express his disbelief, questioning if he controlled the mind realm. Tears well in Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes as he looks down. Another man stands before Choi Kyung-hoon, reminding him of their bet. He asks if Choi Kyung-hoon has forgotten about it. Choi Kyung-hoon kneels, pleading to be allowed to meet someone. The Gold Lich smiles sinisterly. A letter is passed. Choi Kyung-hoon holds the letter, questioning if it is just this letter. The other man confirms, instructing him to send that to the Gold Lich. Choi Kyung-hoon states that it's not his place to say this since he lost. Choi Kyung-hoon expresses his helplessness, stating that if there's no reply to the letter, there's nothing more he can do. The disembodied voice assures someone, "Don't worry." Choi Kyung-hoon's expression is confident as he states, "There'll definitely be." The Gold Lich's voice echoes, "When I receive a response, I will contact your lodging." A subordinate replies, "Okay." The Gold Lich requests, "Please return safely." The sky darkens as the subordinate suggests, "The sky has already begun to set. Shall we head back to our lodging and rest?" The Gold Lich questions, "What are you talking about?" "We need to head to our next destination." He adds, "Huh? There's somewhere else we need to go to." The subordinate thinks to himself, "Isn't it inefficient?" The Gold Lich wonders aloud, to just sit and wait around until Gold Lich arrives? Since they need to kill time here, they must fulfill their responsibilities as a guild member at the White Swallow Guild House. In the first floor lobby, someone asks, "Yuni, how high have you climbed?" The destination is the 57th floor. "Well, you did say you were going to get new equipment when you hit your quota for this month." A blonde woman tells her companion, "Finish your food and go climb." The blonde woman exclaims, "But I don't understand. Why do they need to stay at the 10th floor lobby?" Someone thinks, "Bastard, would barge into the Holy Kingdom's affiliated guild's main door." A man dramatically enters a room, arms outstretched. A receptionist says, Welcome to White Swallow. What brings you here today?" A close-up reveals the upper torso of a man. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression is one of slight surprise as he utters, "Ah." A thought bubble appears, the words within echoing a sense of disorientation. "Why am I here?" Cha Ji-hyuk smiles, a hint of determination in his eyes. He thinks to himself, raiding the tower is so difficult. He then declares, "I want to join a guild." A voice echoes with fury, questioning the audacity of barging into the Holy Kingdom's affiliated guild's main door. The two receptionists react with surprise as a man stands in the doorway. One of the receptionists welcomes him to White Swallow, inquiring about the purpose of his visit. The man stands before the desk. He expresses his confusion. A voice laments the difficulty of raiding the tower. The man smiles, declaring his desire to join a guild. One of the receptionists remarks that it's just someone who wants to join, expressing her surprise. One of the receptionists tells him to wait, if they recommend a newbie to the guild members. The referrer can obtain a large amount of power. The man is greeted. They ask if he has a referrer or if someone directed him there. Cha Ji-hyuk replies that he does not. One of the women says that he came because this was a large guild's affiliate, and then says nice. He's a beginner who doesn't know anything. The woman asks if he can show them some of his skills then. Skills, huh? One of the women asks if he could lend her a coin. She asks if a coin is okay. Cha Ji-hyuk says all right. With this coin. A coin is shown. The receptionist with the blonde hair exclaims in surprise, Oh my, with his bare hands. The receptionists are amazed. Cha Ji-hyuk says, and I can do some basic magic? The receptionist with the blonde hair asks, magic? Cha Ji-hyuk smiles and says, yes, magic. Cha Ji-hyuk says, I can do basic magic, like lighting a fire like this. The receptionist with the blonde hair says, oh. The receptionist with the blonde hair says, this is amazing. His skills right now aren't what's important. Someone says, yeah, if we get him to learn under us, he might become a tycoon. The receptionist with the blonde hair says, on top of that, he's good looking too. The receptionist with the black hair asks, what? Someone asks, that's your type? Someone says, if I bought this much time. Cha Ji-hyuk smiles and says, soon. A cacophony of noise erupts. The receptionist with blonde hair asks what's going on, while the other receptionist wonders what that sound is. From within the building, someone shouts that something bad has happened. A voice cries out that a spirit monster is going crazy outside. A man shouts that something is being destroyed. A summons is issued for everyone who has climbed above the 50th floor to come out immediately. The receptionist with blonde hair expresses her annoyance at the timing. Someone orders others to wait right there. The receptionist with brown hair says that they'll solve this quickly and come back. The sounds of destruction continue. He stands before a large, ornate door. Cha Ji-hyuk pulls back a heavy, red curtain. He wonders if he should revert back to being Ghostface. Ghostface stands tall, a menacing aura surrounding him. A voice shouts for people to get away from the shopping district as chaos erupts. A warning rings out. It's dangerous. Items get destroyed the moment they get close. The speaker continues, noting that their attacks don't work. The unknown older man groans, resentful. Someone remarks that he's so awkward. Two figures watch with concern. The older man hears someone agree with him. The older man curses Cha Ji-hyuk, saying he hasn't done anything like acting for the past decades. The older man is upset that shame has been brought upon the first spirit master. A voice echoes with unyielding animosity, declaring, I'll never forgive you. The sound of something breaking reverberates. A blur of motion. A face contorted in rage. A glimpse of a red-clad figure. The demon strides forward, her footsteps silent on the unseen floor. She continues her search, the red fabric of her robes swirling around her legs. Another crash echoes. The demon is sent flying, crashing through the air. She thinks, it's not here. The demon wonders, I wonder where it is. Another crash. She remarks on the noise, finding it to be seriously loud, and questions what is happening. The older man expresses his confusion. His eyes widen in alarm. The unknown demon demands to know who he is and how he got in. The sound of something hitting the ground echoes. The older man's hand clenches. He notices the abundance of books, wondering if what he seeks could be among them. The demon states that she is looking for something. She demands a list of the other guilds and their exact locations. The older man thinks to himself that the demon's intention is to find and destroy them, wondering if they think they'll be safe. He asks if she is aware that she is making 2 of the 9 stars her enemy. The unknown demon thanks him for his concern. She questions if this is the time for the older man to be concerned about someone else. The demon threatens that if he doesn't give her the information right now, he might die. The older man gestures weakly. He tells her that the information is over there, on the desk. The desk holds several stacks of papers. The demon thanks the older man for not wasting her time. The demon stands before the desk, her back to the older man. The demon's mask is visible as she holds a document. The document lists the Pelin siblings. The demon muses that these guys are their hands and feet. The demon vows that Cain and Carmen will pay. She declares that one by one, they will be under her feet. The demon vows to slowly destroy them. The death-observing demon appears, a sinister grin spreading across her face. Meanwhile, the unknown older man sits at his desk, a candle flickering beside him as he reads. He reads a report from the 10th floor's branch, wondering if someone is a puppet. A letter hangs suspended by a chain. His eyes scan the document. The man's expression is unreadable. He continues to read the letter. The man wonders, is there a reason for them to send a letter separately when there's the report? The camera focuses on a crest. The man sits at his desk, the letter in his hands. His eyes widen in shock. Ghost face, he thinks. How do you know? He wonders. His face contorts in anger. The man clenches the letter. About. A fire is suspected to be arson. All witnesses are on the scene, but they don't know the arsonist. The man with the white hair believes that prospective recruit is suspicious. The text identifies the White Swallow Guild master as Baghalio. The blonde woman asks what he looked like and what he was wearing. The hooded woman replies that he's a thin male. The description continues, stating that he is a handsome man with a high nose bridge. The two women stand side by side, listening intently. The description shifts, now describing an ugly man with a stumpy nose. The 3 characters stand together, listening to the descriptions. The white-haired man puts a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Cha Ji-hyuk says, no way. A roaring inferno fills the scene, reflected in the eyes of Cha Ji-hyuk. He wonders if it's merely hallucination magic. The camera focuses on a red cloak, the source of the heat unknown. The absolute necromancer stands before a large window, the light casting long shadows across the room. The camera focuses on the back of Cha Ji-hyuk, his shoulders tense. Cha Ji-hyuk announces his return. Valkan, seated in a chair, acknowledges him. Good job, Valkan, he says. Valkan speaks of rumors circulating about a scary ghost. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if he is teasing him. Cha Ji-hyuk turns to Valkan, inquiring what he has been up to. Valkan is asked if he did well without getting caught. He replies that it was lowly magic, but it worked. Valkan smiles, stating that everyone who met him will remember him slightly differently. Cha Ji-hyuk questions why Valkan came back without anything, pressing him about information regarding the other guilds. Valkan responds that having it in his head is enough. Cha Ji-hyuk, with a confident smirk, assures someone that they are the best. The sound of a door being forced open echoes through the building. Cha Ji-hyuk, holding a mug, inquires if room service was requested. A hand reaches out to grasp a heavy, ornate door knocker. Cha Ji-hyuk instructs Vulcan to attack after he counts to 3. A voice begins the countdown, 1. The voice continues, counting to 2, then 3, as spectral chains erupt from the floor. The chains rise, ensnaring an unseen figure in a cage of dark energy. A sharp cry of pain echoes as the chains tighten. Cha Ji-hyuk and Vulcan watch as the chains constrict around their target. A voice whispers a single word, you. The camera focuses on a face, eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. Bound by chains, Halcyon identifies himself, adding that he saw someone at Gold Lich's store. Halcyon continues, stating that Sir Puppet sent him. A voice booms, mentioning that Gold Lich has come to the 10th floor's branch. The speaker wonders where Gold Lich is. The masked figure questions how Halcyon learned about the contents written. The figure commends Halcyon for his arrogance, as well as the guts he has. The figure states that there's a hefty price to pay for showing one's face. The figure continues, declaring that people who know about that can't exist in the tower. The figure stands tall, his back to the viewer. The figure concludes, long time no see. Gold Lich's face fills the view, his purple eyes gleaming with dark intent. A subordinate with blonde hair bows his head. He orders, bring him to my room. He just needs to be breathing. A voice booms in agreement, yes, Sir Gold Lich. A golden armored figure stands ready, spear in hand. The armored figure remains vigilant, the spear glinting in the dim light. A figure with glowing red eyes and dark hair asks, so you want to fight, huh? More armored figures line up, preparing for battle. The order rings out, line up for battle. A voice declares, his attack will break through the blockade. An armored figure advances, commanding, follow me, and the figure with glowing red eyes questions, are you stupidly telling everyone your strategy? A spear thrusts forward with immense force. The armored figures surround a fallen man, steam rising from his body. He stares intently, his purple eyes glowing with an eerie light. The air crackles with unseen energy as preparations begin. Armored figures advance, ready to engage. The masked figure declares, now next. A voice echoes, seeking a challenger. Will you be my opponent? A figure stands ready, shield raised, bathed in a purple glow. The blonde-haired warrior's gaze is intense, focused on the coming battle. Golden coins cascade down, a symbol of the power about to be unleashed. A surge of golden energy erupts, illuminating the scene. The masked figure stands amidst the golden aura, power radiating from him. A close-up reveals an eye widening in realization. That's golden power. The dark figure is surrounded by a shower of golden coins, ready to strike. A surge of power erupts, the force of it palpable. He channels his mana, the golden energy swirling around him. The masked figure watches intently, a single purple eye gleaming. A voice calls out, questioning the display of power. Is that it? Gold Lich. The Gold Lich extends his hand, golden energy crackling around his palm. A voice says, not. A figure reacts with shock. The Gold Lich stands amidst a sea of golden energy, his power growing. The masked figure warns, even if it's you, if you get hit by it, you'll be critically injured. A massive explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. The Gold Lich remains unfazed, the golden aura intensifying around him. He declares that someone is done for. The Gold Lich's expression hardens. Elsewhere, Ghostface confidently states that in a battle of speed, he will be the last to lose. The Gold Lich stands with his back to an unseen figure, holding a golden spear. Choi Kyung-hoon looks shocked. The Gold Lich wonders if Choi Kyung-hoon thinks he'll be able to apprehend him with whatever he has. The Gold Lich holds his spear, stating that if he wanted to, he could kill someone like Choi Kyung-hoon. The Gold Lich's eyes narrow as he declares that no one can kill him. Choi Kyung-hoon retorts that the Gold Lich hasn't heard where he got the information from. The Gold Lich stands before a figure holding a shield, mentioning that they also want to capture him alive. The eyes of Ghostface and the Gold Lich are shown in a split panel, both filled with determination. The Gold Lich commands someone to follow him, leading into a grand hall. He remarks on the grandeur of the room, attributing it to the power of money. Ghostface questions the Gold Lich, seeking confirmation. Golden energy begins to surge from the floor, runes materializing beneath their feet. The golden energy intensifies, crackling with power as it rises. The Gold Lich's golden power completely shuts them off from the outside world. Even gods or demons can't enter this space. Now, the Gold Lich prepares to reveal his intentions. He reveals that the person who told them he was the owner of the auction. The auction system is introduced, a vast network that facilitates the exchange of items within the tower. However, this trade system did not naturally arise within the tower. It was created by someone. And that someone is the Gold Lich. If the truth gets exposed, the foundation of the Gold Lich Company will fall. Now, who the hell told you that I was the owner of? It was a bluff. There's no source. Golden energy crackles around a hand, ready to be unleashed. Golden energy crackles around a golden axe. He stands amidst the swirling golden energy, his expression one of arrogant confidence. The Gold Lich sneers. Having one less arm and leg wouldn't be a huge hindrance to you, right? His face contorts with rage. Golden energy flares. A masked figure is surrounded by golden energy. Golden energy intensifies. A fist crackles with purple energy. A figure stands amidst shattered golden energy, a purple aura surrounding him. His eyes widen in shock. The figure with purple energy stands alongside the masked figure. A soul soldier? Purple energy crackles around his hand. The soul soldier stands before the indigo-haired figure, who states that a spirit master is the only one who can use soul soldiers. The indigo-haired man grins, asking if he is finally recognized. The man holding a mask introduces himself as Creditor William. The soul soldier is shocked, questioning if he was alive. The man yells out that he is Cha Jinhyuk. A flashback shows the raid on the 600th floor, the betrayal of the 9-star, and Bale's gift. The soul soldier is speechless. Cha Jinhyuk contemplates his resurrection. A man with a bowl cut is surprised that they had such a history. The indigo-haired man says he can't believe he's Cha Jinhyuk, and the man with the bowl cut says he was also surprised at first too. His golden eyes narrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The question hung in the air, what's your motive? Kim Sung-tae, seated regally, proposed, I need to use some money from the Gold Lich Company. Let's make a sponsorship-type contract. Cha Jinhyuk, unseen, responded, you're talking about my company, as if it's yours. Kim Sung-tae, from his throne-like chair, declared, it's basically mine. A younger man, standing beside a blue-haired figure, wondered, for someone who couldn't be a wandering merchant. The unseen speaker continued, who was it that sold you loot from the higher levels of the tower? Kim Sung-tae, a sinister smile playing on his lips, stated, the Gold Lich Company, and the largest shareholder. The unseen speaker mused, that arrogance. It really feels like I'm talking to the Cha Jinhyuk, unseen, questioned, I really am though? Cha Jinhyuk, his expression unreadable, finished, even if you're the real Cha Jinhyuk. If it's a contract, you need to give me something too. The absolute necromancer's lips curve into a sinister smile. He states that he has summarized and deduced all the information he's gathered up until now, and will decide on a price after listening. 9-star grins, his yellow eyes gleaming with anticipation. A voice from the shadows reveals that 9-star planned to deceive him, implying the existence of a mastermind. A pair of figures stand side by side, their expressions unreadable. It is said that they have rather strong personalities, so they don't listen to each other. Cha Jinhyuk raises his hand, his expression thoughtful. He muses that the power able to command them is none other than the tower's 4 monarchs. 9-star's eyes widen, and he asks if they are talking about the 4 royalties. A towering figure stands silhouetted against a crimson sky, surrounded by smaller, winged creatures. The text explains that they want to protect the supremacy of their species. A monstrous figure looms, its power dampening. Cha Jinhyuk continues, stating that they either want to climb to the top of the tower, or get rid of those who have the potential to climb high up, and those who participate. He sits upon his throne, declaring, will become the ruler of a decent floor. Correct, 9-star retorts. However, is that all you can deduce? A disembodied voice declares, you're the only victim after all. 9-star asks, the Oni village on the 100th floor. Know it. The older man states, I know the only survivor. The older man continues, from that disaster, her name's. The narration reveals, Haryu. She's a young Oni. A ghostly figure appears, accompanied by the question, a young Oni? A large, muscular figure descends upon the scene, sword drawn. A voice whispers, not yet. Haryu, cloaked and hooded, grits her teeth, still not enough. A horned figure declares, in order to win against that. A message appears, declaring that the time limit has been exceeded. The system announces the raid has failed, and that they will be forcibly transported to the 9th floor safety zone. In order to meet Orbioni again, he needs to become a lot stronger. Haryu asks why he is groaning when he just needs to use her. The red-haired demon grins, thinking it'll be a piece of cake if he leaves the Great Orc Warrior. He thinks to himself that he is not going to use her, since he promised Orbioni. A crowd of people walk by. She declares her need to grow stronger by herself, warning against interference. A voice muses on the oddity of the situation during the war. The hooded figure recalls that the Onis only sent a young child and a sword. The older man considers the implications, wondering if the target was that child and the sword. A voice confirms the statement. Cha Jinhyuk explains that to kill one young Oni, they annihilated the Oni species. The older man's eyes narrow as he listens. Cha Jinhyuk states that they are handpicking. The older man thinks that it's impossible, something that will shake the tower's foundation. The older man realizes that if that's true, then everything makes sense. The older man declares that his motive is revenge. The older man states that he is going to obliterate everyone, including the 9 star. Cha Ji-hyuk mentions those supporting the 4 royalties. 9 star is shown. 9 star is shown. A figure stands in the rain. The figure stands in the rain, surrounded by bodies. A room is engulfed in flames. Cha Ji-hyuk and 9 star are in a room with fire. A message appears, stating that the peak of all evil is asking what they both discussed. Cha Ji-hyuk tells them not to ruin the mood, calling them idiots. Cha Ji-hyuk says he'll by 9 star's deduction, stating that he made a great choice. He narrows his gaze, a golden light glinting in his eye. Lying prone, absolute necromancer is challenged. Prove that you're him. Towering over an unseen figure, Cha Ji-hyuk demands, right now. The collar of his shirt is visible, a simple gold chain around his neck. Cha Ji-hyuk smirks, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He states that he will by the other party's deduction. The blonde merchant, his face partially obscured, tells him that he made a great choice. The merchant pauses, his expression unreadable. The merchant's golden eyes narrow as he demands that Cha Ji-hyuk prove that he is who he claims to be. The merchant leans forward, declaring that he wants the proof right now. The merchant's hand rests on the table, his fingers tapping impatiently. The merchant asks if Cha Ji-hyuk does not trust him in the slightest. Cha Ji-hyuk, his expression serious, asks if the merchant really needs to go this far. The merchant states that he is a merchant, and trust is an asset. The merchant, his gaze intense, says that he cannot sell or buy anything with just a slight bit of trust. Cha Ji-hyuk, looking annoyed, acknowledges the merchant's point and addresses him by his alias, Ball. He asks if the other man can vouch for his identity. A red tablet below them reads, "Will a handshake?" A red text box appears. The peak of all evil is yelling, "Who would vouch for your identity with a mere handshake?" It continues, saying he'll think about it if it's 3. Ghostface agrees to the terms. Fine, 3 deal? The peak of all evil is saying to stop second-guessing. He's saying that he'll put his title, Peak of All Evil, on the line and vouch for him. Ghostface chuckles, stating he can't deny it any further. Ghostface says he'll believe Cha Ji-hyuk. Ghostface says it's good to see him again. Gold Lich extends his hand. Cha Ji-hyuk says he'll make his first request to his sponsor. Ghostface says that if it's something money can buy, he'll get it for him right away. Cha Ji-hyuk says it can be used in the tower, and he has lots of spares. He is asked why he needs spirits, given that he is a spirit master. The unknown figure questions if Cha Ji-hyuk intends to start a war on the 10th floor. Ghostface asks if he has heard the term All-Master. A status window reveals Cha Ji-hyuk's subclass, All-Master. He seems surprised by this revelation. Cha Ji-hyuk exclaims that All-Master is a class. Ghostface explains that the name All-Master suggests it boosts all stats. He adds that even weapons he's never used before feel familiar. A disembodied hand reaches out from a dark purple background. A voice states that if that's true, then Cha Ji-hyuk is a lot stronger now than in the past. Ghostface muses that Cha Ji-hyuk is weaker now, but not in terms of potential. Cha Ji-hyuk thinks about exponentially increasing his potential. He calls out for Puppet. Ghostface asks if they have finished their conversation. Cha Ji-hyuk is instructed to purchase and gather all the weapons on the 10th floor. He pauses, a glint in his eye as he considers the possibilities. A hand presents a golden card, emblazoned with the words, Gold Lich Company. The voice says to pack them up for a VVIP. Cha Ji-hyuk is thanked for waiting. The man in the suit presents the coat that he had requested. The man in the suit questions if everything is just one piece of clothing, and that he also asked for other things besides weapons. It is revealed that the coat has everything stored inside. The man in the suit questions if it is stored. The man in the suit looks at Cha Ji-hyuk. Cha Ji-hyuk reveals that the name of the coat is a subspace coat. It is revealed that the coat's lining is linked to a subspace. Inside the coat, a variety of weapons are stored. The coat can store as many inanimate objects as a large storage room could. Its temperature, size, and color are adjustable as per the user's will, as well. It also has protective magic cast on it. If you store your accessories in it, the effects would be automatically applied onto them. It's a very rare item within the tower. The blonde-haired man says to use it with care. The man with black hair warns that you're the one who should be careful, since you need to handle my lofty expenditures. Feet run forward with purpose. 2 figures stand before a portal. One says, "We're alive." The other responds, "I thought we were going to die." The man laments that since they challenged it as a party, there are no achievements. Another member of the group complains that they used up all their assets before they could even reach the 10th floor, wondering how they are going to climb. One of the men assures them not to worry, stating that the White Swallow Guild has a branch here on the 10th floor. He adds that if they meet him, they'd be able to climb again, but with more affluence. Elsewhere, a figure thinks about someone on the 1st floor. It seems like he became a super rookie called Ghostface. For threatening and humiliating him, he'll make sure he pays. Another man shouts, "All right, let's go. We're going to enter a bloody revenge battle." One of the men reacts with surprise. The man observes the scene, questioning what happened. The other guild members evacuated to the 30th floor. Sung-Ti is told that he can't contact his young either, and is asked what he is going to do now. They are lacking in skills and money. One of the men states that it's impossible to climb up to the 30th floor like this. Another man urges Kim Sung-Ti to say something. The text says that they trusted and followed Kim Sung-Ti. Kim Sung-tae is told that besides the fact that he's in a good guild, he's nothing. He is then asked what he is going to do. The text says, "Shut up." Kim Sung-tae yells that they are useless. The text says that the men wouldn't have been able to pass the 10th floor without Kim Sung-tae. Kim Sung-tae thinks that he should use this chance to get rid of these bastards. A small fox whines. The group of men are seen from behind. The fox is seen up close, and someone asks what it is. He raises a hand to the approaching fox. "If you're asking for food, we don't have anything. Go away." The fox continues to approach, sniffing at Kim Sung-tae's leg. An annoyed voice echoes, "Ah, you're freaking disgusting." Kim Sung-tae's face contorts in anger. "Get lost." With a swift kick, Kim Sung-tae shouts, "You mutt." A pained whine pierces the air. The fox is sent flying, letting out a whimper. Kim Sung-tae is falling. "You came at the right time. I'm so stressed too." The fox continues to fly through the air. The fox lands with a thud, its expression one of pain and fear. He shouts, demanding to know why he is being targeted. A flurry of motion obscures the scene as something attacks. Kim Sung-tae, his face contorted in anger, laments that he is surrounded by mutts and that he is so unlucky. A burst of energy illuminates the dark corridor. The energy fades, leaving only shadows. Another burst of motion, another attack. Kim Sung-tae's expression shifts to shock as he stares at something off-panel. A voice from the shadows demands to know why he won't stop. A shadowy figure stands in the distance, wreathed in purple energy, warning that if he continues, it will only take longer to treat him. He screams in pain, cursing his leg. Kim Sung-tae's face is a mask of agony as he screams. The fox-like creature, lying on the ground, asks if the voice is talking to it. Kim Sung-tae's attacker, shrouded in purple energy, declares, "I'm going to be the owner." The masked figure continues, his voice dripping with malice. "Of that fox you stepped on." The absolute necromancer and an older man walked along the cobblestone path. The older man inquired, "Where are we going?" The absolute necromancer responded, "We're going to the Tower of Class Change to get spirit powered." The older man, peering at the absolute necromancer, asked, "Why? You're already a spirit master though." The absolute necromancer explained, "My class change is like a bug, similar to being an all-master and having memories of my previous life. I have yet to obtain spirit power through cultivation." The older man stroked his chin. "I see. I didn't think of that. First, let's take a break from using the gold lich's money tonight." A disembodied voice echoed, "The nine-tailed fox has sensed something." Another voice, equally ethereal, stated, "The peak of all evil is telling you to look over there." The absolute necromancer and the older man continued down the street, the tower looming in the distance. He questions what the nine-tailed fox is doing. The nine-tailed fox is asking for help. It's saying its baby is in danger. The sound of something approaching echoes. The sound of something approaching echoes again. Kim Sung-tae is suddenly attacked. A close-up of an eye shows the intensity of the situation. Kim Sung-tae is shocked by the attack. He wonders what is happening. Ghostface walks down a hallway. He is told to stop, as continuing will only make things take longer. A scream of pain and anger fills the air. Kim Sung-tae, in agony, demands to know who his attackers are. The nine-tailed fox, lying prone, asks if someone is speaking to it. Ghostface declares his intention to become the owner. Ghostface refers to the fox that he stepped on. Ghostface thinks that he would see the offspring of the nine-tailed fox, a mystical animal, in a place like this. A quest log appears, requesting the rescue of the baby, the disciple of the neutral god, and the nine-tailed fox. After the rescue, the quest giver asks that the rescuer treat it well. The reward is a fox's item that increases friendliness with the nine-tailed fox. The first reward will be given after the rescue, and the second reward will be given after its recovery. Ghostface states that he received an unexpected stroke of luck. Sung-tae notices the mask. Ghostface wonders where he has seen Sung-tae before. The two stand face to face. Sung-tae asks if that is how Ghostface is going to provoke him. A desperate cry rings out. "Guys!" The cry is a call to arms as multiple figures descend upon Kim Sung-tae, weapons raised and intent clear. "Get him!" Kim Sung-tae's eyes glow with an eerie purple light as he prepares to face his attackers. A weapon is readied, its purpose deadly. Kim Sung-tae stands his ground, the air around him crackling with energy. One of the attackers shouts, "Where did he go?" The scene blurs, a testament to the speed and chaos of the battle. The attackers continue their assault, their movements a blur of steel and shadow. Kim Sung-tae's voice cuts through the din. "Did you step on it knowing what it was?" He cradles a small, white fox in his arms, its fur as pure as snow. "It would have been your last shred of luck." One of the figures retorts, "Why do I need to know that?" Another adds, "I'll cut your leg the same way." Kim Sung-tae reveals the creature's identity, nine-tailed fox. Holding the glowing object, he wonders what he should do to those bastards. Someone tells Kim Sung-tae to take the item he left behind. Someone falls as a voice exclaims in surprise. He threw his severed foot. A burst of purple energy explodes. A corpse explosion. The figure stands amidst the purple energy. So, Kim Sung-tae is holding the nine-tailed fox's baby. The nine-tailed fox's baby makes a small noise. The baby fox looks up. The baby fox sits in a basket. A voice suggests that they name it first, wondering what to do now. Someone says that since they can't keep calling it baby fox, they should name it. Kim Sung-tae holds the basket containing the nine-tailed fox's baby, thinking that if he shortens baby fox, it'll be box. An older man holds up a sign that reads, "The nine-tailed fox is fiercely nodding." He thinks the fox will crack Kim Sung-tae's head open when it grows up. The older man asks if Kim Sung-tae has a better idea then, stating that he'll display his naming sense which comes from his years of experience. The older man suggests a name with the meaning to grow brightly, ho for fox, and rang. The older man, Harang, suggests that they call it harang. Harang tells Kim Sung-tae that if he doesn't like it, just say it. Kim Sung-tae thinks that since it's a two-tailed fox, they should call it Miho for short. Sung-tae holds up 2 fingers, asking if Lee Miho is the best name. Harang stands beside him, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looks at the nine-tailed fox's baby. Miho, the nine-tailed fox's baby, seems to approve of the name, letting out a happy cum. Harang observes that it seems to like the name. Sung-tae clears his throat. The nine-tailed fox's baby glows with a soft, purple light. Sung-tae seems surprised by something. A fox mask appears. The mask is described as granting the wearer the fox's abilities, increasing in proportion to the owner's strength. Sung-tae holds the fox mask, noting its similarity to the Oni mask. It's speculated that if it's the fox's abilities, then there should be several of them. A charm is the best skill to detain an opponent. There is no better skill to detain an opponent. The nine-tailed fox is saying that the quest is still ongoing. Quest Part 2. In order for Miho to regain its strength, you need to feed it 999 fresh raw livers. Reward: increase in friendliness with the nine-tailed fox. The absolute necromancer asks, livers? The nine-tailed fox is saying not to forget about the recovery of the baby fox's vitality. Kim Sung-tae says, on top of that, since it needs to be fresh, I have to hunt all of them personally, right? He thinks, vitality? What do I need to do? Well, considering the price of the mask. It can't be helped. Kim Sung-tae smirks. There are benefits to gaining favorability, right? I'll look forward to it. Nine tails. The nine-tailed fox is telling you not to say such obvious things. Cha Ji-hyuk states, then, everything's settled. He announces that he'll be going out for a stroll. Cha Ji-hyuk agrees, reminding him that when the sun rises, they're going to the tower for the class change. He adds that if Sung-tae thinks he's going to be late, he should just head there directly. He simply replies, all right. Magical energy crackles in the air. The purple energy intensifies, swirling around a distant cityscape. The magical energy continues to surge. Cha Ji-hyuk muses to himself that things are very different from when he was climbing the tower. A massive, glowing red eye pierces the darkness. The dragon's eye burns with intense power. Kim Sung-tae stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Cha Ji-hyuk stands amidst swirling purple energy. A voice exclaims, a dragon. The figure with the prominent horns gazes into the distance, their expression unreadable. A voice declares that the horns and savage mana are unmistakably those of a dragon. The dragon's eyes narrow, a hint of amusement playing on their lips. Huh. The dragon's expression hardens, a chilling resolve in their red eyes. I want to kill off all the dragons. A disembodied eye widens in shock. Kill the dragons? A voice muses that dragons are narcissistic, just as how they would portray familial love. The voice continues, stating that they're the most prideful out of the 4 royalties, and that for there to be a dragon that says that it will not let any of its brethren live. A man's eyes widen in alarm, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Shit. Another man grits his teeth, his expression grim. The dragons will soon come to the 10th floor. A heavy sigh escapes unseen lips. The demon with the horns declares his intentions. A voice echoes the desire to eradicate all dragons, prompting a shocked question. The narrator muses on the narcissistic nature of dragons and their portrayal of familial love. A massive dragon stands tall, wreathed in flames. The narrator speaks of the prideful nature of the 4 dragon royalties, stating that one would not let any of its brethren live. The man with the glasses announces that the dragons will soon arrive on the 10th floor. One of the women notes that the dragon is standing over there again. The other replies that he's been there for a few days and is mumbling things that don't make sense. The man wonders if it has only been a few days. The narrator questions why the dragons have yet to take action. The demon with the horns contemplates the situation. A hooded figure stands in the distance, emanating a faint red aura. The figure senses something amiss. Oh shit, the figure exclaims. Absolute necromancer, Cha Ji-hyuk, stands with his back to the viewer, a purple aura swirling around him. He wonders if someone sensed his mana. Nu Dakibi, Haryu, with horns protruding from her head, recognizes the absolute necromancer. It's you, she states. The camera focuses on a character's legs as they walk. The character refers to a measly ghost putting on an awkward act. The unknown older man, with a sinister grin, refers to someone as a measly ghost. A voice declares that someone is clueless about their strength. Haryu stands before Cha Ji-hyuk, acknowledging that she can grasp how strong he is. A voice calls someone a young dragon. A character's mouth is shown in close-up, expressing disbelief. How? They utter. The young dragon, face obscured, explodes in anger. Dare you call me a dragon? The young dragon's eyes glow red as he threatens. You really want to die, huh? The Tower of Class Change stands on the outskirts of the 10th floor. The tower pierces the sky, a beacon of opportunity. The masked figure wonders if Vulcan has returned yet, and why he isn't responding to telepathy. The masked figure enters the tower, wondering if anyone is present. The masked figure is welcomed. Ken, the climber in charge of the Tower of Class Change, introduces himself. Ken notes that the place is really empty. There are only flies flying around here. Ken explains that it's because very few people awaken their mana on the 10th floor. Ken holds out a crystal orb, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Please fill up this crystal orb with mana, he declares. The young dragon watches him, tilting his head slightly. Do I just need to channel mana into it, he asks. Ken nods, his expression encouraging. Yes, you just need to think about using mana and slowly infuse it. He focuses, his hand gripping the orb tightly as he begins to channel his mana. Purple energy begins to swirl around the orb, crackling with power. The mana intensifies, flowing into the orb with increasing speed and force. The flow of mana continues, the orb glowing brighter with each passing moment. Ken's eyes widen in surprise, sweat beading on his forehead. How can a 10th floor climber have this much mana? He wonders. The orb pulsates with raw magical energy, the air around it shimmering with heat. The young dragon gasps, stepping back in astonishment. Ack, he cries out. Ken stares at the orb in disbelief, his voice trembling. The crystal shattered. The young dragon, unfazed by the crystal's destruction, asks, where's the necromancer's room? The young dragon stands, his dark hair flowing around his masked face. A sharp, cracking sound echoes. Dark energy surges, forming a monstrous visage. The energy intensifies, crackling with power. The dark energy explodes outward. The energy dissipates, leaving a lingering trace. The young dragon plummets from the sky. He clicks his tongue. TSK, this is bad. The older man grits his teeth, his brow furrowed. I'm not with Cha Jinhyuk, so there's a limit to my mana and souls. The young dragon demands. How long do you plan to hide behind souls? Isn't it about time you came out to fight? A man gasps, Heek. Those horns. The young dragon's red eye gleams as he declares, there's no doubt about it. The men around him scatter, one shouting at the young dragon, demanding to know who would call him a dragon. The man in the distance yells for everyone to run, declaring that the young dragon is definitely a dragon. But the young dragon is reacting sensitively to the word dragon. The older man muses to himself that it's as if the young dragon's body and soul have been separated. The older man wonders if something like that is even possible. A hooded figure smiles menacingly. The older man thinks to himself, no way. A shadowy figure is described as a researcher's fascination. The shadowy figure looms. Purple energy crackles around him, coalescing in his outstretched hand. He considers using a soul as a weapon. He prepares to take a closer look. He focuses on the substance inside the body. He stands atop a pillar of swirling purple energy, power radiating from his form. The gathered energy explodes outwards in a burst of raw power. Vuklin laughs, realizing his opponent was more than just a measly spirit power, a magic that consumes. Vuklin smirks, thinking that this is a technique even that asshole can't use yet. Vuklin declares himself the first spirit master. Vuklin vows to make his opponent regret picking a fight with him. The purple energy is unleashed. A dark energy emanates from the man, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. He asks if they are introducing themselves now. The man prepares to strike, his form radiating a crimson aura. He swings his blade, a trail of red energy following its path. The man declares, I'm Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer. It's the name of the human who will send you to Nirvana. Hendrik's expression hardens, his gaze intense. He questions if he is a Dragon Slayer. The title of Dragon Slayer is spoken. The text describes the title given to someone who subjugates dragons, wondering how a strong soul could be like that. Hendrik focuses his energy, his eyes glowing with a fierce determination. The words flowing dragon ride appear as Hendrik prepares his attack. The energy coalesces, forming the shape of a dragon, ready to strike. A surge of red energy erupts. A voice echoes, admitting carelessness due to the opponent being a young dragon. Hendrik raises his sword, acknowledging that even with Cha Jinhyuk's help, victory isn't guaranteed. A figure is surrounded by swirling purple energy, the attack about to begin. A voice taunts, questioning if the opponent expects to be hit again. Hendrik swings his blade, leaving a trail of red energy in its wake. The attack is unleashed, Soul Bind. The Soul Bind connects, dark energy erupting as the target is struck. Purple energy crackles intensely. A figure stands silhouetted against the swirling purple energy. Hendrik cries out in pain, a red outline flashing around his face. The figure unleashes a flurry of attacks, 10,000 slashes. Purple energy slashes through the air, a counterattack unleashed with lethal precision. The absolute necromancer, Cha Ji-hyuk, his gaze intense, summons dark energy around him. A spectral hand materializes, crackling with ominous power, ready to strike. Cha Ji-hyuk draws his sword, the blade shimmering with dark energy, prepared to deliver a decisive blow. His eyes narrowed, the absolute necromancer focuses his power, the air around him growing heavy with anticipation. A shadowy figure emerges, wreathed in dark energy, a harbinger of destruction. Dark energy spikes erupt from the ground, a deadly trap set to ensnare the unwary. A surge of power emanates from Choi Kyung-hoon, the purple energy crackling around him as he prepares to flee. Blurring into motion, he propels himself forward, leaving a trail of swirling energy in his wake. Choi Kyung-hoon thinks, phew, that was close. The absolute necromancer continues his escape, thinking, I've used up all of the souls and mana that Cha Jin-hyuk temporarily gave me. Choi Kyung-hoon wonders. He won't be able to move for the time being, right? Sweat beads on his brow as the absolute necromancer thinks, this is my chance. Choi Kyung-hoon grits his teeth, his eyes wide with desperation. Let's run for it. The absolute necromancer continues his escape. He continues to flee. The absolute necromancer continues his escape. He continues to flee. He cries out in pain, surrounded by dark energy. Cha Jin-hyuk stares intently, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The absolute necromancer speaks to a figure, asking, Vulcan, you said your name was Vulcan, right? Cha Jin-hyuk laughs maniacally. Choi Kyung-hoon, clutching his side, vows, I'll personally slice you into pieces next. Choi Kyung-hoon raises his sword, a red glow emanating from the blade. Elsewhere, a figure walks down a long hallway, thinking, there are a lot of rooms. The figure continues down the hallway, musing, there's a large diversity of magic paths, after all. One of the figures wonders who the other person is. The figure with the mask confirms that the other person's name is Kin, and that he's an alright mage. The masked figure states that Kin is quite useful as a guide. The blonde-haired man laughs, while the masked figure states that this is the necromancers. The text indicates a room. The masked figure states that it's a room that necromancers dream of. The masked figure a figure asks if they should get started. A white fox-like creature is shown. The white fox-like creature is surrounded by purple energy. Someone exclaims, V Vulcan? Cha Ji-hyuk stands tall, a palpable aura of power radiating from him. Choi Kyung-hoon asks where he had been. Cha Ji-hyuk replies, unconcerned, that he was just a little rough on his morning exercise. Choi Kyung-hoon remarks that it seems like Cha Ji-hyuk was about to get started. The absolute necromancer replies that he wants to use spirit power like Choi Kyung-hoon's. Cha Ji-hyuk commands his spirit soldiers to get to work, his voice resonating with authority. The spirit soldiers materialize, their forms flickering with purple energy. The spectral figures carry stacks of books, their movements swift and purposeful. One of the spirit soldiers carefully lights a candle, the flame casting eerie shadows. The spirit soldiers gather, their shadowy forms illuminated by the candlelight. Cha Ji-hyuk sits in a meditative pose, surrounded by candles and arcane symbols, channeling his power. The nine-tailed fox watches with keen interest. Choi Kyung-hoon exclaims, gosh, suggesting they should stand back. Cha Ji-hyuk, his voice laced with finality, declares that this might be his last command, urging Vulcan to listen well. He stands before a complex ritual circle, candles flickering around stacks of ancient books. A spectral figure looms behind him, bathed in purple light. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression is resolute. He vows to protect his body until he wakes up. Choi Kyung-hoon watches with a concerned expression. He warns to be careful. Choi Kyung-hoon's expression hardens, a sinister glint in his eyes. He declares that if Cha Ji-hyuk dies, he will take over his body. A spectral purple figure materializes, its form vaguely humanoid but undeniably monstrous. The purple spirit crackles with energy, its presence radiating power. The masked figure stands amidst the swirling purple energy, its purpose unclear. The purple spirit's face contorts into a grotesque visage, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The purple energy intensifies, forming sharp, jagged edges around the spirit. Cha Ji-hyuk sits cross-legged within the ritual circle, his eyes closed in concentration. The purple spirit stands before him, a silent guardian. The purple energy surges around Cha Ji-hyuk, enveloping him in its ethereal embrace. The purple spirit unleashes a burst of energy, its power resonating through the chamber. A piercing shriek echoes through the room as the rabbit cries out, its eyes wide with alarm. Choi Kyung-hoon reassures, his voice calm amidst the rising tension. Don't worry. Holding the rabbit close, Choi Kyung-hoon speaks with a measured tone. It's going well. A surge of spirit power emanates, swirling around them like a spectral vortex. The air crackles with energy, a disembodied voice explaining the nature of souls. You can use souls as though they were mana. Choi Kyung-hoon elaborates, his gaze intense. The fastest way to awaken one's spirit power is to be in a soul state. A close-up reveals Cha Ji-hyuk's eye, a strange symbol etched near it. In other words, you need to die once. The camera focuses on the back of Cha Ji-hyuk's head, the tension palpable in the air. The camera zooms in on Cha Ji-hyuk's face, his expression unreadable as he prepares for the transition. Choi Kyung-hoon watches intently, his voice hushed with anticipation. I think he's entered. The scene shifts, revealing a shimmering, ethereal landscape, the soul world. Cha Ji-hyuk plummets into the depths, his form silhouetted against the otherworldly glow. The older man snarls, demanding, the body. Give me the body. A voice declares, so it has started. A healthy body. A swirling vortex of green energy crackles. The energy coalesces into a monstrous visage, proclaiming, I can live again. The monstrous form declares, it's mine. Everyone move. The voice taunts, you oldie, just reach nirvana. The green energy swirls around a figure. A voice commands, "Soul soldiers." Cha Ji-hyuk's body is currently defenseless. The hooded figure orders, "Protect your master from the dead." A soul soldier cries out, "Ack," as it is struck. The kobold lord snarls, "Let go, you kobold." Another soul soldier is struck down. A surge of purple energy erupts, crackling with unseen power. Sir Climber calls out, his voice laced with concern. "Sir Climber?" A voice shouts to go over there, towards the climber. A man with blonde hair and a ponytail holds a staff over another man, who is exclaiming. A voice yells, "Shit! Get a grip, you asshole!" A voice says that someone's body is about to get. A figure's legs are shown. A figure is screaming. A figure is shown. A figure is shown. Absolute Necromancer yells at his opponents, calling them foolish bastards. He declares that it's defenseless here. The unknown older man directs Choi Kyung-hoon towards the climber, as Choi Kyung-hoon exclaims in understanding. Absolute Necromancer commands get. Absolute Necromancer threatens that someone's body is going to get. The nine-tailed fox's feet are shown. The nine-tailed fox yells. Absolute Necromancer is shown. The nine-tailed fox is shown. A close-up of the nine-tailed fox is shown. Absolute Necromancer and Choi Kyung-hoon are shown. A pink light shines from above. Choi Kyung-hoon looks up, his expression one of shock. The unknown older man next to him shares the same expression. "What is that?" Choi Kyung-hoon asks. Two green monsters appear, their eyes glowing purple. "What's that? Where did it come from?" one of the monsters asks. A close-up of one of the monster's eyes. "I don't know, but..." The monster is surrounded by pink hearts. "It's so cute." The monster is surrounded by pink hearts. "Look at that adorable tail." The word "cute" appears in a speech bubble. The monster is surrounded by green flames. "Adorable. Pretty." Choi Kyung-hoon and the unknown older man are surrounded by the monsters. "Cook us too." Choi Kyung-hoon looks at the monsters, a smile on his face. "Wow, what's that cute thing?" He is told to get a hold of himself. Is this a charm? It doesn't just control one's desires. A power that captures souls as well. Maybe she's different since she has the blood of a god. How noisy. Oh my. It's total chaos. That's named. He was a strong climber before he died. It'll be dangerous if he possesses Cha Jin-hyuk's body. Oh, a fresh body. I need to stop it. Cook. I'm still under the effects of the charm. I can't muster my strength. Miho, you need to stop him. Move. I'm not interested in you, furball. A clawed hand, wreathed in green energy, holds a small, glowing figure. The hooded figure exclaims in surprise, "WH what?" Miho's eyes glow with power, her fur radiating a soft, ethereal light. The hooded figure senses the shift in energy, their eyes glowing beneath the dark cowl. "This energy," they mutter. The skeleton's skull swivels, its single green eye fixating on Miho. A mystical creature. It rasps, sensing the shift in power. Miho's form shimmers, her power reaching its peak. Cha Jin-hyuk watches with concern, his brow furrowed. Was that charm her limit? He wonders. The skeleton raises its twin blades, preparing to strike. "Miho," it cries. Miho's power intensifies, her small form radiating an immense aura. "For something so measly to instill fear in me," the hooded figure exclaims. Miho's eyes narrow, her expression hardening with determination. Her paw raises, channeling a surge of purple energy. A blast of raw power erupts from Miho, a swirling vortex of green and purple energy hurtling towards the skeleton. The skeleton is engulfed in the blast, its skull glowing with an eerie green light as the force of the attack slams into it. A man with a beard looks on with a shocked expression. Miho expresses her gratitude. Cha Ji-hyuk points a finger, declaring that his target is going to die. A figure descends, surrounded by swirling purple energy, labeled a ghost bastard. He cries out in pain. The skeleton's spirit body is revealed. Cha Ji-hyuk continues, stating that even if his target is a ghost, the figure surrounded by purple energy declares that the skeleton will be good enough to use as a bullet. Two ghostly figures with heart-shaped eyes float in the darkness. The skeleton dares the bastard. The skeleton is shown again, seemingly in pain. The figure with purple energy prepares to attack. The hooded figure raises their hands, gathering a dark, purple energy. The attack is identified as a 10-fingered soul bullet. The hooded figure's eyes glow with an intense purple light as they focus their power. The 10-fingered soul bullet manifests as a barrage of purple projectiles, streaking through the air. The projectiles converge, a concentrated storm of dark energy hurtling towards their target. The soul bullets strike, detonating in a violent explosion of purple energy that rips through the surroundings. Dust and debris fill the air, the landscape scarred and cratered by the force of the attack. Cha Ji-hyuk observes the attack, muttering, "Did he gather spirit power onto his fingertips and shoot it?" It's simple and... A lone figure stands amidst the ruins, surveying the devastation. The hooded figure stands amidst the destruction, their silhouette framed against the ravaged landscape. Jinwoo holds a mask, a slight smile playing on his lips. Well, it's not bad, is it? Someone sleeps soundly, oblivious to the events unfolding elsewhere. A cloaked figure stands silently, observing the scene. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widen in disbelief. "Oh, my gosh," he mutters, overwhelmed by the devastation. The destruction is immense. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. What did one have to do in order to turn the tower into this? The camera pans out, revealing the full extent of the damage to the tower. Debris floats in the air. Jinwoo stands amidst the ruins, his back to the viewer. Well, it's too much to explain, but why are you here? Puppet, he asks. A hand extends, offering something unseen. Ah, I came to give you something, a voice says. Cha Ji-hyuk stands next to a figure holding a briefcase, the figure's face obscured. Among the items you requested, the figure says, there are items that I couldn't store within the subspace code. A close-up reveals several vials. They are deadly poisons that range from each level of potency. A voice explains. A display case holds various items, including a fire stone that contains fire energy and a frost stone that contains. Cha Ji-hyuk looks on, surprised. Oh, he got them faster than I thought he would, he muses. But that. A voice trails off, the last word hanging in the air. Puppet. He looks up, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Didn't you say you were going to use it for the raids in the floors above the 100th? Cha Ji-hyuk nods, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Yes, that's right. He continues, his tone matter of fact. This delivery is my last task as the branch manager of the 10th floor. Cha Ji-hyuk stands beside a sleek, faceless delivery robot, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He declares, a newfound determination in his voice. I'm going to return as a climber and climb the tower again. Jinwoo listens intently, his gaze fixed on Cha Ji-hyuk. Cha Ji-hyuk smiles, a glint of ambition in his eyes. Cha Ji-hyuk stands with Jinwoo, the delivery robot nearby. He states, as a merchant, I've set the top as my goal. Jinwoo listens as Cha Ji-hyuk continues, and between Gold Lich and Ghost Face, I realize that you're someone who'll bring upon big changes to the tower. Cha Ji-hyuk's words hang in the air, amidst such changes, with the skill of a 100th floor climber. Cha Ji-hyuk smiles confidently, his expression radiating ambition. Jinwoo responds, I can't say that I'm the best merchant. Cha Ji-hyuk replies, that's some good determination. He muses on how similar someone is to the Gold Lich at that time. An unknown blonde man stands next to Cha Ji-hyuk. Cha Ji-hyuk smiles, thinking that when he obtains the proper skills, something will happen. An unknown person says that they will tell about their plans and the Gold Liches. Cha Ji-hyuk responds that that's what he wanted to hear, thanking the unknown person. Elsewhere, a figure in a dark suit rides in a horse-drawn carriage. The figure is gone, and Cha Ji-hyuk thinks that then he will. An unknown person asks if they are going to have their fill now. Cha Ji-hyuk sits cross-legged, preparing to use a case of stones. He pauses, a sinister edge to his voice. Wait, are you going to? Cha Ji-hyuk holds a glowing blue stone, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Of course. Is there any other reason? The stone is brought closer. My gluttony trait will turn the power of the things I eat. Aren't you curious? Cha Ji-hyuk opens his mouth, the blue stone inches away from his lips. About the power I'll acquire after I eat these? His eyes fluttered open, a soft groan escaping his lips. He gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. A man leaned over him, concern etched on his face. Mister, he began. Climber, it's dangerous dash. The man continued. Ah, you're finally awake. Ken, still disoriented, asked, huh? What happened to the climber and the fox? The man reassured him, don't worry. Both of them are fine. Baek Halio looked on, a hint of concern in his eyes. Ken, still struggling to focus, muttered, pardon? What do you mean? Baek Halio watched him closely. He sits on the ground, looking up at a figure floating above him. The figure's feet glow with a purple light. A fiery background fills the panel, with a legible text overlaid. A man stands with his arms outstretched, his expression pained. Flames erupt from a man's open mouth, his face contorted in agony. Another panel filled with a fiery background and illegible text. The offspring of the nine-tailed fox lies on the ground, a worried expression on its face. A text bubble reads, the offspring of the nine-tailed fox is worried. The nine-tailed fox is telling you not to display such things before its offspring. A close-up of Cha Ji-hyuk's eye reveals a purple iris. The word glut dash is written above, and gluttony, below. A chaotic swirl of orange and purple energy fills the panel, with more illegible text. A hooded figure kneels, their hands outstretched as if summoning power. Energy crackles around them. A close-up of Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes, glowing with a fierce purple light. His face contorted in pain. Jinwoo grimaced, sweat beading on his forehead as the poison coursed through his veins. A low groan escaped his lips. A blue screen materialized before him, announcing, you have obtained burn resistance. The system message lingered as Jinwoo stared at it, his expression a mix of discomfort and grim determination. He wondered aloud, his voice raspy, am I left with poison resistance? He groaned, clutching his stomach. Ugh, my tummy hurts. A voice echoed, laced with grudging respect. To think you drank all of that poison. You tenacious bastard. More system messages appeared, confirming, you have obtained resistance to all poisons, and you have obtained burn resistance. Jinwoo declared, his voice regaining strength. I have to quickly prepare myself by acquiring the resistance to a variety of things. Meanwhile, a figure shrouded in shadows, their eyes glowing with an eerie light, mused, especially poison. Among the 9 stars, there is one bastard who specializes in poison. If he had noticed his tricks, he wouldn't have died so horrifically. The hooded figure kneels among a pile of skeletons, lamenting his demise. A dead body lies on the ground, a faint purple aura emanating from it. Meanwhile, Choi Kyung-hoon stands with a black-haired man and a white fox-like creature. Choi Kyung-hoon asks if these are all the orcs within the area. The hooded figure's feet are shown, standing among the skeletons. The black-haired man tells Miho that they have waited long enough and it is time to eat. Choi Kyung-hoon asks if they need to remove the liver. It's still a baby, if you regard her as a human. A close-up of a mouth with sharp teeth is shown. Choi Kyung-hoon and the black-haired man stand together. A close-up of Miho's face is shown. A quest update appears. Quest Part 2, Raw Livers, 127/999. The hem of a long coat brushes the cobblestone street as someone walks forward. The older man considers the city before him. He thinks that he would like to start a wave, but this is a large city, so he doesn't think it's a good idea. To attract attention, the older man turns to Cha Ji-hyuk, asking who he was fighting with last night. The older man asks what Cha Ji-hyuk knew about it. Cha Ji-hyuk replies that his mana was fluctuating, so of course he would know. He wonders who the hell the older man is. Was it? Did you meet one of the 4 royalties? You immediately got it. A close-up of Cha Ji-hyuk's eye shows a look of confusion. The older man states that he fought with a dragon. Cha Ji-hyuk says that he was quite strong. The older man says that it was fine because he stopped him from moving with spirit power. Purple energy surrounds Cha Ji-hyuk. He is surrounded by swirling purple energy. A voice declares that he is one of the 4 royalties. The focus zooms in on a single, intense purple eye. The older man, his face etched with concern, urges Cha Ji-hyuk to calm down, warning him not to emit demonic energy in the middle of the streets. A voice booms, echoing the urgency of the situation. A hand drips blood, the crimson liquid stark against the dark background. A figure asks if this is a side effect of gluttony, his tone laced with curiosity. The older man explains that the dragon was not an average one. He asks what Cha Ji-hyuk means. A figure states that's what happened, his voice carrying a weight of past events. A figure whispers the word Slayer, before uttering the name Hendrik with a hint of intrigue. Cha Ji-hyuk confirms that's what he said, his expression unreadable. He listens as the masked figure states that it doesn't make sense. The masked figure explains that it is for one's body and soul to act independently from one another. The masked figure says that is right, and that he also denied it at first. The masked figure continues, saying that he witnessed an example right in front of him. The masked figure says that he sees, and that on top of that, if it's Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer, even he knows of that name. The narration states that in the beginning of his climb, Hendrik started to kill young dragons. The narration continues, saying that Hendrik killed other dragons who came after him. The narration states that Hendrik is a monster who obtained the title, Dragon Slayer. The masked figure says that he heard Hendrik died at the edge of the 700th or 800th floor, and that if he considers Cha Ji-hyuk's situation. The masked figure concludes that this could be a trap set by the 4 royalties. The absolute necromancer thinks to himself that it would be nice to meet Hendrik. Cha Ji-hyuk looks shocked. Cha Ji-hyuk is told that he went overboard and that his gluttony trait is broken. The absolute necromancer holds the poison, fire, and frost stones, but there's a penalty for consuming things. It'll be best for him to quickly get the internal injuries it's causing treated. He is asked if he wants to be treated by a priest, and if he wants himself and his spirit soldiers to be purified by divine power. Nudakibi asks what Cha Ji-hyuk is going to do if this continues. She asks if he is going to go around shitting out blood. Nudakibi thinks that the best method is for her to obtain divine power, but that in itself is crazy talk. Cha Ji-hyuk growls. The unknown man looks down at Miho, perched on his shoulder. He asks, What's wrong, Miho? The man wonders, why is she acting like this all of a sudden? Miho exclaims, My ear hurts. Be quiet. The man's eyes widen in surprise. The man looks down at the crowd of people below. These people. A voice thinks, something's not right. Another man observes the crowd. What's with these people? They're not reacting to Miho's howls. The older man muses that he is unsure of the reason, but they are all walking together. They walk mindlessly. A golden ring shimmers in the darkness. A man with slicked-back brown hair stands next to a masked figure with glowing purple eyes. The man with slicked-back brown hair stares intently at the masked figure. A hooded figure with a halo walks through a crowd of people. The man with slicked-back brown hair meets with the masked figure. He says, Nice to meet you. Ghostface smiles. An angel. A close-up of the masked figure's face reveals glowing purple eyes. Ghostface, surrounded by a purple aura, exclaims a greeting. A foot moves with incredible speed, leaving a trail of purple energy. A hand grips a golden object. A woman with long blonde hair looks down at Ghostface, warning him not to do things he'll regret. A sword is drawn, glinting in the light. A close-up of an eye reveals a sense of urgency. She's fast. A speech bubble questions, When? The woman with blonde hair says, My greetings again. Ghostface smiles, saying, Nice to meet you, Ghostface. A figure declares it's nice to meet their opponent. The figure holds a weapon charged with purple energy. Someone thinks that's not what they're thinking. A figure asks someone not to do things that they'll regret. The figure holds a sword. Someone exclaims that she's fast. Someone wonders when. A figure says they'll give their greetings again. Ghost face says it's nice to meet someone. Someone exclaims that she's strong too. Someone says she's not moving an inch. Ghost face's voice is raspy as he speaks. The insides of your mouth are all rotten. New Dakibi places a hand on Ghost face's chest, her expression concerned. Your throat, stomach, and your intestines are all damaged. She asks, her voice soft, what are you doing right now? A flash of light erupts. A beam of light shines down. New Dakibi glows with divine energy. Ghostface stutters, this is. An unknown voice shouts, asshole, are you okay? Someone yells, Kong. Ghostface thinks to himself, my damaged body. He exclaims, is all recovered? New Dakibi says, I'm certain this is the angel's power. Divine power. With this much, will you understand that I'm not? A voice booms, asking if they are here as an enemy. A woman with a halo states that she is an angel affiliated to Wingless. An eye widens in shock. A man wonders what he was going to do and what time it is. A maid exclaims in surprise, wondering why she was spacing out. The maid pauses in her cleaning, a question forming on her lips. Night? I was also dash. Two figures stand in a doorway, discussing recent events. One asks, did we push ourselves too much recently? A masked figure peers from behind a doorway, their expression unreadable. The masked figure walks away, their footsteps echoing in the large room. A figure sits at a table, a small, fox-like creature resting beside them. What are you playing at? A voice admits, I altered their memories slightly. I did it. The figure at the table speaks, their tone serious. To protect the citizens of this place, it'd be bad if the angels heard rumors about me and all rushed to the 10th. The masked figure observes, her methods are excessive, but it's not completely reckless. Not bad. The masked figure stands before the figure at the table. Memory alteration. Not bad. You're not using it on me. Or is it too late? The figure at the table reassures, don't worry. It's impossible to use it on those who have a strong ego like you, Ghostface. That cute mystical creature. A close-up of a golden eye, its gaze intense. A voice declares, and your spirit friend. The absolute necromancer holds a glowing purple orb in his hand, standing next to Ghostface. The orb casts an eerie light, illuminating the room. The All-Master speaks, his voice low, next to you. Cha Ji-hyuk continues, his gaze fixed on Ghostface. I knew she could see me. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the motives of another. Why did you come to find me? Ghostface stares intently, his purple eyes gleaming behind the mask. The one who wears the mask condenses grotesqueness. The voice continues, its tone laced with defiance, and defies the heavens. The absolute necromancer and Ghostface stand side by side, an unsettling alliance. The All-Master speaks, his words carrying a weight of certainty. So, even though he and the people who follow him are weak, they will end up successful. A voice responds, revealing the purpose behind the meeting. The reason why I came to find you. The speaker continues, their words hinting at a grand design, is because of the prophecy that descended upon Wingless. Ghostface stands next to a figure with white hair and a halo. The figure's presence radiates an ethereal calm. A voice wonders, was it sent by God? It's similar. The voice continues, its tone laced with a hint of dread. The one who wears the mask condenses grotesqueness. A close-up of a purple eye, filled with an ancient knowledge. A voice speaks, its tone questioning. It's probably referring to me, right? Ghostface stands next to the figure with white hair and a halo. The figure's halo glows softly, contrasting with the darkness of Ghostface's mask. He asks, what's the group, Wingless, about? It's my first time hearing of them. A pale shoulder is exposed, the skin smooth and unmarked. White heels click against a dark, swirling surface. The mask of Ghostface looms, his purple eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. A disembodied voice echoes, speaking of your wings. The woman's back is revealed, two scars marring the otherwise flawless skin where wings might have been. The woman speaks, her expression somber. The angels are currently insane. They're severely blinded by greed. And a vision unfolds. The woman, surrounded by blood and feathers, a fallen angel. The words hang in the air. Those who defy them become sinners and are now you're not. The scars on her back are highlighted as the text explains. When an angel has sinned and is banished, they receive the punishment of having their wings, a symbol of the angels, ripped out. Ghostface stands behind the woman, his presence menacing. In short, it means, you're an angel, but... The woman's expression hardens. Wingless is a group of angels that consist of those like me. She states that they are banished. The text explains that they are angels from Utopia, the city of angels. The woman speaks of a prophecy. It is foretold that he will attempt to wreak havoc upon the four royalties' reign, and Wingless would like to help him with that. The masked figure remains silent, listening intently. A voice asks what they should do. The voice continues, advising him not to think she's lying, and to just say yes. Ghostface wonders what type of help Wingless can provide. The woman offers no response. Her expression remains unreadable. The masked figure, eyes wide, asks what? The text reveals that the power that Wingless has is quite. He stands amidst a gathering of angels, their presence immense. However, there is a reason for this gathering. The angels relay that Utopia has identified them as an enemy and are watching them very closely. The angels continue, stating that their support will be accompanied by the hostility of the angels. Ghostface remarks that this is a stalemate. The angels explain that to decline an army of beings who used to be angels is a waste, but to accept this is a big risk. Ghostface asks if there is a situation where he needs to use the power of Wingless. Will she help him? Wingless looks on. Ghostface responds with a simple, nice. Wingless confirms that they have finalized their alliance. Wingless bows her head, thanking him very much. The masked figure declares that he has yet to introduce himself. Wingless asks if he can blind both God and the devil. She pauses, asking for a moment. Wingless holds a feather, preparing it. The feather glows with a soft, golden light. Wingless casts a spell, the feather surrounded by swirling energy. The feather floats in the air, surrounded by smaller feathers. A text bubble explains that this has a similar principle to the skill that Goldrich used. Ball wonders if those bastards can really not hear them. Wingless assures him that even if they cuss at them, there will not be a problem. Ball asks what about this. Ball yells, calling someone a voyeuristic sick bastard and asking if they're listening. A voice responds with a simple ah. The woman with the halo stands against a backdrop of swirling orange clouds. The man with the black hair states that something is legitimate. The man questions why she needed this space. He continues, suggesting that a fake name and mask are uni-deal, since they are in the same boat. The man reveals his name, Cha Jin-hyuk. He adds that he was referred to as Death Star 10 years ago. Wingless calls out to Cha Jin-hyuk, her expression a mix of shock and concern. She calls out to him again, her voice trembling. Wingless, kneeling with her head bowed, apologizes. A voice echoes, filled with regret. Due to my incompetence. The purple eyes of Cha Jin-hyuk narrow as he recalls a past conversation. You? A figure with white hair and a halo asks. You knew me. A second bubble clarifies. The Cha Jin-hyuk who died 10 years ago. 10 years prior. Cha Jin-hyuk's face is etched with sorrow. At the place where your death was discussed. Cha Jin-hyuk's gaze hardens, his purple eyes gleaming with a cold resolve. I was also present. Cha Ji-hyuk, clad in a black coat, stands with a red mask adorning his chest. A figure with white hair and wings stands with their back to the viewer, a halo above their head. A voice echoes, stating, you should. A figure stands amidst swirling purple energy. Cha Ji-hyuk is surrounded by purple energy, his gaze intense. The figure remains enveloped in purple energy. The white-haired figure looks down, their expression unreadable. A voice questions, know what happens? Cha Ji-hyuk's profile is highlighted as he states, you probably become one of those voyeurists. A voice describes, a transcendent, like a god or demon, that manages the tower. A towering structure pierces the sky, bathed in ethereal light. The angels, no, the four royalties were engulfed by their superiority, and they tried to monopolize that position. In the end, they eliminated whoever tried to conquer the tower, excluding themselves. Cha Ji-hyuk makes his choice, select. A woman with long white hair asks, do you know about it? Cha Ji-hyuk says, it was just a guess. And now he's certain that the mastermind is in front of him. Suddenly, dark energy claws descend upon the white-haired woman. A voice booms, I'll send your head to the place where your wings are. Uriel's face contorts in fury as he shouts. A surge of energy emanates from Wingless. The energy intensifies around her. Wingless' expression is unreadable. She reveals the reason for her transformation. That's the reason why she became Wingless. The scene fades to black. Cha Ji-hyuk looks on, questioning what she means. Wingless continues, stating she became Wingless 10 years ago. She explains that it was because she was against carrying out the select and kill on a certain climber. Wingless pauses, her expression filled with sorrow. His name was. The truth is revealed, Death Star, Cha Jin-hyuk. Wingless' eyes narrow as she concludes, it was him. In a dimly lit room, Cha Ji-hyuk stands with another figure as Wingless sits nearby. Cha Ji-hyuk apologizes, stating that he behaved indecently. Wingless assures him that it is all right, and that the issue is her burden to bear. Cha Ji-hyuk responds that it is fine, and that he doesn't want to take his anger out on her. He states that he understands that the Wingless and the angels are different species. Wingless thanks him for understanding. It's mentioned that, like them, there might be other victims of the four. Wingless speaks of royalties, adding that if they approach them, she would recommend that they also accept them. Cha Ji-hyuk says that no matter where he goes, there is a diverse range of people. It's stated that there are definitely others who were exiled by the four royalties. A large figure looms. Wingless stands beside Cha Ji-hyuk, the ethereal glow of her halo contrasting with his dark attire. The absolute necromancer considers the implications of winning over others in the war against the four royalties. The Wingless asks where she needs to go to meet him again. Cha Ji-hyuk expresses surprise, noting that the 190th floor is lower than he anticipated. The higher the floor, the more influence the four royalties have, and the floors from 200 to 300 are under his territory. Ah, I see. Cha Ji-hyuk admits he forgot that it's under his ownership. A figure with long white hair stands shirtless, surrounded by a swirling green aura. He's the one who reigns over the floors from 200 to 300. If the four royalties set up their base within his territory, there's a higher possibility that the four royalties will be destroyed by Tess. Wingless asks if it's not rude to ask. Could she get dressed? Cha Ji-hyuk responds with a surprised, huh? Of course. She stands with her back to him, a dark garment draped over her arm, revealing the faint scars where her wings meet her back. Cha Ji-hyuk remains silent, his expression unreadable. Wingless turns, her gaze meeting his. She asks, her voice soft, if you give me something, would there be a trace? She continues, her tone laced with a hint of weariness. No. However, due to the pursuit of the angels, Wingless lowers her gaze, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. I could only bring myself. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes narrow slightly, but he simply replies, it's all right. A subtle smile plays on Cha Ji-hyuk's lips as he says, that's enough. Wingless' expression shifts, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. She raises an eyebrow, a touch of playful challenge in her voice. You were that type of person? Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widen slightly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. Not that. Your wings, what I meant was. Cha Ji-hyuk's voice rises slightly, a touch of desperation creeping in. I want some of your feathers. Wingless' expression softens, a gentle smile gracing her lips. If it's that, then I can give it to you. It grows back. He asked carefully, his expression unreadable. The reason, he explained, was because they don't grow back. He held a handful of white feathers. Cha Ji-hyuk warned that she must never show it outside. He held a single white feather, examining it closely. Angels, he explained, have a skill that locates the owner of the feather. Cha Ji-hyuk stated not to worry, he planned on eating it anyway. Wingless, surprised, asked, pardon? Eat? Wingless exclaimed that he was that type of person. Cha Ji-hyuk shouted that he was not. He stated that he would trust her and get going then. A man with slick-back brown hair states that he will meet their expectations. Cha Ji-hyuk stands with Wingless. Ghostface says that he'll look forward to it. Ghostface walks away. Wingless' feathers float in the air. Wingless makes a sound. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if he is going to eat it now. Wingless responds that he will, of course. Someone is excited and can't wait any longer. The man thinks about the angel's divine power, wondering if he can endure it. He wonders what power he'll be able to obtain if he can. A voice from behind states to do as they please. Cha Ji-hyuk, standing over someone sitting on the floor, declares that he has given up on them forever. Since the third poison. A hand reaches out, calling out to Miho. Miho looks up. Cha Ji-hyuk, holding Miho, tells her that she can't go around eating whatever she likes. A feather is being eaten. Jinwoo holds a mask in his hand. Jinwoo is surrounded by a golden aura. A surge of golden energy erupts. Cha Ji-hyuk says, yeah, whatever. I don't. Cha Ji-hyuk holds Miho up, giving her an airplane ride. Okay, Miho, it's an airplane ride. Jinwoo grits his teeth, struggling against an unseen force. Cook. Jinwoo's eyes widen as he screams. The golden aura intensifies. Jinwoo's face contorts in pain. He plummets downwards, disappearing beneath the surface of the water. The water closes over him. Ripples spread across the water's surface. The water stills. The water ripples, disturbed by an unseen presence. He groans, feeling the cool water against his skin. Sitting up, Jinwoo clutches his head. Did he faint? Standing in the shallow water, he wonders where he is. Did his body decide that consuming divine power would be too much? Then he would need to win here. The water swirls around his feet. Jinwoo turns, a look of surprise on his face. He looks up, eyes widening at the sight of a golden waterfall cascading down before him. A waterfall. That's the divine power that's within him. It looks like a huge mountain, this much power just from a single feather. Uriel is glad that he didn't need to fight her, even if he had won and swallowed her body. He doesn't even want to think about it. Wait, what? The waters. Rising? So the waterfall. He needs to penetrate this waterfall of divine power before it takes over his mind realm. What should he do? Well, there's only one way, right? He lay sprawled on the ornate rug, purple energy swirling around him. The air crackled with unseen power. A disembodied voice echoed, a question hanging in the air. A hooded figure stood over the prone form, bathed in the same violet light. The energy intensified, pulsing with an unnatural rhythm. Cha Ji-hyuk's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He had used spirit power, but something felt different this time. The narration revealed that he was using his own soul as a substance for spirit power. A pair of hands gently cradled a small, white rabbit-like creature. Its expression was one of profound sadness. Cha Ji-hyuk watched the creature, a flicker of hope in his eyes. A voice declared, let's believe in him. The fact that he had started to move meant that he had a plan. The rabbit-like creature stared ahead, its large eyes filled with a quiet sorrow. The creature, Kong, was addressed by name. Cha Ji-hyuk's gaze intensified, a hint of determination in his eyes. Someone was looking forward to his potential disciple. Cha Ji-hyuk grins, declaring, see how you'll surprise me this time. A dark, viscous substance rises, seemingly from within him. The substance drips from his hand, pooling on the ground. A sigh escapes him. Damn it. He observes the dark pool. This isn't it either. To create an image of his spirit power containing the divine power. Cha Ji-hyuk reflects. I thought creating an image of me devouring it would be right, since I had obtained that power through gluttony. But if this continues, I'm going to fail. He stands silhouetted against a blinding light. If the divine power overpowers me, I'll either lose my consciousness forever, or I'll need to give up this power. No. His eye widens, reflecting the purple energy. Why am I freaking out? It's an image that I'm creating with my soul. I should approach it as myself. A surge of dark energy erupts, tearing through the ground with violent force. The energy coalesces, forming jagged, blade-like shapes that pulse with malevolent intent. The dark power swirls into a vortex, a chaotic maelstrom of shadows and raw potential. A figure stands silhouetted within the storm, bathed in its unholy light, becoming one with the power. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes glow with purple intensity, a dark aura enveloping him as he declares, "Now it's the real deal." He stands amidst the swirling energy, tendrils of darkness reaching out like grasping claws, his eyes burning with newfound purpose. The energy intensifies, solidifying into a protective barrier, a shield of crackling power that separates him from the world. A profile view reveals a face hardened with resolve, an intense gaze that pierces through the shadows. A sinister smile creeps across his face, a hint of the darkness that now resides within. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widen, a manic energy coursing through him as he exclaims, "Yeah." His face contorts into a mask of dark glee, the purple glow in his eyes reaching a fever pitch as he declares, "This is it." The dark energy explodes outward, a cataclysmic release of power that threatens to consume everything in its path. He reaches out, drawing in the swirling darkness. The power surges into him, and Cha Ji-hyuk thinks, "Yum." The hunger grows, a ravenous need consuming him. Yum. More power flows into him. His eyes glow brighter, the hunger intensifying. More. Cracks of purple energy spiderweb through the darkness. The power continues to pour in. More. The dark energy coalesces into strange, glowing symbols. The symbols writhe and pulse with dark energy. His gaze sharpens, the hunger now a burning inferno. The symbols continue to swirl, drawing in more and more power. The dark energy intensifies, promising unimaginable power. Purple energy crackles in the air. The energy intensifies. A figure lies prone on the floor. The text proclaims that the peak of all evil is smiling. The text excitedly states that the peak of all evil is clapping, saying he looks like he's looking at himself. The text announces that he's welcoming the birth of the demon king of gluttony. The text asks, "The greedy dragon?" One of the figures states that it will be ball for him. One of the figures says that to him. He's a neutral god who keeps scheming. The text suggests that, as his name suggests, he has a strong sense of greed, so he indulges in all kinds of species. The text continues, stating that wasn't enough. He's a crazy dragon who wants to eat everything in this world. His divine name is the Greedy Dragon, and his real name is about to be revealed. The man shouts, "Hey, asshole. Seems like he's back now." He then calls out to Kong. He asks if Cha Ji-hyuk is back, and if he was successful or failed. The man who was speaking to Kong adds that if it was a fail, he's going to make fun of him. Cha Ji-hyuk asks how the other man likes it. Unfortunate. Cha Ji-hyuk states that of course he succeeded. Cha Ji-hyuk holds a glowing orb in his hand. Cha Ji-hyuk explains that although it's only the size of a small seed, he created an organ that can produce divine power. What do you think? Are you satisfied with this? The man who was speaking to Kong says that it is one of the 4 royalties to possess the power of the angels within his body. The man who was speaking to Kong says that if the angels find out about this, it wouldn't be strange if they issued a death order against Cha Ji-hyuk. For a mere human, who isn't, having hurt their pride, he doesn't think they'd settle with just a death order. It wouldn't be strange if their entire race came after him. The man who was speaking to Kong thinks to himself that this really is an incredible result. But in turn, danger follows. Cha Ji-hyuk isn't strong enough to overcome a focused attack from the 4 royalties. In the incomplete state he's in now, if he were to go against the 4 royalties, a man with piercing red eyes stares intently. A few days later, the scene shifts to the 10th floor hunting ground. A scream echoes through the area. A monstrous figure with glowing purple eyes and jagged teeth emerges from the shadows. The monster lunges forward, attacking a figure wielding a weapon. The goo ghost descends upon a muscular humanoid figure, claws outstretched, ready to strike. A heavy foot comes down, crushing a goblin beneath its weight. The muscular humanoid figure grunts, gripping his axe tightly, ready for the next attack. The goo ghost continues its assault, a shadowy form descending upon the muscular humanoid figure. The goo ghost's face contorts into a menacing grin, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. A shadowy attack streaks through the air, aimed at the muscular humanoid figure. The muscular humanoid figure swings his axe in a wide arc, attempting to intercept the shadowy attack. A figure stands atop a cliff, overlooking a towering structure in the distance. A figure in a robe watches the battle unfold, muttering, "It has begun." The orc-like creature raises its weapon, preparing for a brutal assault. A guttural roar tears from its throat, its eyes burning with crimson intensity. The creature tenses, muscles coiling as it prepares to unleash its fury. Its face contorts in a savage snarl, teeth bared in anticipation of the coming carnage. A low growl rumbles from deep within its chest, a prelude to the storm about to break. Elsewhere, a hooded figure's hand crackles with raw power, energy coalescing into a blinding light. The figure cradles a glowing orb, its light casting eerie shadows that dance across the scene. The hooded figure stands silently behind the monstrous creature, a faint purple aura emanating from its form as it asks, "How is it, my new Holy Spirit soldier?" Cha Ji-hyuk stands beside the hooded figure, the air thick with anticipation. The hooded figure is the exclusive healer for the undead and the spirit. It completely negates the basic necromancer mechanism, where materials are wasted due to the weak endurance for the number of summons. However, since divine power is divine, it seeks to attain enlightenment. Cha Ji-hyuk notes that there's nothing they can do about it except being careful. A small, white fox appears, its mouth stained red. A voice exclaims, "Ma." Someone notes that it seems like she's done eating. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if it was yummy. Miho thinks to herself, "Who would have thought that I would obtain the Orc Slayer title twice?" Cha Jin-hyuk calls up his status window. The absolute necromancer notes that his seed of divine power has increased by 2. He observes that since it's a 3, it won't be very helpful, but in an emergency, he can use it once. The Kobold Lord asks what they should do now. Hendrik is addressed. An unseen figure suggests they should go meet him. Vulcan is asked if the information is correct. He replies that after that, he didn't climb, and it seems like he's waiting for someone, suggesting they move from that spot. Hendrik, a dragon slayer, is using the body of a dragon. It's good since he wanted to meet him. I'm sure there's a reason. Like Uriel, he might be waiting for something after listening to the gods and demons. The pair walks, a purple aura emanating from them. The masked figure pauses, his hand raised to his face. The two continue through the crowd. A man stands with his arms crossed, observing the scene. He really is a dragon. "Shall we go?" the masked figure asks. "Wait, are you just going to talk to him like that?" Hendrik, his brow furrowed, warns, "You might not be the one he's waiting for." A chilling thought echoes, enraging him could lead to death. The masked demon, red eyes gleaming, suggests, "We could just settle it by fighting?" Hendrik's face contorts in disbelief. "You're insane," he exclaims. Hendrik turns away, declaring, "Fine, then go without me." The demon taunts, "I knew you were scared. You're scared because you got fucked up last time." The demon continues, voice dripping with scorn, "Don't lie. You ran away looking like shit." A figure with long, dark hair stands silhouetted, their expression unreadable. A close-up reveals the figure's intense, narrowed eyes. A voice whispers of destiny. On the 10th floor, the one who will make your wish come true will appear. A figure stands bathed in blinding red light, radiating immense power. A red light shines brightly, accompanied by the words, "So wait." A foot steps down, creating a distinct sound. Hendrik stands with another figure, who asks, "Aren't you?" A figure in a dark cloak walks away. A character with red eyes says, "I was wondering." The character continues, "When you were going to talk to me." A character surrounded by purple energy remarks, "There's a familiar face too." The character with red eyes says, First." A masked figure states, "I don't like how you're straight out judging me." Hendrik relents, stating he will let it go since he was given passage. "There are too many eyes here." Nudakibi tells Hendrik to follow her. A foot steps forward, surrounded by purple energy. More feet follow, also surrounded by purple energy. A figure with a mask declares they have arrived. Nudakibi leads Hendrik and another figure down an alley. The other figure questions if this is just a dead-end alley, but Nudakibi responds that there are many alleys around the square. A hand is surrounded by purple energy. Purple energy crackles. A dark figure stands in the middle of a teleportation circle. Two figures discuss following him. Purple energy surrounds a pair of eyes. The group finds themselves in a strange subspace, marked by floating, geometric shapes. Hendrik, his face concealed behind a menacing mask, observes the surroundings. He can feel that something has weakened in this place. The masked figure turns to Nudakibi. Hendrik states that he will ask her a question. Nudakibi declares her intention to eradicate all the dragons who killed her in this tower, her red eyes burning with vengeance. She asks if Hendrik is prepared to fulfill this goal with her. A sinister smile plays across the mask of Hendrik. Hendrik questions if her dream isn't too petty. Nudakibi's expression hardens, her eyes narrowing. She demands to know what Hendrik just said, her voice laced with fury. A voice calls out, "Cha Ji-hyuk." The speaker, a figure with crimson eyes and horns, declares that he is a monster on another level, questioning why Cha Ji-hyuk is provoking him. The crimson-eyed figure tells Cha Ji-hyuk to relax, calling him a loser. A voice declares, "I have a plan too." Cha Ji-hyuk is told to know his situation, but the crimson-eyed figure claims he can grasp how Cha Ji-hyuk became like that. The crimson-eyed figure states that he is sure Cha Ji-hyuk knows as well. A voice declares that the bastards who killed them aren't just the 4 royalties. The crimson-eyed figure says he doesn't care why Cha Ji-hyuk became obsessed with the dragons, but that it's not enough for him. The crimson-eyed figure declares that he is going to kill all the bastards who screwed him over. The crimson-eyed figure states that it will be anyone, even if it's not the 4 royalties. In other words, it's Hendrik. Hendrik states that the other party's goal is too small for him to ally with them. Hendrik, his eyes narrowed, retorts, "Don't tell me. Do you truly intend to attack the?" The masked figure declares that he and his counterpart are the same, dead but alive. He adds that certain bastards are behind his current state. The unseen speaker states simply, "Death." He questions if he needs to say more. A man with glasses looks on, a question mark hanging in the air. A horned figure laughs maniacally, the sound echoing with sinister glee. The man with glasses stands beside the masked figure. He asks if the masked figure saw that, right? The horned figure agrees, stating that he sees and that he is right. The horned figure declares that he is certain that he is the prophesied man. The horned figure recalls that Uriel talked about him, questioning Uriel. A voice wonders if the wingless have already approached him. A masked figure grips the hilt of a sword, declaring that this is great. An unseen speaker announces their intention to personally verify and test someone's resolve. A figure wielding a sword considers whether something is sincere or a bluff. The one who schemes against God's will is shown with a sinister smile. Someone asks for a name. Holding a mask, Cha Jinhyuk reveals himself, stating, "It's Death Star, Cha Jinhyuk." An enraged voice shouts, "You damned lizard." A voice accuses someone of creating a fuss by coming here again. A voice questions whether someone has finished what they came here to do. He notes that someone was around. The other figure asks who it is. Jinhyuk knows that. He is the blacksmith who lives here, and also the one who made his sword. The blacksmith states that he should have left now that he's gotten his sword, asking why he is back. It's impossible. He's an Oni. What a strange combination, a spirit and a mystical creature. Someone asks who that tin bastard is. The group continues down the street. Cha Ji-hyuk and Kane Pellin pause, sensing the shift in atmosphere. The Oni blacksmith's voice booms, laced with fury. "You're a bastard who doesn't respect his elders." He continues, his tone dripping with venom. "Yes, I'm still alive. Do you have any complaints?" Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widen slightly. "Wait, that's not what I meant." The Oni blacksmith's face contorts with rage. "I'm asking, how did you survive that disaster?" The Oni blacksmith reaches for a weapon. His voice explodes with fury. "So you're the one who burnt my village." His hands tighten around the hilt of the weapon, knuckles white with rage. The Oni blacksmith, gripping his hammer tightly, stands before Cha Ji-hyuk, his eyes burning with fury. A voice from behind the Oni blacksmith shouts, "Let go." "Hendrik." The Oni blacksmith's rage explodes, a raw, guttural roar tearing from his throat. This bastard burnt my village." Kane Pellin attempts to calm Cha Ji-hyuk, stating that the Oni blacksmith is someone who has the same backstory as him. The Oni blacksmith, his voice thick with suspicion, asks, "Blacksmith, do you perhaps know the Oni named Haryu?" Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The Oni blacksmith's voice rises, laced with disbelief and anger. "How do you know Haryu?" A distant view of the village, smoke rising from its chimneys, hangs heavy in the air. The Oni blacksmith's face is etched with pain as he repeats the name, Haryu. The Oni blacksmith's ponytail sways as he asks, "Is alive?" Kane Pellin observes, "It's surprising to think a coincidence like this occurred." A panoramic view of the village during its traditional festival, a stark contrast to the current state. The text states that all of the Oni in the tower went to the 100th floor. The man explains that he was ill due to his age. A white beast folk with a tearful expression states that it remained there. A building burns fiercely, flames licking at the night sky. One of the figures asks where Haryu is and if she is safe. Another responds that she is on the 9th floor. An older man with a mask states that they are going to meet her soon, then mentions the mask. Cha Ji-hyuk holds a red mask, asking if it is Haryu's. He recalls that she said it was her repayment to him for saving her. Someone asks if Haryu is strong. The man with horns states that she is still growing, but is probably stronger than them. He adds that they will take revenge together with Haryu. The text states that it is in one-on-one battles. The horn man asks if she is just a temporary member of their party, or if she is a permanent one. Cha Ji-hyuk and the older man are talking. The older man says that they will be moving together until the very end. Cha Ji-hyuk accepted her mask and decided. The sound of something breaking echoes. The rough hands are clasped tightly together. He receives the elder's gratitude. Jeno, the village's blacksmith, clasps his hands together, a determined look on his face. He vows to do everything he can. The elder asks Cha Ji-hyuk to rebuild the village with Haryu. He seems surprised by the request, but agrees. Someone observes the interaction, wondering if the elder knows something they don't. A collection of weapons stands ready. The blacksmith, Jeno, is the best Oni blacksmith. He tells Cha Ji-hyuk that the weapons are good and that he is fine with him taking all the weapons in the workshop. He notes that they are on another level than the ones Goldrich got him. Someone notes that they are on another level. Cha Ji-hyuk agrees to leave. Haryu tells the elder that they are going. Cha Ji-hyuk and Haryu observe Jeno, who is sleeping. The Oni blacksmith, his brow furrowed, wonders if someone is asleep. It seems like he finally relaxed after hearing that there was a survivor. The Oni blacksmith reflects that he hasn't rested comfortably at all ever since he's known him. Meanwhile, Kin and Nudakibi stand by as Cha Ji-hyuk floats in the air. Haryu will be able to obtain some strength after meeting Jeno, Cha Ji-hyuk thinks. "I'm glad," Cha Ji-hyuk thinks. "Cha Ji-hyuk, be careful." A red energy blade slashes towards Cha Ji-hyuk. He blocks the attack with a red energy shield. Cha Ji-hyuk unleashes a burst of red energy, shattering the ground. The ground continues to break apart from the force of the energy. Your reflexes aren't too shabby." The Oni blacksmith states that he is sure he has told someone this before. He declares that he will test them. The Oni blacksmith continues, stating that if they are not skilled enough to survive, then he finishes his thought, telling someone to forget about going against God's will. Cha Ji-hyuk retorts, telling someone not to kid themselves. He adds that he is going to test them too, calling them Dragon Slayer. A city street is shown, with signs of destruction. The destruction continues, with buildings collapsing. More buildings are destroyed, with debris flying everywhere. The destruction intensifies, with a massive explosion. The force of the explosion sends debris hurtling through the air. Amidst the chaos, a figure plummets downwards, surrounded by dark energy. He stands, surrounded by swirling dark energy and shadowy figures, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A shadowy arm, wreathed in dark energy, reaches out, its purpose unknown. The city is under attack, buildings crumbling under an unseen force. A window shatters, glass raining down as the unseen force continues its assault. More buildings are reduced to rubble, the city's skyline vanishing in a cloud of dust. The destruction intensifies, the unseen force leaving nothing but ruins in its wake. The city continues to fall, the unseen force showing no signs of stopping. A figure plummets through the air, surrounded by swirling dark energy. The figure stands amidst the chaos, cloaked in shadows and crackling with power. The dark energy surges around the figure, a tangible manifestation of immense power. The figure remains at the epicenter, a silent harbinger of destruction. Crimson eyes burn with intensity, a glimpse into the abyss. A blade is drawn, reflecting the hellish glow of the destruction. A flurry of red and white sword strikes erupts, the speed blurring the blade into an indistinguishable arc. The strikes continue, a relentless barrage of crimson energy that tears through the air. The assault intensifies, each swing carrying the force of a collapsing star. The blade flashes, a dark aura swirling around it as it seeks its target. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent question forming on his lips. The strikes land, each blow echoing with a sharp cook. These shallow tricks. Cha Ji-hyuk grits out. More strikes rain down, a relentless storm of steel and fury. The air crackles with energy as the sword continues its dance of death. The relentless assault continues, each strike a testament to the wielder's skill and power. Cha Ji-hyuk stands alongside the nine-tailed fox, both watching the unfolding events with grim expressions. The sword gleams, its edge radiating a deadly promise. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. What? Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes narrow, his expression a mix of shock and frustration. He thinks, was an all-master's swordsmanship this strong? To think he dodged that so easily. A hand grips the hilt of a sword tightly, knuckles white with strain. A figure stands atop a tall structure, silhouetted against the sky. Debris explodes outward, scattering fragments of stone and dust. A man with long black hair and a stern expression sits with a large, white fox. The man, Ken, speaks softly. Come. A figure stands in the distance, a speech bubble emerging from them. Taking your title into account, that's some formidable dexterity. A voice declares, but because of that trait, a problem will arise. Ken continues, having 10th floor monsters arise would be surfacing and ineffective. A close-up of a heavy, glowing purple chain. Ken stands amidst glowing purple chains, his expression unreadable. A voice asks, really? Purple chains swirl around Ken's hand. Choi Kyung-hoon asks, then what about the first spirit master? Choi Kyung-hoon's expression is intense. A purple blade crackles with energy. The weapon is called Gungnir. Gungnir descends, wreathed in purple energy. Ken grips the chains. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes narrow. Ken declares, this is my strongest magic technique. Gungnir slices through a great orc warrior. Ken smiles, his eyes glowing purple. Ken says, CYA. A surge of purple energy crackles through the air. The energy coalesces around a figure, glowing orbs pulsing with power at their feet. A chain, crackling with purple energy, coils around the figure's neck. Red energy flares, illuminating the links of a heavy chain. The red energy intensifies, flowing into a massive sword. The blade glows with an ominous red light. That pattern. A man's face is etched with worry. The sword, wreathed in chains, is held aloft. The man shouts, dodge. Cha Ji-hyuk. That guy's sword is. He stares ahead, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as the air crackles with unseen energy. A voice booms, declaring a shattering dragon slash as a figure unleashes a torrent of dark energy interwoven with chains. The energy explodes outward, a wave of crimson power washing over everything in its path. The crimson energy intensifies, crackling with destructive force as it continues its relentless expansion. The wave of energy surges forward, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring the battlefield in a haze of destruction. The hooded figure stands amidst the swirling energy, seemingly unfazed by the devastation they have wrought. The attack slams into the environment, shattering stone and earth in a cataclysmic explosion. Cha Ji-hyuk grits his teeth, bracing against the force of the blast. The hooded figure recoils, a grimace twisting their features as they absorb the impact of their own attack. The hooded figure speaks, their voice laced with challenge. You're Cha Jinhyuk's strongest soldier, right? The camera focuses on the back of a figure, their identity still obscured. The hooded figure grins menacingly, red eyes gleaming. He says, "Now then." The hooded figure declares, "I have nothing else to say to you." The hooded figure plummets downwards, declaring, "This is the end." The hooded figure shouts, "Cha Jinhyuk." He then says, "Nope." A dark, ominous sword materializes. Cha Jinhyuk retorts, "I'm the strongest one left though." The dark sword descends rapidly. The sword continues its descent, a blur of motion. The sword slices through the air. The hooded figure says, "Oh no, compared to your swordsmanship." The sword continues its descent, glowing with dark energy. The hooded figure says, "Your bowmanship is atrocious." The hooded figure cries out in pain as the sword strikes. He begins to gather dark magic, the air crackling with purple energy. The hooded figure prepares to cast a spell, the red glint in his eyes intensifying. Magic. A complex array of magical symbols forms before him, pulsing with dark energy as he unleashes the attack. The magical assault hurtles forward, a barrage of purple energy aimed directly at its target. Cha Jinhyuk grits his teeth, the impact of the attack forcing a grunt from him. Cook. The force of the magic rips through the air, leaving trails of distorted energy in its wake. The hooded figure watches as the attack lands. It hit. I landed a critical hit. He resolves to end the battle. He thinks, I need to go all out and finish him off now. The hooded figure retrieves a dark, horn mask, swirling with purple energy. I could only bring out the side effects when I used this with Haryu. The mask pulses with power, the air around it shimmering with dark magic. Holding the mask aloft, the hooded figure prepares to unleash its power. A single, malevolent eye stares out from the mask, radiating an intense, purple glow. He unleashes a torrent of purple energy, the magical assault aimed directly at his target. The hooded figure's eyes glow with crimson intensity as he channels more power into the attack. A savage grin stretches across his face, teeth bared in anticipation. His eyes burn with a malevolent light, the air crackling with magical energy. The energy coalesces into a swirling vortex of fiery orange, crackling with destructive force. He launches the swirling vortex, the attack blurring forward with incredible speed. The hooded figure grimaces, muttering, "Damn it, I missed my chance." He doesn't die easily. The hooded figure laughs maniacally, declaring, "Gaha, you're strong." He realizes, Cha Jinhyuk, I lost in the battle of numbers. He grits his teeth, thinking, but this isn't the end, right? His eyes widen with manic glee as he shouts, "More, more." The attack is identified as a charging dragon spark. The attack connects with a blinding flash of light. Fight. The hooded figure is struck by the attack, the force of it causing them to cry out, demanding more. The world fades to white. The hooded figure is engulfed in flames. The hooded figure's eye is shown, reflecting the intensity of the situation. They think that they can't see a way out. Even though the hooded figure can track it with their battle foresight, they lack speed. The hooded figure knows that if that hits them, they'll die. Then, the hooded figure reaches for something. A fox mask is shown. The hooded figure thinks that someone believes in them. The hooded figure is putting on the fox mask. The fox mask is on. A gust of wind rushes through the scene. The Oni blacksmith hums to himself, deep in thought. Another gust of wind blows. The Oni blacksmith, startled, looks around, asking what's going on. Someone wonders if Hendrik, the crazy lizard, is involved again. A white fox with large ears is shown. The fox dashes forward. Someone shouts, warning the fox that it's dangerous where it's going. The white fox continues to run. The fox's path is engulfed in flames. The white fox is surrounded by fire. A close-up reveals the fluffy tail of a white fox. The white fox, Kung, looks directly forward. A figure wearing a black and white fox mask declares, "I believe in you." A hand holds a red demon mask. The words fox mask appear in a speech bubble. A close-up of the figure wearing the black and white fox mask. A dragon made of fire roars. The fire dragon looms over a battlefield. The word charging appears in a speech bubble. A figure with a sword prepares to strike. The words dragon spark appearing in a speech bubble. A figure is launched into the air. His eyes glow with an intense purple light, a sign of power surging within him. He vanishes, leaving no trace behind. A maelstrom of orange energy erupts, tearing through the air with violent force. The force of the attack sends him hurtling backward, a dark silhouette against the fiery backdrop. The energy intensifies, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. His eyes widen, reflecting the chaotic energy as he struggles to comprehend the attack. The orange energy continues to surge, a relentless wave of power. Debris explodes outward, the environment unable to withstand the sheer force. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the devastating attack. His sword is impaled into the ground, a testament to the power unleashed. He stares at the scene, a question forming in his mind. Had he dodged it? Jinwoo observes the destruction, realizing this isn't a skill he can simply evade with his mobility. Jihyuk descends from above, a dark silhouette against the pale sky, ready to unleash a devastating assault. His crimson eyes burn with intensity, a prelude to the storm he is about to unleash. That mask, a question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. That mystical fox? The question echoes, hinting at a deeper connection. Ji-hyuk's face contorts in a savage grin, his intent clear. A flurry of strikes erupts, each blow carrying immense force. The attacks intensify, a relentless barrage of power. The strikes become a whirlwind, a vortex of destruction. Focusing his energy, Ji-hyuk prepares a final, devastating blow. The strike connects, unleashing a shockwave that ripples through the air. The force of the attack distorts reality itself, bending light and space. The final strike lands, erupting in a blinding explosion of energy. A maniacal laugh echoes through the arena. Choi Kyung-hoon, eyes blazing with crimson intensity, declares, "Your mobility and power right now is incomparable to before." The fox mask gleams as Cha Ji-hyuk prepares for the next exchange. A figure watches with concern etched on their face. The air crackles with anticipation as the battle intensifies. Cha Ji-hyuk spots an opening. An opening. Now. Energy surges around his legs, preparing for a swift attack. Choi Kyung-hoon gathers power in his hand, a glowing circle forming. The fox-masked warrior curses, realizing his opponent's intent. This bastard. He created an opening on purpose to use magic. A violent explosion of red energy erupts. Drawing his sword, Cha Ji-hyuk prepares to counter the magical assault. The force of the blast sends him hurtling backward. Red energy begins to coalesce, gathering like a storm front. The energy intensifies, swirling and converging into a concentrated point. The magical power continues to build, the air crackling with unseen force. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes glow with crimson light, magical markings flaring on his face as he prepares to unleash the spell. With a surge of power, Choi Kyung-hoon activates the charm spell. The red glow intensifies around Choi Kyung-hoon, his expression one of intense focus as he channels the magic. Hearts flutter around Choi Kyung-hoon as he fully commits to the spell, the air thick with magical energy. Cha Ji-hyuk's face contorts in a grimace as the charm spell washes over him. He grits his teeth, fighting against the encroaching magic. I don't swing that way. The force of Cha Ji-hyuk's resistance causes the magical energy around Choi Kyung-hoon to crack and shatter like glass. Choi Kyung-hoon smirks, unfazed. A spell like that can be easily. He continues, his voice laced with amusement. But, you'd have to stop moving for a moment. He begins to gather a dark, crackling energy around himself, the air shimmering with its intensity. The energy coalesces as Choi Kyung-hoon prepares to strike downwards, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. He grips the hilt of his sword, the blade reflecting the ominous light as he prepares to unleash its power. Choi Kyung-hoon snarls, I won't use a weak weapon at this distance. He vows, his voice dripping with malice. I'm going to finish it with this attack. Kyung-hoon's voice echoes, I'm going to use your skill. An image of a masked figure flickers behind him. Spirit power, demonic energy, and divine power surge around him, coalescing into a potent force. He focuses all of his energy into a single fist, the purple aura crackling with immense power. I'm going to put everything into this. The fist strikes, unleashing a devastating wave of energy that explodes outwards. Choi Kyung-hoon's face contorts in a maniacal grin, his eyes burning with dark energy as he prepares to deliver the final blow. He screams, this is it, you bastard. The air crackles as Choi Kyung-hoon unleashes his ultimate technique. He initiates his attack, entering a new, powerful form. The attack takes the form of a straight jab, a concentrated burst of magical energy. The energy intensifies, a blinding wave of power surging forward. The magical assault continues, a relentless barrage of concentrated energy blasts. The energy expands, a cataclysmic wave threatening to consume everything in its path. The attack slams into its target, the force of the impact causing a violent explosion. Debris rains down as the dust settles, revealing the extent of the devastation. A figure plummets through the air, a victim of the overwhelming force. Choi Kyung-hoon regains consciousness, his head throbbing. Damn it, did I lose consciousness, he wonders. He clenches his fist, struggling to remember what happened. Who won? His brow furrows, his eyes narrowed with a mixture of pain and uncertainty. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, Cha Ji-hyuk stands tall, his silhouette a testament to his survival. The sound of impact reverberates through the air. Cha Ji-hyuk hears his name called out. The air crackles with residual energy. Blood trickles down Cha Ji-hyuk's face, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. The crimson liquid obscures his vision. Again, Cha Ji-hyuk's name rings out. The sound of something shattering echoes in the distance. He grits his teeth, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth. I used up all my strength. My body won't move an inch, he thinks. He reflects. I should have finished him off with that move. Choi Kyung-hoon stands, his sword gleaming with malevolent intent. The ground is scarred and broken, a battlefield of shattered hopes. Choi Kyung-hoon prepares to strike, his eyes burning with cold determination. The figure with horns is told, you pass, Cha Ji-hyuk. A sword is held, ready to strike. A figure in the distance is told to fail. The figure is told that if someone has used their final move, then they should faint. Choi Kyung-hoon says it is annoying to think that Cha Ji-hyuk would fail him looking like that. He adds, Cook, you're A close-up of eyes shows the character thinking, fine. A close-up of a face shows an exclamation point in a speech bubble. A figure in the distance thinks that he will decide after using his final attack. A close-up of a face says, I've taken a liking to you. Cha Ji-hyuk thinks that he needs to pass no matter what. Choi Kyung-hoon says, wait. A speech bubble says, I can't move my body right now. A massive, crimson flower of energy blooms into existence, its petals crackling with raw power. The flower dragon descends, a roar of pure magical force echoing as it hurtles toward Cha Ji-hyuk. The world seems to narrow, the only reality the approaching doom. Choi Kyung-hoon's face is a mask of manic determination. Flower dragon. The crimson petals swirl, a vortex of destruction aimed at the absolute necromancer. The flower dragon closes in, the air thick with the scent of ozone and impending annihilation. The world explodes in a blinding red light as the flower dragon engulfs its target. Kneeling amidst the shattered earth, Cha Ji-hyuk seems to have weathered the storm, though the effort is etched on his face. His eyes glow with an inner light, a testament to the power he wields. Choi Kyung-hoon, battered and bruised, manages a strained smile. Fine, you pass. A surge of raw fury erupts from within, a primal scream against the unfairness of it all. You fucking bastard. Rising from the ashes, Cha Ji-hyuk stands silhouetted against a radiant light, the victor of this brutal trial. A voice echoes, stating that someone lost too. The voice demands that someone stop, questioning if they are a loser and challenging their confidence. The voice repeats the demand to stop, then asks what someone said. A white fox declares an intention to test someone, referring to them as Dragon Slayer. A voice shouts for someone to shut up and just become something. A man covered in bandages stands with his hand outstretched, a blue glow emanating from his palm. The bandaged man grits his teeth, the blue glow intensifying around his hand. A pained groan escapes the bandaged man's lips. The bandaged man sits on the floor, clutching his side in pain. A man with a smug expression states that he told someone not to go overboard. The bandaged man is told that he is only alive because he met Uriel and attained divine power, and that without it, he would be dead. Cha Ji-hyuk, visibly enraged, declares that the old man continues to provoke him, promising retribution upon his recovery. The nine-tailed fox, nestled in a basket, retorts that she doesn't listen to the screams of a loser, a smug expression on her face. A close-up of the nine-tailed fox's face, emphasizing her dismissive attitude. A hand reaches for a wooden door, preparing to open it, as a voice says, let's go in. Cha Ji-hyuk stands with an intense expression. A voice asks, are you okay? Kim Sung-tae stands next to a bandaged man, inquiring about his well-being. Kim Sung-tae's face is shown in a close-up, his expression filled with rage as he vows to personally slice someone into pieces next time, swearing vehemently. A brief pause. Kim Sung-tae, looking less enraged, apologizes for what happened before. Cha Ji-hyuk responds that it's fine. Kim Sung-tae states that since they're in the same boat, they should let bygones be bygones. Another voice responds, then, that's great. He seemed like a lunatic when fighting against Cha Ji-hyuk. Choi Kyung-hoon's expression hardens. He's completely different in normal settings. Choi Kyung-hoon apologizes. I'm sorry, although you came all the way here, this guy. Another figure with long black hair remarks, did I go a little overboard? Kim Sung-tae shouts, both of you fight me. I'm going to win next time. The figure with long black hair says, he will. One day. Kim Sung-tae sighs, I called you here because I wanted to hear your story. About your previous life. And your death. The figure with long black hair trails off with a sinister tone. His family and hometown disappeared without a trace because of dragons. A fiery explosion consumes everything. A dragon looms over a person amidst the inferno. Two figures flee, desperately trying to outrun the encroaching flames. A scream pierces the air, a sound of pure terror. The reason why he miraculously survived. A desperate plea echoes, please, someone save. Tears stream down his face, a testament to the devastation. Dragons fill the sky, their silhouettes a harbinger of doom. The dragons soar, their presence a symbol of destruction and despair. His actions were fueled by an unyielding rage toward dragons. A crimson eye, reflecting the burning hatred within, sheds a single tear. Thankfully, he possessed the talent to back up his rage. The absolute necromancer speaks to a figure shrouded in purple energy. He finally killed his first dragon on the 600th floor, and from that moment, he started plotting his revenge. The All-Master sits, reflecting on the past. The pursuit team under the four royalties started chasing after him. To imagine that was his daily routine. It wouldn't. It would be wrong to say that their branch on the 800th floor is gone. Jin Woo's eyes narrow. A penalty is about to be applied. A compensation system exists to prevent high-level climbers from monopolizing the tower. The system warns that you'll be moved to a floor below the 200th. A penalty will be applied, the hooded figure seems to imply. All climbers will receive a restriction upon their abilities on the lower floors instead of the higher floors they've reached. That's the reason he was able to counter Goldlich's attack. If there wasn't a penalty, he would have died from one attack. Wait then. The 900th floor. On the 900th floor. His plan came to an end. He could have become a transcendent. In order to catch him, A stronger pursuit team under the four royalties was dispatched. A stronger pursuit team is coming. Cha Ji-hyuk reflects on his past failures. In the end, he wasn't able to withstand against the dozens of members under the four royalties. The absolute necromancer finds it ironic that among the many species, he reincarnated like this. He reincarnated into the body of a dragon. Jin-woo finds the situation complicated. Cha Ji-hyuk admits he wanted to die. But it's not easy to die in such a strong body. The absolute necromancer accepted it instead. He's going to use this body as a tool for his revenge. Jin-woo remarks that it sounds like him. Cha Ji-hyuk asks when they should start climbing, reminding Jin-woo that they were going to wait for Haryu. The absolute necromancer asks if Jin-woo is going to climb the tower with them. Jin-woo asks where he would go after leaving Cha Ji-hyuk, calling him a weakling. He adds that Cha Ji-hyuk pisses him off. Cha Ji-hyuk states that he was alone during his last moment. Jin-woo asks if he was too. Cha Ji-hyuk explains that they failed in their previous lives, so they need to learn from it. Cha Ji-hyuk continues, saying that they need a friend, an ally, a bloodline. Jin-woo states that he will make an offer to fight alongside them. Jin-woo says that he's going to make it. Cha Ji-hyuk considers this offer. Cha Ji-hyuk asks why Jin-woo doesn't create a guild. A close-up shows Cha Ji-hyuk's upper body. Jin-woo is shown again. A building is shown. The 600th floor houses the Holy Kingdom's guild house. The sound of footsteps echoes through the hall. A woman's voice cries out, "Cain." A screen displays a group of people, their faces grim. The woman turns away, her expression unreadable. A voice says, "An interesting report came in." The man's eyes glint with a hint of amusement. The voice continues, "White Swallow Branch on the 10th floor." He finishes, "It became a wreck after some guy burned it down, and he did it alone." A woman with long white hair asks if the White Swallow Branch was destroyed by someone acting alone. According to Beck Hollio's report, one of the men says he doesn't think it was something that an organization or a guild did. The man continues, stating that it was an organization or a guild that destroyed the White Swallow Branch. The woman from the first panel exclaims that it's impossible, especially in a low-level floor like theirs. A hand snaps its fingers, emphasizing the point. The text bubble states that it's impossible to conquer a guild house after receiving the 10th floor penalty. One of the men says that it was like them when they first came to the tower. The woman from the first panel recalls when they first came to the tower. The woman stares intently. The man says that it's still within the realm of possibility. What if? One of the figures wonders if someone like that exists, and then asks what they should do. Choi Kyung-hoon states that of course, they should. Choi Kyung-hoon continues, suggesting they use the same method as 10 years ago, and kill them all, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The orb glows, revealing that they're going to use a bounty hunter. Someone says that they need someone good. The snake-like creature declares that it has finished another task today. The creature looms large, its form imposing. A figure stands before the creature, their expression unreadable. A speech bubble indicates the topic of discussion, a guild. Cha Ji-hyuk sits with his legs crossed, deep in thought. Behind him, a white-haired figure looks on. Hendrik agrees with an unspoken thought. Cha Ji-hyuk states that there is a problem. He explains that he is currently in the middle of doing Bale's quest. The quest requires him to make sure the entire tower knows his name and nickname before he enters the 100th floor. Cha Ji-hyuk reiterates his need for everyone in the tower to know his name before he reaches the 100th floor. Cha Ji-hyuk states that it will be troublesome. A speech bubble warns that if his name stains you or your guild. Cha Ji-hyuk thinks about Bale's quest. A close-up of Cha Ji-hyuk's eye reveals his determination. The answer is simple, you'll be the guild master. Being in that position is a more accurate expression. Cha Ji-hyuk stands before Hendrik. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression is unreadable. Hendrik replies that he never wanted to be the guild master anyway, saying he's not confident enough. If it's Cha Ji-hyuk, a skilled necromancer, he'll be an excellent person to lead the army. Cha Ji-hyuk's body is covered in bandages. He is angry. Hendrik states that he is still weaker than Cha Ji-hyuk. If he becomes the guild master, there will be times when he needs to give Cha Ji-hyuk orders. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if it's really okay for Hendrik to follow someone. Who's weaker than you? The air crackles with unseen energy as a figure stands silhouetted, their back turned, a high white collar framing their dark hair. Rough hands, kneeling on a worn floor, meticulously tie a length of crimson cloth. Bandages swathe his torso, a silent testament to recent battles, as Cha Jin-hyuk stands, facing an unseen presence. A voice echoes, laced with a hint of challenge. Does that? His crimson eyes burning with intensity, Cha Ji-hyuk demands, "Answer your question?" A voice, thick with suppressed rage, declares, "You don't know, Cha Jin-hyuk." Pierced by a dozen arrows, a warrior stands defiant, his red hair a stark contrast to the crimson stains spreading across his armor. A voice whispers, heavy with the weight of past suffering, "The humiliation I went through." A single, bloodshot eye, dilated with fury, reflects the inferno of his rage. "I was so enraged." A gaping wound, raw and bleeding, throbs with pain, a physical manifestation of the torment he endured. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, as if grasping for salvation from the abyss. The battlefield stretched before them, littered with the fallen and the dying. A distant silhouette of two figures stood amidst the carnage, their resolve unwavering against the sunset's glow. The memory echoed in his mind, a stark reminder of his past failures. How powerless he had been. Cha Jin-hyuk, his body wrapped in bandages, sat with a figure shrouded in shadow. He asked, his voice laced with a hint of defiance. Goal, this is nothing? A sinister smile spread across a face, a silent agreement to the words spoken. Cha Jin-hyuk, his eyes gleaming with determination, declared, both of our revenge, I'll become the guild master. Choi Kyung-hoon, a knowing smile playing on his lips, responded, yeah, you made the right decision. A man with short, spiky purple hair inquired, his expression thoughtful. Then, what should we call our guild? Nine-tailed fox tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. Come. The text states that the one who wears the mask condenses grotesqueness. The masked figure, ghost face, is shown. The text says that he defies the heavens. The text bubble reads, Heaven's Defiance. The text asks what other phrase is more. The text states that if you pay the fee to the company, you can create the guild. The text asks, really? It continues, stating that if he tells Puppet, he can create one for free. The man addresses Cha Jin-hyuk as Sir Ghostface. The man smiles widely. Ghostface replies, that's right, Puppet isn't here. The man smiles, and the text bubble reads, then you are. The man, Halcyon, exclaims that he is the branch manager of the 10th floor. But, Halcyon asks, why are you here, Ken? Halcyon smiles. He continues, I thought I'd pay a visit due to the tower's maintenance. What great timing, right? Halcyon puts his hand behind his head. Halcyon says, yes, I've become great friends with Sir Ken. Ken replies, but. Halcyon asks, what brings you here today? Sir Ken says, I want to make a guild. Halcyon says, if it's a guild made by you, everyone would want to join. Ken looks surprised. The room is silent. Nu Dakibi remarks that there are more than 2 members. Cha Ji-hyuk stands behind her. A white fox-like creature asks if this is enough. A man is being recruited, hailed as the dragon from Central Street. Someone asks if they want him over. Nu Dakibi states that her guild member is a celebrity. A voice asks what a celebrity is. Someone doesn't think it's a compliment. Nu Dakibi stands with Cha Ji-hyuk and a masked figure. The masked figure says they've also sent invitations to others. The masked figure states that when they've all gathered, they would like the others to take action so they can become guild members right away. Someone says they understand. He stands in his office, a blue envelope in his hand. A robotic arm extends from behind him. Cha Ji-hyuk thinks, Sir Goldrich has told me to do as much as I can for your requests after all. Elsewhere, a hulking demon raises a massive axe, ready to strike. The blue envelope falls to the ground. A hand reaches for the envelope, stacks of coins nearby. A man with short brown hair and green eyes smirks, thinking, a guild, huh? Cha Ji-hyuk holds the blue envelope. A voice narrates, he's doing something interesting. Dark purple energy gathers, crackling with lightning. The energy coalesces around a figure, preparing the 10-fingered soul bullet. The energy focuses downwards, intensifying. The magical attack is released, a complex circle of power forming. He unleashes the devastating power of fission magic, the air crackling with purple energy. The magic erupts outwards, purple beams tearing through the environment with explosive force. A close-up reveals the raw destructive power of the spell, the air shimmering with intense heat and a scent of ozone. The fission magic continues its relentless spread, consuming everything in its path with a violet inferno. The scale of the devastation becomes clear as the magic forms a massive sphere of annihilation, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. The residual energy of the spell lingers in the air, a faint purple glow illuminating the scene of utter destruction. Meanwhile, one of the figures asks if the other also received a quest from the nine-tailed fox. The other replies that they think they'll be able to complete it. A small creature asks if someone is eating well. A voice thinks they've completed it. He tenses, his eyes widening as a surge of pink energy emanates from an unseen source. A pregnant pause hangs in the air, thick with anticipation. Choi Kyung-hoon recoils, sweat beading on his brow. She eats all the livers? He asks, his voice laced with disbelief. I wasn't told what would happen. The air crackles with unseen power. A wave of energy pulses outward. Cha Ji-hyuk braces himself, his expression hardening with resolve. Kim Sung-ti points a trembling finger. I'll look over there, Cha Ji-hyuk, he shouts, his voice cracking with alarm. A blinding light erupts. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. Cha Ji-hyuk stares intently, his eyes narrowed in focus. The air shimmers with residual energy. A voice booms, revealing the source of the commotion. Miho's original form. Her transformation complete, Miho stands tall, a vision of ethereal beauty with flowing white hair and piercing red eyes. Whoa! Cha Jin-hyuk catches the transformed nine-tailed fox as she descends. Cha Jin-hyuk is called out by Kim Sung-ti, who asks if he is okay. Holding Miho, Cha Jin-hyuk responds, stating that they are fine. Above them, text boxes appear, one stating, the child is quite cute, and the other, of course, since she's my child. Looking up at Cha Jin-hyuk, Miho begins to speak. Her gaze fixed on him, Miho utters a single word, Daddy? Her eyes wide, Miho stares intently. Kim Sung-ti is shocked by what he has just heard. The transformed nine-tailed fox looks up at Cha Jin-hyuk, repeating the question, Daddy. Footsteps echo through the forest. Her eyes wide and swirling. The transformed Miho calls out, "Oh Orbioni, why you?" A voice echoes, filled with confusion. "Why are you?" Cha Jinhyuk and Miho stare with bewildered expressions. A disembodied voice questions, appearing from there. The white-haired figure's eyes widen as she utters a single word, "Daddy?" The pink-haired girl's expression shifts to one of shock, her hands clenching into fists. The black-haired man's eyes dart open, his mouth agape as he exclaims, "Daddy?" A disembodied voice echoes the question, "Daddy?" Three figures plummet through the air, their descent a chaotic ballet against the backdrop of the forest canopy. The impact of boots against the earth reverberates through the forest floor. Her red eyes blazing, the horned woman's voice trembles as she whispers, "Orbioni, why you?" The black-haired man's gaze pierces through the white-haired woman as he demands, "Why are you?" The pink-haired girl's eyes narrow, her voice laced with suspicion as she wonders, appearing from there. Jinwoo holds the nine-tailed fox in his arms as she points into the distance. "Who's that?" she asks, her expression curious. A figure stands shrouded in shadow, the word "Daddy" echoing around them. The figure remains indistinct, the word "Daddy" hanging in the air. Jinwoo's expression hardens. "What the hell is happening?" he asks, concern etched on his face. A system message appears, "Congratulations. Miho has now become your pet." Jinwoo's eyes widen slightly. "So this was what you were referring to by being rewarded for favorability?" he wonders aloud. "Are you guys teasing me?" A voice echoes, "I'll leave my daughter in your care." Miho looks up at Jinwoo, her expression pleading. "W8. Sort this out before you leave," she exclaims. A man with a neatly trimmed beard chuckles. "Hee hee, congrats." Another figure with long black hair adds, "Do humans give birth to foxes these days?" She knelt, her hands pressed against the ground as if bracing herself. "Daughter. If his daughter is that old, then at what age did he?" Haryu's eyes widened, a chilling realization dawning. Having a lover wouldn't be strange. Yeah, that's it. From the beginning. I can just accept this and get over it. Thinking that I meant something to him. Huh, that's it. It's fine. I'm fine. Haryu took a step forward, a newfound resolve hardening her gaze. A figure with long black hair and horns stood tall, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I'm Hendrik," he announced, his voice smooth and confident. "Nice to meet you." Hendrik continued, his words carrying a weight of decision. "I've joined Cha Jinhyuk's party." The figure, partially obscured by shadow, spoke. "In your care dash." A close-up of an eye, reflecting a figure in the pupil. Another close-up of an eye, filled with swirling flames. A final close-up of an eye, the iris glowing with an intense orange light. Elsewhere, a group of figures stood silhouetted against a raging fire, their purpose unknown. The village is engulfed in flames as figures with horns emerge from the blaze, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. Beams of light pierce the smoke-filled sky, adding to the chaos. A villager breaks down in tears, his face contorted with grief and despair as he witnesses the destruction around him. Amidst the inferno, a figure stands defiantly, their silhouette framed by the raging flames. The air crackles with heat, and the smell of burning wood fills the air. A horned figure grins wickedly, their eyes gleaming with sinister delight as they survey the devastation. Hands ignite with fiery energy, ready to unleash further destruction upon the defenseless village. The heat intensifies, scorching the ground beneath. The village's enemy is identified, the words dripping with venomous intent. With a furious cry, a figure lunges forward, their weapon poised to strike a deadly blow. "Die!" they scream, their voice filled with rage. The horned figure's expression shifts to one of shock and disbelief, their eyes widening in surprise. An exclamation mark punctuates their confusion. A flurry of motion as the battle intensifies, the air thick with the sounds of clashing steel and magical energy. Two figures collide in a fierce struggle, their weapons locked in a desperate dance of death. Sparks fly as steel meets steel, the air charged with tension. The horned figure demands an explanation, their voice ringing with fury. "Cha Jinhyuk, explain it to her." An unseen speaker declares that the child is misunderstanding something. Cha Jinhyuk smirks, asking if she saw him and got angry. Nudakibi's red eyes narrow. A voice predicts that she may get hurt a lot. Nudakibi, her expression fierce, assures someone not to worry. A voice declares that she can overcome it. Nudakibi smiles confidently. A voice proclaims that this will be deemed as the entrance test to go against God. A figure is sent hurtling downwards, crying out in pain. The figure plummets through the dense forest canopy. The ground rushes up to meet the falling figure. The figure crashes through the trees. Dust billows in the air. The air crackles as the dust continues to rise. The force of the blow sends Nudakibi flying upwards, her eyes wide with shock. Choi Kyung-hoon swings his blade downwards, a crimson aura blazing around it. The blade continues its descent, a promise of destruction etched in its fiery path. His red eyes burning with intensity, Choi Kyung-hoon declares, "But you can't slice me with only that." The sword slams into an unseen barrier, red energy exploding outwards. The barrier shatters under the relentless assault, its fragments dissolving into motes of light. She plummets through the dense forest canopy, a helpless figure amidst the swirling leaves. Dust and debris explode outwards as she crashes through the foliage. Lying prone on the forest floor, Nu Dakibi gasps, "Cook." Her thoughts drift to the difference in their strengths. Choi Kyung-hoon's gaze hardens, his eyes narrowed as he thinks, "My enemy is right in front of my eyes." Choi Kyung-hoon admits that he doesn't have the power to carry out his revenge. A burst of maniacal laughter echoes. He laughs, declaring that the other character is a dragon. Nu Dakibi stands with horns and a sword. Choi Kyung-hoon offers to let the young Oni borrow his power. He states that it's his power just this once. Choi Kyung-hoon promises to give her the power to kill that dragon. A voice declares that it is the Dragon Slayer's sword. Nu Dakibi vows to show him. Her hand grips the sword tightly. Empowered, she plummets downwards. Choi Kyung-hoon wonders if it is a sword with an ego, finding it interesting and welcoming it to come. She is met with a flurry of blows as the absolute necromancer screams for her to die. The sound of the blade echoes. Cha Ji-hyuk continues his assault. The Nu Dakibi grits her teeth, feeling the power of the Dragon Slayer's sword. The sound of the blade echoes again. The absolute necromancer continues his assault. The Nu Dakibi struggles to withstand the blows. Her legs tremble. Cha Ji-hyuk declares that she shouldn't think his sword is ordinary. The Nu Dakibi retorts that if they just look at what it's made of, it's stronger than his. She groans, thinking of the Dragon Slayer's sword. The Nu Dakibi begs for strength. She is fueled by a powerful strength, one that will allow her to achieve her revenge. An unseen entity cheers her on, feeding her rage. Her teeth bared, Nu Dakibi's eyes burn with fury. The blade pulses with a malevolent, purple energy. The energy intensifies, swirling around her form. Nu Dakibi stands ready, the sword crackling with power. Her gaze sharp, she focuses her intent. Sword silk, she thinks, preparing to unleash the deadly technique. Nu Dakibi's voice cracks with rage as she vows revenge for the burning of her village. She will repay the resentment of the dead Oni. The energy coalesces, forming a deadly aura around the blade. With a snarl, Nu Dakibi prepares to strike. The sword is swung with devastating force, unleashing a torrent of power. She grits her teeth, the sword forcing itself upon her. Its power, someone notes, is below even a child's level, yet the sword forcibly gave itself to her. A voice echoes, filled with concern. If this continues, the owner of the sword will be in danger. Crimson eyes narrow, the gaze intense and unwavering. A commanding voice booms, demanding that someone let go of that sword. Nu Dakibi clutches the sword, a dark aura swirling around her. The voice continues, explaining that the power is like a parasite that consumes you, and that she's not at the stage where. A voice declares that someone can handle that. Another voice demands the sword now, a pained cook, escaping their lips. In the distance, a village burns, the sky stained with smoke and fire. Her eyes glow with an intense, menacing light, power surging through her veins. A voice, strained and desperate, declares that they will let go of the sword when they die. A close-up of a mouth, contorted in fury, hints at the rage building within. The air crackles with barely contained fury. Burnt my village. I will not forgive you. Surrounded by floating debris and crackling energy, she prepares to unleash her wrath. Energy lines converge, a prelude to the storm about to break. The man's expression is fierce as he declares that power is like a parasite that consumes you, adding that you're not at the stage where. A voice booms, stating that you can handle that. The woman demands that someone let go of the sword now. A village burns, the flames reaching high into the sky. A lone figure stands in the distance, watching the destruction. Her eyes glow with rage as she vows to only let go of the sword when you die. A monstrous maw opens wide, ready to devour its prey. The figure cries out, accusing someone of burning their village and promising that they will not be forgiven. A figure is surrounded by crackling purple energy, ready to strike. A forest stands silent, the trees reaching towards the sky. The absolute necromancer stands tall, his gaze fixed on his opponent. Cha Ji-hyuk asks, his voice low, if she too harbors a hatred for dragons. His expression is unreadable, a mask of cold calculation. The absolute necromancer continues, stating that as one who has wielded the sword longer, there is something he must do. His eyes narrow, a hint of steel in his gaze. Cha Ji-hyuk declares that he needs to stop her from walking the wrong path, a fiery dragon coiling behind him. The absolute necromancer stands firm, the dragon's energy swirling around him. Haryu turns, her expression hardening. The Nu Dakibi retorts that it will hurt a lot. Haryu continues, her voice laced with defiance, that he won't die. Her eyes burn with determination, a challenge in her gaze. The Nu Dakibi's expression is a mix of defiance and anticipation. Raw energy erupts from an unseen source, filling the air with crackling power. The energy coalesces into a focused beam, a searing lance of pure force. The beam intensifies, revealing Haryu's silhouette behind its blinding light, her eyes glowing with fierce determination. The energy explodes outward again, bathing the area in a hellish orange glow. Haryu's expression is one of intense focus, her teeth gritted as she channels the immense power. The energy surges once more, forming swirling patterns that crackle with destructive potential. The ground trembles as the energy intensifies, the air thick with the smell of ozone. Haryu floats suspended in the air, a nexus of raw power, her red hair billowing around her as she prepares to unleash her full might. Her crimson eyes narrowed, a subtle intensity radiating from the depths of her gaze. Hydrangeas bloomed in a vibrant display of blue, their delicate petals catching the soft light filtering through the trees. She stood amidst the trees, the forest floor a tapestry of shadows and dappled sunlight. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and blooming hydrangeas, the Oni village's forest a place of serene beauty. A worn, leather ball rested on the grassy ground, its surface scuffed and marked with the passage of time. Haryu cradled the ball in her hands, her expression thoughtful as she examined its weathered surface. A ball, she wondered. Her eyes widened slightly as she heard a voice calling out, "Sister Haryu." A group of villagers raced towards her, their faces etched with urgency. "Please hold on to the ball for us," one of them pleaded. Haryu's gaze softened as she looked at the approaching villagers. "It's the village children. Here," she replied. The villagers expressed their gratitude, their voices filled with relief. "Wow," one exclaimed. "Thank you," another added. A subtle smile played on Haryu's lips as she listened to their words. "Sister," she acknowledged. A chilling question hung in the air, laced with suspicion and grief. "Why were you the only one who survived?" She stares ahead, her expression a mixture of shock and confusion. A voice echoes in her mind, a questioning whisper. "What?" A hand, wreathed in searing flames, flares into existence. Tears welling in her eyes, Haryu cries out, "Sister." A monstrous figure, consumed by fire, reaches out, its voice a desperate plea. "Save me." The fiery monster's voice cracks with longing. "I want to live like you." A guttural sound escapes the monster's burning throat. "Ah." Tears stream down Haryu's face, her eyes wide with horror. "Ah." Voices, like whispers in the inferno, question her very existence. "Why, Haryu? Why was it only you?" A sea of figures writhes in agony, consumed by the all-devouring flames. A single, desperate question hangs in the air, heavy with despair. "Why?" The accusatory voice echoes, laced with bitterness. "Why you?" She is plagued by a question that echoes in her mind. Why? The memory surfaces, raw and accusatory. Why was she the only one who survived? A figure stands amidst the flames, the heat licking at her skin as she remembers the words she needed to live on. A crimson blade falls through the darkness, a symbol of what is to come. The reason for her survival becomes clear, because she can wield the Dragon Slayer's sword. Even if all the Oni died, the only way to seek revenge is through her. The Oni do not forget kindness and vengeance. She plummets through the air, the memories swirling around her. Cha Ji-hyuk gazes downward, his crimson eyes narrowed. The absolute necromancer observes. She can stand after getting hit by the charging dragon spark. Her foot slams down onto the cracked earth. Haryu hunches over, bracing herself. A primal scream tears from her throat. Her face contorts in a furious roar. The force of the blow sends Cha Ji-hyuk flying backward. Haryu charges forward, her eyes burning with demonic energy. She plummets through the air, losing her balance. A voice echoes, "TSK, is that it?" A blade gleams, its edge shimmering with a deadly light. Cha Ji-hyuk remarks, "I guess this is your limit." Haryu is surrounded by shattered pink crystals, her expression strained. A voice echoes, urging someone to become stronger. The speaker's red eyes gleam with intensity. Haryu thinks to herself that she will fight until she can slice through someone. She vows to avenge all the Oni. Hendrik cradles Haryu in his arms, concern etched on his face. Jinwoo calls out to Haryu and Hendrik, asking if they are all right. Haryu insists that she is fine. Hendrik observes that Haryu seemed to run out of strength before she stabbed him. Hendrik replies that he thinks so. Hendrik thinks it's best to let the child sleep. Someone observes that she looks malnourished. It seems as though she has repeatedly pushed beyond her limits. Using that sword probably affected her a lot. Hendrik wonders if she will attack him again when she wakes up. Another figure responds that it is most likely, since her story is similar to his. Hendrik is told that he is probably one of the dragons that attacked her village. Then he will have to endure that resentment. Hendrik stands with his arms crossed. The sins committed by the weapon belong to the owner too, after all. Hendrik looks down at Haryu. He pauses, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air. Hendrik explains that he rented the entire second floor, so Haryu can rest comfortably until she wakes up. Jinwoo is thanked, but Hendrik insists that he didn't need to do that. He explains that the sins were committed by the weapon. Hendrik asks if Jinwoo thinks he cares about him, his expression intense. Haryu rests peacefully, her breathing soft and even. Her eyes flutter slightly, a soft murmur escaping her lips. Elsewhere, a strange feeling washes over a figure. The figure wonders aloud. "Aura, Bioni." Bioni exclaims, "Wow." Someone exclaims, "Why you're Aura Bionis." The sister with the horns looks up, startled. A voice declares, "The sister with the horns is awake." Another voice asks, "Are you awake?" Aura Bioni looks up at Jinwoo, a wide smile on her face. Someone calls out, "Oh, Aura Bioni." Daddy groans, "Yes, my head feels stuffy. Daddy's here." Aura Bioni grins widely, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Daddy murmurs, "Duh." Her eyes flutter open, a dazed expression on her face. Aura Bioni looks up at Jinwoo, who asks, "Huh? She's sleeping again?" Jinwoo says, a hint of concern in his voice. You might die if you don't change that nickname. The nine-tailed fox, dressed in a flowing white gown, wonders aloud, her voice laced with concern. Die? Miho will. From who? Bioni, her expression thoughtful, murmurs, from that sister. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if she packed everything, reminding her that they won't be returning to the 10th floor. Nu Dakibi confirms that she did. Nu Dakibi thinks to herself that even if the Dragon Slayer's sword breaks, it feels like it always returns as a part of her. Nu Dakibi explains that all her possessions are organized by magic, so she won't leave anything behind. Miho adds that she didn't leave anything either, calling Cha Ji-hyuk dad. Cha Ji-hyuk expresses his surprise, noting that she called him Appa instead of daddy. Nu Dakibi declares that she taught her. Nu Dakibi thinks that although Miho is a mythical creature, she's still a young child, so it's a given that she can't tell the difference between daddy and Appa. Nu Dakibi states that she made it easy to understand and taught her with kindness. Miho thinks that she likes the word daddy more. Nu Dakibi exclaims, come. Cha Ji-hyuk tells them to each take one of these. Cha Ji-hyuk holds out his hand, revealing several small, glowing cylinders. He holds up a small, glowing cylinder. This is a teleportation scroll. Nu Dakibi's eyes widen. Really, she asks. Choi Kyung-hoon, holding a document, asks, all right, shall we head off? Choi Kyung-hoon snaps his fingers. That's right, I almost forgot. Purple energy crackles around Choi Kyung-hoon, his eyes glowing with power. Choi Kyung-hoon's face contorts in rage. Cha Ji-hyuk, you son of a bitch. I told you not to treat me like an item that you can take and remove from an inventory. Choi Kyung-hoon holds up a scroll. Okay, let's go. A swirling vortex of blue energy tears open, a gateway to another place. Cha Ji-hyuk and Choi Kyung-hoon stand in a grand hall, its architecture ornate and imposing. Nu Dakibi finds herself in a different location, a more modest room with a simple table. Is this it? She wonders. To think there was such a grand place like this on the 10th floor. This space was built by magic, something that can only be handled with gold-rich finances. The Nu Dakibi stands bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. She gazes at an elderly man with long white hair pulled back into a ponytail. The legs of two figures are seen, one in a flowing robe and the other in a short skirt. A hand reaches out. The elderly man's eyes widen in disbelief. The Nu Dakibi's expression is one of shock. She cries out, Harry-yu, and rushes forward to embrace him. The man cries out, Grandpa. Clutching each other tightly, the Nu Dakibi and Harry-yu weep with joy. Grandpa Jeno was really alive. A masked figure and a man with a goatee observe the reunion. They finally meet. One says, yeah, what a relief, the other replies. The doors burst open. Cha Ji-hyuk states that everyone's running late. The group walks down the hallway. Cha Ji-hyuk wonders if it isn't manners to arrive 10 minutes early. Cha Ji-hyuk is told that he knows what the situation is like with the Oni and to be considerate. He is also told that he's gotten really soft. Death Star. Cha Ji-hyuk thinks to himself, Death Star. He is reminded that he was the powerful climber who died 10 years ago. Death Star asks if they know him well. Death Star confirms that it's him. Death Star acknowledges that he is the guy who died 10 years ago. Years ago, Choi Kyung-hoon reads from a book, stating that this is all the information they know so far. The group remains silent. The meeting continues around a long table. Cha Jin-hyuk raises his hand, telling someone to wait. A woman sits, explaining that the four royalties have been secretly getting rid of those who have potential, and among their attacks was the ambush on the Oni village on the 100th floor. Hendrik stands next to Cha Jin-hyuk, stating that they both were victims and came back to life. Someone agrees, saying that their guild's goal is. A man declares, revenge. Another man with glowing purple eyes states, defiance. Someone says that as the name suggests, they are going to wreak havoc in heaven, the place where they live. A man with a long white beard says that he knew he was crazy. He states that things are proceeding as expected. The man with purple eyes believes these people will greatly change the tower. A large wooden door stands slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of the room beyond. Choi Kyung-hoon asks what Cha Ji-hyuk is planning to do from now on. Cha Ji-hyuk wonders what a climber has to do. He declares that he is going to climb the tower. It is said that all guild members are the same, and they need to cultivate their power as much as they can. Cha Ji-hyuk looks contemplative. Jeno states that to fight fire is with fire. The Dakibi calls out to Grandpa Jeno. The Dakibi asks if he will also climb the tower with them. Miho holds someone's hands. The Oni, Jeno, wonders what Haryu wants him to do. He continues, stating that he will be moving separately. Haryu expresses her shock and confusion, demanding to know why. Jeno explains that after seeing Haryu safe, his heart is now at ease, and his past anger and motives are gone. He adds that it's probably the same for her, who is kind-hearted. Jeno states that if they were together, they would be satisfied and come to a standstill. He continues, saying that because of this old Oni, the final sword of the Oni can't fall. Jeno declares that he is going to change his name to Shadowless, now, showing a scroll with the new name written on it. He states that he is no longer the Oni called Jeno. Jeno says he is just an ordinary blacksmith, reminding Haryu not to forget her responsibility and anger as the last remaining. Haryu calls out to him, referring to Jeno as Grandpa. She states that Jeno cannot do that. He responds that he will give him a separate mission. Jino expresses his desire to create their base on the 100th floor, which is rich in gold. He adds that they need to investigate the Oni village as well. The man with blonde hair walks away. The blonde man says that is not a problem, but asks if Jino has someone in mind to be the manager. Jino replies that he is here and qualified. The elder states that since he has lived on the 100th floor for a long time, he will be knowledgeable about its geography and traits. The blonde man acknowledges that he is right. The blonde man tells someone to take the elder and go to the 100th floor. Cha Ji-hyuk says that he will escort him with respect. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if they should get going since all of their destinations have been decided. A close-up of Cha Ji-hyuk's face shows him smiling. A voice declares, "All right, heaven's deviants." The absolute necromancer stands with his group. The masked man's voice booms, "And live up to our name." The absolute necromancer's collar is visible. A sign reads, 11th floor's safety zone. The group approaches the floor entrance. The absolute necromancer's eyes glow with power. The masked man stands before a swirling portal. A tower rises into the sky, marking the 11th floor. A voice declares, "This is the real beginning." The absolute necromancer's eyes narrow. A figure plummets downwards, consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Those bastards who made me like this. Below, Choi Kyung-hoon and others look up, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Cha Ji-hyuk's face is illuminated by an eerie glow, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A hooded figure lurks in the shadows, their face obscured. From a distance, the group stands in a grand hall, the air thick with anticipation. Just wait. A voice booms out, filled with rage. "I don't care how high up you are right now." The face of a man, scarred and twisted, fills the frame, his eyes burning with violet intensity. "I'm going to rip all of you into shreds." A figure walks towards a shimmering portal, ready to face whatever lies beyond. A woman with piercing orange eyes stares intently, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The group stands in a town square, the tower looming in the background. The story unfolds on the 50th floor. A sprawling town stretches out, its buildings clustered together. The camera focuses on a building with a distinctive timber frame. Whispers spread among the people. The question hangs in the air, what rumor is circulating? The answer comes, it's about Ghostface. Cha Ji-hyuk strides through a grand hall. Guards shout, declaring an intruder and ordering to get him. Cha Ji-hyuk is awake. Dead soldiers of the Holy Kingdom are summoned. The dead soldiers stand ready. Purple energy crackles in the air. The soldiers, fueled by necromantic energy, vow to kill. The spectral warriors launch their assault. They declare themselves enemies of their master's enemies. The undead forces ambush their targets. The soldiers are commanded to hunt down the necromancer. The narrator emphasizes that his comrades are also incredible. A horned woman prepares to strike with her sword, surrounded by a pink aura. The spectral soldiers continue their onslaught. A man looks on in shock, wondering where they suddenly came from. The summoned army continues its assault. A cloaked figure looks on, muttering in confusion about what's going on. He wonders why this is happening when he is the branch manager. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if they think he isn't going to fight back. Despite the way he looks, Cha Ji-hyuk declares he's the branch manager of a guild that's affiliated to the Holy Kingdom. The golem is summoned. A close-up of the golem's face. Cha Ji-hyuk commands the golem to heed his command. Cha Ji-hyuk declares the golem protects his proud nation. One of the onlookers asks if it's a golem, while the other states that it's a 120th floor monster. Cha Ji-hyuk exclaims that it's right, the moment he successfully summoned his golem. Cha Ji-hyuk declares that the tables have turned, you traitors of the Holy Kingdom, and commands the golem. Red energy crackles behind Choi Kyung-hoon as he declares his intent to eliminate those disrupting the coalition of the Holy Kingdom. Choi Kyung-hoon's expression shifts to one of surprise. A voice narrates of Choi Kyung-hoon's strongest comrade. A golem stands amidst shattered debris, its form imposing. The voice continues, urging them not to be shocked, revealing the golem to be a dragon. Choi Kyung-hoon expresses his disbelief. Choi Kyung-hoon, his finger raised, speaks of his. The golem's massive hand clenches. Choi Kyung-hoon declares that they will see. Choi Kyung-hoon asks if they are on the 50th floor. Choi Kyung-hoon vows to make the Holy Kingdom, the 9th star, his enemy. A masked figure asks if he would. A voice echoes, questioning when they became the enemy, claiming it was 10 years ago. Ghostface stands with arms outstretched, energy crackling around him. A pair of legs stand on a patterned floor. Each time Ghostface breaks his climbing record, the affiliated guild on the respective floor turns into ashes. Two figures stand on a blue-tiled floor. A voice wonders if Ghostface is that strong. Ghostface holds his mask, declaring that they're done here too. A figure commands to keep destroying them. The absolute necromancer stands with his group. Someone calls out to the group, as another person wonders if that is Ghostface and his guild, Heaven's Defiance, attacking. The absolute necromancer is asked what he thinks of the quest. He responds that he doesn't think there's a need for him to go to the 100th floor. Choi Kyung-hoon observes that he's giving away information about himself, even though he removed all. New Dakibi notes traces of magic up until the 40th floor and asks if he is perhaps doing it on purpose. Cha Ji-hyuk agrees, stating that he's getting tired of raiding their guilds and finding information. He declares that he's going to make them come to him. Cha Ji-hyuk clenches his fist. The screen displays Cha Jin-hyuk's stats. The screen displays more of Cha Jinhyuk's stats, noting that even if they ambush him, it'll be fine. The screen displays a message that although weak, he has demonic energy and divine power. The screen displays a message that even if a climber from a high floor attacks him, both of these will become great weapons. Cha Jinhyuk states that he's lacking a little when it comes to weapons. Choi Kyung-hoon tells him not to be so greedy. He states that they already possess the weapon created by Jinho, the Shadowless. A voice declares that acquiring a better weapon will be difficult unless they ascend to a higher floor. New Dakibi asks if Grandpa Shadowless is doing okay. Choi Kyung-hoon seems surprised, uttering, "And me?" Cha Jinhyuk says that they need to go to that place to make Haryu happy and to get himself a weapon. The text bubble reads, "The Black." A close-up of Cha Jinhyuk's masked face. A voice explains that it's a place where you can find items that are hard to acquire and can't be obtained from regular auctions, adding that sometimes, rare items are available. Cha Jinhyuk tells New Dakibi that he'll get her something from the auction if she finds something she likes. New Dakibi exclaims, "Really? Brother, me too, me too." Cha Jinhyuk thinks to himself that he should have bought her something sooner, as he didn't know she'd be so happy. A voice responds with enthusiasm, "Oh, shopping? Great idea." A red sphere sits innocuously on the ground, unaware of the impending chaos. The sphere erupts in a blinding flash, the initial burst of energy tearing through the air. A disembodied voice cries out, "A bomb?" as the sphere intensifies its destructive output. The face contorts in a silent scream, eyes wide with disbelief and dawning horror. The explosion reaches its zenith, a supernova of raw power unleashed upon the unsuspecting world. Tendrils of blue energy writhe and crackle, a chaotic dance of destruction in the wake of the blast. A figure is thrown backward, the force of the explosion slamming into him with brutal intensity. He grunts in pain. His face, etched with shock and pain, is illuminated by the lingering glow of the blast. One eye, wide and dilated, reflects the fading light, a silent testament to the devastation. The blue energy clings to his face, an eerie aura that hints at the power now coursing through him. Another surge of energy explodes outward, a final, desperate act of defiance against the encroaching darkness. His face, now a mask of grim determination, stares into the abyss, ready to face whatever horrors lie ahead. Debris rains down, the remnants of the explosion scattering across the scene. A figure gracefully dodges a falling piece of rubble, their movements fluid and precise. The explosion continues to rage, consuming everything in its path with intense heat and destructive force. A voice echoes, marveling at the destructive potential of such a small weapon. The speaker wonders, silently, how so much power could be contained within it. Cha Ji-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a mask, thinks to himself that he would have been dead if he didn't have the mask's power. A woman with blonde hair tied in a ponytail observes that someone dodged a point-blank attack. The woman stands alongside Cha Ji-hyuk, both seemingly unharmed by the explosion. The woman's eyes gleam with a hint of amusement, a subtle smile playing on her lips. A voice states, "Visor." A synthesized voice responds, "Yes, ma'am." Red lightning crackles around Cha Ji-hyuk, the air thick with ozone. The woman watches, her expression unreadable as the energy surges around Cha Ji-hyuk. He mutters, his red eye wide with shock, "That's..." A figure clad in crimson and black armor stands tall. The disembodied voice questions, "A machine." A figure with long, dark hair and glowing red eyes raises a sword, bandages wrapped around their arm. A woman with blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail peers intently forward, her expression unreadable. A voice declares, "Visor." A disembodied voice responds, "Yes, ma'am." A figure stands amidst a formation of glowing blue hexagons, red energy crackling around them. The blue hexagons pulse with an inner light, their intricate patterns suggesting advanced technology. Red eyes narrow as a voice observes, "That's..." A sleek, red figure descends, its form suggesting a robotic or armored construct. A voice exclaims, "A machine?" Red and blue hexagons intertwine, their energy signatures creating a chaotic display. The air crackles with displaced energy, a shock rebound. A figure is encased in a crimson, hexagonal barrier, the force of an unseen blow radiating outwards. A warrior with dark hair and a red headband grits his teeth, bracing for the next attack. Sparks fly as a blade meets an unseen force, a figure wreathed in a pink aura clashing against the attacker. Bare feet pound against the stone floor, a figure moving with blinding speed. Two figures with horns glare with fierce determination, their expressions a mix of anger and resolve. A desperate cry rings out, "Protect brother!" A massive, circular weapon spins, deflecting incoming attacks with deadly precision. The message flashes, flying units en route. A figure descends from above, a blue cape billowing behind them as they prepare to strike. A young woman with short brown hair and small horns stares wide-eyed, fear etched on her face. A close-up reveals a face contorted in pain, a thin trail of blood trickling down their cheek. The nine-tailed fox stares up at the new Dakibi, her eyes wide with surprise. "She can fly?" she exclaims. A single, crimson orb hangs in the air, pulsing with contained energy. The new Dakibi is now surrounded by a multitude of the crimson orbs, each one crackling with power. The nine-tailed fox looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she anticipates the coming explosion. The crimson orbs glow with increasing intensity, the air thick with anticipation. The orbs detonate in a series of violent explosions, the shockwaves rippling outwards. The explosions continue, the air filled with fire and smoke. The nine-tailed fox stares in stunned silence, her face pale with shock. Cha Ji-hyuk stands amidst the devastation, observing the scene with a detached curiosity. Super Rookie Ghostface and his party. He muses. The new Dakibi lies prone on the ground, her expression unreadable. I came, she thinks. A voice echoes, filled with disappointment. Here with high expectations, but this is all you've got? Another voice responds, of course not. A masked figure looms, their eyes glowing with an ominous red light. A voice remarks that it was not bad. The absolute necromancer smirks. The absolute necromancer states that it is a shame, and he thought this was going to end easily. The figure in the red helmet tells him not to be so upset, as he has something to talk about with the two of them. A woman with blonde hair introduces herself as Shane. She stands tall, her red suit gleaming under the dim light of the city. Shane declares that she is a talented bounty hunter. The absolute necromancer, flanked by the man with the goatee and Shane, questions if she is a bounty hunter. The absolute necromancer realizes that means they have bounties on their heads. The absolute necromancer wonders who among the mere 50th floor climbers did that to them. The absolute necromancer states that they don't need to introduce themselves. Shane, facing the absolute necromancer and the man with the goatee, is called a Super Rookie Ghostface and his comrade, the strange dragon. Shane's eyes narrow, a predatory glint in their depths. A sinister smile spreads across her face as she declares that they are her prey. The man with the goatee stands beside the absolute necromancer as the masked figure asks if those are their last words. The masked figure draws a sword, its blade glowing with a menacing red light. Shane grins, revealing that she has changed her mind. A sly smile plays on Cha Ji-hyuk's lips as he proposes. How about a bet? Shane agrees, stating, it's a bet that we can all benefit from. Cha Ji-hyuk raises an eyebrow, questioning, a bet? Shane gestures, promising, win, I'll tell you. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression hardens as he demands, who placed bounties on your heads? Hendrik, lunging forward, declares, I'm going to kill Dash. A disembodied voice narrates, if she's supported by the 9-star or the 4 royalties, then our climb, which has only just begun, will become dangerous. The masked figure, hand outstretched, insists, we need information. Let's head her. Cha Ji-hyuk clicks his tongue in annoyance. Hendrik, looking towards Shane, asks, are we negotiating now? What kind of bet do you have in mind? The masked figure, his hands clenched, thinks to himself, a battle against a strong foe is always fun. The masked figure declares, let's fight. A surge of power emanates from an unseen source. Cha Ji-hyuk shouts, questioning the need to fight, but acknowledges that there are conditions. A figure in a helmet declares that no matter who wins, all 3 must remain alive. A hand makes a gesture, accompanied by a declaration that information can only be obtained if the speaker remains alive, and they don't plan to die. A voice states that one of the 2 must be killed. Cha Ji-hyuk is seen with the masked figure, as someone says, let's not kill each other. A voice wonders what she is scheming. The masked figure stands with Cha Ji-hyuk and Shane. It's 2 against 1, and Ghostface is warned not to use his summons. Someone states that she is fine and will give them what they want. The masked figure says it's their word, and they can find out what she's scheming after they beat the shit out of her. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if she's saying that they just need to be breathing, even if he cuts off all her limbs. Then, someone declares, let's begin. He grins, a digital display flickering around his face. Switching to autopilot during helmet mode, Cha Ji-hyuk prepares for the next phase of the battle. A target is detected, and the order to fire is given. An explosion erupts, shaking the battlefield. Cha Ji-hyuk scoffs, declaring something to be a mere toy. Shane appears, ready to counter the attack. You forget about me? She asks. The masked face of Cha Ji-hyuk is revealed. Shane creates a barrier, hoping to defend against the onslaught. Countering her defense, Cha Ji-hyuk summons a soul shield. Shane braces herself for the next attack. Cha Ji-hyuk utters a single word, visor. He attacks with a sword, aiming to break through Shane's defenses. He conjures a swirling vortex of purple energy, the air crackling with unseen power. Shane's eyes widen, a silent scream trapped in her throat as she braces for the onslaught. The force of the unseen attack slams into her, driving the air from her lungs. A cataclysm of red and purple energy erupts, consuming everything in its path. The blast intensifies, a maelstrom of destruction focused on Shane. Shattered fragments of stone and raw magical energy explode outwards, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. The world dissolves into a blinding flash of crimson and violet, the air thick with the scent of ozone and burning stone. The shockwave rips through the battlefield, scattering debris like leaves in a hurricane. Shane, barely standing, spits out a mouthful of blood. What? Your teamwork is really bad. She continues, her voice strained. Is it because you're both able to handle yourselves? A fist slams into flesh, the sound echoing in the aftermath of the magical storm. The combatants exchange furious words. You bastard, can't you see that I blocked her? You're the bastard. You should have predicted that I would attack. The command echoes through the battlefield. You match my movements. Cha Ji-hyuk, his face obscured by a menacing mask, declares that this is a command from their guildmaster. Choi Kyung-hoon shouts, demanding rationality. Leaving this to him, he insists, is how they'll win. Choi Kyung-hoon addresses the two of them, frustrated by their infighting. The camera focuses on Cha Ji-hyuk's shoulder, the details of his dark attire visible. A surge of blue energy erupts, crackling with destructive power. A blonde-haired figure leaps into the air, a red outfit flashing against the dark sky. Choi Kyung-hoon stands firm, his long black hair flowing behind him. Another blast of blue energy explodes, illuminating the scene. The blonde-haired figure grins, asking if they've ever heard of a railgun. The railgun charges, unleashing another wave of blue energy. The final blast of energy erupts, filling the air with blinding light. Two figures stand side by side, one with long black hair and horns, the other with short black hair, horns, and a mask. A voice cuts through the tension, laced with irritation. It seems that both of them are strong-headed, but aren't they being rude for constantly neglecting the speaker? Choi Kyung-hoon floats in the air, his hand raised towards a blinding light forming above him. Energy crackles around him as he prepares his attack. Cha Ji-hyuk watches from behind, his expression unreadable. The light intensifies, energy swirling within it. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes narrow, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He asks if they've ever heard of a railgun. The light pulses, ready to be unleashed. Cha Ji-hyuk stares intently, his gaze fixed on the light above. The railgun is fully charged, a beacon of destructive energy. Below, the town awaits its fate, unaware of the impending destruction. The railgun is primed, ready to fire. A hooded figure descends from above, claws outstretched, ready to strike. Cha Ji-hyuk grimaces, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The man with long hair sits on the ground, while Cha Ji-hyuk stands over him, his expression unreadable. The other man reflects on the teleportation spell, grateful for the narrow escape. The man with long hair shouts, "What are you doing?" Cha Ji-hyuk, running away in the middle of a fight. Shoo. Cha Ji-hyuk looks at the man with long hair with a questioning expression. A small drone hovers in the air. The man with long hair wonders if the drone is Shane's helmet. It is observed that she is using some crazy skills and weapons, and the question is posed, who the hell is she? It is stated that it is that Shane woman. Cha Ji-hyuk thinks that she's definitely not from Earth. Since this tower is connected to multiple worlds and dimensions, she's probably from the other world. A swirling vortex of energy crackles in the air, its otherworldly nature hinting at a dimension far beyond human comprehension. He addresses Hendrik, his voice calm but firm. "Hey, Hendrik." Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes gleam with a violet intensity, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He really wants to win. Hendrik's expression is obscured, but his voice carries a weight of authority. "Listen to me." Bioni soars through the dense forest, her eyes scanning the canopy. I'm sure they're around here." Looking up, Bioni's voice echoes through the trees. "Where are they hiding?" A surge of power courses through Bioni, her eyes blazing with a fierce, purple light. The forest floor glows with an ethereal purple aura as Bioni stands amidst the trees, her power resonating with the surrounding environment. Bioni continues her aerial search, the blue energy trails from her feet cutting through the air. Bioni's voice drips with sarcasm. "Who would have thought that you would just reveal yourself like this? Have you given up already?" The masked figure's crimson mask looms into view, their purple eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. The masked figure's voice is a low growl. "Sorry, but I have a long lifeline." Purple energy erupts around them as they unleash the power of Soulbind. Purple energy crackles around the masked figure, the air thick with an unseen force. The energy intensifies, forming abstract shapes that writhe and pulse. The purple haze continues to distort the space around the figure. The energy coalesces, forming sharp, jagged lines that cut through the air. The masked figure's voice echoes, laced with disbelief. "What's this? I thought this skill of yours was going to be a huge one." Shane descends, her figure framed by the swirling purple energy. A sinister smile plays on Shane's lips as she declares, "You're looking down on me." The masked figure's eyes widen behind the mask, a flicker of surprise in their crimson gaze. A blinding flash of light erupts, momentarily obscuring everything. An eye, wide with shock, is caught in the brief illumination. Shane stands before the masked figure, the purple energy swirling around them both. The masked figure recoils, a guttural sound escaping their throat as the energy intensifies. She wonders if this is just a cliché demonstration, but is sure there's something else. Cha Jin-hyuk grins, declaring that he likes this. A disembodied eye observes, noting Ghostface's barrier. Red energy flares around Shane as she prepares her next move. A figure is surrounded by red energy. Shane smirks, thinking that it's not bad. A hand glows with purple energy, as the figure thinks that summoning spells aren't the only thing a spirit master has. With their all-master trait, the figure intends to give Hendrik all the buff skills they have. Cha Jin-hyuk declares that he's going to show them what a true all-master support is like. Hands are clasped together, preparing to unleash a powerful ability. A surge of purple energy explodes outwards. A blinding burst of purple energy erupts, filling the space with crackling power. Someone shouts, urging Hendrik onward. His speed has drastically increased, a voice observes, barely able to keep up with the sudden surge of power. Hendrik is now a blur, wreathed in crackling energy as he unleashes a furious assault. A desperate cry rings out, ordering Hendrik to get lost. Blazing red streaks cut through the air, a testament to Hendrik's enhanced velocity. The crimson lines intensify, each one a potential death knell. Hendrik's voice booms, laced with scorn. You're retreating now? A defiant shout answers him. I won't let you. The attack lands, a devastating blow that sends shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. The force of the impact leaves a character reeling, struggling to maintain their footing. A colossal dragon materializes, its scales shimmering like molten gold. He stands before a colossal dragon, its scales shimmering like molten gold, as energy crackles around them. The dragon's scales ripple with contained power, hinting at the immense energy within. Lightning Dragon. His eyes glow with an ominous red light, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Energy surges, crackling with raw power. The air vibrates with unseen force. He stands defiantly before the dragon, seemingly unfazed by its might. His cape billows behind him, a dark silhouette against the radiant energy. His foot hovers above the ground, ready to unleash another attack. The ground trembles as energy explodes outward. Cha Ji-hyuk mutters, stepped on it. Bioni says, my gift to you who pushed me this far. A warning flashes, nuclear mine. Hendrik is assaulted by an unseen force, his expression contorted in pain. The unseen attacker shouts, Hendrik. The assault intensifies, beams of energy lancing through the air. Explosions erupt around Hendrik. The explosions continue to rock the area. Hendrik, battered and bruised, curses, damn it. Just which world did you come from for you to have these things? Hendrik glares. A voice declares, checkmate. Hendrik stands with a masked figure. The masked figure states, that dragon can no longer fight. The absolute necromancer states that with that injury, Ghostface is the only one left. A voice responds, who knows? The absolute necromancer asks, is that? The absolute necromancer continues, stating that he also has a long lifeline. The absolute necromancer's red eyes glow. Kane Pellin stands behind the absolute necromancer. Kane Pellin asks, what? You guys weren't serious until now. The absolute necromancer's red eye flares with power as he says, how dare you? The absolute necromancer screams, make me turn into this disgusting form. His face contorts, features twisting into a monstrous visage as a crimson aura flares around him. The absolute necromancer's transformation begins. Crimson energy crackled around the dragon-like form of Choi Kyung-hoon, his scales shimmering with barely contained power. The energy erupted outward, a shockwave of crimson light that painted the surroundings in shades of destruction. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as the power surged through him. The strongest person in the tower really is on another level. A sinister smile played on Choi Kyung-hoon's lips, his golden eyes gleaming with anticipation. He muttered, not at my full power right now. The dragon-like form pulsed with energy, the air around Choi Kyung-hoon shimmering with heat. Choi Kyung-hoon roared, firing at maximum output. A blinding flash of blue energy erupted, consuming everything in its path. Smoke billowed, obscuring the aftermath of the devastating attack. Propelled by the force of his attack, Choi Kyung-hoon shot away like a meteor, leaving a trail of blue energy in his wake. The absolute necromancer appears, his demonic form radiating a menacing aura. What, he wonders? The absolute necromancer continues, his voice laced with disdain. Did you bring those things to kill a fly? Choi Kyung-hoon's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with determination. The absolute necromancer reminds him, his voice echoing with dark amusement. You said we promised not to kill each other, right? Choi Kyung-hoon's gaze intensifies, his resolve unwavering. So don't make me want to break that promise. The absolute necromancer's eyes glow with malevolent energy, his form crackling with dark power. Unleashing a torrent of energy, the absolute necromancer launches a devastating attack towards Choi Kyung-hoon. The absolute necromancer's arm surges with power, the air around him shimmering with crimson energy. Choi Kyung-hoon's voice rings out with defiance, his eyes blazing with determination. You think I can't block that? With a surge of power, Choi Kyung-hoon activates his defense. Visor. A shimmering blue shield materializes before Choi Kyung-hoon, its energy reaching maximum output. The absolute necromancer's attack slams into the shield, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. He is bombarded by a barrage of blue, hexagonal energy, the force of which threatens to overwhelm him. A crimson explosion erupts, bathing the area in a hellish light. Choi Kyung-hoon grunts in pain, the divine power he wields seemingly insufficient to withstand the assault. Cha Ji-hyuk watches, a flicker of concern crossing his face. His recovery rate is slowing. He wonders if he was struck with a special type of bullet. Cha Ji-hyuk clenches his fist, a purple aura swirling around his hand. His buff and defense skills have all disappeared. He thinks to himself that it is as if Hendrik's existence. A monstrous dragon's head fills the frame, its red eyes burning with ancient power. The dragon is confusing the mana in this region. The dragon thinks that dragons really are strong. Perched atop the dragon's head, a figure with flowing white hair stands defiant, surrounded by crackling energy. A voice calls out, a simple greeting, "Hi." The massive dragon looms, its shadow falling over Choi Kyung-hoon. He stares up at the beast, a question forming on his lips. Choi Kyung-hoon raises his weapon, a cylinder of gleaming metal, aiming it directly at Hendrik. The dragon is surrounded by smaller, shadowy figures, all dwarfed by its immense size. It surveys the scene with an air of dominance. A close-up on Hendrik's eye reveals a burning red intensity. The dragon thinks, I should be the only one controlling the mana in this area, but how? It's not magic, but science. Choi Kyung-hoon, surrounded by duplicates of himself, faces the dragon. He declares, a dragon. A voice echoes, stating a fundamental truth. Who is the master of mana, can do nothing against it. Choi Kyung-hoon fires the weapon, a blast of energy erupting from its barrel. The narrator states, also, weapons are all physical substances. The energy attack impacts Hendrik, but it seems to have little effect. The dragon remains unscathed. Hendrik's red eye narrows, a flicker of annoyance crossing his draconic features. He grunts in response to the attack. The dragon is surrounded by a red aura, the text stating, no matter how many times you shoot those things. The red aura intensifies, the dragon's power overwhelming. The narrator declares, it's useless. The massive cannon begins to charge, the ground around it cracking under the immense pressure. Choi Kyung-hoon stands ready, his gaze fixed on the target. The cannon continues to build power, the air shimmering with displaced energy. Hendrik, in his dragon form, looms against the blood-red sky, a malevolent presence radiating from his very scales. His eyes glow with an inner fire, a silent question hanging in the air. Is that the real deal? Choi Kyung-hoon smirks, declaring that he is the strongest and the dirtiest. He mutters that he tries not to use this, if possible, before declaring that he will use it. A complex magic circle forms around Choi Kyung-hoon, the air crackling as he vows to use his full power. The magic circle intensifies, runes glowing with blinding light as the power reaches its peak. With a surge of energy, Choi Kyung-hoon unleashes his attack, a torrent of magical force aimed directly at Hendrik. The cannon roars to life, unleashing a devastating beam of pure energy. The beam continues its relentless assault, a searing line of destruction cutting through the air. The cannon fires a concentrated blast of magical energy, a green projectile streaking towards its target with lethal intent. The magical projectile is enveloped in a sphere of crimson energy, amplifying its destructive potential. The energy sphere hurtles forward, a blazing inferno contained within a fragile shell, promising devastation upon impact. The sphere detonates in a cataclysmic explosion, the force of the blast rippling outwards with deafening intensity. The explosion consumes everything in its path, a blinding flash of light, and searing heat obliterating all resistance. Choi Kyung-hoon watches with narrowed eyes, his expression a mixture of anticipation and grim satisfaction as his attack reaches its climax. He remains focused, his gaze unwavering as he observes the unfolding chaos, calculating the effectiveness of his assault. The landscape is scarred and broken, the force of the explosion leaving a deep crater and shattering the surrounding structures. The explosion continues to rage, a maelstrom of fire and energy consuming everything in its wake, leaving nothing but destruction behind. The air crackles with residual energy, the sound of the explosion echoing through the ravaged landscape, a testament to its devastating power. The echoes reverberate, a symphony of destruction that underscores the sheer force unleashed upon the battlefield. Smoke billows and ash rains down, a grim reminder of the devastation wrought by the attack, the landscape forever altered by the inferno. The landscape is devastated, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burnt earth. His shield flickers, the hexagonal energy matrix strained to its breaking point. He grits his teeth, struggling to contain the antimatter bomb. Arg, this antimatter bomb. This is why I never want to use it. A system message flashes, power overheating during shield usage. The shield's energy matrix crackles violently, the system warning, cannot maintain normal functions. Choi Kyung-hoon pants, trying to regain his composure. Okay, good job. You can rest a little. His eyes widen in alarm. Oh no. Hendrik rises, energy crackling around him. Choi Kyung-hoon's expression twists in disbelief. What? Don't tell me. He can still fight? Hendrik prepares to attack. A towering structure looms in the distance, its purpose unknown. A massive, dragon-like creature stands amidst the rubble, its presence imposing. Choi Kyung-hoon's face is twisted into a sinister grin. He muses, to think I actually defeated a... Choi Kyung-hoon's golden eye widens in shock. The dragon-like creature looms in the background as a voice declares, it's 2 versus 1. A hand slowly removes a mask, revealing the face beneath. The voice continues, I'm still here. The mask is gone, revealing Cha Ji-hyuk, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Choi Kyung-hoon levels his weapon, his expression hardening. Who has a hole in his chest? You sure are talking great. Do you think that handsome face of yours under that mask will resolve the current? Cha Ji-hyuk stands opposite Choi Kyung-hoon, unfazed. Choi Kyung-hoon continues, did you? The weapons I have right now are enough to kill you. Cha Ji-hyuk's voice drips with disdain. Why don't you just admit defeat? Cha Ji-hyuk holds a dark, pulsating object in his hand, a sinister glint in his eye. He wonders, I wonder. The words echoed with dark resolve. It isn't over until it's over. His eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Cha Ji-hyuk removes his mask, his expression hidden in shadow. The absolute necromancer's face is revealed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Shane, holding a large gun, remarks, who has a hole in his chest, you sure are talking just fine. A voice declares, the weapons I have right now are enough to kill you. Shane stands opposite a cloaked figure on a desolate battlefield. She challenges, why don't you just admit defeat? A hand holds a dark, scale-like object, radiating a faint red glow. A voice booms, it's not over until it's over. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes glow with purple energy as he holds the dark object, a manic grin on his face. Someone observes, he ate. Shane's eyes widen in shock. A scale. The absolute necromancer stands amidst a swirling dark aura, his expression unreadable. He states that he has the information. A surge of red energy emanates from him as he declares he needs to know, even if it means overdoing it a little. The dark aura fades, replaced entirely by the crimson energy. Wings begin to sprout from Cha Ji-hyuk's back, pulsing with power. The wings, scaled and formidable, crackle with red energy, their form becoming increasingly draconic. A man with blonde hair looks on with wide eyes, feeling something. The absolute necromancer, now wreathed in a blazing red aura, proclaims the power of dragons. A woman with blonde hair looks up at the sky. The transformation continues, the red energy intensifying. He thinks to himself that this is why they call dragons the masters of mana. His eyes glow with crimson light, power surging through him. It feels like he can do anything. The transformation reaches its apex. Cha Ji-hyuk stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling red energy and arcane symbols, fully embracing the power of dragons. Red magical circles materialize, swirling with arcane energy. The circles multiply, their crimson glow intensifying as the power builds. He utters a single word, resonating with ancient power, Gungnir. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes blaze with a malevolent red light, a sign of the immense power coursing through him. The magical circles converge, focusing their energy into a single, devastating point. From the heart of the circles, a dark, spear-like shape begins to form, radiating an aura of destruction. The spear launches forward with blinding speed, leaving a trail of red magical energy in its wake. The attack intensifies, the air crackling with raw power as the spear hurtles towards its target. Choi Kyung-hoon stands within a newly formed crater, the ground around him shattered and scorched. His face contorts in a mask of fury and pain, sweat beading on his brow as he grits his teeth. A voice booms out, filled with chaotic energy. Fire at random. The magical assault continues, a barrage of chaotic energy unleashed upon the battlefield. A surge of red energy crackles through the air. The force of the magic sends tremors through the surroundings. He unleashes a spell, the air around him shimmering with blue energy. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes widen in disbelief. What? Was Ghostface also a dragon? The realization dawns on Choi Kyung-hoon. No, his energy changed after he ate Hendrik's scale. Don't tell me. Can he use the power? Choi Kyung-hoon grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Of all the things he eats. A voice echoes through the battlefield. You figure things out too late. Choi Kyung-hoon's expression hardens, his eyes blazing with fury. His jaw clenches, a silent promise of retribution etched on his face. Nu Dakibi shouts, beam saber, as she summons a blade of pure blue energy. The red energy intensifies, a chaotic vortex of power. Nu Dakibi lunges forward, the beam saber arcing towards Cha Ji-hyuk. She scoffs, questioning what's wrong with Choi Kyung-hoon, noting that he was in high spirits just a second ago. Red energy crackles around her hands. Choi Kyung-hoon grits his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Where did the great bounty hunter go? Huh, he snarls, blue lightning dancing around him. Nu Dakibi prepares to strike, her red wings spread wide. For a mere 50th floor climber, she declares. Choi Kyung-hoon clenches his fists, blue energy intensifying around him. Fine, I'll end this the way you want it to end, he shouts. Nu Dakibi unleashes her attack, a massive surge of blue energy erupting from her hands. Chimera railgun, she screams. The Chimera railgun explodes forward, a blinding torrent of blue energy. Cha Ji-hyuk watches with a predatory grin, red energy swirling around him. Haha, fine, let's see who's stronger, he exclaims. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes widen in disbelief. That's no way, he gasps. The realization dawns on Choi Kyung-hoon. Cha Ji-hyuk can use the dragon's breath, too. Cha Ji-hyuk prepares to unleash the dragon's breath, a sphere of intense red energy forming in his hands. He is suddenly struck by an unseen force, his face contorting in a grimace of shock and pain as a glass-shattering effect surrounds him. Jagged shards of red energy erupt outwards, painting the air with violent strokes. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards, a dark silhouette against the crimson light. He spins through the air, a whirlwind of red energy and shattered debris marking his involuntary trajectory. Bracing himself, he He manages to regain some control amidst the chaos, his expression a mask of strained determination. His boots grind against the ground as he lands, a cloud of dust swirling around his feet. A pained grimace etches itself onto his face, sweat beading on his brow as the shock of the attack reverberates through him. Wiku. He coughs, a splatter of crimson staining his teeth as blood spills from his lips. The aftermath of the violent cough leaves streaks of blood marring the ground. The absolute necromancer internalizes. It's still too much for me to make this power completely mine. Clenching his fist, Cha Ji-hyuk resolves, I need to try again at a later time. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as pain lances through him. Cha Ji-hyuk curses under his breath, the sound barely audible. His thoughts race, a desperate question echoing in the cavernous space. What does he do now? Shane's eyes narrow, her expression a mixture of pain and frustration. The blonde-haired woman groans, the sound laced with agony. Shane clutches her side, her voice strained as she admits that her whole body hurts. A voice cuts through the air, announcing that she is awake. Shane glances up, her gaze meeting someone's unseen eyes. The hooded figure remarks that they were wondering when he was going to wake up. The hooded figure expresses surprise, noting that Cha Ji-hyuk regained consciousness faster than him, as expected of dragons. Shane stands between the hooded figure and another unseen presence, her expression unreadable. She tilts her head, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. A purple barrier shimmers in the distance, a testament to the battle that had transpired. Cha Ji-hyuk stands amidst the destruction, observing the barrier. He reflects, it's a barrier. You guys fainted, and this whole area was destroyed. The absolute necromancer sits, legs crossed, as Shane sits nearby. He states, so I couldn't just leave it like this. Shane grins, a hint of mischief in her eyes. She asks, did we have too much fun? Shane sits defeated. She thinks, anyway, it's my complete defeat, although I thought I had a chance at winning. Well, there was a monster who could steal the power of the 4 royalties, so I had no chance. A voice booms, huh? Seems like you really looked down. Cha Ji-hyuk, his expression thoughtful, says, come to think of it, why did we do this bed in the first place? A voice responds, that's because. Shane smiles widely, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Shane exclaims, I wanted to fight a dragon. Shane grins, her hands clasped together. She declares that she couldn't miss a chance like this. Cha Ji-hyuk, looking distressed, exclaims that they went through all of something, but he can't say anything to that. An unnamed woman stands beside him. Shane, looking off panel, questions if this is just because of that, referring to either her or the 0th4 dragon. Shane states that she'd like to know who's stronger. The woman beside Cha Ji-hyuk clenches her fist. An unseen character shouts not to say something back. In order to maintain this barrier, they used all the mana stones gathered from the monsters they killed. Cha Ji-hyuk says, huh. In any case, since you're awake now. Cha Ji-hyuk demands that someone tell them as promised, asking who it is. Shane stands with her back to the viewer. Shane states that it was the person who sent a bounty hunter to kill them. Cha Ji-hyuk pauses, then says that first, there's something he needs to say. Shane states that someone has put a bounty on Cha Ji-hyuk. The camera focuses on Cha Ji-hyuk, listening intently. Jinwoo asks if it is a guild association. Jinwoo refuses to believe it. The idea seems shocking. A figure wonders what this guild association is. Shane explains that a high-ranking climber has a limit to how much they can do on a low-ranking floor. The text explains that they bypass that by supporting and winning against a low-ranking guild on the ranking floor. The text explains that those guilds take over guilds on lower floors. The text explains that those guilds take over guilds on even lower floors. The text explains that this chain reaction is how they stabilize their power, and that's what a guild association is. The figure with horns states that there aren't many powers like that in the tower. He adds that if they investigate a little, they'll be able to figure out who. Another figure declares that there's no need to. A voice wonders who can maintain such a large power association, Holy Kingdom. A figure stands silhouetted against a bright window. The sound of something approaching echoes through the halls. Jinwoo wonders about 9-star. Kane Pellin's name is spoken. A woman with short white hair in a black and white dress addresses the room. She thanks everyone for coming. The camera pans to a figure wearing a white hat and coat. The scene shows the aftermath of a battle, with several figures lying on the ground. A man with short brown hair states that he knows why they were called. He heard that the precious Holy Kingdom's affiliated guild got raided. 9-star sword St. Doneth Taylor is shown with a sword. 9-star Archmage Merlin wonders if Ghostface was the strong climber on the 50th floor. 9-star Poison King Dang Joan asks if they got attacked by a lowly bastard like him on the 50th floor. A man with green hair says, hey. The woman with white hair asks if they are all done talking. A close-up of a hand and chest. The man with green hair asks if someone wants to fight Carmen. Can someone guarantee it? Doneth, the man with white hair, is asked if his affiliated guild isn't the next one to be ambushed. Dang Joan pauses, considering the question. Merlin states that he has established that Ghostface is a sprouting weed, then asks, so? Someone suggests a course of action. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if they are going to personally go down there and get rid of him. The unseen speaker orders them to pluck the weed. Doneth responds with a simple, so? Dang Joan asks how they are going to get rid of him. Someone replies that the penalty gap is too big. Cha Ji-hyuk smirks. Someone states that of course they'll get a. The voice echoes, referring to someone as a freelancer. The unseen speaker states they have already chosen who to send. A blonde woman stands, her expression unreadable. The blonde woman continues, stating that they are both 300th floor climbers, but there is a difference. The voice continues, stating that king-ranked climbers are on another level. Two men stand side by side, one with white hair and the other with a mask. The voice declares that someone failed the mission. The masked man adds that they even gave those bastards information. The voice explains that traces of the ghost face party grew faint after parting with someone. A man with white hair and red eyes, accompanied by a large snake, declares, "It's dinner time, Camille." The snake lunges forward, attacking someone off-panel. The blonde woman from earlier is shown with a pained expression, blood splattered around her. A serpentine demon, wreathed in shadows, reveals its fangs. A woman with flowing blonde hair stands before the monstrous entity, seemingly paralyzed by fear. The air crackles with unseen energy. The air continues to crackle with unseen energy. A faint voice echoes in the darkness, pleading. The desperate plea continues, barely audible amidst the encroaching shadows. Sami. A figure bathed in ethereal blue light begs for salvation. Save me. The plea intensifies, the desperation palpable. Please save me. The cry for help echoes once more. Save me. Nu Dakibi's eyes widen, a manic grin spreading across her face. Huh. A scream tears through the silence, a raw expression of terror. Sitting on the rooftop, she is asked if she is awake. Cha Ji-hyuk stands with the nine-tailed fox, observing the surroundings. The woman is seen on the rooftop as Cha Ji-hyuk notes that Hendrik isn't there either, having left earlier to gather information. A voice declares that those who are after them are serious. Byun seems to be doing some recon regarding the information that Shane gave them. Cha Ji-hyuk, seeing that she's all right, suggests they get going. She asks where they are going. Jinwoo asks if they have forgotten already. Their next destination is revealed. The black market. The 51st floor, the business district, bustles with activity. The nine-tailed fox tugs at Jinwoo's sleeve. She asks if she can eat what he's holding. Nu Dakibi reminds them that there is still time left until the black market opens. The nine-tailed fox expresses her excitement. He is lost in thought about a dream, wondering what it was about. Nu Dakibi asks Jinwoo what's wrong and if he isn't going to eat anything. Jinwoo apologizes, saying he was thinking about something. The nine-tailed fox exclaims that they should eat it together. Jinwoo agrees, saying they should eat it together, Miho. A full moon hangs high in the night sky, illuminating the building that houses the black market. Before the black market opens, Haryu knows that, as an Oni, she is too noticeable. The group makes their way down the cobblestone street. A sharp snap echoes in the air. Bioni exclaims, "Wow, thank you, or Bioni." Bioni's feet touch the ground. Haryu glances back at Nine-Tailed Fox. The entrance to the black market looms ahead. Haryu confirms, "Confirmed. Please head inside. I'll help the people next in line." Nine-Tailed Fox follows Haryu. Haryu stands with Bioni and Nine-Tailed Fox. A hand presents a black card, its surface gleaming with intricate designs. The card is identified as a black card. The card allows entry into all black market auctions, but one cannot get one without a good sponsor. A staff member, noticing the card, asks if there is an issue. The staff member quickly backtracks, stating that there is no issue and offers to escort them to the VIP seating area. The group is led through the grand hall towards the VIP seating. Another staff member recognizes the mask worn by Cha Ji-hyuk as Ghostface. The staff member also notes that he brought a woman with him. The group arrives at the private seating area. A staff member explains that they should press the button whenever they'd like to bid. The staff member instructs them not to enter unless called. Another staff member welcomes them and tells them to enjoy their time. The auction hall awaits, its stage set for the day's proceedings. An ornate archway frames the entrance to the main floor. The heavy doors stand slightly ajar, hinting at the treasures within. The hall stretches into the distance, a gradient of light and shadow. Sunlight streams through the high windows, illuminating rows of eager bidders. A lone figure stands near a display case, contemplating the items on offer. The auctioneer grins, ready to begin the sale. A man in a tuxedo raises his hand, eager to place a bid. The crowd awaits the start of the auction. Bioni's eyes glow with anticipation. Today we've brought something. A summoning-type trinket, purchased for 350,000 gold, rests in her hands. The trinket is presented, but a voice notes, there aren't many things to buy. She agrees that there are so many people present. Cha Ji-hyuk notes that something's off. A voice observes that there are so many people on the lower floor. Two figures on a balcony speculate that something big will come. A voice announces that the next item is here. A figure presents the next item. A close-up of a red eye reveals a sense of alarm. Cha Ji-hyuk looks on as Nu Dakibi is called by her alias, Haryu. A voice shouts, asking where someone is going. Nu Dakibi is seen from below. A voice whispers that she is here. A voice pleads to be saved. Cha Ji-hyuk's voice cracks as he cries out, the sound echoing through the chamber. Save me. The plea hangs in the air, a desperate echo of his terror. Save me. A blur of white rushes forward, a figure moving with desperate speed. A sharp voice cuts through the chaos. Wait. Haryu's red eyes burn with determination, her face set in a grim line as she prepares to intervene. Her hand reaches out, fingers outstretched towards the sound of the desperate cry. I'm coming. A voice echoes, declaring, I'm here. A desperate plea pierces the air, save me. The cry for help intensifies, the words repeating, save me, save me. A shimmering curtain hangs, obscuring what lies beyond. A figure with a wide-brimmed hat rushes forward, declaring, I'm coming. The figure grips a staff, its tip glowing with arcane energy. The staff wielder is shocked by something. A hand clutches a radiant orb, its light pushing back the encroaching darkness. A figure plummets through the air, a pained ugh escaping their lips. A voice commands, move. Legs clad in dark fabric stride forward, purpose in every step. A figure brings their sword down on another. An unseen character, presumably the one with the hat, declares, how dare you touch the item I have set my eyes on. The character with the hat thinks to himself, such an arrogant young lady. A large, imposing figure stands with a cane. A surge of purple energy fills the air. A voice declares, you should be the one moving. A tall figure stands cloaked in purple energy, with support Haryu kneeling before him. A character looks on, thinking, ghost face. Antagonist ghost face stands with a sinister smile. The character thinks, ghost face. A close-up of antagonist ghost face's face, revealing a menacing grin. Someone asks, Haryu, are you okay? Did something happen? She heard a voice coming from that direction. Ghost face listened intently. The speaker at the auction chuckled, noting the small commotion. The speaker continued, explaining that when a great item is up for auction, things sometimes become too exciting. The speaker urged everyone to maintain the excitement and reveal the item. Meanwhile, a hand reached out. A cloth was pulled away. A woman exclaimed, that. The woman's eyes widened as she realized what it was. Elsewhere, a woman walked through a misty forest. She was surrounded by other figures. One of the figures gasped, a flower. The item being revealed was an accessory. A red-wrapped item sits on display, adorned with a delicate blue flower. The item is described as being in the style of the fallen Oni tribe. A figure with piercing red eyes seethes with anger. They think to themselves, questioning how anyone dares to sell an item from their tribe. The auctioneer expresses their disbelief that this is happening at a mere auction. A hand rests on a purple garment, fingers tapping impatiently. A masked figure leans in, whispering, trust me. The auctioneer, a man with slicked back hair and a sharp gaze, calls out to the crowd, everyone. The auctioneer's voice booms, shall we start the bid? A voice announces, the starting bid is 100,000 gold. Bids begin to pour in, 150,000, 200,000. The bidding begins, with an opening offer of 250,000. The price quickly escalates. 1 million, booms a voice from the crowd. A goblin, holding paddle number 28 from the black market, awaits the next bid. Another bidder raises the stakes. 1 million gold. The auctioneer, standing behind the podium, asks, are there any more bids? A figure observes the proceedings, thinking, another species will be added to my collection. The goblin's eyes gleam as he considers the prize, corpse. A bidder considers the current price. But maybe with this, I'll be satisfied. A woman with a wide-brimmed hat clenches her fist, thinking, I can't let that fall into that bastard's hand dash. The woman prepares to make her move. The tension in the auction hall rises. The bidding soars even higher. If there aren't any more bids, then, at 1 million, 3 million. The back of a bald head is visible. A man with a mustache and a woman in a red dress react with surprise. A goblin-like character says, Take 3 million. A masked figure says, million. Cha Ji-hyuk, in a long coat, declares, if you don't want to spend that much, then get lost. The auctioneer stands at the podium. A wide shot shows the audience at the auction. A voice booms, then, this item is. The auctioneer slams the gavel, announcing, sold, at 3 million gold. The sound of the gavel echoes. The gavel strikes the block. Someone thinks, to think Ghost Face was that wealthy. The man with the hat scowls, muttering, that bastard. A voice wonders if they attracted too much attention for ending the bid, which didn't have such a high bid to begin with. Another voice suggests that it would be best for them to leave. The first voice agrees, saying, ah yes. Meanwhile, the moon hangs high in the night sky, casting an ethereal glow. A close-up reveals the auctioned item, a delicate flower encased in glass. Bioni expresses her gratitude, saying, thank you so much, Ora Bioni. It must have costed you a lot. Harry waves off the concern, replying, it's not my money, so it's fine. Thank Gold Rich later. The flower glows softly within its glass prison. Bioni thanks Haryu again. Haryu's name is spoken. Bioni looks up, a surprised expression on her face, and utters, huh. She mutters a soft agreement. A figure walks towards a swirling portal of pink energy, declaring it is for everyone's salvation. The figure steps through the portal. The masked figure stands before Haryu, who admits she understands why Haryu was so obsessed, noting there was a dead Oni's soul attached to that hairpin. The masked figure stands ready. The masked figure's expression is hidden behind the mask, but his eyes are focused. The masked figure clashes swords with an unseen opponent, sparks flying in the night. Bioni cries out in shock, calling out to her brother. The masked figure continues to fight, his movements swift and deadly. A voice cries out, demanding to know who he is. The masked figure's hand grips the hilt of his blade, ready to strike. The masked figure's voice is low and menacing as he begins to speak. A voice echoes from the shadows, recalling an item from the auction. The voice continues, calling someone a fat tie. A voice responds, stating, "That's very rude." The camera zooms in on the face of the speaker, a goblin-like creature with a top hat and monocle. The goblin's grin widens, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The goblin asks if he didn't let the other party have that item. The panel shows a flashback of the dakibi and the goblin. The goblin laughs maniacally, emphasizing the word hairpin. The goblin, a stout figure in a gray suit, throws his head back in laughter. The goblin declares that he doesn't care about that hairpin anymore, since he'll be able to taxidermy. The goblin's eyes glow red as he declares he's a real Oni now. The dakibi's expression is obscured, but her posture suggests she is ready for a fight. The dakibi, surrounded by a white aura, challenges the goblin to try. A greenish-brown goblin raises a massive, ornate hammer, preparing to strike. The goblin grins, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The hammer slams down on a metallic box, the impact echoing through the chamber. A figure with black horns and glowing purple eyes warns, "Don't act rash." A beam of intense light pierces the darkness. A single, glowing purple eye watches intently. A figure plummets downwards, caught in the radiant light. The figure continues to fall, the ground rushing up to meet them. A symbol appears, etched in light. A man with a stern expression declares, "I'll be your opponent." He spoke from behind the mask, assessing the situation. The new character judged that his opponent was about the same level as Hendrik, or perhaps even a more skillful swordsman. Then, his eye glowed with a purple light. Combat foresight. The purple glow intensified. The masked figure analyzed Hendrik. He's quite strong, but his movements are slow. Hendrik stood ready, his back to the viewer. I counter him with my combat foresight. Now. Hendrik lunged forward, sword raised. The masked figure prepared to counter. A goblin-like figure grinned. Hendrik was sent flying backwards. He struggles to catch his breath. Haryu realizes she's been poisoned, thinking she needs to stop. A cloud of noxious green gas erupts, obscuring everything in its path. A grotesque, goblin-like creature grins amidst the swirling fumes, its eyes gleaming with malice. Panic flares in Haryu's eyes as she realizes the danger. "Poison," she cries out. Desperate, Haryu clamps a hand over her mouth and nose, fighting the urge to breathe. The air burns in her lungs. Her vision blurs, the world narrowing to a single, terrified red eye. The green gas continues to spread, tendrils of poison reaching out like grasping claws. The goblin-like creature watches with amusement, its gnarled hands gripping a crude, hammer-like weapon. Haryu collapses, the poison taking its toll. Her body convulses as she struggles to remain conscious. Through gritted teeth, Haryu vows, "Remember this, young Oni. Once you reach the 50th floor, you'll realize that all climbers have a trump card." The text explains that this is the numbing poison that was used in the goblin bastard's poison needles, which was improved and turned into a gas. The goblin-like creature stands over the fallen Haryu, sneering. "You won't be able to lift a finger for a while." She coughs, struggling against the poison's effects. It seems she won't be finished by a mere poison. A voice declares, as the last Oni, they will have their revenge. The figure continues, not caring about the onus, but not wanting Haryu to be too upset. They say her life won't end, but she will have a new beginning. In order to make her obedient, they will cut her ligaments. The figure states that it's an honor. The figure continues, declaring Haryu will live a new life as one of their collector's items. Haryu looks up, her eyes wide with shock. A whooshing sound fills the air, signaling something approaching. A dark figure with glowing purple eyes materializes. The figure holds a blade, its edge glowing with a malevolent purple energy. The blade descends, poised to strike. The sound intensifies as the attack draws closer. The figure prepares to deliver the final blow, their hand outstretched, ready to claim Haryu as their own. The masked figure speaks, a hint of amusement in their tone. "You seem to be curious as to how I'm able to move despite the poison." A grotesque monster, its face scarred and teeth bared, retorts with a sneer, "Unfortunately, your poison doesn't work on me." The masked figure scoffs, "You're ugly and invaluable to taxidermy." The masked figure's purple eyes gleam menacingly behind the mask. "So I'll just kill you off an arm." The monster screams in agony, clutching at its arm as blood splatters. Haryu cries out, her face contorted in fear. "Oh, Orbioni." The masked figure dismisses her concern. "Stop being so dramatic. I only cut." The masked figure stands amidst the aftermath of the attack, their victims lying prone on the cobblestone street. The masked figure finishes their threat. The other. The air crackles with energy as the masked figure prepares to strike again. The masked figure unleashes a swift, decisive sword strike. With a fluid motion, the masked figure sheathes their blade, the attack concluded. The clash of steel echoes as a sword is parried, sparks flying from the point of impact. A blue arc of energy dissipates into the air. Haryu, her red eyes narrowed, remarks on her opponent's speed. You're quite the fast one, huh? Cha Ji-hyuk, his hand glowing with purple energy, mutters, if I reacted. A complex magical circle forms around his palm. Haryu grits her teeth, realizing how close she came to being struck. A little later, it would have been bad. Something blocked my attack. Cha Ji-hyuk unleashes his spell. Is it magic? Five-fingered soul bullet. The purple energy surges forward, a concentrated blast of magical power aimed directly at Haryu. The air crackles with raw power as the spell hurtles through the space between them. The impact explodes in a burst of violet light and concussive force. Cha Ji-hyuk stands his ground, his indigo hair swaying slightly in the aftermath of the blast. Sword and magic. A close-up reveals the glint of steel as Cha Ji-hyuk grips his sword, ready for the next attack. He's proficient in both. Haryu, her expression a mix of shock and apprehension, feels the weight of her opponent's power. Does he have a hidden class? And this pressure? It feels like standing before a veteran high-floor climber. Cha Ji-hyuk emanates a menacing purple aura. The situation has changed. Cha Ji-hyuk instructs the new Dakibi to retreat and tend to his injuries. The new Dakibi scoffs. What a joke. There's a living Oni in front of me. He roars. Where the hell would I go? Cha Ji-hyuk sighs. Have you forgotten the terms of the contract? Cha Ji-hyuk places his hand on the new Dakibi's head. The new Dakibi continues. When you're in a fight. Cha Ji-hyuk, eyes narrowed, commands his opponent to cease interfering and simply disappear. His expression hardens, a silent promise of force. The hooded figure strikes at the nine-tailed fox, blade flashing. The nine-tailed fox, caught off guard, cries out, declaring that the Oni is hers. The nine-tailed fox whimpers as she is struck. Cha Ji-hyuk strikes, declaring he'll add the nine-tailed fox to his collection. The nine-tailed fox is sent tumbling. Haryu's blade flashes as she vows not to let him escape. She moves with purpose, determined to stop him. Cha Ji-hyuk wonders if the duration of the gas-type poison is short. Haryu declares she won't let him chase after the nine-tailed fox. Haryu attacks. The absolute necromancer clashes with a masked figure, sparks flying as their weapons meet. The masked figure grips their sword, the blade gleaming ominously as they ask, "Where are you going?" The masked figure's purple eyes glow menacingly behind their mask. They declare, if you start a fight, you should see it through till the end. The city looms, its buildings stretching towards the night sky. Energy lines crisscross the sky above the city, a sign of impending chaos. The energy intensifies, the lines glowing brighter as the city braces for impact. A magic circle flares, crackling with raw power. Buildings begin to crumble and fall, the city's foundations shaken. The destruction intensifies, the city collapsing under the force of the unknown power. The absolute necromancer clashes once more with the masked figure, the force of their blows shaking the already devastated city. The masked figure unleashes a powerful sword slash, the energy crackling around the blade. The masked figure glances downward, their expression hidden behind the mask. Raising the sword high, the masked figure prepares for another strike. The swords meet with a resounding clash, sparks flying as the masked figure engages Cha Ji-hyuk. The masked figure speaks, their voice distorted. No matter how I look at you. The masked figure continues, being in a disgusting place like this. A sinister grin spreads across the masked figure's face. Allows me to meet strong people like you. Cha Ji-hyuk, eyes narrowed, retorts, huh what? The masked figure sneers. You're too skilled to be wasting it in a. The masked figure's expression intensifies. You were a rat who ran away because you were afraid of climbing. The masked figure slashes again, the blade glowing with power. The masked figure shouts, what do you know? The masked figure descends, sword in hand, ready to strike. The masked figure attacks, a blade of blue energy extending from the sword. The attack explodes with force. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widen. The masked figure's voice echoes, taunting, you're weak. The masked figure presses the attack, moving with unnatural speed. The blade cuts across Cha Ji-hyuk's shoulder. He cries out, reacting to the blow. The masked figure continues the assault, showing no mercy. Blood splatters as the attack lands. Crimson stains Cha Ji-hyuk's back. His eyes burn with a mix of pain and defiance. The place reached, the 431st floor. It was seen there, the true form of this tower. Fraud. Deceit. Betrayal. The lowest form of humans. After my ally betrayed me, I lost both my eyes there. Disgusting? A voice booms, laced with disdain. At least the humans here. A figure in a dark suit and mask raises a hand, their voice dripping with contempt. Don't hide their filthiness from each other. The absolute necromancer's face contorts in disgust. This place is disgusting. The absolute necromancer raises his sword, a cold fury in his eyes. At least the humans here. The absolute necromancer declares, don't hide their filthiness from each other. Blue energy crackles around the absolute necromancer, a storm of power gathering at his fingertips. With a swift motion, the absolute necromancer plunges his sword into the ground, the impact resonating through the very stone beneath. A surge of blue energy explodes outwards, the force of the blow shattering the surrounding area. The absolute necromancer reflects, yeah, I know it very well since I was betrayed and then killed. The absolute necromancer, his face now concealed behind a menacing mask, mutters, that shitty feeling. The absolute necromancer states, but did you know? The masked absolute necromancer declares that your mentality is weak as fuck. The absolute necromancer states, if you were really strong, then you would have climbed higher. He unleashes a torrent of power, the air crackling with purple energy as he vows to destroy those who betrayed him. The unleashed power takes form, manifesting as jagged, elongated spikes of pure, destructive energy. The absolute necromancer is at the epicenter, surrounded by the lethal spikes, a vortex of annihilation swirling around him. The air vibrates with the raw force of the attack. The ground buckles and shatters under the immense pressure, the very earth unable to withstand the necromancer's fury. The sound of destruction echoes through the battlefield. Suddenly, the absolute necromancer is sent hurtling backwards, caught in a backlash of his own power. He plummets through the air, a grunt of pain escaping his lips as the world spins around him. He thinks to himself that he won't run away like the others. Gathering his strength, the absolute necromancer prepares another onslaught, a dark aura enveloping his form. He unleashes another wave of destructive energy, screaming his intent to obliterate those who dared to betray him. A piercing scream echoes through the ravaged landscape. A face contorts in what appears to be anguish, mouth agape in a silent scream. A foot clad in dark footwear comes down with force, the impact echoing. A dark, spherical object plummets downwards, its descent swift and ominous. A cloaked figure with white hair stands amidst falling debris, declaring, "You wait and see. I'm going to stuff you and that Oni bitch." A text bubble proclaims, "Just a little bit more, and it's the main street." A street scene unfolds, the buildings lining the path bathed in the soft glow of twilight, as a voice thinks, "If I blend in with the crowd, even if it's him, he wouldn't be able to find me." A reptilian face, its red eye gleaming, affirms, "Okay." Sharp teeth glint in the darkness as a voice begins, "I'm." A single red eye stares intently, its gaze piercing. Stylized symbols fill the frame, their meaning unclear. A figure plummets downwards, surrounded by a radiant pink energy. A character with dark hair and horns bids farewell. "Bye. Over there." A woman with burgundy hair declares that someone won't be able to collect anything. A man in a suit is shown from the chest up. That's. A man lies on the ground next to a gold bar. A man stands in a destroyed area. A close-up of a man's face. "Didn't you finish me?" A figure surrounded by purple energy asks if someone still has something they need to do. "The bastards who did that to your eyes. You need to crush them all." A close-up of a man's face. The man vows to find his target once he's done. His lips curl into a sinister smile, promising regret for not having killed him today. The masked figure looks forward to the challenge. Cha Ji-hyuk walks away, a purple aura emanating from his body. The man questions if his opponent empathized with him as an avenger, while acting all cool and even sparing his enemy. The masked figure stands behind the man, a silent observer. Someone is told to shut up. Harryu expresses relief that someone was okay. Someone asks what happened to that fat guy. A figure declares that they killed him. Bioni realizes that this was one of his possessions. A hand presents a golden card, its surface gleaming under the light. The masked figure explains that the card seems to be connected to the auction house, but it cannot be used for transactions. He clarifies that these items are usually just passes. The golden card is shown in detail, revealing its intricate design. The card is described as a pass that allows participation in a high-ranked auction. Behind the masked figure, various weapons are displayed, hinting at a dangerous environment. A voice suggests that they might be able to get a really rare item. She calls out to her brother, Orabioni. She apologizes, admitting she was angry and almost put everyone in danger. A hand gently presents a hairpin. She says it's okay. A voice acknowledges knowing how much that hairpin means to her. The masked figure holds the hairpin, its delicate design contrasting with his menacing appearance. He states that he can handle this. The voice continues, reminding someone to keep something in mind. The absolute necromancer's masked face fills the frame, his purple eyes gleaming with an unknown intent. Bune, her red eyes narrowed, declares that there are times when one must be indifferent to seek revenge. The voice echoes, affirming with a resolute yes. A man stammers, questioning if it's a secret pass. The absolute necromancer hopes the level of the auction being held befits the standard of the card. A customer is ushered forward, being told to come this way. The auction hall appears sparsely populated, with fewer attendees than before. Two figures discuss the secret pass, noting that there won't be many people. The auctioneer announces that this is the last item for today. He grins, a predatory glint in his eyes. Is everyone prepared to see the main course? A pig-like demon, sweat beading on its brow, exclaims, "Oh, finally, it's coming out." Two men, their faces etched with anticipation, lean forward. One wonders how long it has been, while the other declares he's definitely going to get it. The hall is in an uproar, a cacophony of excited murmurs and shouts filling the air. Everyone is strangely excited, but they're reading the room, sensing the momentous occasion. A palpable sense of anticipation hangs in the air, everyone looking forward to what's coming. With a grinding screech of metal on metal, a large cage descends from the ceiling, bathed in a spotlight's harsh glare. The crowd roars, a wave of voices demanding, "Hurry up and show us." Bioni, her eyes wide with curiosity, glances at the masked figure beside her. He muses that it must be a mystical creature or a divine beast. The announcer's voice booms through the hall, declaring that a special finale is prepared for everyone. Cha Ji-hyuk's grin widens, a hint of madness in his eyes. The last item of the auction. Behind the bars of the cage, a silhouette shifts, hinting at the creature within. He stares ahead, a low murmur escaping his lips. What the hell? Absolute Necromancer continues, questioning the sanity of the auction's organizers. Are these crazy bastards selling this? Behind iron bars, a sign declares the captive to be a dark elf slave. A close-up of a red eye reveals the boast that we secretly captured. Cha Ji-hyuk senses an incredible, murderous intent emanating from the cage. A voice muses that the dark elf likely didn't arrive here willingly. Well, I'm sure she didn't come here on good terms, so? The Absolute Necromancer finds it strange, noting the murderous intent exuding from the dark elf. That's strange. Besides the murderous intent that's exuding from that dark elf. Another voice chimes in, sensing pure mana on the level of a high elf. I can sense pure mana that's on the level of a high elf. A narration box explains the origins of dark elves. Dark elves are a variant species where their ancestors were exposed to demonic energy. The narration continues, stating that pure mana is a trait of high elves and cannot coexist with demonic energy. Pure mana is a special trait of a high elf, which is the opposite variant, so it cannot coexist. A figure suggests that corrupting a high elf with demonic energy is not completely impossible. It's not completely impossible. If someone forcibly exposed a high elf to demonic energy, the figure expresses disbelief, considering the implications. What? A high elf cannot be corrupted so easily. If that's possible, then it might be. A voice muses on the topic of the four royalties. A woman with piercing red eyes stares intently. The auctioneer announces bids of 1.55 million and then 1.6 million. Someone shouts in frustration, raising the bid to 2 million gold. The bidding continues, reaching 5.5 million. Feathers drift down in the auction hall as the bidding war escalates. A figure with a halo is reflected in a blood-red eye. A winged woman with a halo stands serenely. The woman's face is framed by her halo and flowing blonde hair. The woman is revealed to be Hamiel, a Netzach rank angel. Someone shouts at Hamiel, questioning her audacity. The air crackles with suppressed fury. Choi Kyung-hoon, trapped and enraged, vows, I will never be sold to you. A sinister smirk plays across Cha Ji-hyuk's face. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes burn with unwavering defiance as he shouts, never. He snarls, if I get out of here, you'll be the first person I rip to shreds. The captive, bound and defiant, roared, I will never be sold to you. A hand reaches down, the gesture both possessive and threatening. The captive's expression is a mixture of fury and disgust. She screamed, never. The captive vowed, if I get out of here, you'll be the first person I rip to shreds. An angelic figure, halo gleaming, stood before the cell. Stop being so angry, she said, her voice laced with amusement. Turning slightly, the angelic figure purred. Just think about it, princess. A shadowy audience watched from the darkness. The angelic figure continued, becoming my pet is a lot better. Her wings fluttered slightly, a display of power and control. The captive's face twisted in disgust. Ugh. The auctioneer's voice cuts through the air. Kim Sung-tae declares that with no further bids, he will close the auction, raising the gavel high. 5.5 million, he announces. A woman with light brown hair and orange eyes stares wide-eyed, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on her face. 5.5 million, she thinks. Her expression twists into anger. Damn it, is this how million? The gavel falls with a resounding crack. Sold. For 5.5 dash. The woman's shock intensifies. Her eyes narrow, focusing on something unseen. She grits her teeth, her anger palpable. That's an insane amount. Who the hell is paying that? High above, a lone figure stands on a balcony, observing the scene below. The woman turns her gaze upward, her expression unreadable. A voice echoes, laced with amusement. Oh. The hooded figure, his face obscured by a red mask, leans forward. For a pigeon, you sure can cause a scene. The man's eyes widened, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. The auctioneer brought down the gavel, declaring, 10 million gold. A man on the 51st floor pumped his fist in the air, shouting, 10 million gold. That's the highest bid placed on the 51st floor. Oh. A figure watched from above, silhouetted against the light. My gosh. The view from above showed the auction in full swing. Incredible. Behind bars, a woman wondered who. A woman with blonde hair questioned, who's that? Another voice whispered, ghost face. The blonde woman's expression hardened into a scowl. How dare he? A glowing figure declared, touch my things. The hooded figure stood with his back to the crowd. A pair of hands trembled. Oh no, she's using her power to make me give up my bid. Cha Ji-hyuk, wearing a mask, wondered, is that allowed? Shane declares that she should be the one diverting the attention. A voice questions if anyone can pay that amount. A shadowy figure watches the proceedings. Shane's expression hardens. Kim Sung-tae is shocked. Kim Sung-tae asks what he should do. Shane sighs. Shane decides to bid a higher amount, setting the price at 10 million. The new bid is 20 million gold. Kim Sung-Tae's eyes widen in disbelief. Someone exclaims that 20 million is crazy. Beoni is shocked, calling out to her brother. The absolute necromancer sneers, his crimson horns glinting in the dim light. He tells his opponent to go kill themselves if they're scared. A masked figure sits silently, observing the escalating tension. The woman with wavy brown hair looks on, muttering that the other bidder is a bastard. The blonde man's eyes narrow, his teeth bared in a frustrated snarl. He wonders if the other bidder is trying to divert attention or if he actually wants to buy the elf. Cha Ji-hyuk's purple eyes narrow, his gaze intense. He threatens to gouge out the eyes of whoever is staring at him like a pigeon. A figure in a purple aura stands behind another, declaring that he will kill the 4 royalties one day. The woman thinks that with their current strength, they can't. Cha Ji-hyuk's face is half covered in shadow, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The absolute necromancer states that he'll be satisfied with this for now. Beoni exclaims in shock. Damn it. 20 million. The angel-winged girl states that there's no way Beoni has that amount of money in her personal account. The crowd erupts in cheers, shouting that they have 20 million. The auctioneer, standing tall, confirms the sale. If there are no other bids. The announcement booms. The dark elf will be sold for 20 million gold. A voice requests that they wait there for a moment. The group walks down a long hallway. A voice assures them that they will get their item right away. Beoni's eyes widen as she realizes something. And this is a magic key. The masked figure holds up a key. If you go near the cage, you'll be able to unlock the chains. Beoni wonders when their next visit will be, perhaps? The auctioneer smiles widely, clasping his hands together. She tugs at Cha Ji-hyuk's sleeve, looking up at him. He tells her to get lost and bring it. The question hangs in the air. Are they really going to? Beoni looks up at Cha Ji-hyuk, her expression unreadable as he stares forward. A masked figure scoffs, questioning if he's crazy and why he would do that. Beoni's hand remains on Cha Ji-hyuk's sleeve as they continue walking. A voice wonders what about them. The masked figure's expression is stern. The masked figure is told that he is a soul, not someone. The masked figure is called a damned bastard, someone who always wants to get the last say. The masked figure stands face to face with Haryu, who asks if she sees him as that type of person. Haryu insists that she doesn't, but then thinks about that elf. Haryu's eyes widen as she thinks that even she thought the elf was beautiful. She is greeted by Cha Ji-hyuk, who expresses his gladness at her presence. Beoni stands nearby, while a masked figure lurks in the background. The camera focuses on the angelic figure, highlighting her wings and slender legs. Smiling warmly, she states that it is nice to meet them. The angelic figure clasps her hands together, introducing herself as Hamiel. The masked figure, standing before a woman with horns, warns that if they are there to take his item, they should give up. The masked figure continues, stating that someone already tried to do so and is now dead. Hamiel, her expression shifting to a sly smirk, wonders if it's not too rude to ask something. Her golden eye narrows as she wonders why he bought her. The masked figure states that it's rude to ask, especially since she is one of the 4 royalties. Hamiel is told not to think that everyone will treat her kindly. Her golden eye reflects a hint of curiosity. Cha Ji-hyuk stands beside Hamiel, who seems resigned, thinking that it can't be helped. The man states that he wanted to take his time to get to know her. Cha Ji-hyuk smiles, revealing that a report about her has already reached the higher-ups. The absolute necromancer's eye is shown, his expression unreadable. A hand is shown, seemingly holding something with great power. Sweat drips down Cha Ji-hyuk's face, his teeth gritted in what appears to be pain. A surge of purple energy emanates from the absolute necromancer. The absolute necromancer struggles against an unseen force. The absolute necromancer's eye glows with purple energy. He thinks to himself that he can't die yet. The absolute necromancer stands with Hamiel, who has large angel wings. The absolute necromancer's legs are shown as he stands in the light. The internal voice seethed, contemplating the use of every available resource to eliminate the pigeon who currently suffers under countless penalties. The same voice acknowledged the likely aftermath. Stronger angels would undoubtedly pursue him. Angels descended from the heavens, their forms radiating divine power. Hamiel stood bathed in golden light, her newly formed angel wings spread wide. The internal monologue continued, admitting that as long as weakness persisted, a head-on confrontation remained impossible. The only option was to wait. A fist clenched, knuckles white with suppressed fury. A voice commented idly on a hairpin, remarking on its beauty. A voice lamented the inability to see something any longer, tinged with regret. Her eyes burned with a fierce determination, fueled by the memory of personally burning them all. The internal voice spat out the words, "This pigeon bitch." It continued, revealing that the true goal wasn't what was bought, but to provoke Haryu. The masked figure roared, "Haryu." A soft voice whispered, "I'm okay." Beoni's expression hardens, a subtle shift in her demeanor as she acknowledges an unseen presence. Now is the time, she thinks, to become cold-hearted. Her eyes flare with a crimson light, a fierce determination burning within her gaze. The woman in the hat states that she is okay, acknowledging someone, referring to them as Beoni. The woman in the hat thinks that now is the time for her to become cold-hearted. Her expression hardens, a glint of determination in her red eyes. The woman with wavy hair hums, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She has a feeling that they will meet again soon. The winged woman smiles serenely. The woman with wavy hair thinks that she will be waiting. She is on the 100th floor. The masked figure shouts, telling someone to wait. The figure in dark clothing wonders how much someone knows. Feathers drift down from an ornate ceiling. A figure in a long coat stands amidst falling feathers. A voice echoes, hinting at future schemes. Yeah, I don't know what you're scheming, but just you wait. A masked figure with horns declares, I'll be coming for your neck. The outskirts of the 51st floor are bathed in moonlight. Shadowy figures lurk in the night. A figure commands, soul soldiers, block them properly. A prisoner sits behind bars, the sound of shattering stone echoing nearby. No one can hear this conversation. Two shadowy figures stand guard. One says, okay. Behind bars, a woman asks, so what are you going to do with me? A masked figure peers through the bars, a hint of worry in his expression. Bound and imprisoned, the woman reflects, if I had been planning to do something to you, I wouldn't have brought them along. She smirks, a hint of defiance in her eyes. Huh, you're all in this together. The woman considers the situation. So what's the difference between the children and you? It's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. The masked figure watches from the other side of the bars. The woman's thoughts drift to her name, Ellie-1. The camera focuses on her face, revealing her full name, Ellie-1 von Yggdrasil. A close-up of her eye reveals a flash of purple energy as she thinks, von Yggdrasil. The narration emphasizes the royal surname, Yggdrasil. A majestic tree stands tall, bathed in golden light. The narration continues, which comes from the name of the elves' divine tree. The woman's expression hardens. She, confined by heavy chains, it's declared that she is elf royalty. A foot crushes a tree branch underfoot. Someone questions if they are in the correct forest. An order is given to spread out and find them. It is stated that there is a real royal elf. It's said that she is a high elf, and since she's a royal, she still has room to grow. The demonic energy she obtained from becoming a dark elf will make her stronger. Someone thinks of Hamiel. Ellie-1 von Yggdrasil is shown with a sinister smile, while a younger version of her is seen below, screaming. It seemed like she had a grudge against the four royalties. It is declared that she's suited for heaven's defiance. Chains bind her wrists and neck, cold metal against her skin. Her crimson eyes narrowed. Ellie-1 wondered how she could possibly escape. The elf realized the chains were suppressing her powers, a magical dampener woven into the metal itself. Even if she were released, Ellie-1 knew she wouldn't be able to use her powers for a while. If she waited for him to touch her. A surge of power. Ellie-1 strained against the chains, a desperate surge of energy coursing through her. Her face contorted in effort, she grit her teeth. Meanwhile, a figure with a horned mask approached, his gaze fixed on the imprisoned elf. He had something he wanted to ask. With a final burst of strength, Ellie-1 continued her struggle, the chains groaning under the strain. Reaching out, she desperately tried to grasp anything that could aid her escape. She lay prone, the rough ground pressing against her cheek. The weight of her restraints was a constant reminder of her captivity. A voice echoed, devoid of warmth. Give up. Elves specialize in mana and spirits, not strength. The absolute necromancer, Cha Ji-hyuk, stood over Ellie-1, flanked by the new Dakibi. Their expressions were unreadable. The voice continued, dripping with disdain. You bought me for 20 million. Ileone's gaze hardened. What do you want? She spat, her voice laced with defiance. Cha Ji-hyuk tilted his head, a sinister amusement flickering in his eyes. Ah, if it's here, then it's fitting. No one will know what you'll do to a powerless dark elf. Ileone's eyes narrowed, her voice laced with venom. Like those other bastards who tried to buy me. Her voice dripped with scorn. Are you planning to use me for your lust? The new Dakibi's eyes widened, her face contorting in a mixture of shock and outrage. What are you saying in front of a child? The new Dakibi looked up, a question forming on her face. O.R. Orabione. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes glowed red, his expression twisted in annoyance. These crazy bastards. It's not what you're thinking, so get lost. A surge of purple energy erupts. Cha Ji-hyuk is surprised by the sudden event. New Dakibi questions if it was an explosion. A voice demands Valkan to report. A figure shouts to break through and take out all the spirits. The battle intensifies as the figure fights with fierce determination. Someone reveals that a millionaire bought out the whole auction. It's suspected that their location has been revealed to nearby climbers. The fight continues with a flurry of attacks and defenses. A voice warns that there are a lot of them. Cha Ji-hyuk wonders if Hamiel is responsible. New Dakibi and Nine-Tailed Fox respond with a simple okay, sure. He wonders if it's really not that, right? The Dakibi declares no. The Dakibi asks what Miho thinks and if she wants to talk. Ellie-1 von Yggdrasil looks down, a chain around her neck. A voice asks if they have alcohol. A figure is struck by a red energy attack, the force sending them reeling. The assault continues, red energy tearing through the air. A hand glows with purple energy, ready to strike. A voice declares that Haryu bought time for Miho. The figure is surrounded by a dark aura, engulfed in purple energy. The figure's face contorts in pain, eyes wide with strain. A man with glowing eyes declares he'll get them all in one go. A dark spike pierces the ground. Bottles litter the forest floor. Ellie-1 von Yggdrasil, her gaze steady, remarks, your comrades are strong. She continues, her voice measured. And you're stronger since you control them. Haryu, seated and composed, asks, so why did you just let the angel go at the auction house? She states, her expression unreadable. I won't obtain anything if I fight now. Eliwan von Yggdrasil observes, her eyes narrowed. You're suppressing your emotions for a greater cause. She adds, her tone thoughtful, you're different compared to me. Eliwan von Yggdrasil's expression hardens as she asks, have you sliced open the stomach of one of your precious family members? Eliwan von Yggdrasil's red eyes glow. Haryu, taken aback, asks, what? A sword drips with fresh blood. A guttural roar demands more power. A voice commands more strength to slice open the chest. The victim is attacked from above. With blood splattered across her face, she cries out, Father. A figure, panting, praises, good job, my daughter. As she is stabbed, the victim thinks, this could only be taught with the help of my death. The father clutches a glowing orb, his expression unreadable. The daughter, clutching her wound, hears, and our future, to you. With her last breath, she vows, I will leave the Yggdrasil's seed. Someone shouts to catch Eliwan. A voice cries out that father is gravely injured. A group of riders speeds through the forest. Someone thinks that he couldn't have gone far, referring to his older brother, Ellard. Eliwan is called a traitor who sold their race to the four royalties for power, a sinister smile on her face. Ellard exclaims that he already caught up. Someone urges Eliwan to hurry up and eat it, holding out a glowing orb. A blade cuts through the air. Eliwan cries out for father. A blade pierces Ileone's back. Eliwan gasps, realizing it's the seed. And Hamiel appears with her angelic wings. Eliwan stands, unaware of the impending corruption. Pink energy surrounds Eliwan as the corruption begins. The demonic energy intensifies, enveloping the elven princess. Hamiel muses over the punishment she should give. The voice addresses Eliwan von Yggdrasil, the aloof elven princess who refused to join them. Hamiel holds a lantern, a source of demonic energy. Just a drop, the voice says, as the corruption continues to take hold. Hamiel grins, declaring she's going to start by corrupting that pride. The demoness intends to slowly make Eliwan fall into despair. A skull is shown, radiating with pink demonic energy. Ileone's face contorts in agony as the corruption reaches its peak. An abstract image of swirling pink and black energy fills the panel, hinting at a dark and turbulent past. A voice recounts a dark turn of events. The speaker was sold to the slave market, where they met someone of importance. The Dakibi's eyes narrow, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. He gets it now. The narration continues, painting a grim picture of the past. Even the elves were being eradicated by the four royalties. Their mana and summoning magic would have been too much for the four royalties to handle. A sinister smile spreads across a man's face. At times like this, the most effective thing is to get a traitor from the inside and use them. The end of my story. Eliwan, her hands bound, speaks with a quiet resignation. She lived her whole life to help someone. The end. The voice continues, filled with bitterness. The bastards who turned you into a slave and took over the kingdom. The Dakibi stands tall, towering over Eliwan, who is kneeling before him. And you're still alive. The story doesn't end until one or the other dies, the absolute necromancer states. Eliwan von Yggdrasil's eyes are filled with determination as she is asked to join Heaven's defiance. The camera focuses on Ileone's armored chest. A dense forest looms. A lone figure stands over fallen bodies, sword in hand, panting heavily. Bioni exclaims, Ora Bioni and that dark elf. Bioni wonders if things will really be okay if it's just the two of them. A character wonders what if she steals his heart. The Dakibi stands beside a hulking figure. She urgently declares that she needs to leave. Bioni realizes a red orc is nearby, wondering if it came because of the sound. The red orc roars. The red orc looms behind Bioni. The red orc prepares to attack. A dark figure appears, surrounded by purple energy. Bioni calls out, Ora Bioni. Bioni looks concerned. Cha Ji-hyuk stands with Bioni, who asks about something. Cha Ji-hyuk responds that if she's referring to Eliwan, then she left. Someone exclaims in surprise. Shackles lie broken on the ground, a promise of revenge hanging in the air. She asks if she is being told to kill her brothers and sisters. A close-up shows Bioni's hands clasped tightly together, a sign of her inner turmoil. Cha Ji-hyuk, his face partially obscured by a mask, inquires what her brothers and sisters did to her. The masked figure assures her that they can do worse to her, urging her to make sure her revenge is flawless. The perspective shifts, showing Cha Ji-hyuk upside down as Bioni looks on. Bioni declares that she will make them pay several times, no, 100 times more, because that's what she is going to do. A close-up of the masked figure's face reveals intense, glowing purple eyes. The masked figure asks who she is taking revenge on. A close-up of Bioni's face shows her red eyes filled with determination. A close-up of Bioni's face. The scene shifts to a forest, where two figures stand in the distance. The text bubble reads, 9 Star. Bioni declares that she is taking revenge on 9 Star and the four royalties. She began her recount. It probably felt like she was whining. The absolute necromancer stood amidst the trees, a faint green glow emanating from the ground. He wondered if that meant she wouldn't join Heaven's defiance. Bioni exclaimed, "No." She continued, stating she was leaving so she could acquire the same level of power he had. The absolute necromancer stated that after he was confident with how much stronger he'd become, he'd come back. His gaze intensified. Bioni asked if he could tell her his name, his real name, not Ghostface. Bioni looked expectantly at the absolute necromancer. The absolute necromancer revealed, "It's Cha Jinhyuk." He confirmed, "Death Star Cha Jinhyuk." An unseen figure exclaims about Spirit Master Cha Jinhyuk. Haryu expresses that there were many doubts about his death. The Dakibi states that she sees, and now it makes sense. She adds that if she ends up dying. Haryu finishes her thought, saying that Cha Jinhyuk can use her soul or corpse however he likes. Cha Jinhyuk's back is turned to the viewer. He suggests that if Haryu is done, they should move to another location. Cha Jinhyuk stands behind Haryu. An unseen character states that more climbers will mob here after the rumors spread. Another unseen character agrees, saying that it's dangerous to stay. A masked figure states that it is dangerous to stay on one floor for a long time. A woman with horns says that they should make climbing to the Goth floor's metropolis their priority, as Gold Rich said he would be on the Goth floor. He finds himself surrounded by a swirling vortex of gold coins, their edges glinting with a sharp, dangerous light. A gold rush erupts, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the promise of untold power, or perhaps impending doom. A sudden, brutal attack descends, the world blurring into a chaotic mess of motion and pain. A piercing scream tears through the air, a raw expression of agony and surprise. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes burn with a fierce intensity, his expression a mask of grim determination amidst the chaos. A long, dimly lit hallway stretches ahead, the silence broken only by the distant sounds of battle. A body lies sprawled on the floor, a stark testament to the ferocity of the ongoing conflict. A voice, laced with shock and pain, cries out, "Shit, I got attacked." Cha Ji-hyuk gazes out a window, his reflection superimposed on the fiery scene outside. He thinks, to think they would confidently bring the military. The scene outside is one of utter devastation. The text reads, "Here like this. 60th floor. Desperate commands ring out amidst the inferno. Block them. Don't let them get inside. It's too much. The front line has already been defeated." A shop under a borrowed name possessed by Gold Rich. With a battle cry, soldiers charge forward, spears leveled, ready to defend their holy kingdom. The camera focuses on the back of a figure, presumably leading the charge. The absolute necromancer's eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within them. He thinks, "This is the shop we created under a borrowed name to support the Heaven's defiance." Cha Ji-hyuk grits his teeth, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. He continues his internal monologue. "If Nine Star catches us, the relationship between Gold Rich's stores and Heaven's defiance will end." The All-Master's eyes glow with resolve. He thinks, "I can't let Gold Rich get involved." Surrounded by dark energy and shadowy figures, a lone figure stands defiant. The figure's resolve hardens, a silent vow etched on their face. "I'll protect this place," he thinks. The figure is struck, blood splattering as the attack lands. Another blow lands, the figure reeling from the impact. A maniacal laugh echoes through the air, the figure's eyes glowing with dark energy. "You're mine," he cackles. The figure prepares to strike, an energy blade crackling with power. The scene fades to white, the battle intensifying. The ground shatters from an unseen force. Jose Yin, flanked by other figures, remarks on his opponent's dodge. Jose Yin continues, acknowledging that for a weak puppeteer, his opponent isn't bad. The perspective shifts to a close-up of Jose Yin's muscular torso. Cha Ji-hyuk grits his teeth, realizing they plan to burn this place to the ground. An arm clad in dark armor clenches into a fist, the tension palpable. Jose Yin, the giant hippo guild master, stands firm, his expression unreadable. A close-up reveals a man's intense gaze, the words "a guild master" hanging in the air. The man's expression hardens, his teeth gritted. They really plan to burn this place to the ground. He thinks, the implication heavy. A figure is struck by a powerful blow, the force of the impact evident. A character's face is obscured, but the words, "my last puppets," reveal a sinister intent. Beck Hallyo, the White Swallow Guildmaster, stands with a commanding presence. "When you get rid of a puppeteer's puppets, you need to rush him," he declares. Beck Hallyo's expression remains stern as he says, "Ahead of yourself and get lost." He continues, "What? Do you think I don't know that?" A voice declares, "Every time we kill someone, the higher-ups give us a bonus." The white-haired man, cornered, seethed, "We." The White Swallow cornered him. "How dare you try to take the kill? You gluttonous pig bastard." The muscular man with the mohawk roared, "It's Hippo. Besides." A voice boomed, "Who's the one who created this mess? If your subordinate on the 10th floor didn't leak information like an idiot." A dark-haired man smirked, thinking, "Perfect timing. They're distracted, so now's my chance." Purple energy crackled around the braided-haired figure as they declared, "Become my puppets." A figure was struck by the purple energy. The white-haired man and the mohawked man reacted in shock. The air crackled with energy. Another figure was struck by an unseen force. A man screamed in agony. A woman with orange hair and pigtails apologized. "Oh my, I'm sorry. Seems like I caught him while you guys were fighting." The partisan guild master, May, stood revealed. The metallic scraping of blades against stone echoes through the chamber. The masked figure declares that they have caught the puppeteer, ordering someone to write it down. A blonde-haired man stands before a group of soldiers, the scene lit by a fiery glow. The blonde-haired man's piercing gaze is unwavering. The man is identified as Asher Home, the Road of Divine Guildmaster. Asher Home berates his soldiers for allowing Ghostface's attack. He continues, stating that they have made the Holy Kingdom lose honor and behaved disgracefully. An unseen figure retorts that they don't need to be lectured by Asher. Home is told not to act up just because he is skilled, and is asked if he thinks he is Kane's spokesperson. The masked figure states that they don't care, and just want to make sure they get their share. A figure declares that they can't let them take this place. Even if a jacket is shown. Cha Ji-hyuk declares that they will die here, as he uses his puppet technique. Cha Ji-hyuk uses self-bind. Someone exclaims in shock, "WH what?" One of the figures wonders if he cast a puppet skill on himself. Cha Ji-hyuk declares that his goal is to be gold rich. He continues, stating that his dream is and beyond. Cha Ji-hyuk shouts that it will be none of them. He declares that he will take another step further. A sound effect is heard. He unleashes a torrent of purple energy. Cha Ji-hyuk's face contorts, a puppet using a power that's beyond his limit. A voice cries out, warning everyone to dodge. The purple energy snakes through the air, seeking its target. The energy intensifies, a blinding purple light. The beam slams into its target, sending debris flying. The energy rips through a building, engulfing it in flames. Cha Ji-hyuk pants, a purple aura surrounding him. He wonders if the attack was blocked. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes appears. The absolute necromancer glances back, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. A snake? A figure lies prone, blood pooling around them. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the area. A violent explosion rips through the scene, scattering debris in all directions. The explosion leaves a building engulfed in flames, the fire casting an ominous glow on the surroundings. A figure observes the burning building, declaring that it's too late. Snake King, Basil, stands alongside the undead king, Toon. The undead king, Toon, surveys the destruction. Someone mentions the 300th floor king rank climber. One of the figures demands to know why they are there. It's explained that they are mercenaries recruited for a specific strategy and will be the ones leading. Someone protests, addressing Asher Home, stating they can't accept this. The argument continues, questioning why they need to listen to a small fry mercenary's commands. The response is that it's Sir Kane's command. The figure is about to speak. Kim Sung-ti urges the others to leave. The group departs, deciding they have wasted their time. Cha Ji-hyuk stands with the masked figure. An injured man cries out, lamenting that being incompetent wasn't enough. A man declares that the injured one has gone against the command of the Great Night Star. The man prepares for battle, holding a glowing object in his hand. The Holy Kingdom doesn't need people like him, he thinks. The man declares that he is Sir Kane. A voice declares that although they were all disloyal soldiers when they were alive, the hooded figure states that now it will be different. The undead soldiers are told to be of service to the guild forever. The blonde-haired man states that they will summon the undead, specifically those who were guild masters of the Holy Kingdom. As expected of the necromancer who's called the Undead King, the blonde-haired man muses, wondering where Ghostface is. The blonde-haired man is told that he's not there and hasn't even reached the 6th floor. The hooded figure expresses surprise, asking, "What?" The blonde-haired man states that this place is assumed to be Ghostface's source of funds, and after capturing it, they'll take care of Ghostface, who's making his. A voice says, "Way up here." The blonde-haired man looks up, a determined expression on his face. A skeletal figure with glowing eyes stands amidst embers. Cha Ji-hyuk, his expression unreadable, wonders what this all means. Cha Ji-hyuk declares that if Ghostface isn't here, he's leaving. The hooded figure's face is partially obscured by a mask. Someone asks if they are also planning to go against the Nine Stars command. The hooded figure, standing among others, says not to worry, he'll take responsibility and bring Ghostface's head. A voice says that there's only one reason why they took on this mission. The hooded figure reveals that the reason is to kill Ghostface. A voice declares that someone should just wait, Spirit Master. A masked figure with horns stares intently. Someone asks if they just arrived. Someone wonders if there was a marauder here too. He remarks that someone took longer than he thought. He asks if they got something good. Cha Jin-hyuk says that it's a long story. A white dove with a gold radio is shown. Cha Jin-hyuk is shown with someone off-panel. Cha Jin-hyuk is shown with a woman. He says that a carrier pigeon can go between the floors. He exclaims that it's gold rich. Cha Jin-hyuk is shown. He says to make climbing to the 60th floor a top priority. The base of Heaven's Defiance. A white dove with a gold radio is shown. It is under attack. Cha Ji-hyuk, accompanied by Nu Dukibi and Nine-Tailed Fox, observes the scene. He wonders if the store on the 60th floor is under attack. A voice urges them to hurry, warning that they won't last long without reinforcements. The voice continues, telling them to try and buy some time. Cha Ji-hyuk and Sir Kane stand before a building, observing the situation. Two figures look on in shock, wondering what is happening. A voice emphasizes that the 60th floor is the place supporting them, revealing that Gold Rich is managing multiple stores under different names. A figure stands before a chessboard, contemplating the situation. A voice notes that it's very risky for one person to have so much influence on the tower's economy. Sir Kane realizes they've been caught on. He tells Cha Ji-hyuk to wait. A voice questions if Gold Rich is known to be a strong climber out of the climbers who have climbed to the 300th floor, even if they... A figure with horns looks on, seemingly aware of the situation. The masked figure asks what was just said. Cha Ji-hyuk stands nearby, while another figure with long black hair listens intently. The masked figure continues, stating that if he was that capable, things would be different. The unseen speaker declares that he wouldn't have created stores under borrowed names. The voice continues, stating that the moment Gold Rich reaches the front lines, he's basically telling everyone something. The speaker elaborates that Gold Rich stores and Heaven's Defiance are on the same team, as a figure is surrounded by golden energy. The group discusses that if that happens, it won't just end with an ambush like this. A dark, smoky scene unfolds, hinting at impending chaos. A monstrous figure stands amidst a swarm of dragons, a symbol of overwhelming power. The voice declares that the four royalties are going to turn Gold Rich's stores into ash. New Dakibi looks on with a concerned expression. Sir Kane states that the goal has been solidified. Sir Kane continues, stating that they'll go to the 60th floor and destroy that Holy Kingdom group. Cha Ji-hyuk instructs everyone to gather up, preparing to teleport to the next floor's entrance. A purple aura surrounds him as he prepares to move. The absolute necromancer stands with New Dakibi on a cobblestone street, ready to depart. A hand clenches, ready to strike. A figure with piercing red eyes and spiky black hair, his face partially obscured by shadows, shouts, "Valkan!" Cha Ji-hyuk apologizes, stating that they can't go to the goth floor. A close-up reveals the back of a neck, the tension palpable. A massive, serpentine creature with glowing red eyes and a white orb in its mouth prepares to unleash a devastating attack. Valkan, standing beside a skeletal figure holding a staff, declares, "Because you're all going to die here." A surge of red energy erupts, filling the space with destructive power. Valkan, his red eyes blazing with malice, yells, "Everyone dodge." The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the area. A blinding flash of light engulfs everything. A hand reaches out. The title card displays Absolute Necromancer. A city lies in ruins, destroyed by some unknown force. Figures plummet from the sky. Cha Ji-hyuk, looking up, mutters, "Shit. What the hell?" A voice declares, "It's obvious if we have enemies appearing like this in this situation." The speaker continues, "They're other assassins sent by Kane." A disembodied hand replies, "Correct." Cha Ji-hyuk stands with others, facing a monstrous figure. A close-up reveals a figure with glowing purple eyes. He strikes with a spectral fist, the blue energy crackling around his hand. The spectral fist connects, purple energy erupting on impact. The force of the blow sends Cha Ji-hyuk flying backwards. One of the figures observes, "Undead. He's a necromancer." Another responds, "Is it that gloomy guy next to the snake conjurer?" A close-up reveals a character's face, his red eyes narrowed. He declares, "I'll slice you in half." The character's expression is fierce. A figure is seen wielding a sword. The figure slices at a giant snake. The character smirks, "Wow, you really are a dragon." He asks, "Do you want to be my pet too?" The figure continues to slice at the giant snake. The absolute necromancer questions, "Pet?" He stands before an unknown figure. A sinister smile spreads across the face of the unknown figure as he wonders, "I wonder what color your scales are." Cha Ji-hyuk declines the offer, stating, "I decline, you disgusting bastard." The unknown figure attacks with a sword. The hooded figure declares, "That dragon cannot come to save you." The hooded figure walks forward. The hooded figure stares intently. A masked figure observes, "Just by looking at him, he's at least on the 300th floor." The masked figure states, "No, he's stronger than Shane." A voice booms, "Shall I see how strong a necromancer of this time period is?" Cha Ji-hyuk smirks. "Harryu is instructed. Harryu, Miho, go help Hendrik. Head to the 60th floor as soon as you take care of the enemy." One of the figures declares that he will take care of someone. A hooded figure, bathed in blue light, clutches a staff. That's what he wanted. The hooded figure muses that if it were an average necromancer, they would have been pressured by his skeleton soldiers. He's as per the rumors say. Someone asks if his title is Spirit Master. He stands tall, his staff planted firmly on the ground, radiating an aura of quiet menace. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes narrow, his demonic features hardening. "And what of it?" he asks, his voice a low growl. The Spirit Master's masked face remains impassive. "Give me your power." A dark chuckle rumbles in Cha Ji-hyuk's chest. "And what if I say no, my arrogant junior?" Purple energy crackles around Cha Ji-hyuk's hands, a silent promise of the power he wields. The Spirit Master's eyes glint dangerously from behind his mask, his patience clearly at an end. A crimson arc of energy erupts from the Spirit Master's staff, hurtling towards Cha Ji-hyuk with terrifying speed. A flicker of surprise crosses a pair of crimson eyes. "Huh." The ground buckles and shatters beneath the force of the attack. "The ground," a voice cries out. Tossed into the air by the shockwave, Miho and the Horned Woman are sent tumbling backwards. The crimson energy continues its destructive path, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Miho's eyes widen in alarm, while the horned woman looks on with a grim expression, the danger now undeniable. The mask of Ball stares out, its purple eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. A voice cries out, calling for Haryu and Miho. A vortex of raw power begins to coalesce, crackling with destructive energy. He demands, his voice cold and unwavering, that Cha Ji-hyuk handed over. Another voice threatens that their comrades will die painfully if they don't comply. A desperate plea echoes, demanding that they be let go. The masked face of Ball contorts in rage. He curses the spirit master, calling him a son of a bitch. A building is engulfed in flames. Armored figures advance, swords raised, as one cries out in pain. A man with blue hair raises his weapon, ready to strike. A sword is swung with deadly force. A man is struck in the face, blood splattering. Someone calls out, asking if the man is okay. The man with blue hair clutches his head, exclaiming that he was hit with a stone. The man with blue hair grins, realizing it wasn't a stone, but a gold coin. He thinks to himself that he got his hands on something good. Amidst the fiery chaos engulfing the city, a voice echoes, laced with disbelief and fortune. How did I get so lucky? A blinding flash erupts, the air crackling with raw energy as an explosion rocks the immediate area. The force of the blast sends shockwaves through the ranks, scattering soldiers who scream in terror as they scramble to escape the inferno. Arun. From a vantage point, a figure with neatly styled blonde hair observes the unfolding chaos, his back turned to the immediate destruction. The blonde-haired man, clad in a pristine white coat, remains composed amidst the pandemonium, his expression unreadable. A tactical assessment surfaces, revealing the enemy's predictable strategy. The vanguard keeps blocking in the same pattern. A close-up reveals a sharp, calculating gaze, the speaker's voice a low murmur of strategic intent. It'll be difficult to infiltrate the building quickly. A surge of golden energy explodes outwards, bathing the scene in an ethereal glow. A question arises, do they have a skilled mage among them, or something? The golden energy intensifies, consuming everything in its path with radiant heat. The blonde-haired man's golden eyes gleam with determination, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Next is this side. A deafening roar tears through the air as a gold bomb detonates, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of destruction. The golden explosion continues to expand, obliterating everything in its wake with unstoppable force. Explosions erupt, shaking the very foundations. A voice cries out, admitting that they can't hold out much longer with their current tactic. The blonde-haired man states that they'll figure out who he is soon. A voice urges someone to hurry, calling out the name Cha Jin-hyuk. A surge of energy crackles through the air. A monstrous figure looms, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. A figure cloaked in darkness descends, a fist clenched. The monstrous figure stands amidst the rubble, a silent guardian. The cloaked figure prepares to strike, a purple aura emanating from their hand. The cloaked figure declares that they will let someone go to them. The cloaked figure unleashes their power, a blinding flash illuminating the scene. Cha Jin-hyuk declares that he will take the Spirit Master's power and become the true descendant of Death Star Cha Jin-hyuk. A horned figure wonders what is happening. A woman's face is shown in close-up. Someone asks if Miho is awake. Miho and New Dakibi wonder where they are. A group of skeletons surrounds them. A close-up of a skeleton is shown. A large figure emerges from the ground. Cha Jin-hyuk declares that it's going underground. Someone wonders if he is planning on running away after swallowing the children. Cha Jin-hyuk yells to let them get away. The snake declares that's their line. He looks up, a snarl twisting his features as he anticipates an incoming attack. The blade descends with terrifying speed, a crimson flash in the dim light. Cha Jin-hyuk grits his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming force. Ugh, so strong. The snake-like creature, wreathed in a sinister purple aura, wields its own blade with deadly precision. Another strike lands, and Cha Jin-hyuk's face contorts in pain. The purple serpent looms, its presence a suffocating weight. His eye flares with a desperate intensity. Cha Jin-hyuk roars, "Get lost!" as he launches a counterattack. The attack surges forward, a desperate attempt to break free. Amidst the ruins of what was once a thriving town, a figure stood, the air thick with the scent of ash and the echoes of screams. No, it's... His eyes narrowed, a flicker of rage igniting within them. The sky was filled with the silhouettes of dragons, their shadows casting a pall over the land. He watched them, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and fury. I'm not mistaken. It's that day. The day when his hometown got terrorized by dragons. The memory resurfaced, vivid and painful, a constant reminder of what he had lost. The source of his anger. Do you hate dragons? His gaze hardened, a steely resolve settling in his eyes. He recalls, a dragon that hates dragons is a strange guy. A voice exclaims in disbelief, "What?" Cha Jin-hyuk asks, "You can see this?" The figure responds in disbelief, "No way." The memory continues, the snake's presence looming large. Back then, Cha Jin-hyuk holds the snake, a question forming in his mind. Is it the power of that snake? He confirms, yes. The snake bites his finger. A voice narrates. This child's bite amplifies the negative memory of the one it has. The voice continues, and not just that, it also shares those memories with me. The memory shifts to a scene of dragons soaring through the sky. Cha Jinhyuk questions, but I don't understand. How can you hate this beautiful scene? He muses, beautiful? The scene changes to two figures standing before a burning landscape. A voice narrates, and you even became a dragon. Cha Jinhyuk smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes. Isn't that the best? The memory concludes with a close-up of bandaged legs. A voice questions, what the hell do you know to be saying that? A sword rests in its sheath. Cha Jinhyuk roars, remembering the destruction of his hometown. His rage burns, even after being reborn as his enemy, unable to get his revenge. A dragon soars through a blood-red sky. Cha Jinhyuk silences someone, telling them to shut up if they don't know anything about the enemy that destroyed him. A graphic flashes. He smirks, noting that someone is getting angry over something so measly. A close-up of a red eye reveals a cold, calculating gaze. Measly. Cha Jinhyuk states that he doesn't understand. He recalls that the trade-off was minimal since he became a dragon. Cha Jinhyuk wonders if they know how many people he had to kill to gather so many snakes. Corpses float in a pool of blood, surrounded by snakes, all in order to pursue this beauty. He considered the past, thinking that hardship was a small one. A massive snake's head looms into view. Cha Jinhyuk stood before the colossal serpent. The snake declared, let me introduce myself. I'm Basil, the Snake King. A man with white hair smiled, declaring, I love everything that has scales in this world. The white-haired man offered, if you join me. Cha Jinhyuk was told, you'll be able to love your true form. The All-Master's expression hardened. The white-haired man announced, I'm Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer, the one who kills all creatures with scales in this world. A sword glowed with red energy. Hendrik prepared to fight, thinking, then we have no choice but to fight. He shouts, questioning how long someone can keep talking. The absolute necromancer's red eyes burn with fury as he grips a snake. Basil smirks. The absolute necromancer weaves through the swarm of serpentine attackers, a red aura flaring around him as he dodges their fangs. His crimson eyes narrow, focused on the relentless onslaught. A voice echoes, filled with grim determination. There's no end to this. The snakes coil around Cha Jinhyuk, their numbers seemingly endless as they constrict him. The absolute necromancer challenges his unseen foe, shouting, attack me as much as you want. Cha Jinhyuk taunts his opponent, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you think those snakes can catch me? The absolute necromancer's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering in the face of the overwhelming assault. He realizes with dawning horror that the smaller snakes were merely bait. This one is the real threat. The colossal serpent looms, its scales like interlocking shields. He is completely surrounded, escape seeming impossible. A strangled cry escapes his lips. A surge of pain courses through him. The serpent strikes with blinding speed. At this rate, his body will be crushed, and he will die. He needs to get out. Cha Jinhyuk prepares to teleport. His hands glow with arcane energy. A voice booms, I got you. The giant snake's jaws clamp shut around him. A voice chides, you were too careless, Hendrik. The unseen figure declares that Hendrik is still too weak to be his opponent, commanding him to obediently become his. The word, trait, blazes in fiery red letters. The word Ophiuchus appears beneath a shadowy figure. A close-up reveals an eye with a geometric pattern glowing red within. The figure exclaims, yes, promising Hendrik will become his special slave. A declaration echoes, there's only one way to break away from his trait. The unseen speaker reveals the method, turn into a dragon and get away from Camille. The figure states that he knows Hendrik, as a purple snake with glowing eyes appears. The unseen figure declares that Hendrik can't do that. The reason is revealed, because of Hendrik's anger. A declaration rings out, towards the dragons is above all. Cha Jinhyuk kneels on a stone structure, his gaze intense. Cha Jinhyuk states that his offer includes Hendrik himself. Hendrik, however, has yet to accept. A voice insists that Hendrik must accept that he himself is a dragon. The voice continues, warning Hendrik not to turn into the form of his enemy, and demanding that he obediently become Cha Jinhyuk's pet. Cha Jinhyuk's expression is one of manic glee, his red eyes gleaming with anticipation. The red energy around Cha Jinhyuk intensifies as he awaits Hendrik's response. Hendrik's eyes are wide with a mix of fear and defiance. He doesn't want to accept the offer. A voice, presumably belonging to the Dakibi, asks what the hell Cha Jinhyuk is talking about. The Dakibi's expression is one of confusion and concern. An unseen figure warns that Hendrik is going to waste that power. The figure continues, stating that it's because Hendrik doesn't want to turn into his enemy. A figure, standing over a prone form, asks who the other person is. The figure on the ground, now revealed to be Hendrik, declares that he is Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer. Hendrik is told, no, you're wrong. The memory surfaces, 50th floor, climbing small fry. A voice echoes, we have to do everything we can. The memory continues, to defeat a 300th floor climber with a penalty. Cha Jinhyuk and Hendrik are still present. We're still weak, they say. The memory continues, we need to use everything we have. A flash of red energy surges. A dragon's form materializes amidst the crimson light. The dragon's power intensifies. The dragon's scales shimmer with power. Hendrik's eyes widen, a realization dawning. If it's the memory I saw, there's... The dragon's wings spread wide. No way. Yeah. He stood before the massive serpent, a dark figure looming behind it. A dragon's face, its eyes burning with crimson fire, filled his vision. He was engulfed in a swirling vortex of red energy, a desperate resolve hardening his gaze. The red energy intensified, radiating from him in pulsating waves. A grim smile stretched across Hendrik's face, a flicker of determination in his eyes. The landscape was a desolate expanse of jagged rocks, glowing with embers. The voice echoed in his mind, a fervent declaration. You're the best, Hendrik. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white with strain, as he vowed to overcome any obstacle. A weapon, crackling with violet energy, stood ready to strike. A chaotic clash of energies erupts, vibrant blues and pinks colliding in a dazzling display. The onslaught continues, a menacing skull-like visage materializing amidst the swirling purple energy. A skeletal figure, wreathed in crackling blue energy, is forced back by the relentless assault. The battle rages on, yellow energy exploding in brilliant bursts against an unseen foe. The clash intensifies, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the roar of colliding forces. A figure is sent hurtling backward, engulfed in a wave of purple energy. The man summons, and here getting pushed back slightly. Deathstar thinks to himself, he's using my skills from my previous life. A hooded figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling purple energy, a staff clutched in their hand. The hooded figure's legs are surrounded by blue flames. Cha Ji-hyuk thinks to himself, I need to rescue the children too. I also need to go to Gold Rich. The absolute necromancer's eye twitches, a flicker of defiance in his gaze. No, he thought. Thinking about other things will be an interference. If he defeated him, everything else would be solved. The absolute necromancer holds a blue orb. A blue effect appears. The absolute necromancer walks away, surrounded by purple energy. That combat style? Did you learn it from Deathstar Cha Jin-hyuk? Cha Jin-hyuk responds, I guess it's the same for you. Then you can't defeat me. Because I'm going to become stronger than that Deathstar. He scoffs at the idea of being surpassed. How ludicrous. The absolute necromancer disappears in a burst of purple energy. He reappears, having teleported to a new location. With a surge of power, the absolute necromancer summons skeletal warriors. The barrier shatters before him, the sound echoing in the air. The absolute necromancer laughs, a chilling sound that promises destruction. He muses, jumping into a deadly situation. Surrounded by his skeletal army, the absolute necromancer prepares for battle. The absolute necromancer's power surges, the all-master ready to unleash his full potential. Demonic energy crackles around his hands, a tangible manifestation of his dark power. Diving power emanates from the absolute necromancer, a force that promises to reshape the world. Demonic energy intensifies, a swirling vortex of destruction. A demonic explosion erupts, a maelstrom of chaotic energy. Elsewhere, a hooded figure stands amidst swirling energies, their presence a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. An aged man, his face etched with disbelief, mutters, impossible. That's... A voice echoes, speaking of divine power and demonic energy. The text reveals a fundamental incompatibility. You have demonic energy and divine power, which are not compatible with your body. The words declare, it's an achievement that no one else has accomplished. A booming voice proclaims, your name will be recorded in the Tower of Achievements. The hooded figure stands on a cracked stone path, bathed in the glow of purple energy. A disembodied voice questions, a single person possesses two powers. A masked figure stares intently, their heterochromatic eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. Demonic energy and divine power war within him, incompatible with his physical form. It was an achievement that no one else had accomplished. His name would be recorded in the Tower of Achievements. The absolute necromancer stood amidst swirling purple energy. His physical body, half saint, half demon, had been created. Cha Ji-hyuk's gaze was intense, his heterochromatic eyes burning with resolve. What did he do if he needed to defeat a Deathstar? The absolute necromancer stood tall, his silhouette framed by swirling purple energy. His opponent had a stronger army than he did, but he needed to destroy them no matter what. Like those guys back then, the hooded figure resolves to eliminate the summons with a special method and then target the main body. Cha Ji-hyuk lies defeated, arrows piercing his body. The narration states that the person has changed, but their composition remains the same. The hooded figure smirks, admitting it's a method that disgusts him, but it's effective. The hooded figure calls out, Hey, Junior, didn't you take it upon yourself to be Deathstar's descendant? The hooded figure stands over the fallen Cha Ji-hyuk, a sinister aura emanating from him. The hooded figure continues, Since you're this weak, I understand how strong Deathstar was. The hooded figure muses, Didn't he die because he merely stood before divine power? Weakly, Cha Ji-hyuk declares, I won't let you. A voice cries out, Taint his honor any further. The hooded figure remains unfazed, towering over Cha Ji-hyuk. A hand reaches out, glowing with an ethereal blue light. The hooded figure, wielding twin blades crackling with purple energy, declares, "Yeah, if things ended like this, I would have been upset." The hooded figure unleashes a flurry of attacks, the twin blades leaving trails of violet energy in their wake. The swords slice through the air, the sound echoing in the desolate landscape. The hooded figure explains, "With divine power and demonic energy, your summons cannot use their maximum power." Blue energy flares around Cha Ji-hyuk as he declares, "I'm going to slice him." Cha Ji-hyuk launches his own sword attack, the blade glowing with ethereal blue light. The clash of blades sends sparks flying, the air thick with the scent of ozone. He lies prone on the ground, defeated. The hooded figure scoffs. "It's shallow." He continues, musing, "It was a sword attack imbued with divine power, so why didn't he die?" A close-up reveals a shield, pulsating with blue energy. A disembodied voice states, "That's how he passed away." A figure stands with a sword and shield, engulfed in blue flames. He declares, his voice echoing with malice, "You'll die here." The hooded figure raises a shield, a surge of blue energy crackling around its edges. Cha Ji-hyuk retaliates with a swift, brutal slash. The shield intercepts the blow, a resounding impact echoing through the air. The hooded figure wonders if that shield is magic. A voice muses that divine power can block demonic energy. Cha Ji-hyuk summons a demonic figure, its form wreathed in dark energy. The voice declares that the undead is strong. Cha Ji-hyuk launches a powerful kick. The back of the hooded figure's head is visible, the white spikes of his hair contrasting with the dark collar of his coat. Then, the figure, now unhood, reveals a crimson mask covering the lower half of his face, his heterochromatic eyes gleaming with resolve. A disembodied warning echoes. With both divine power and demonic energy in one hand, disaster is inevitable. Ignoring the warning, the masked figure channels the chaotic energies, his eyes burning brighter. "Shut up!" the figure snarls, his frustration mounting as the energies resist combination. He grits his teeth, commanding, "Just do what I tell you to do, system." "This is the only way," he declares, a surge of power erupting around him. The figure's eyes widen in dawning horror. "Shit, they can't mix no matter what." "Fine then," he exclaims, a dangerous glint returning to his heterochromatic eyes. He grins, a manic edge to his expression as he prepares to force the impossible. A jagged, black shape materializes, crackling with raw, demonic power. The hooded figure raises a hand, his voice echoing with dark resolve. "Take this." The energies swirl, a chaotic blend of purple and gold. "I don't care if you reject it or not." The darkness writhes, tendrils of shadow reaching out. "Since you're all mine anyways." His eyes burn with an unholy light, the hooded figure commanding the impossible. "Become one." The energies converge, a volatile mix of divine and demonic power threatening to tear itself apart. The combined energy pulsates, a dangerous, unstable force. A faint glimmer of purple energy remains, a testament to the struggle. The air crackles with the sound of unstable energy, a symphony of impending chaos. The combined energy surges, a blinding flash of purple and gold illuminating the darkness. From the hooded figure, dark energy begins to coalesce, swirling with malevolent intent. The dark energy intensifies, its form becoming more defined as it pulses with raw power. The energy is unleashed, streaking forward like a dark comet aimed at its target. The dark energy slams into an unseen barrier, erupting in a violent explosion of force. The barrier, a shield of magic, begins to crack under the relentless assault, its surface spider-webbing with fractures. The shield groans under the strain, the cracks widening as it teeters on the brink of collapse. With a final, deafening shatter, the shield explodes into fragments, its protective magic utterly undone. Seizing the opportunity, the masked figure retaliates, swinging a dark blade downwards with furious speed. The sword continues its descent, the masked figure's stance radiating grim determination. The blade slices through the air, leaving a trail of dark energy in its wake as it hurtles towards its target. The hooded figure's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent scream building in their throat. He cries out, "How?" unable to comprehend how his defenses were so easily breached. The hooded figure, reacting to an unseen force, wonders if its strength now surpasses even the four royalties. He questions what he is feeling. It wasn't divine power or demonic energy, he realizes. The hooded figure mutters the word, unification. A sinister smile spreads across his face. The hooded figure commands, "Protect me." A skeleton minion appears, glowing with blue energy. He gathers power, a swirling vortex of blue energy crackling around his hands. The hooded figure descends, a blur of motion as he closes the distance. The masked figure raises his sword, the blade shimmering with an ethereal light, ready to meet the descent. A strangled cry escapes the masked figure as something unexpected occurs. Tendrils of dark energy erupt from the hooded figure, lashing out with terrifying speed. Once more, the hooded figure focuses, blue energy coalescing in his outstretched hands. The energy slams into the masked figure, the impact echoing through the shattered landscape. An explosion of raw power detonates, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. The masked figure is sent tumbling backward, his body ragdolling through the air. The hooded figure stands amidst the devastation, a silent sentinel surveying the aftermath. His eyes burning with renewed intensity, the masked figure glares with a fierce determination. The masked figure once again raises his sword, preparing for another strike. The masked figure with horns asks, "Did you say your name was Toon?" A figure with silver hair stands with a sword drawn. A voice questions, "Why are you so obsessed with Death Star?" A close-up reveals the face of the masked figure, his purple eyes intense. The silver-haired figure's blue eyes narrow, a determined glint in them. The word "now" hangs in the air, a silent command. The silver-haired figure's eyes widen in shock. A voice wonders, was someone who was suited to be the master of the tower? A figure falls, surrounded by dark energy. The silver-haired figure is seen in a hood, his expression unreadable. A voice asks, "But he died after betraying mankind. Do you still respect him?" A figure plummets into the depths of a dark, rocky chasm. The shout echoes, raw with frustration, "That's not it." The absolute necromancer's eyes widened. "That's not it," he roared, his voice echoing with disbelief. His expression twisted in realization. He had fallen into a trap. A voice, laced with venom, declared the trap was created by those 9-star bastards. Cha Ji-hyuk's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. How did he know the truth? The hidden truth behind his death, the thought gnawed at him. To think there was someone who figured it out. The revelation sent a chill down his spine. The masked figure tilted its head, its purple eyes gleaming. "Do you not feel anything?" Even when he obtained Death Star's title, Spirit Master, the memory flickered in his mind. The figure pressed, its voice sharp and probing. "I'm asking if you had any doubts about his death." He, who was the strongest necromancer, died in a head-on battle against 9-star. Who had the Pelin siblings? He fell into their trap. Cha Ji-hyuk is innocent. Who knows? He might have turned stupid because he got drunk with power. I see. In this tower, there are people who believe in me and remember me. How dare you insult him? I admit that you're very skilled. But you aren't Death Stars. He's not just my savior. His power shined brighter than the 9-star. A hooded figure stands silhouetted against the sky, holding a strange, ornate staff. He's my pride and milestone. Cha Ji-hyuk stands, his gaze steady. A voice declares, "I will defeat you." Cha Ji-hyuk shouts, "And I will inherit his name." His eyes burn with determination. A voice muses, "So this is how it feels to have a descendant." A pause, then, "Okay." Toon, masked and cloaked, commands, "Then prove your worth." A voice states, "It's incomplete." A voice explains, "But it's a culmination of my research when I started to access his power." To you, who has Death Star's title, but insults him. Cha Ji-hyuk, eyes glowing with power, shouts, "I can't let you have it." A monstrous visage appears, teeth bared in a silent roar. The technique is called 100 Nocturnal Ghosts. A surge of spectral energy coalesces. The energy takes the form of a monstrous visage. The masked figure exclaims, "Spirit soldiers?" Cha Ji-hyuk focuses, channeling a surge of purple energy. He continues to manipulate the spectral energy. The energy crackles with power, a soul-laden force. The masked man unleashes the energy, shouting, "Later." The man with the mask grits his teeth, thinking, "This is." The spirit soldiers materialize, but a voice declares, "Those are not spirit soldiers. They're inferior to that." The voice continues, "But they resemble the first spirit soldiers I created a lot." Someone speculates, "Don't tell me he's trying to reach Spirit Master all by himself." A surge of blue energy emanates from an unseen source. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes burn with resolve. He vows, his voice echoing with unwavering determination, that he won't stop here. The absolute necromancer's expression hardens, a grim promise etched onto his face. He declares that he will take revenge and restore his honor. A disembodied voice muses on Cha Ji-hyuk's talent and fixation. A voice reflects on what Cha Ji-hyuk might have become if he hadn't reincarnated, suggesting he could have been the next Death Star. Cha Ji-hyuk resolves to fight back with everything he has. The air crackles with dark energy as shadowy figures gather around Cha Ji-hyuk. The absolute necromancer delegates the summons to Valkan. A surge of power erupts as the summons are prepared. The energy intensifies, swirling around the figures. A blinding flash of light fills the area. The summons are unleashed, tearing through the air with immense force. A blinding flash of energy erupts, signaling the start of a powerful ritual. A figure materializes, swinging a weapon wreathed in crackling blue energy. The hooded figure continues the assault, the blue energy blade leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. Crimson light flares from the figure's eyes as it prepares to unleash its power. A hand emerges from the shadows, crackling with dark purple energy. The figure strikes with a burst of white light, a voice echoing, "Wake up." A skeletal apparition flickers into existence, its form outlined in malevolent purple energy. The force of the blow leaves a gash on a face, blood trickling down the silver hair. A blue eye widens in shock, the pupil contracting in response to the sudden attack. A masked figure lunges forward, surrounded by swirling purple energy. Darkness coalesces around a figure, poised to strike with deadly intent. The weapon finds its mark, sending sparks of energy flying in all directions. He stares forward, his eyes glowing with an intense light as he prepares to unleash another wave of power. The weapon hums with energy, ready to strike with devastating force. A voice cries out in disbelief. The summon was blocked. A surge of energy explodes outward, a clear sign that the summoning has been thwarted. Cha Ji-hyuk grits his teeth, feeling the strain as his attack is neutralized. The absolute necromancer considers his options. He's using the instability as a self-destructing bomb. His eye burns with determination. He needs to find a counter. A dark, spider-like figure emerges, a sign of the counterattack taking shape. He prepares himself, ready for the final step. Blue energy envelopes Cha Ji-hyuk, his eyes burning with a fierce light as he steels himself. A swirling vortex of energy opens, the last step to reach him. Cha Ji-hyuk declares, his voice ringing with power. 10,000 spirits dive. A surge of power emanates from him, his expression a mask of intense concentration. The absolute necromancer unleashes his spirit power, a torrent of blue energy erupting around him. The energy coalesces into a monstrous form, a spectral entity of immense power. The spectral entity takes on a more defined and menacing appearance, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The spirit power continues to expand, its energy surging outwards in waves. Cha Ji-hyuk watches as his spirit power takes form. That's my skill, he thinks. The spirit power reaches a critical point, the energy swirling with incredible intensity. The energy continues to surge, the spectral form becoming more and more defined. A wave of spirit power washes over the battlefield, its energy palpable. The spirit power swirls and intensifies, creating a vortex of raw energy. It looks like his spirit power is swallowing the world. But a vortex of dark energy swirls ominously. A voice declares, "You can't swallow my soul." A hooded figure stands silhouetted against the swirling darkness. The hooded figure scoffs. With just that, dark energy crackles around a hand, seemingly unable to fully coalesce. He is surrounded by swirling energy, but it seems to be contained, not expanding. A voice filled with disbelief exclaims, "Impossible. It's not perfect." Cha Ji-hyuk's face contorts in shock, his eyes wide with surprise. He questions, does that mean my spirit power is unable to penetrate his soul? Cha Ji-hyuk's expression shifts to a sinister smirk, a glint of malice in his eyes. He vows, I'll return the favor. He intones the words, with the true 10,000 spirits dive. Purple energy begins to swirl around him. Shadowy figures emerge from the depths of the swirling energy, surrounding Cha Ji-hyuk as a blinding light erupts. The shadowy figures loom closer, their forms indistinct yet menacing. Streaks of purple energy lash out, the shadowy figures moving with impossible speed. The energy intensifies, the shadowy figures multiplying and converging. Claws of shadow reach out, their edges sharp and menacing. A man with white hair stares in wide-eyed surprise, his expression a mask of shock. His eyes widen further, a silent awe, escaping his lips as the realization dawns. The purple energy surges once more, a final crescendo of power. The white-haired man is engulfed in the purple energy, his fate uncertain. The words echo. You were here. A shadowy figure stands over a fallen form, the scene shrouded in darkness. The force of the blow sends dust and debris flying. A figure is sent crashing backwards. The impact leaves a trail of blood. Cha Ji-hyuk smirks, his purple eyes gleaming. It was nice to meet you. The gray-haired man, now identified as Death Star, replies, nice meeting you, Death Star. Both men share a knowing smile. Death Star simply says, yes. Cha Ji-hyuk's smile widens, a hint of malice in his eyes. Death Star finishes, we'll see each other again soon. Blood splatters the ground as the absolute necromancer lies motionless, his dark coat spread around him like a shroud. A slight twitch of his feet betrays the stillness, a subtle sign of life flickering within. He was alive. His eyes snap open, the purple irises burning with renewed intensity. The absolute necromancer's lips curve into a faint smile. You really went beyond my expectations. A dark, swirling energy begins to emanate from him, tendrils of shadow reaching out like grasping claws. The energy intensifies, forming a vortex of swirling darkness, a maelstrom of necromantic power. The dark energy pulses. The swirling mass takes on a more defined shape, claw-like appendages forming within the darkness. The energy solidifies further, a menacing silhouette emerging from the swirling shadows. The darkness gathers. He lay still, his face pale and drawn, a faint purple aura emanating from his body. A command echoes in the darkness, wake up. His eyes snapped open, glowing with an intense purple light. The absolute necromancer stood tall, a palpable aura of power radiating from him. A hand emerged from the shadows, clutching a glowing orb. The text identified the figure as Spirit Soldier Toon. Toon, cloaked and hooded, stood before his master, purple energy swirling around him. The hood obscured his face, leaving only a glimpse of his shadowed features. His hand trembled slightly, the orb pulsing with light. Kneeling before the absolute necromancer, Toon begged, forgive my insolence. The Spirit Soldier continued, his voice laced with regret. I didn't recognize my lord. I've committed grave acts against your comrades. The absolute necromancer loomed over the kneeling figure, his expression unreadable. He stood silently, his polished shoes gleaming in the dim light. The summon, now berserk, unleashes a wave of destructive energy. The force of the berserk summon's rampage sends debris flying in all directions. Toon watches the destruction unfold, recognizing the monstrous figure. That is the summon he created. The berserk summon's face is a grotesque mask of rage. A figure declares that it has gone berserk because it lost its owner and vows to take care of it. Someone calls out to Toon, urging him to wait. The berserk summon's eyes glow with malevolent energy. Bioni exclaims her relief at finally getting out. Nine-tailed fox is also relieved to be free. Someone calls out the names of Haryu and Miho. Someone expresses relief that they both got out safely. He stands with New Dakibi, Nine-tailed fox, and Bioni. New Dakibi and Nine-tailed fox are shown. New Haryu protected me while I was concentrating. She broke through my necromancy and charmed an undead. And the other fought off all the skeleton soldiers? A group of figures stand together. That's Hendrik's breath. Cha Ji-hyuk smiles. That means Hendrik's breath is shown. A powerful slash cuts through the air. Amidst the shattered debris, two figures stand their ground. Cha Ji-hyuk's face contorts in anger. He shouts, Basil. A figure with long white hair stares intently. A red cloak billows. Cha Ji-hyuk thinks to himself, to think Basil was so easily defeated. A dark figure emerges. A winged figure declares, it's my win. The Snake King states, it was tough. A knife is poised near a face. A horned figure stands amidst the chaos. The figure stands, a blade held low, a white serpent coiling nearby. The camera focuses on the back of a head, the white hair cascading down. Basil smiles, a sinister glint in his red eyes, as he caresses the serpent. Basil's smile widens. Seems like this is the end, Scylla. A voice whispers, filled with regret. I'm sorry. The face contorts into a grotesque mask, the serpent's form merging with the flesh. A burst of crimson explodes across the scene. Two women recoil in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. A man's face, twisted in rage, screams, he's crazy. He ate his own. The figure raises the sword high, a red aura emanating from the blade. Even if you do, it's meaningless. The grotesque face stares blankly, devoid of humanity. Another violent impact shakes the world. He devours a snake, red energy swirling around him. The absolute necromancer finds the snake delicious. Basil declares that Scylla is also delicious. Cha Ji-hyuk proclaims that they are together forever now. Another snake is consumed amidst a surge of red energy. The All-Master laughs, boasting that he is truly the best. Basil exclaims that they should defeat the dragon together, Scylla. He continues to devour the snakes, the red energy intensifying. The consumption continues, accompanied by a burst of power. Cha Ji-hyuk laughs, finding it ridiculous to brag about loving snakes. The absolute necromancer states that he uses them as his precious possessions, and now he's eating them. Basil declares that there is no greater love than becoming one. A voice booms out, declaring, you're disgusting. A crimson blade of energy slashes downward. The red energy continues its descent, a harbinger of destruction. Two figures clash, the air crackling with energy as one wields a staff against an unseen foe. Cha Ji-hyuk, holding a red mask, commands, everyone, protect Hendrik. A voice shouts, stay away, ghost face. Nobody touch him. Another red energy blade strikes, aimed with deadly precision. The intensity of the battle rises, the air thick with anticipation. A figure, wreathed in red energy, declares, my prey. A monstrous, dragon-like claw tears through the air. The dragon's claw continues its assault, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. A final burst of red energy erupts, signaling the climax of the battle. He prepares to strike with his sword, a red aura emanating from his body. The sword moves with incredible speed. The blade gleams, ready to cut through anything in its path. Hendrik's eyes widen, a flicker of fear igniting within them. A bead of sweat trickles down Hendrik's brow as he braces for the attack. The sword continues its swift descent. A voice shouts, can't use your sword, Hendrik. Cha Ji-hyuk prepares to strike again, his movements a blur of crimson energy. The absolute necromancer's sword is poised to deliver a devastating blow. Hendrik's eyes glow with a desperate intensity as he faces the impending strike. The sword hurtles forward, a streak of red against the dark backdrop. Cha Ji-hyuk's sword is about to make contact. His expression twisted in fury, Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes burned with an intense crimson light. Hendrik's long, silver hair swayed slightly as he looked on. Hendrik's face contorted in a snarl, his red eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger as his fangs were bared. The air crackled with unseen energy. Cha Ji-hyuk's shadow loomed, his voice a low growl. You're not a dragon, or a human. Hendrik smiled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Cha Ji-hyuk's face was partially obscured by shadow as he spoke. Isn't your appearance too horrific, Dragonslayer? Hendrik's expression hardened, his smile vanishing. Hendrik's form was wreathed in a red aura as he spoke. I realized this during our fight. Thank you, Snake King. The red aura intensified, swirling around Hendrik. Hendrik declared, his voice ringing with conviction. I'm the Dragonslayer, Hendrik. Hendrik's eyes burned with unwavering resolve, and nothing can change this truth. A massive snake slithers through the darkness. A figure with long black hair stands behind another figure with white hair. The snake's scales glisten in the dim light. The absolute necromancer stands with his comrades, overlooking a defeated foe. It seems he defeated Basil's strongest snake, Scylla. The masked figure, Ghostface, is called amazing by the absolute necromancer, Cha Ji-hyuk. Ghostface is told that his comrades cannot be trusted. The absolute necromancer smirks, thinking about the tower. The two comrades stand side by side, listening intently. The absolute necromancer assures Ghostface that he can trust him. Toon is told that he is coming with them too. Ghostface smiles ominously. The absolute necromancer's face fills the view, his expression unreadable. He speaks, "Thank you. I want to ask about your story, but we don't have time for this." Toon stands in a dark robe, his hands clasped. A voice declares, "That's right. The goth floor." The Dakibi and Nine-Tailed Fox stand side by side, the Dakibi exclaiming, "Gold Rich is in danger." The masked figure stands with the absolute necromancer, the Dakibi, and Nine-Tailed Fox. A voice booms, "The fight isn't over yet." Kim Sung-Ti's eyes glow with purple energy as he states, "Let's go to the 60th floor." A close-up shows the masked figure's mask. A voice simply states, "No." The background shows a dark, ethereal space. Kim Sung-Ti stands, his expression determined. A voice declares, "You cannot go." The one leading the soldiers on the 60th floor is Asherholm. He's the guild master of Road of Divine, according to the guild. How strong is he? He's the same rank as me, and he's a 300th floor king-class paladin. I think I both defeated Basil. There's still a slight chance of winning. After he was saved by the Palin siblings. He's been insanely loyal too. I took care of the soldiers on the front line. The absolute necromancer considers the situation. At this rate, he can buy enough time. Cha Ji-hyuk states that with that, Asherholm is the only guild master. A sound echoes, a low rumble that hints at approaching power. The sound intensifies, growing louder with each passing moment. Golden armor gleams, reflecting the light as the angelic host prepares. Angels stand in formation, spears lowered, ready to strike. The angels are poised, their golden armor shining brightly. The angelic host prepares to charge, their spears glinting in the light. A man's face contorts in shock. He resurrected the dead soldiers? The man continues, stating that in other words, Asherholm is on par with the angels on the 300th floor. An angel's face is shown, the command given. All, charge. The horned woman's eyes widened in disbelief. "I am possible," she exclaimed. Cha Ji-hyuk floated slightly above the ground, a purple aura emanating from him. "So what do you want us to do?" he asked. The All-Master continued. "There's nothing we can do, so you want us to wait until the whole store is burned to the ground?" Toon's eyes narrowed. "No, there is a way," he stated. The undead king's hand glowed with purple energy. A way for death star to be on par with his strength. The purple energy swirled around Toon's hand. The undead king offered, "Please absorb my body." Toon's masked face was partially visible, the purple energy swirling around him. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widened in shock. "What?" he exclaimed. The purple energy pulsed. "I know various things about my liege's traits," Toon said. The undead king continued. "The power to absorb things and turn it into your own. One can call a corpse a thing." The purple energy intensified. "If you do, the power I cultivated will all become yours," Toon finished. He stands surrounded by a purple aura, a mask hanging from his neck. The absolute necromancer states, "There is one more thing. Basil and his snakes were quite strong," someone observes. A voice booms, stating that if he devours their powers too, it'll turn into great power. New Dakibi wonders if it will be okay, while Toon kneels before Cha Ji-hyuk. She thinks that there would be people awaiting his body. Toon firmly says no. He continues, stating that if there were people, it would have been each other. Toon says that there's no greater honor. Toon asks Cha Ji-hyuk to take his power, calling him his liege. Toon's face is shown, his expression determined. Cha Ji-hyuk listens intently to Toon's offer. Toon declares that he will give Cha Ji-hyuk his power. The power surges around Cha Ji-hyuk, a torrent of violet energy. His eyes blazing with purple light, Cha Ji-hyuk accepts the overwhelming force, a guttural cry escaping his lips. Gluttony. He clenches his fist, the raw power of Toon coursing through his veins, threatening to tear him apart. A scream rips from his throat, a primal sound of agony and ecstasy as the transformation reaches its peak. Arcing tendrils of blue energy erupt from him, a visual testament to the sheer magnitude of the power he now wields. Amidst the chaos, a voice booms, commanding the troops to charge into the building. Another voice shouts, ordering the soldiers to drag the mage out. The armored soldiers advance, their movements precise and deadly. Someone clicks their tongue, lamenting the need to resurrect the soldiers in one go. A grim voice acknowledges that the enemy will conquer the inside of the building at this rate. He sits, contemplating the situation. The absolute necromancer knows he needs to buy time. Cha Ji-hyuk resolves to create chaos and divide the soldiers. And then, he thinks, it's another guerrilla war. The All-Master's eyes narrow as he focuses his power. A surge of energy erupts. The energy coalesces, forming a swirling vortex. The vortex intensifies, crackling with power. The energy continues to build. A glowing orb of energy forms. The orb pulses with raw power. The peak of all evil realizes, with a jolt, that his location might have been exposed. But that attack, was that divine power? To think he can control that much divine power. I finally found the leader. The unknown merchant, who's helping Ghostface. To kill you in Ghostface. Someone who's a holy star, isn't that job too gruesome? I'm sure there's powerful figures under me who may be beneficial to the Holy Kingdom. Sir Kane has given me 2 orders. The figure orders the elimination of incompetent guild masters. A hulking figure with a mohawk glares intensely. A masked figure stands silently, their expression hidden. Sir Kane commands to weed out Ghostface and his comrades. Sir Kane's orders are absolute, like the word of God, the figure declares. He insists that there's no need to think of other conditions. The figure states that things won't go according to someone's wishes. The figure is called a religious fanatic. Cha Ji-hyuk's voice booms through the burning city, laced with a mocking edge. How much longer will you keep running? The figure is sent flying backwards from an unseen force. He grits his teeth, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Shit, if he finds out I'm gold rich, things are going to get worse. He steels his resolve, a desperate plan forming in his mind. I need to fight him without revealing myself. His jaw tightens as he considers his options. But will I be able to hide my powers and fight that monster? He narrows his eyes, sensing something amiss. Asterisk, how strange. He isn't going all out. Asterisk. He analyzes the situation, a growing suspicion taking root. Asterisk, compared to the flashy skills he used before, he's just running away now. Is he hiding something? Asterisk. That means a surge of power emanates from an unseen source. Cha Ji-hyuk focuses his energy, golden light crackling around his outstretched hands. He grits his teeth, declaring, I'm going to use everything I've got. Cha Ji-hyuk vows, I'm going to find out what you're hiding. His eyes burn with determination as he prepares to unleash his full power. Cha Ji-hyuk wonders why the fleeing figure would hide their power and protect their comrades. Suddenly, a catastrophic impact shakes the very foundations of the building. The force of the blow sends tremors rippling outwards, shattering stone and buckling steel. A monstrous form bursts through the structure, revealing itself to be a colossal dragon. The dragon continues its destructive rampage, tearing through the building with unstoppable force. Panic erupts as people flee in terror, their screams echoing through the collapsing structure. The building. Where did it come from? Amidst the chaos and ruin, a desperate cry rings out. Asher. Is Sir Asher all right? A looming threat is revealed, a dragon. The revelation continues, stating that one of Ghostface's comrades is a dragon. Cha Ji-hyuk pauses, a contemplative expression on his face. A question arises. Did someone climb to the 60th floor in a single day? A massive dragon stands poised, its silhouette dominating the scene. The narrative voice reveals that someone also defeated Toon and Basil. Cha Ji-hyuk's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. The dragon looms over a figure, its voice echoing. Are you Asher Hum? The dragon stands tall, dwarfing the 2 figures below. A voice filled with rage declares, Where do I go to kill Kane, that bastard? A masked figure stares intensely, their gaze piercing. A sudden explosion rips through the area. Debris rains down as the dust settles from the blast. A dragon wonders if it will be all right to leave him to fight by himself. Someone says not to worry, he has that. Another attack is launched. Someone exclaims in surprise, WH what? They're attacking from below. It's Ghostface's comrades. The armored figures attack. One of the men says they need to take care of those soldiers. The other man says Asher can resurrect dead soldiers too. Someone reacts in shock, stating that it's a scam. A monstrous, dragon-like head wreathed in flames appears. Surrounded by a blazing inferno, Ghostface declares, I'll burn them, so even their corpses disappear. Figures clad in golden armor stand ready, their forms blurred by the intense heat. A blade flashes, cleaving through the air with blinding speed. A face contorted in rage emerges from the shadows. Golden hair whips around as a figure prepares for battle. A figure shrouded in darkness unleashes a crescent of purple energy. A hand crackles with yellow energy, ready to strike. A hand glows with an ominous purple aura, swirling with dark power. The figure declares, Two-fingered soul bullet, as they prepare to unleash a devastating attack. A hand surges forward, channeling a torrent of purple energy. A masked figure with horns stands defiant, surrounded by swirling golden energy. He clenches his fist, golden energy swirling around his regenerating arm. The absolute necromancer's arm is fully restored. He regenerated his arm instantly. The new Dakibi grits her teeth, annoyed by his rapid healing. Annoying regeneration. She thinks to herself, to defeat him, I need to finish him with a strong attack, so he can't regenerate. Cha Ji-hyuk speaks. That's the power you got from the Pelin siblings, right? Seems like you kissed those psychotic asses. Elsewhere, the hooded figure stands, a purple aura emanating from them. The absolute necromancer yells, insult them. Cha Ji-hyuk prepares a powerful attack, golden energy coalescing in his hand. The absolute necromancer shouts, Are you not afraid of divine punishment? Cha Ji-hyuk unleashes a beam of golden energy. The hooded figure speaks, "Come out." The hooded figure prepares an attack, purple energy crackling around their hands. The name of Valken echoes. Cha Ji-hyuk unleashes a surge of purple energy. The summoned energy crashes down with immense force. He stopped the divine punishment with a summon. Divine power is critical against the undead. What's wrong? Do you want to know what happened? A sinister smile spreads across a man's face. This is what happened. What a great skill. A group of figures are surrounded by a dark, swirling energy. Toon is confronted. How dare you betray me and side with him? I never answered to anyone from the start. I just simply found the place I wanted to stay. The figure states, and that's what he said. A voice booms with fury, declaring vengeance. Traitor, I'll destroy that dirty soul. Cha Ji-hyuk extends his hand, a golden aura flaring around it, as if preparing to unleash a devastating power. The hooded figure commands from the shadows, a chilling order cutting through the air. Capture him and bring him to me. A figure bathed in light responds with unwavering obedience. As you command. Cloaked in darkness and surrounded by a swirling purple aura, the hooded figure moves with purpose. The hooded figure unleashes a torrent of magical energy, a blinding light erupting from their outstretched hand. The energy streaks forward, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake as the hooded figure presses the attack. From behind, Cha Ji-hyuk stands firm, his expression unreadable. Cha Ji-hyuk speaks, his voice laced with a grim understanding. He's stronger after coming back from the dead. His ghost face stronger because of that. A surge of dark energy pulses outward. The hooded figure's masked visage peers out from the shadows, their purple eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Cha Ji-hyuk and the hooded figure stand in stark opposition, their conflict reaching a boiling point. Focusing his energy, the hooded figure begins to conjure a swirling vortex of purple power in his outstretched hand. The air crackles with raw magical potential. A close-up reveals the figure's masked face, contorted in fierce concentration. The purple light reflects in his eyes, hinting at the immense power he's about to unleash. The energy intensifies, the purple glow becoming almost blinding. The hooded figure's stance is rigid, every muscle straining to contain the volatile force. The purple energy reaches a critical mass, arcing and sparking with untamed power. The air shimmers with heat and distortion. With a final surge of effort, the hooded figure unleashes the accumulated energy. A blinding flash of purple light engulfs everything. A spray of blood erupts, painting the air crimson. A pained groan echoes amidst the chaos. The unleashed energy explodes outwards, sending a shockwave rippling through the environment. The ground trembles as the force tears through everything in its path. The explosion continues to expand, pulverizing rock and earth into a cloud of dust and debris. The air is thick with the smell of ozone and destruction. The dust settles, revealing a scene of utter devastation. The landscape is scarred and broken, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Amidst the wreckage, Cha Ji-hyuk stands tall, radiating a golden aura. His expression is resolute, untouched by the destruction surrounding him. To think you cornered me like this. But you can't defeat me. He declares that he possesses the infinite blessing of recovery, bestowed upon him by a great being. The man's foot is surrounded by a faint purple glow as he proclaims someone is fated to be something. A dark, serpentine energy coils around Cha Ji-hyuk, crackling with power. The serpentine energy pulses, as Cha Ji-hyuk wonders what is happening and when. Purple energy surges from Cha Ji-hyuk's hand as he commands something to arise. The energy intensifies, swirling around his hand. The serpentine energy writhes, crackling with dark power. The serpentine energy continues to coil around Cha Ji-hyuk. A surge of power emanates outward. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression hardens as he wonders if someone else fell into Ghostface's hands. The energy intensifies, swirling around him. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes glow with purple energy, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Cha Ji-hyuk hears his alias, Basil, called out. The absolute necromancer's eyes glow with sinister energy. The air crackles with unseen power. A voice booms, declaring that something is not enough. One of the figures exclaims, wondering how the absolute necromancer came back to life after having his head ripped off. Another figure states that if the absolute necromancer still has remaining divine power, he'll be able to regenerate infinitely, and that they need to finish this in one attack. A voice declares that an enhanced power of the four royalties is not affecting him. One of the figures says that they tried exuding a little bit of divine power, but it's ineffective, and wonders if it is because of Toon. A figure declares that they have an idea. Cha Ji-hyuk, with unwavering confidence, declares that they cannot kill him. The hooded figure explains that they were planning to kill him by using the soul of a royal. But the hooded figure continues, stating that unfortunately, that won't work. The hooded figure reveals their true intention, stating that they never wanted to kill him in the first place. Cha Ji-hyuk is taken aback, questioning their statement. The masked figure interjects, clarifying that the command they received wasn't to kill him. The hooded figure reveals their sinister plan, to offer Cha Ji-hyuk to their master. The hooded figure and the masked figure stand within a swirling vortex of ominous purple energy. The hooded figure's face is illuminated, revealing glowing eyes and a sinister grin. The hooded figure prepares a maximum output soul bullet, a glowing orb crackling with purple energy. The hooded figure focuses, channeling power into the maximum output soul bullet. He is going to infuse the power of unification. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widen. That's divine power? He realizes it's different. That's 10-fingered soul bullets. Streaks of light blur across the field of vision. The world distorts, lines of motion radiating from a central point. A bolt of lightning cracks against a darkened sky. The world explodes into fragments, buildings collapsing into dust. A path of shattered stone stretches into the distance, fading into a blinding white light. Debris rains down upon a desolate landscape. The ground is cracked and broken, a wasteland of shattered rock. A figure emerges from the rubble, their face contorted in a silent scream. Torn clothing clings to a body amidst the destruction. Figures stand amidst the ruins, cloaked in shadow and wreathed in purple energy. A voice echoes, filled with a strange sense of honor. My first victory with you. It's an honor. They stand amidst the ruins of a fallen city, the air thick with the scent of ash and decay. A figure kneels before them, shrouded in shadow. Ghostface stands beside Nu Dakibi, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he asks why she is happy, stating that he is her heir. A close-up reveals the menacing gaze of Ghostface, his purple eyes gleaming with dark intent. The group surveys the devastation, the weight of their actions hanging heavy in the air. The wind whispers through the broken structures, carrying the echoes of a lost civilization. Ghostface turns, his expression unreadable behind the mask, a faint purple aura emanating from him. One of the figures states that if they want to restore these ashes, they need to summon a god or a demon. Debris litters the ground, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. A woman with horns looks up, a mixture of shock and fear etched on her face as she says, "Then did we stop?" Nu Dakibi asks them, as Ghostface responds with select and kill. Ghostface and Nu Dakibi stand side by side, a shared purpose gleaming in their eyes. Ghostface's face fills the frame, his expression a mask of cruel anticipation as he declares that it's finally there. The horned woman states that their excuse of getting ambushed has worked until now. Ghostface, a sinister grin on his face, declares that they destroyed their enemies with their preemptive attack, flipping the tables. Beck Hallyo remarks that if word of this spreads far, Nu Dakibi observes that people will start to think. Jose Yin asks if Beck Hallyo is telling him to spread the news. Beck Hallyo states that he is going on ahead, having a mountain of things to do as well as clean up today's mess. The masked figure says that he'll leave it to him. The masked figure walks away. A burst of energy explodes outward, scorching the ground. The air crackles with residual power. A pink screen displays a message. Peak of all evil is saying that he really has a good eye. A figure in a dark cloak stands silhouetted against the light, a pink screen floating nearby. The pink screen now shows a question mark, along with the message. Peak of all evil is asking what happened. The cloaked figure remains still, the pink screen hovering in front of them. The pink screen drifts higher into the sky. The pink screen displays a new message. Something? The pink screen ominously declares, "IS coming." The cloaked figures stand silently, their expression hidden. A close-up reveals a character with white hair, pink eyes, and geometric markings below their eyes. The character with white hair and pink eyes looks up, mouth agape. Huh, she asks. A jagged crack of blue energy tears through the air, the sound like shattering glass echoing in the sudden stillness. The absolute necromancer, surrounded by his retinue, watches the phenomenon unfold. It's an earthquake, he exclaims, a flicker of unease in his voice. The very space around them begins to tremble, the air thick with an unnatural tension. No, the space is trembling. The Nu Dakibi looks up, her eyes wide with a dawning horror as the unseen forces gather. The crackling energy intensifies, the air shimmering with an otherworldly light. The spatial distortion grows, the very fabric of reality seeming to unravel. A blinding light erupts, piercing the darkness with an intensity that burns the eyes. The energy coalesces, forming a swirling vortex of power that threatens to consume everything in its path. A beam of pure energy shoots downward, cutting through the earth like a hot knife through butter. The sky itself seems to split apart, revealing a glimpse of something terrifying beyond. The sky split. The figures below stare in disbelief, the light casting long, distorted shadows that dance around them. What the hell is this light? The absolute necromancer, his face etched with a grim understanding, realizes the truth. It's not the sky, the floor split. A voice echoes, contemplating the possibility of something occurring. A figure with large, dark wings shouts, while another asks what's happening. Someone urgently calls out to their liege, directing their attention elsewhere. A figure with a glowing hand stands amidst swirling purple energy, a second figure behind them. A voice declares that Asher Holmes' body is undergoing a change. A blinding light erupts, obscuring everything. From the light, a dark, shadowy figure begins to take shape. The silhouette solidifies, revealing a figure with glowing lines tracing its form. The transformation continues, the energy intensifying. Debris swirls around the figure, caught in the vortex of power. A voice proclaims the emergence of divine power. A close-up of an eye reveals an intense, unknown feeling. A voice echoes from the past, a memory stirring, like back then. A complex, glowing symbol pulses with an unknown energy. A woman with radiant eyes stands before a man with slicked-back hair, both bathed in an ethereal light. A vast, dark space yawns, hinting at hidden depths and unknown dangers. A declaration rings out, filled with conviction. I'm right. A close-up reveals a person's arm, the skin glowing with a faint, golden light. Cha Ji-hyuk's face contorts in a grimace, his eyes burning with intensity as he utters a name, Carmen. A revelation dawns, a realization of immense power. I knew it had been God's. Glowing feet stand firm, radiating power into the ground. A figure bathed in golden light proclaims, "They haven't forsaken me and gave me salvation." The glowing figure's face comes into sharp focus, his eyes blazing with divine energy as he declares, "Now then, I knew it had been." Bare feet step onto the cracked earth. "They haven't forsaken me and gave me salvation." A figure bathed in golden light gazes downward, their eyes burning with divine power. "Now then, it's time to take care of the traitors who don't believe in them." A ceramic object shatters into pieces, the fragments glowing with inner heat. Carmen. A woman with a stern expression holds her hands together, a faint light emanating from her palms. The shattered remains of the ceramic object lie scattered on a table, surrounded by a pool of liquid. A hand glows with power. The energy intensifies. Cha Ji-hyuk smiles, mentioning the 60th floor. A hand is attacked. A face contorts in pain. Cha Ji-hyuk continues, "But don't worry too much. Asher is a special toy." Cha Ji-hyuk stands before a large mirror, the reflection showing a smaller version of himself. He wonders if Asher is special. Cha Ji-hyuk smirks, stating, "Insurance just in case selecting and killing fails." A hand glows with power, as Cha Ji-hyuk thinks, "I secretly planted it when I was sharing divine power with Asher." The text bubble reads, "If gets defeated." Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes gleam with malice. A glowing flower blooms as Cha Ji-hyuk declares, "He will resurrect as a proxy who can exert my power. Ghostface will need to prepare himself to fight him." That divine power. Is it the power of that bitch, Carmen? They're one of the people who killed Orbioni in the past. Oh, you can recognize Miss Carmen's warm divine power. He wouldn't forget, not a chance. The feeling of that shitty divine power washed over him. His eyes glowed with a menacing light, a dark aura swirling around him. What was with his hostility? For someone who had only been climbing the tower for 1 year, he shouldn't even know Miss Carmen. A voice boomed, "Hell are you?" Ghostface faced a golden figure, purple energy crackling around him. The purple energy intensified, a palpable force in the air. His gaze narrowed, focusing intently on the golden figure before him. He prepared to unleash his power, the air crackling with anticipation. Standing firm, Ghostface braced himself for the coming battle. Okay. He grips the golden figure by the neck, his purple aura flaring. Guys can't get enlightened, right? Cha Ji-hyuk stands firm, his feet planted on the cracked earth. The golden figure's eyes glow with an intense light. "Between us is this big." The golden figure continues, his voice resonating with power. "It might be painful because you're not enlightened." Cha Ji-hyuk's expression hardens as the golden figure speaks, a visible tension between them. From a distance, the confrontation unfolds, the two figures standing amidst the ruins. A monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with malevolence. A crimson eye, filled with ancient malice, stares out from the shadows. A voice echoes, laced with amusement, "A dragon? You're quite strong." Bathed in golden light, the golden figure stands, his muscles rippling with barely contained power. He declares, "But right now, I have the power of Nightstar." Golden energy crackles around the figure, a testament to his overwhelming strength. He slams his foot down, the force of the impact sending tremors through the very ground. The shockwave sends a small figure hurtling through the air, a testament to the golden figure's might. A dark, shadowy figure looms, its form indistinct and menacing. The air crackles with unseen energy, a prelude to further devastation. The golden figure continues, his voice dripping with disdain. "For a young dragon of the four royalties, your power is a speck of dust compared to them." His face contorted in a sneer, he finishes, "To atone for the sin of going against them, you all will die." A surge of power erupts, promising destruction and despair. This body's movements. He realizes his power is restricted. The golden figure wonders who is present. A figure is surrounded by pink energy. That kid, these restraints. Is she the child of a mythical creature? A sword appears, its blade gleaming in the darkness. A figure raises the sword, its tip crackling with energy. The golden figure's eyes glow with intense power. "Get lost, Carmen's puppet." A grim expression darkens the character's face. He begins to channel dark energy, a sinister aura enveloping him. The dark energy intensifies, swirling around him like a malevolent storm. The energy continues to build, crackling with raw power. A blinding burst of golden energy erupts, illuminating his face with an unholy light. He throws his head back and laughs maniacally, the sound echoing with dark glee. A confident smirk spreads across his face, revealing a chilling sense of superiority. The golden figure channels the power of all the members into his attack. He observes with a hint of surprise that he recovered after getting hit. The golden figure declares with absolute certainty that no attack can kill him. He stands tall, radiating power and invincibility. The golden figure prepares himself, ready to unleash his full might. He asks if it is now his turn, a predatory glint in his eyes. He raises a finger, the air around him crackling with golden energy. A vortex of swirling power begins to coalesce, the air shimmering with heat. The golden light intensifies, bathing his arm in divine radiance. The golden figure unleashes his power, declaring, 1,000 punishments. Cha Ji-hyuk stands tall, his arm still raised as the unleashed energy surges forward. Streaks of golden light tear through the air, leaving trails of burning energy in their wake. A figure with red skin and horns watches in disbelief. He can't be compared to before. Everyone. Another figure cries out in terror, Jae Jin-hyuk. The attack slams into the ground, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion of golden light. A blinding beam of pure energy shoots skyward, piercing the heavens. A blinding white light fills the void. The ground is littered with debris, the aftermath of a cataclysmic event. Darkness descends, the air thick with the scent of ozone and dust. A cascade of light pierces through the darkness, illuminating the ravaged landscape. Above, the sky is a canvas of swirling clouds, a silent witness to the devastation below. Cha Ji-hyuk pushes himself up from the rubble, a grimace etched on his face. His body refuses to obey. He curses under his breath. His eyes snap open, a flicker of purple energy igniting within them. Nu Dakibi cradles him gently. She says that he woke up at just the right time. Meanwhile, a figure calls out to Miho. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression is unreadable. Elsewhere, a figure wonders if Hendrik and Haryu have both lost consciousness. The golden figure sneers, declaring that they have failed to defy the heavens, ghost face. He recalls the moment he revolted against the 9-star, the moment he lost. Cha Ji-hyuk wonders if he is lost. He realizes he can't even get close to them in a place like this. The absolute necromancer lies defeated. He refuses to die as that bitch's puppet. No. He is losing to those bastards again. Cha Ji-hyuk grits his teeth, his eyes burning with defiance. He vows that something is something he will never do. The new Dakibi declares that he is first, arrogant mythical creature. The golden figure groans in pain. The new Dakibi calls out to Cha Ji-hyuk, saying she can't. The masked figure commands, his voice echoing with authority, stop. The golden figure, bathed in an ethereal glow, appears perplexed, a question mark hanging in the air. A digital message flickers into existence. The 9-tailed fox would like to talk. Another message appears, crackling with digital energy. How dare you? A disembodied voice booms, laced with menace. Touch someone else's child. A woman with stark white hair and piercing red eyes stares intently, her expression unreadable. The absolute necromancer, Cha Ji-hyuk, reaches out, his hand glowing with a faint purple aura as he grabs a man by the head. A voice echoes, filled with fury. How dare you? A hooded figure extends a hand, shrouded in an ethereal glow. A character with feline ears murmurs, someone else's child. The hooded figure's neck is revealed, bathed in the same otherworldly light. A figure is engulfed in a burst of pink energy. A shirtless man is thrown backwards, his body contorted in midair. His eyes blazing with golden light, the man cries out in disbelief. What? The impact sends tremors through the air. The shirtless man plummets towards the ground, a voice echoing his thoughts. These chills. Don't tell me. A disembodied voice declares, the tower's transcendent has descended. The cat-eared character's expression remains inscrutable. Absolute necromancer Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes glow with an otherworldly light, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he initiates the transition. His hand moves, fingers flexing as if manipulating unseen energies, the air around him shimmering with magical particles. The necromancer's form flickers, his hair shifting to a dark hue as the transition intensifies, his gaze unwavering. A surge of energy erupts, the air crackling with unseen power as the transition reaches its peak. The energy intensifies, a blinding flash momentarily obscuring the surroundings. The destination, the 70th floor. A dark forest awaits. The forest floor erupts with magical energy, signaling their arrival. The air shimmers with residual energy, the transition complete. The magical residue swirls, dissipating into the surrounding forest. Meanwhile, Cha Ji-hyuk stands in the dark forest, his white hair gleaming in the dim light, accompanied by his allies. The 9-tailed fox pauses, considering the horned woman before her. Miho. No. Are you the 9-tailed fox? Miho smiles warmly. Hi. It's our first time seeing each other. The horned woman looks around, confused. Where are we? Elsewhere, Cha Ji-hyuk stands in the dark forest, his face partially obscured by a mask. Miho states the obvious. The dark forest on the 70th floor. The horned woman exclaims, the 70th floor? We haven't even climbed to this floor. How do we get here? A blinding light fills the area. Miho explains, the tower. There are a lot of cheats to reach higher floors. She continues, but you can't gain the same experience as you would from conventional climbing like that, so people always go back down to the floor that suits their abilities. The horned woman looks shocked. You've never reached the 100th floor, but you were born there, and you live there. A realization dawns on the horned woman. She concludes, wait, this is the dark forest? This is an unknown space that's yet to be discovered, barren and filled with pitch-black fog. Cha Ji-hyuk demands to know why they were brought to a place where they could lose their sense of direction and get stranded. Miho tells him to wait, explaining that it's why it's safe. Miho says that Cha Ji-hyuk is quick to catch on, as expected of her honey. Cha Ji-hyuk remains silent. Miho admits that she's almost at her limit, explaining that she was originally someone who could not personally interfere in the world of climbers. Through this child, the only thing she could do was to help them run away. This is just a temporary measure. They lie on the ground. Cha Ji-hyuk is silent. They will find you all and try to kill you again. With your current growth rate, you can't oppose them. Miho urges them to get stronger faster. A voice echoes, demanding, what do you want? Cha Ji-hyuk's gaze is intense as he replies, the method that you speak. The nine-tailed fox, surrounded by a pink aura, declares, sorry, time's up. It'll be quicker to listen about the rest from them. Miho smiles, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. See you again, honey. Cha Ji-hyuk reaches out, shouting, hey, wait. A foot stomps down, the sound echoing in the confined space. A surge of pink energy engulfs the nine-tailed fox. Cha Ji-hyuk watches as the fox is taken. The nine-tailed fox is helpless against the force. A close-up reveals the intensity of the capture. A new figure, Haryu, declares triumphantly, I got her. She wonders, them? Who the hell are you referring to? Haryu stands beside Cha Ji-hyuk, the nine-tailed fox visible in the background. An archer's eyes glow with an eerie light as they prepare to loose their arrow. Another archer stands ready, a quiver full of arrows at their side. Arrows are knocked, poised to strike at a moment's notice. A voice booms out, demanding, who are you? The archers stand in formation, a united front against an unseen enemy. Another voice echoes through the forest. Who invaded our dark forest? The warning rings out. Outsiders, leave this place right now. If you don't. An archer draws back their bow, ready to unleash a deadly volley. The archer's gaze is fixed, their determination unwavering. One of the archers declares, I don't think so. There's something we need to find here. A figure, surrounded by purple energy, calls out, Valkan, tune. A smirk plays across the archer's lips, a silent promise of what's to come. Cha Ji-hyuk looks down at Nudakibi, who stands slightly behind him. He seems to be addressing someone, his expression serious. The pair stand close, the tension palpable in the air. Meanwhile, Eliwan von Yggdrasil smiles, pulling down her scarf. Long time no see, ghost face, she says. The camera focuses on Leonie's shoulder. A misty forest stretches out. A voice apologizes, explaining that they have no choice but to be sensitive towards outsiders. It's fine, another voice replies, before asking if they have already gathered their forces. Leonie's expression hardens. You can't really call it forces, she says. The voice states that there are about a dozen dark elves. Two masked figures, armed with bows and arrows, leap through the forest. One of the masked figures declares that the only thing they can do is guard this forest. A voice declares that they have hope. She stands alongside the masked figure and Nudakibi, observing the surrounding forest. The masked figure exclaims, this is. The scene shifts to a view of what the masked figure is looking at, a dark Yggdrasil. The dark Yggdrasil shimmers with an ethereal, blue light. The masked figure and Eliwan stand before the tree. It's the new world tree that will give us strength, the masked figure states. The masked figure expresses, incredible. Nudakibi, standing next to the masked figure, says, wow. The masked figure retorts, this is nothing. Eliwan, the masked figure, and Nudakibi stand together. The masked figure explains, the real Yggdrasil is a lot bigger. The masked figure declares, now it's your turn. Leonie's expression hardens. A voice asks, what happened to you guys and how did you get here? The absolute necromancer stands tall, his dark coat flowing around him. A voice echoes, filled with curiosity. So, the voice continues, revealing more information. So out of all the 9-star, the Divine Star got involved. Another voice chimes in, explaining their arrival. We came here with the help of the 9-tailed fox. She told us to find a way here to fight against those bastards. The 9-tailed fox rests peacefully in a basket on the table, while Eliwan von Yggdrasil listens intently. A voice questions the situation. Judging from the situation, is she saying that we're that power? The horned woman speaks, her expression pleading. I know this is out of line, but please. Eliwan von Yggdrasil looks at the horned woman, her expression unreadable. The horned woman's eyes burn with determination as she asks, can you fight with us? The horned woman awaits an answer, her expression hopeful. A misty forest stretches out, the trees standing tall and silent. He stood on the wooden platform, the night air cool against his skin. The scene was cast in a soft, ethereal glow. His gaze hardened, a flicker of resolve in his purple eyes. He recalled a time when he was utterly powerless against the might of Carmen's gift. A surge of raw power, barely contained, threatened to overwhelm everything in its path. The force of Carmen's magic manifested as a torrent of energy, threatening to consume all. The memory surfaced. If it weren't for the 9-tailed fox, he would have perished. The power granted by Carmen was a blinding light, a force that reshaped reality itself. The sheer intensity of the magic threatened to burn away his very essence. The memory of that power, that near-death experience, was etched into his soul. A voice echoed in his mind, declaring that his revolt had failed. His eyes narrowed, the memory fueling his determination. He clenched his fist, a surge of power coursing through him. More power. He needed more. A familiar energy washed over the scene. The unknown figure's eyes narrowed. The figure inquired, "Are you the one that Ball and Nine-Tailed Fox sent?" The figure stood within a building with wooden walls. The figure stood tall, their presence filling the room. The figure tilted their head, a smirk playing on their lips. "Huh, I don't know who you are." The figure's smile widened. "But aren't you speaking too casually to someone you've just met?" The figure's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Just met." The figure's expression softened, a hint of sadness in their eyes. "It's been a while since we met each other. How sad." The figure looked down, their gaze intense. The figure prepared to reveal their identity. "My name is..." A voice echoes, identifying itself as Dark Yggdrasil. The voice continues, claiming to be the new power that is being sought. The camera focuses on Cha Ji-hyuk, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. Cha Ji-hyuk declares that he is the source of the power. If it's war against the Nine Star. Three figures gather in a dimly lit room, the air thick with unspoken tension. An elf with fiery red eyes grins, her expression sharp. She declares, "Of course I'll join you guys." The elf continues, her voice resolute. "The dark elves will side with heaven's defiance." A horned woman with crimson eyes responds, her tone laced with anticipation. "Really?" A figure with bandaged arms is asked, "Will you be okay? We shouldn't question you, but isn't it dangerous?" The elf responds, "Yeah, but the reason why I can stand and fight is because of Ghost Face." The elf continues, her gaze hardening. "No, the man named Cha Jin-hyuk." The horned woman adds, "And we're both taking revenge on the same." The elf finishes, her eyes gleaming with determination. "So there's no reason to refuse." She is thanked, and Bioni responds that Orbioni will be happy. But Cha Jin-hyuk is summoned, as someone asks where he is. Cha Jin-hyuk arrives quickly, and is thanked. After hearing what was said, there's no way he wouldn't come right away. Cha Jin-hyuk asks why he was called. Someone has taken an interest in him. The people in this tower who do, are mostly not in their right mind. Asking if all evil is asking if you're talking about them. The message declares that the peak of all evil is telling someone not to be wary of them, and that they are on their side. Cha Jin-hyuk wonders if they are on his side. Cha Jin-hyuk realizes what he is seeing. The monologue states that it's the fruit of the Dark Yggdrasil. He presents the orb, a voice echoing, "I'm giving this to you." Cha Jin-hyuk's expression is unreadable. His gaze sharpens, the text revealing, "Usually, it's an item that is given to the royals of the High Elves." He considers, "But this is the Dark Yggdrasil." Cha Jin-hyuk continues his internal monologue, "And if I consider the Dark Elves being a variant species due to the demonic energy." The text declares, "This fruit is the essence of demonic energy. The orb pulses with power. If I eat this, I can acquire an enormous amount of demonic energy," he thinks. He contemplates, "With this." Cha Jin-hyuk's expression shifts to a sinister smile. A dark ambition fills his voice, "I'll surpass Asher." The scene opens on a gradient of gray. But Cha Jin-hyuk stands amidst a swirling purple aura, a question hanging in the air. "Why are you giving this to me?" The voice continues, declaring him to be like a god to the elves. The question lingers, "Isn't it right for him to give this to anyone?" Cha Jin-hyuk, his expression a mix of surprise and suspicion, asks, "What?" as he is questioned about his knowledge of the time before the tower. "Yggdrasil," it said. Eliwan von Yggdrasil stands bathed in a golden light, her expression serene. The narration reveals that her main body was created by a god who existed since the beginning of the Tower of the Past. A majestic tree, bathed in sunlight, fills the frame. It was a gift to their creation, the elves. Cha Jin-hyuk's face is framed by a purple glow as he is called the god of elves. The question hangs in the air, is it the world tree's parent? The focus shifts to that god. They gave all their love and sincerity to the elves. Two elves stand together, their features soft in the light. Beautiful appearances, high affinity with spirits, and a long lifespan are among their gifts. A close-up reveals the delicate form of an elf. They were a species that was comparable to the four royalties. Do you know what's the biggest weakness of a perfect being? Cha Jin-hyuk's expression hardens, a single word hanging in the air, arrogance. Yes, they were drunk on their own beauty. An elf gazes out, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. They didn't take interest in other species and lived in isolation. In their perfect lives, an elf lies prone, wings of ice extending from her back. It was impossible for them to climb the tower in haste like other species. Elves stand at the base of the tower, gazing upward. The result is that there has been no elf that has successfully climbed the tower for the past several thousand years. Cha Jin-hyuk's eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" he exclaims. "Why do you think God created them?" Cha Jin-hyuk stands before the tower, bathed in purple light, and make them climb the tower? The people could become God to empower them, a voice narrates. Cha Jin-hyuk's expression hardens. "Like this one. Are you complaining right now?" A close-up reveals a red mask. "Then with that outcome, what would you do if your work A disembodied voice echoes, questioning whether someone has lived up to expectations. Another voice declares that they would kick them out without hesitation. Cha Jin-hyuk states that after kicking them out, he would replace them with someone more obedient. A character expresses their disbelief, exclaiming, "No way." A character with silver hair states that their creator has placed their expectations. A voice mentions the Dark Elves and Ellie-1. A disembodied voice declares that the elves are currently too corrupt. A winged woman sits on a throne, accompanied by a blonde-haired figure. A voice states that they have joined the four royalties and are threatening the order. A voice mentions that the group at the center of that is the Nine Star, as two white-haired figures are shown. Cha Jin-hyuk, his expression hardened, declares that they are taking revenge on the strongest people. A speech bubble trails off with an ellipsis, leaving the statement unfinished. Unfortunately, Ellie-1 couldn't become as strong as the amount of power he's given her. So, I want to give this power to you, who dreams of defying heaven. A sinister smile spreads across Cha Jin-hyuk's face. For him to decline. Yeah, if he eats this without any preparations, his body will collapse because the twisted branches of the dark Yggdrasil reach skyward, pulsing with ominous energy. A holographic display flickers into existence, revealing a message. The world tree's parent offers their aid. The demonic energy crackles and writhes around the base of the tree. He observes the scene, his expression unreadable. The corrupted branches twist and turn, silhouetted against a sky of swirling blue energy. A figure stands within the heart of the dark Yggdrasil, bathed in its unholy light. A voice echoes, considering the tree and its demonic energy. The absolute necromancer stands amidst the corrupted branches, a sphere of dark energy coalescing in his hand. The voice continues, stating that it will block the demonic energy to a certain extent. The dark energy swirls around his body. Valkan and Toon are present. The absolute necromancer stands before Toon, his expression thoughtful. The sphere of demonic energy pulses in his hand, a swirling vortex of darkness and power. To accept the fruit's power, he needs to use everything he has. Now on, the absolute necromancer holds a dark orb, its energy swirling around him. He demands to be protected. Cha Jin-hyuk vows to acquire this power, or die trying. The hooded figure nods, replying with a simple, "Okay." Bowing his head, the hooded figure adds, "As you command." The hooded figure questions where he is headed. Bioni calls out, "Ora Bioni." Cha Jin-hyuk points into the distance, exclaiming, "Look over there." Bioni looks on with a concerned expression. Demonic energy swirls, growing rampant. Cha Jin-hyuk observes, "It wasn't there when we came here." Bioni remarks, "That demonic energy. I'm pretty." Bioni calls out again, "Ora Bioni." Bioni's expression is one of concern. The landscape is bathed in a golden light. The landscape is scarred with energy. The landscape is shrouded in mist. A figure is attacked, as a voice declares, "How dare you avoid holy punishment?" She lies on the ground, defeated. Cha Jin-hyuk's face is illuminated by a golden aura. He asks how someone could hide in a place like this. The forest stands silent under a dark sky. A figure groans, lying prone on the ground. A hand reaches out, grabbing something with desperate strength. A voice echoes, identifying a dark elf. A blonde figure speaks. "You guys were able to live thanks to the demonic energy inside you." The camera focuses on the arm of a hooded figure. The hooded figure looks up, their expression obscured by shadows. A masked figure speaks. "Did you know to come straight here?" A voice explains. Eyes of the Nine Star are located at various places within the tower. A glowing symbol pulses with energy. The hooded figure and the blonde figure stand before the glowing symbol. It's actually faster to investigate places where information is difficult to obtain. If you don't want to die, call Ghostface. Ask him for help. Cha Ji-hyuk stands, a golden aura beginning to emanate from his body. A sudden, unseen force slams into the absolute necromancer, sending a jolt of pain through him. Crimson energy tears through the air, a silent promise of destruction. A demonic figure wreathed in red energy looms, its malevolent presence palpable. Two figures plummet through the air, their fates intertwined in this chaotic descent. The crimson energy continues to lash out, a relentless storm of destruction. More crimson energy explodes outwards, the air crackling with its power. The relentless barrage of crimson energy continues, a terrifying display of raw power. A desolate landscape of smoke and shadows stretches out, a testament to the destructive forces at play. Cha Ji-hyuk, now bathed in a brilliant golden light, prepares to retaliate. He looks up, a question forming on his lips. A smirk spreads across Cha Ji-hyuk's face. The hooded figure carries the new dakibi. The hooded figure holds a sword. Cha Ji-hyuk is surrounded by a golden aura. He thinks the situation is absurd. The hooded figure says that he should have at least brought Ghostface, or that mythical creature. The hooded figure and the new dakibi stand together. It is said that Miho hasn't woken up ever since that incident. Ellie-1 von Yggdrasil thinks it's probably due to the aftereffects of receiving the Nine-Tails power. The new dakibi looks concerned. The new dakibi thinks it'll be difficult for her to help them in that form again. It is said that the demonic energy above the world tree is not sure. He is Cha Ji-hyuk, the absolute necromancer. The fur trim of his coat shifts as he moves. It seems he has eaten something incredible again. A swirling mass of demonic energy gathers. Then there's only one thing left for him to do. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword. He needs to hold out until Cha Ji-hyuk acquires that power and returns. Cha Ji-hyuk's gaze is intense. Take her and stand back. The new Dakibi clutches Miho, pulling her back. No. We need to stand our ground until Orbioni comes back. He declares that someone is not helping the strategy right now. An unseen figure demands to know if they understand. A glowing figure states that it seems like Ghost Face is scheming something. Then, a figure walks away from two others. An unseen figure states that someone won't be able to show up. Eliwan von Yggdrasil shouts, "Go!" A voice shouts, commanding action. A figure cloaked in darkness descends, wreathed in crimson energy. New Dakibi watches intently, her red eyes narrowed. Cha Ji-hyuk, now radiating golden energy, roars his defiance. He conjures a sphere of pure golden power. A blue arrow pierces through the golden aura, striking Cha Ji-hyuk. The impact sends shards of blue energy scattering. Eliwan von Yggdrasil, bow drawn, declares, "How dare you attack my people?" The arrow explodes in a blinding flash of blue energy. The force of the blast ripples outwards. A voice declares, "You've declared war against the Dark Elves." Cha Ji-hyuk's expression contorts with rage, his red eyes burning with intensity. Demonic energy, different from Ghost Face's, interferes with his regeneration. Then, Cha Ji-hyuk channels the demonic energy, a golden aura flaring around his hands. Demonic energy and divine power are opposites. Things will get annoying if he keeps getting hit by it. Then, a voice explodes with lethal intent. "I'll kill you first." Cha Ji-hyuk focuses, the demonic energy intensifying around his hands, crackling with power. From behind, Eliwan von Yggdrasil observes the unfolding battle. A voice exclaims, "He's quick." A red glowing blade flashes, slicing through the air with blinding speed. The blade continues its deadly arc, leaving trails of crimson light in its wake. The force of Hendrik's punch reverberates through the air as his fist connects. Muscles tense, he prepares to unleash a devastating attack. Hendrik begins, his voice a low growl, "I'm." His eyes ignite with a crimson fire, the power surging within him. Hendrik's voice booms with lethal intent, "Going to stop you." A sphere of concentrated red energy begins to coalesce within his open maw. The air crackles with anticipation as Hendrik declares, "The dragon's power." He prepares to unleash the full force of his draconic might, dragon breath. A blinding beam of crimson energy erupts from Hendrik, obliterating everything in its path. The aftermath is a swirling vortex of dust and debris, the air thick with the smell of ozone. The world is obscured by the lingering remnants of the devastating attack. The air shimmers with residual heat, the echoes of the dragon's power still resonating. He focused his energy, a malevolent aura beginning to emanate from him. The air crackled with anticipation. Hendrik roared, his face contorted in a mask of fury as the golden energy intensified around him, threatening to burst forth. With a desperate cry, Hendrik yelled, "Run, Eliwan." His warning echoed through the cavernous space. The unleashed power manifested as a searing wave of golden energy, radiating intense heat and pressure. The golden energy intensified, its brilliance almost blinding as it surged forward with unstoppable force. Ilioni's eyes widened in horror. "Damn it, what's that?" she exclaimed, bracing herself for the impending impact. The golden wave continued its relentless advance, consuming everything in its path with its incandescent fury. The air vibrated with a deafening crack as the attack reached its crescendo. The golden energy closed in on Eliwan, its heat scorching the air around her as the inevitable collision drew near. A dark, ominous energy pulsed beneath the surface, a silent prelude to the cataclysm about to unfold. The impact detonated with the force of a supernova, unleashing a shockwave that ripped through the very fabric of reality. The golden energy continued to surge, its destructive power leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. Golden energy explodes outward, a cataclysmic burst of power. The energy expands with blinding speed, consuming everything in its path. The golden light intensifies, a searing wave of destruction. The energy reaches its zenith, a swirling vortex of blue and gold. The golden light begins to fade, the initial burst subsiding. The energy continues to dissipate, leaving a trail of shimmering particles. Eliwan struggles to her feet, a pained grunt escaping her lips. "I'm their leader." Hendrik prepares another attack, golden energy crackling around him. Already. He focuses the energy into his hand, the golden light intensifying. The Dragon Slayer continues to gather power, his expression determined. First, the energy intensifies further, a blinding aura surrounding Hendrik. A foot descends, stepping onto golden blocks. From that moment on, fate was sealed for the irreverent creature that dared to defy God's will. Cha Ji-hyuk, eyes glowing with power, is surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark energy. The absolute necromancer wonders what this energy is. Cha Ji-hyuk realizes where Ghostface was. The golden aura intensifies around the absolute necromancer. A voice cries out, declaring they can't let him attack Cha Ji-hyuk. Asher appears, ready to defend. A voice shouts, "Home." A voice declares that they are the opponent. A figure, eyes burning with rage, screams a challenge. A voice threatens to kill anyone who touches their guildmaster. Golden light erupts around Cha Ji-hyuk as he proclaims his loyalty, his eyes burning with intense power. He focuses the radiant energy, a blinding sphere of light forming between his hands as he dares anyone to stop him. A dark red aura begins to manifest, a stark contrast to the golden light that still clings to him. The crimson energy takes shape, tendrils of darkness swirling around him like a malevolent shroud. The red energy intensifies, a pulsating darkness that seems to devour the light around it. Raising his hand, Cha Ji-hyuk channels the golden energy once more, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. The golden light continues to pour from him, illuminating his determined expression. His hand glows with raw power, the golden energy crackling around his fingertips. The dark red energy surges forward, a wave of crimson power threatening to consume everything in its path. The crimson energy intensifies, its dark tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. The dark red energy engulfs a forest, its ominous presence casting a long shadow over the land. A distant landscape is shrouded in an unnatural stillness, the air thick with anticipation. A burst of energy shatters the surrounding darkness. Bathed in golden light, he kneels, his body radiating power. Quite strong, Dragon, Ball observes. If you were a little more developed, that might have been lethal. Through a distorted lens, Cha Ji-hyuk's golden aura intensifies, illuminating the desolate landscape. Ball stands, his crimson eyes burning with malevolent intent. Are you done? He asks. The dark energy swirling around Bale's chest crackles with ominous power. His gaze piercing, Ball challenges, then come. A voice echoes with unwavering resolve. I can still fight. Cha Ji-hyuk, his golden aura blazing, points forward, his expression determined. Sure are proud creatures, he says. The golden energy courses through his muscles, a testament to his resilience. No, since you're a dragon, you're able to endure that much, he thinks. Bale's eyes narrow, his voice dripping with disdain. Wasting such a blessed body on pieces of trash like ghost face. The absolute necromancer declares that something is the cause of defeat. Harryu retorts, telling him to worry about himself. She adds that it's going to hurt a lot. The new Dakibi stands, her back to the viewer, as she prepares for battle. Cha Ji-hyuk opens his mouth, perhaps to shout a challenge or unleash an attack. Kaha! The new Dakibi is surrounded by pink energy. The absolute necromancer is surrounded by red energy. The sound of maniacal laughter echoes through the battlefield. A surge of pink energy erupts as Hamiel unleashes her assault. The energy explodes outward, a wave of destructive force. Cha Ji-hyuk is shocked by the onslaught. The absolute necromancer finds it impossible to believe. The absolute necromancer struggles to keep up with the onslaught. He realizes that Hamiel's attacks are too fast for his regeneration to handle. The Oni's legacy fuels the Dakibi's power. Hamiel grins, her red eyes gleaming with determination. A full moon hangs in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield. It's pointless, she thinks, you're merely buying time. The new Dakibi stands amidst a swirling vortex of pink energy, preparing for another attack. Her feet are planted firmly on the ground, surrounded by the swirling energy. Hamiel knows that she can overpower him for a moment when she's berserk, but it won't last long. She floats in the air, a determined look on her face. You can't defeat his regeneration. A disembodied voice echoes, explaining the situation. The divine power is being sustained from up there, so if the one who's supplying it doesn't appear. Cha Ji-hyuk stands tall, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A voice declares with certainty, you guys can't win. It's the same outcome even if the guy who has my mask returns. The new Dakibi closes her eyes, a hint of doubt creeping in. Maybe. A voice shouts urgently. Then run away right now. A voice taunts. You're the last Oni. Will you die in vain with them, without even avenging your species? A voice reflects on the past. After I was rescued by Orobioni in the Kobold Lord's castle. A figure stands before a monstrous being, their back turned to the viewer. A voice recalls. I was always protected by him and the rest. A voice expresses gratitude. I've received so much help. A voice declares with determination, and I've yet to repay them. Orobioni will not give. She steels her resolve, determined not to give up and to find a way forward. The new Dakibi trusts in her own abilities, knowing she will buy them some time. Petals of light drift through the darkness. Energy crackles, forming intricate patterns in the air. The pink energy weaves together, creating a complex web of protection. The new Dakibi's expression hardens as she focuses her power, the energy radiating from her. The barrier intensifies, a glowing lattice of light against the encroaching darkness. The barrier pulses outward, a surge of protective energy. The new Dakibi grits her teeth, pushing her power to its limit. It's incredible, but... A voice cries out, noting the terrible cost. Her eyes are bleeding. Crimson tears stream down the new Dakibi's face, a visible sign of the strain her power is taking on her. She's already reached her limit in maintaining that power. Just a little more. A little more. She needs to buy a little more time. She needs to protect this place until he returns. An unseen force strikes. You're slower now. A golden figure attacks. The new Dakibi struggles. Another unseen force strikes. The new Dakibi is struck by an unseen force. She cries out in pain. She lies prone, her expression contorted in pain as if the very air around her is a physical threat. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring that Sir Kane and Miss Carmen's decision was correct. Cha Ji-hyuk, wreathed in golden energy, asserts that if they had been left alone, things would be different. The absolute necromancer continues, stating that they would have interfered in the Nine Stars plan. The All-Master, his muscles gleaming with golden light, vows to kill them all. A figure is sent flying through the air amidst a burst of golden light. The new Dakibi is seen from behind, her head slightly bowed. She thinks, her voice weak, I don't even have the strength to move. Cha Ji-hyuk shouts, oh, damn it. Dodge. The new Dakibi's name is called out. Haryu. The new Dakibi's face is shown, her expression pained. She apologizes, I'm sorry, Orabioni. Her voice is filled with regret. A burst of purple and gold energy erupts. The energy continues to expand. The energy intensifies. A figure with glowing white eyes and blonde hair wonders, question mark. The figure's chest is shown, radiating golden energy. The twisted branches of the spirit tree reach towards the sky, their ethereal glow illuminating the dark forest. The forest remains silent, save for the rustling of unseen leaves. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widened. What? He exclaimed. Golden light emanated from the absolute necromancer. He declared, I'm sure I set them on fire with the light of divine punishment. A fist, wreathed in dark purple energy, hurtled towards him. The blow landed with a resounding impact. Cha Ji-hyuk's face contorted in pain as the force of the attack slammed into him. A burst of purple energy exploded outwards, engulfing the absolute necromancer. The unseen attacker pressed their advantage, the purple energy intensifying. The fist, still crackling with dark power, prepared to strike again. A wave of blue energy erupted, washing over the battlefield. The spirit tree stood silent witness to the unfolding battle, its branches swaying gently in the unseen wind. He reels from the sudden assault, a wave of violet energy washing over him. What happened? Cha Ji-hyuk wonders. The energy intensifies, tendrils of dark power coiling around him. A blinding explosion erupts, a chaotic mix of violet and gold. The absolute necromancer stands firm amidst the fading light, unharmed. The last vestiges of the attack dissipate into nothingness. This happened, a voice echoes. New Dakibi's crimson eyes widen, her expression a mixture of concern and anticipation. The camera focuses on a slender neck, the tension palpable. Cha Ji-hyuk surveys the scene, his gaze sharp and calculating. Good job, he remarks. Haryu, Hendrik. Another explosion rocks the area, the ground trembling beneath their feet. The absolute necromancer's expression hardens, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Persistent bastard, he mutters. Asherhum stands alongside new Dakibi and the masked figure. Move them to a safe place, Asher commands. The masked figure asks, do we need to fight? Cha Ji-hyuk's voice echoes, laced with confidence. Don't worry, I have tamed. A partial view of a figure's lower body and legs is shown, with purple energy emanating from below. A figure stands within a large, ominous, dark shape outlined with purple energy. A figure is surrounded by golden energy. A close-up of a muscular torso is shown. A speech bubble says, what did you do? A close-up of a face with golden energy emanating from it is shown. A speech bubble says, that enormous amount of demonic energy. A close-up of a face is shown. A speech bubble says, that ominous-looking thing. A figure stands within a large, ominous, dark shape outlined with purple energy. A speech bubble says, why don't you check it out for yourself? A close-up of purple energy is shown. A close-up of purple energy is shown. A close-up of a face is shown. A speech bubble says, it's fast. A close-up of purple energy is shown. A figure is surrounded by golden energy. A speech bubble says, ugh. He is being approached by a dark, bat-shaped energy. The shadowy mass descends further, tendrils reaching out. The dark energy makes contact with a hand, crackling with ominous power. The golden figure remains still, bathed in a faint golden aura. The new Dakibi watches with a concerned expression. A hand absorbs the dark energy, a bright light emanating from it. The new Dakibi wonders. A large amount of divine power was consumed all of a sudden. The masked figure questions, am I being absorbed by him? And an explosion of energy erupts, spikes of power radiating outwards. The energy continues to be absorbed, streams of power flowing into the golden figure. A blinding light fills the area. The masked figure's face contorts, declaring, it's pointless. A golden object reflects in a mirror-like surface, a voice echoing with grim determination. No matter how many pieces they turn him into, he will. A golden figure, radiating power, stands amidst swirling purple energy. A hand glows with golden light, crackling with the same ominous purple energy. Cha Ji-hyuk, his expression grim, stands amidst the swirling power. He acknowledges the inevitable, knowing they'll keep resurrecting. Every time they do, Carmen will use a large amount of divine power. Tam is something that was created from a piece of his soul and demonic energy. The golden figure is once again shown, surrounded by purple energy. And like him, its gluttony is enormous. In other words, it can continuously rip you apart and eat you. Until it can bring Carmen. He grits his teeth, a golden aura flaring around him. Cha Ji-hyuk demands to know who is connected to him down here. His hand clenches into a fist, the pressure building. He mutters, "No, no." Cha Ji-hyuk's face contorts in pain as he shouts, "No, Miss Carmen, stop." A disembodied voice booms, "You must stop sending me power." A single, menacing purple eye narrows, observing the chaos. It's late. Cha Ji-hyuk commands, "Devour him, Tam." Dark energy explodes outward, consuming a figure in a vortex of purple and gold. The energy intensifies, the silhouette of a figure writhing within the chaotic storm. Asher's eyes widen in terror. Shit, what the hell is happening? A surge of blue energy slams into Asher, the force of the impact visible in his strained expression. A voice cries out, "Asher." The world around Asher shatters, cracks spiderwebbing across reality itself. A blinding beam of light pierces through the air, striking with immense force. The light intensifies, the air crackling with energy. The beam continues to bombard the area, the ground around it beginning to shatter. His face contorted in agony, Asher grits his teeth against the searing pain. Struggling to comprehend the assault, he can only manage a choked W. Weakened, Asher collapses to the ground, the destructive energy still swirling around him. The pain is unbearable, every nerve screaming in protest. A figure emerges from the shadows, a dark aura radiating from their masked face. The masked figure's voice echoes, laced with a chilling familiarity. "It seems like your face has become uglier after 10 years. The masked figure looms over Asher, their presence casting a long, ominous shadow. The mask conceals their features, but the intensity in their eyes is unmistakable. The masked figure takes a step closer, their intent unknown. He utters a name, a revelation hanging in the air. Ghost Face. The man known as Ghost Face grits his teeth, a flicker of rage in his crimson eyes. Elsewhere, Cha Ji-hyuk's lips curve into a sinister smile, a dark glint in his purple eyes. 10 years ago. A monstrous roar echoes through the darkness as Cha Ji-hyuk's transformed visage contorts in rage, his eyes burning with purple fire. The monstrous forms surrounding him share his fury, their glowing eyes piercing the gloom. Cha Ji-hyuk, clad in a white cloak, grits his teeth, his expression a mask of fury. He is told that he can still exert this much power. Cha Ji-hyuk's name is shouted amidst a burst of purple energy. Rocks explode outwards, shattered by an unseen force. Cha Ji-hyuk screams in frustration, his face contorted in rage. A hooded figure stands amidst the chaos, their features obscured by shadow. Another figure stands silhouetted against the light. A voice declares, "You traitors do." The hooded figure, shrouded in shadow, wonders aloud. Raw magical energy begins to coalesce, crackling with violet power. From the swirling energy, a skeletal structure emerges, bone by bone. The skeletal form takes shape, the purple energy binding the bones together. A voice echoes, filled with desperation, "Will this be the end?" The bone golem is complete, a towering construct of bone and magical energy. Bone golem. The golem's skull stares blankly ahead, its empty sockets glowing with malevolent purple light. The golem's foot crashes down, pulverizing the earth beneath its weight. The hooded figure watches as the bone golem begins to rise from the ground. Its massive, skeletal hands claw their way out of the earth, tearing through the soil and stone. The bone golem stands fully erect, a towering monument to death and dark magic. A voice booms out, commanding, "Stop struggling, it's unnecessary." The bone golem stands, a towering figure of bone and dark energy. Debris litters the ground around the bone golem, a testament to its destructive power. Cha Ji-hyuk grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. "Ugh, I resurrected that with my last ounce of power." Cha Ji-hyuk's expression is strained as he wonders, "Is this the end?" A voice booms out, declaring, "Yeah, this is your end." The bone golem's massive feet stand guard as Cha Ji-hyuk kneels before it. A figure with long white hair and piercing red eyes declares, "As the representative of the 9 stars, I will kill you." The bone golem looms over a prone figure, its skeletal form radiating power. A hand gestures, a golden light emanating from its fingertips. "See you, Cha Ji-hyuk." A surge of energy crackles through the air. A figure leaps forward, blades drawn, ready to strike. A flurry of slashes tears through the air. A masked figure stands tall, looming over someone unseen. The masked figure states that it is time to return the gift. The name Carmen is spoken. A voice exclaims in disbelief, recognizing the dark forest on the 70th floor. Carmen demands to know how she was lured to this place. The masked figure affirms, his voice muffled by the ornate covering. A voice echoes, acknowledging the immense difficulty of the task ahead. Cha Ji-hyuk absorbs the seed of the dark Yggdrasil, contemplating his next move. He considers how he can defeat his opponent. Even with demonic energy surpassing Asher's, victory is not guaranteed, he realizes. He knows that if he doesn't stop Carmen, who is supplying power to Asher, Asher will continue to resurrect. A voice speaks of an unapproachable, strong entity. The voice continues, describing a follower who has been fed such power. Cha Ji-hyuk appears, radiating a golden aura. A voice reveals the key, the way to break their bond. Then, it came to him. A voice declares that they also have someone who's as strong. There aren't many ways to grant someone the power to move around in the tower, the nine-tailed fox muses. The best representation of that is the bond established between gods and demons and their followers, a disembodied voice explains. What if he used that rule? A figure wonders, his brow furrowed in thought. Dark energy swirls around the figure, obscuring his features as he contemplates the implications. A close-up reveals Cha Ji-hyuk's intense gaze, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Wouldn't he be permitted to use the trump card that's given to the followers? A voice questions. Descend. A voice echoes. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression hardens. You made me descend? He asks, his voice laced with anger. You used Asher to do that? Because you're an entity of the tower, unlike the real transcendence, a voice explains. A masked figure stands silently, his presence ominous. Your physical body was forced to descend, a voice states. He declares that the scheme created from selfishness is the reason for his opponent's death. The masked figure's words hang heavy in the air. The tension is palpable. Cha Ji-hyuk laughs maniacally, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. The masked figure remains silent, his expression unreadable. The air crackles with anticipation. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if that means the masked figure thinks he can win against him. He sneers, calling the masked figure a newbie who hasn't even climbed a quarter of the tower. Cha Ji-hyuk declares that he'll show him. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his red eyes burning with malice. Cha Ji-hyuk states what it means to be a climber. He emphasizes the point that he has reached a high floor. He raises a hand, gathering a swirling mass of golden energy. The air crackles with anticipation. Golden beams of pure energy erupt from her hand, streaking towards their target with blinding speed. The beams multiply, an unrelenting barrage of light and force. Eliwan von Yggdrasil's eyes widen in horror as blood trickles down her face. She can't stop the onslaught. Tears welling, Eliwan whispers, "How? I can't hold myself. Up." The energy beams slam into Cha Ji-hyuk, detonating in a blinding explosion of light and force. The force of the impact sends him hurtling backwards, a ragdoll tossed by an unseen hand. He crashes into the ground with earth-shattering force, leaving a crater in his wake. It seems like you hit your head while you were falling. Did you forget? This is the 70th floor, a place where the penalty of several hundreds of floors applies to you. To think you were going to recklessly use your power. You're actually stupid. What? Is this déjà vu? Someone I've never met before today. It's somewhat. That look in his eyes for. Experiencing déjà vu, he focuses his gaze, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Cha Ji-hyuk declares his intent, his expression hardening with determination. Dash. With a surge of power, the absolute necromancer unleashes a beam of golden energy, his eyes blazing with intensity. With those eyes, responding instantly, Eliwan begins to erect a shimmering purple barrier, the air crackling with magical energy. Tam. The purple energy intensifies, swirling around her as the barrier takes shape. The barrier expands, a swirling vortex of protective magic. The purple energy solidifies, forming a nearly impenetrable shield. The barrier is fully formed, a radiant purple dome of pure magical defense. The golden energy slams into the barrier, only to be completely absorbed, the purple shield glowing brighter with each passing moment. It's absorbing my attack. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widen in disbelief, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and frustration as his attack is rendered useless. A close-up reveals the All-Master's growing realization that his power is being nullified. His expression is one of utter disbelief, the weight of the situation crashing down upon him. He begins to gather a terrifying amount of demonic energy, the air crackling with dark power. The energy coalesces around Cha Ji-hyuk, his eyes glowing with an ominous purple light as he channels the dark force. The absolute necromancer unleashes the built-up power, a torrent of demonic energy erupting from his body. The attack is named Fallen God Punch. The demonic energy converges into a single, blinding point, a star of pure destruction forming before it explodes outwards. The wave of energy expands, consuming everything in its path, the very fabric of reality seeming to warp and distort under its immense power. The attack makes impact, a blinding flash of light momentarily erasing all other sensations. The force of the fallen god punch rips through the environment, the ground cracking and shattering as debris is flung into the air. The devastation continues, the landscape transformed into a wasteland of shattered rock and lingering demonic energy. A close-up view reveals the sheer destructive power of the attack, matter itself being torn apart at a subatomic level. A voice cries out, the body of the receiver breaking down under the onslaught of demonic energy. It's impossible if it's not a power that's similar to. A voice echoes, speaking of the four royalties. A figure is struck from above by a concentrated blast of purple energy. Her eyes widen, pupils shrinking to pinpricks as she cries, "Oh no." The force of the attack sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The air crackles with residual demonic energy. She plummets downwards, surrounded by falling debris. A figure raises a hand, wreathed in a dark purple aura. Golden light flares, a counterforce rising to meet the darkness. The ground trembles from the impact. Dust and debris explode outwards, obscuring the scene. Crimson streaks paint the air, a testament to the brutal force unleashed. Her face contorted in agony, she unleashes a piercing scream. He explodes with rage, a surge of power emanating from his very being. How dare you lay a hand on my body? The absolute necromancer's face contorts in fury, his eyes burning with murderous intent. I'm going to rip you to shreds. His eye flares with raw power, a crimson light piercing the darkness. Cha Ji-hyuk acknowledges the building energy. This light. A sphere of pure energy coalesces in his hand, crackling with untold potential. Tendrils of dark energy swirl around him as he declares, "It's the power I consumed from you." A chilling smile spreads across his face. "I'll give it back." The All-Master's eyes glow with an unholy light, promising retribution. The air crackles with anticipation as the power reaches its zenith. He unleashes the pent-up energy, a blinding explosion of light and force. 1,000 punishments. Beams of pure energy shoot forth, obliterating everything in their path. Bathed in golden light, Cha Ji-hyuk stands defiant, the embodiment of unleashed power. He plummets downwards, a golden trail blazing in his wake. The masked figure affirms the success of their plan. A voice announces that Ghost Face has eliminated the enemy, urging others to move the injured. A girl with horns watches in awe, exclaiming that someone is summoning a 9-star. Another figure declares that they can win because the enemy was weakened due to the penalty. The hooded figure sits beside another figure, holding a glowing orb in their hand. A climber who has surpassed the 60th floor is strong. She won't take that while lying down. The air crackles with energy. A voice shouts, "You son of a bitch." A blinding beam of light descends from above. The light intensifies, searing the air. The beam strikes its target with immense force. The masked figure watches intently, their expression unreadable behind the mask. The light engulfs the area, leaving a trail of destruction. Carmen reaches out, her hand outstretched towards the blinding light. The masked figure speaks. "Yes, Carmen. I would be upset if things ended like this." The masked figure stands tall, their gaze fixed on the scene before them. A figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling dust and debris. A voice booms, laced with suppressed fury. "Don't look down on me." Amidst the swirling chaos, a figure declares, "I am." The figure stands tall, their back to the viewer, as if bracing for a monumental revelation. Power coalesces around a hand, the energy crackling with the promise of immense strength. The strongest human. The hand glows with an almost unbearable intensity, radiating heat and raw power. The declaration rings out, a thunderous pronouncement. A 9-star. Golden light erupts from the 9-star's representative, their eyes burning with the same incandescent energy. The energy intensifies, focusing on their lower body, as if preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Stamping down with incredible force, the 9-star's representative unleashes a shockwave of pure energy, shattering the ground beneath their feet. The earth cracks and splits, fissures of raw energy tearing through the ground. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, sending fire and debris hurtling skyward. A figure is engulfed in a torrent of flames, consumed by the inferno. The fiery rain continues to fall, scorching the earth and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The ground is scarred and broken, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. Amidst the devastation, a figure lies prone, seemingly defeated by the overwhelming power. A pained groan echoes through the ravaged landscape. Cha Ji-hyuk's masked face contorts in a grimace, his purple eyes narrowed against the devastation. The aftershock sends bodies flying, tossed through the air like ragdolls. Panic sets in as survivors scream for others to flee. A desperate plea echoes through the chaos. A figure reaches out, their hand grasping for salvation as they cry, Save me." Another figure, bathed in the eerie glow of the dark Yggdrasil, urges others to climb onto its branches, seeking refuge amidst the turmoil. Climb onto the dark Yggdrasil's branches. Attacks fueled by divine power rain down, yet a voice declares that they shouldn't be able to harm the dark Yggdrasil. The figure stands firm, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught. A voice calls out, Orabioni. The absolute necromancer stands beside a woman with short brown hair, both observing the unfolding events with a mixture of concern and determination. A voice booms, filled with dread and recognition, Ghost Face. The absolute necromancer's gaze intensifies, his red eyes gleaming with a knowing light. "You know it too, right?" A voice declares that the attack cannot be maintained forever. A voice exclaims, "Yeah, Carmen." A figure is using power. A figure falls. Carmen's face contorts in a grimace as she forcibly uses her power, even while being penalized. A woman's chest is shown. Cha Ji-hyuk screams, orange energy swirling around his fist. Purple energy emanates from Cha Ji-hyuk's face. His fist crackles with purple energy. Cha Ji-hyuk stands amidst a burst of purple and orange energy. Orange energy surges. Purple energy intensifies. The purple energy continues to build. Orange energy crackles. Cha Ji-hyuk snarls, You're just an insect under my foot if I fight with a little more sincerity." A close-up reveals the intensity in Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes. A voice calls out, "Camille." A massive, white snake coils, its scales gleaming under an unseen light. A figure with flowing white hair is suspended within the snake's coils, seemingly unharmed. A dark, net-like structure stretches across the scene, obscuring the background. The white snake continues to coil, its form partially obscured by shadow. The snake's scales shimmer with an ethereal glow, energy crackling around it. The massive serpent shifts, its movements creating ripples in the air. Cha Ji-hyuk stands silhouetted against the light, his voice a low growl. That's my line. A voice, distorted and unseen, retorts, "You're more of a degenerate compared to 10 years ago." Cha Ji-hyuk's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. Is it because you gave up on climbing and decided to feed off the 4 royalties? Flames lick at the scales of a serpent, the fire burning with unnatural intensity. A close-up reveals Cha Ji-hyuk's intense gaze, his purple eyes burning with a cold fury. The fire intensifies, consuming the snake's scales in a raging inferno. Flames erupt around him, and a furious shout tears through the inferno. "Shut up!" Engulfed in the searing heat, he is thrown back, the flames licking at his form. The inferno intensifies as he screams, "What do you know to spout such shit?" The flames continue to rage, consuming everything in their path. He plummets through the fiery abyss, the heat intensifying with every passing moment. A pained groan escapes him as the flames sear his flesh. Below, a river of lava flows through a desolate landscape, the air thick with the smell of sulfur. The fiery landscape continues to burn, the heat radiating outwards in waves. Even if this is the regeneration from the Saintus. Standing amidst the inferno, Cha Ji-hyuk watches as the flames consume everything around him. The more power she uses, the stronger the penalty will be. From a distance, Camille is seen engulfed in flames, a lone figure against the backdrop of the inferno. The flames lick higher, consuming everything. A warning flashes, "You have been given a penalty." He knows. He thinks, "I just need to kill him, and my body will regenerate again." A sinister smile spreads across his face. "We were just being sensible." Blood drips from his mouth as the flames intensify. "We just chose the faster path to become stronger and more comfortable." Unlike that idiotic man, Cha Ji-hyuk. The flames rage around him. The inferno burns. Cha Ji-hyuk's eye gleams with a cold, purple light. He holds a swirling orb of purple energy in his hand, a sinister question hanging in the air. "Really?" The orb unleashes a torrent of searing flames. The fire intensifies, consuming everything in its path. Camille is engulfed in the inferno, the flames licking at his form. The blaze roars, a consuming wave of heat and destruction. His face contorted in agony, Camille is overwhelmed by the searing heat. He plummets through the raging fire, a silhouette against the inferno. The flames continue to burn, an unrelenting punishment. The fire rages on, consuming everything in its path. Camille continues to fall, a victim of the relentless flames. The flames roar. He plummets through the inferno. The fire rages around him. Cha Ji-hyuk remarks, "How you're using these insignificant skills which is unlike you. It seems that you're..." The words echo. "In a hurry." Camille continues to fall. He wonders, what? She's not attacking me. He thinks, what is she scheming? The fire bubbles beneath his feet. The flames writhe. Cha Ji-hyuk continues to speak. Camille falls further. Her face contorted with rage, Camille screamed, her voice echoing with fury. A voice declared the identity of the masked figure, Ghost Face. A close-up revealed a single, glowing purple eye, filled with an unknown power. A voice demanded to see the amazing face of the one hidden behind the mask. Cha Ji-hyuk's face was a mask of barely suppressed anger, his teeth gritted in fury. Camille's eyes widened in shock, her expression a mixture of disbelief and fear. A surge of energy crackled through the air, the scent of ozone filling the space. A hand crackled with purple energy, ready to unleash its power. Camille's voice trembled as she asked, "Are you seriously?" Her face was a portrait of horror, her eyes wide with dawning realization. Camille's voice rose in disbelief. "Cha Jin-hyuk?" Cha Ji-hyuk's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed with determination as he prepared to reveal his next move. A figure shrouded in shadow questions how they were recognized, given the changes to their voice and face. The figure continues, wondering if the recognition was due to improved spiritual power gained during their time together, or if it was simply instinct. A voice asks if their comrade was recognized. A close-up reveals a figure with wide, red eyes and a determined expression. An unseen character is told to stop being ridiculous by changing the subject. The figure demands to be told something, their expression intense. The figure demands to know who someone is, their tone aggressive. A voice simply states, "Fine." Cha Jin-hyuk declares his identity, a purple aura surrounding him. The figure, now identified as Cha Jin-hyuk, holds a card in his hand, bathed in purple light. He declared, his voice echoing with dark resolve, that he had walked through the gate of death and returned. A manic grin stretched across Cha Jin-hyuk's face as he vowed to beat the shit out of everyone. With a swift motion, Cha Jin-hyuk drew his sword, a menacing blade crackling with purple energy. He slashed downwards, the blade leaving a trail of violet light in its wake. The sword continued its descent, a harbinger of destruction. "Why? Do you feel like begging now?" he taunted. "The Oni," eyes wide with alarm, yelled, "Stop being absurd." The sword continued its deadly dance, each swing imbued with dark power. The blade arced through the air, closing in on Bioni with terrifying speed. The purple energy intensified as the sword continued its relentless assault. Bioni's eyes widened, tears welling as she whispered, "Impossible." A furious declaration echoed, promising, "I'm going to personally tear you to pieces." Her face contorted in anguish, Bioni's voice cracking as she insisted, "He died. I'm sure of it." The voice boomed, identifying the speaker as Death Star Cha Jin-hyuk. Bioni's grief turned to defiance, her voice rising as she declared, "Is no longer in this world." A surge of raw power began to coalesce, the air crackling with yellow energy. The energy intensified, swirling into a vortex of orange and red, a tangible manifestation of lethal intent. The vortex grew, its heat searing the air as the power continued to build. The energy reached its zenith, a blinding inferno of destruction ready to be unleashed. Cha Jin-hyuk's eyes glowed with purple intensity, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he prepared to strike. A wave of dark energy erupted, the air shimmering with purple and black as the attack was launched. The dark energy exploded outward, engulfing Bioni in a cataclysmic blast. Bioni's eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips as shock registers on her face. Elsewhere, a figure stands silhouetted against a bright light, a sword held aloft. The figure's arm blazes with intense heat, a fiery aura engulfing their hand. The flaming arm is raised high, ready to strike. A voice echoes in the mind, a desperate need resonating. "My other arm." The voice continues, a plan forming. "I need to make another one with divine power again." A close-up of a bloodshot eye, a voice crying out, "Wait." The figure stands ready, a sword held firmly in their grasp, surrounded by swirling energy. A figure with long, flowing hair stands before a wall of fire, their back to the viewer. A close-up of a face, determination etched into every line. A single eye glows with power, the words, "Battle Foresight," hinting at the strategy to come. A hand crackles with purple energy. A streak of purple energy tears through the air. The energy intensifies, now laced with searing orange flames. A dark silhouette emerges, wreathed in the inferno. Carmen's voice echoes, filled with rage. A close-up reveals a face contorted in pain. A figure, cloaked in shadow and crackling with purple energy, vows, "I'm going to behead you." A figure with long, white hair is struck by a powerful force. An eye, glowing with purple energy, stares intently. The figure with white hair exclaims in disbelief, "She bit my sword." Cha Jin-hyuk's face is twisted in fury. A landscape of molten lava stretches out before them. A cataclysmic explosion of energy rips through the air, the force of it threatening to tear apart the very fabric of reality. Blazing streaks of power crisscross the battlefield, each pulse a concentrated blast of destructive force. The air crackles with raw energy, the light so intense it threatens to blind any who dare to look upon it. The surging power continues to build, a symphony of destruction echoing through the desolate landscape. A concentrated beam of pure energy pierces the chaos, a searing lance of annihilation aimed at an unseen target. Explosions of light and force erupt in rapid succession, the very ground trembling under the onslaught. A vast area is consumed by the raging inferno, the landscape transformed into a sea of molten energy. Behind a shimmering sphere of protective energy, a figure stands defiant against the storm. Leaping through the maelstrom, a figure wielding a blade of pure light closes the distance. The two combatants collide, their powers clashing in a blinding explosion that threatens to tear the world asunder. The clash sends shockwaves through the air, the very fabric of reality straining under the immense pressure. Her eyes burning with crimson fury, Carmen snarled, "Why the hell did you come here?" He declared, his voice laced with vengeance, "I told you already. For revenge." A fiery blade crackled in his grasp. The unseen figure vowed, "And I'm going to destroy the 4 royalties who support you." The ground erupted in a burst of splintered rock and dust. A hand, wreathed in orange flame, reached out. A figure in a dark hood fell, the impact sending tremors through the earth. The figure plummeted towards the ground. A voice, tinged with disbelief and fear, echoed, "You're insane." Crimson eyes glared, blood streaking down a pale face contorted in rage. A voice declared, "She's weak." The voice continued, "She's finally reached the point where she can't overcome the penalty." The voice concluded, "She can only attack once more with that body." Bracing herself, she ignores the penalty, preparing to execute a powerful maneuver. Her crimson eye narrowed. She thought, "If I can land this properly." A purple eye blazed with determination. "If I can destroy it." A voice echoed with certainty, "It's my win." Crimson energy crackled, a visual testament to the immense power being unleashed. Amidst the inferno, the figure stood poised, ready to strike. A voice booms, declaring that Cha Jin-hyuk needs to be inside a gloomy grave. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes glowed with an intense, furious light, veins pulsing at his temples. A voice, laced with malice, promised, "I'll send you back there." A blinding explosion of fiery energy erupted, consuming everything in its path. Arms raised, she channeled the inferno, preparing to unleash its full force. The world dissolved into a maelstrom of fire and destruction. Bioni's eyes widened, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Cha Ji-hyuk narrowed his eyes, a low growl rumbling in his chest. What's that? He wondered. The divine power blazed, radiating an intense heat that scorched the air. I've never seen divine power like that before, someone exclaimed. The sheer scale of the energy was terrifying, threatening to engulf everything in its path. A desperate plea echoed through the forest. We need to run away, a voice cried out. The voice continued, fear lacing every word. Even if we do, it's so big. Cha Ji-hyuk watched the spectacle, his expression unreadable. So he muttered. He questioned, his voice laced with urgency. We need to escape it? Bioni gazed at the divine power, her eyes filled with determination. Bioni is still fighting, she declared. Cha Ji-hyuk stood on a branch, his gaze fixed on the source of the power. Bioni's face was set, her resolve hardening with each passing moment. A voice, filled with unwavering belief, declared that he'll win. She stands before a massive surge of divine power, the energy radiating intensely. It's impossible for her to block or dodge it. Then there's only one way. She needs to offset it with demonic energy that's stronger than that. One moment. She just needs one moment. She just needs to exert demonic energy that surpasses Carmen's divine power. Die once you're done running around like an insect. A mask materializes on her face, her eyes glowing with demonic power. Cha Ji-hyuk. The ground cracks under the immense pressure. A figure plummets through the air, engulfed in flames. He plummets through a maelstrom of fiery, orange energy. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widen, glowing with an intense light. What? He's charging at it. Unification begins, as a red aura flares around him. Demonic energy surges as the absolute necromancer's face contorts, a crimson mask materializing over half his face, his eyes burning with purple intensity. Black energy erupts, tendrils reaching towards the sky. The dark power intensifies, a suffocating presence. The demonic energy coalesces, a swirling vortex of black and purple. Pure, unadulterated demonic energy explodes outward in a blinding flash of purple. Tendrils of violet energy writhe and crackle, filling the void with raw power. The energy coalesces, plunging downwards like a celestial spear. A hand, wreathed in violet light, clutches a radiant golden orb. The world shatters, debris flying amidst a deafening roar. An explosion of light and force rips through the landscape. A figure stands silhouetted against the swirling violet chaos, a dark god reborn. His white hair cascades down his back as he gazes upwards, the storm of energy reflected in his eyes. The fabric of his coat shifts, revealing the power that now surges within him. His face contorted in rage, Cha Ji-hyuk declares, there's nothing more you can do now. The transformed absolute necromancer declares, it's over, Carmen. A figure wearing a black mask with sharp edges is shown in close-up. Both divine power and demonic energy are fusing into a unified power. The unified power is transforming into demonic energy. A warning flashes, stating that maintaining this state may cause significant damage. Demonic energy surges. Cha Ji-hyuk stands, cloaked in dark energy. The screen displays a reading, demonic energy, 259. A woman's voice echoes, admitting that the attack she channeled all her power into didn't even work. She continues, her expression strained, and his energy intensifies, a palpable surge of power radiating outwards. It feels like that of a real demon, a raw and untamed force. The energy explodes outwards, a torrent of dark power unleashed. Her eye widens in alarm. Oh no, she thinks. Why are you spacing out? Carmen is asked. Carmen raises her hands, bracing herself against the onslaught. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression hardens into a sinister grin. Carmen's eyes dart around, panic rising within her. Shit, when did he get here? The dark energy swirls around her, a suffocating presence. Carmen lashes out, a desperate counterattack against the overwhelming power. Ugh, she cries out, pain searing through her. A sinister smile spreads across Cha Ji-hyuk's face, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. A pillar of violet energy erupts, crackling with raw power. The beam explodes outward, a cataclysm of demonic force unleashed. The landscape warps and distorts under the surge of energy. A wave of violet light washes over the terrain, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The epicenter of the blast radiates with intense, chaotic energy. The violet aura expands, consuming everything in its path. From the heart of the storm, Cha Ji-hyuk emerges, cloaked in the dissipating energy. The ground beneath him cracks and crumbles as the demonic power continues to surge. The violet energy permeates the very air, a palpable sense of dread settling over the scene. Carmen's eyes widen in terror, the word fear echoing in her mind. A silent question hangs in the air. Was that fear? Kneeling amidst the swirling remnants of the demonic surge, Carmen is left shaken. A hand crackles with demonic energy, the power radiating outward. Tears welling in her eyes, Carmen spits out, that bastard Cha Ji-hyuk. Her mind races, remembering, who hasn't climbed the tower for a whole year. The demonic energy coalesces, forming jagged spikes of pure darkness. The energy takes shape, legs forming from the swirling shadows. Her voice trembling, Carmen whispers, "It's impossible." The demonic power fully manifests, a towering figure with menacing horns. An eye opens within the darkness, burning with otherworldly light. The air crackles with raw, untamed power. A choked sob escapes her lips, pure terror etched on her face. The imposing figure looms, casting a long shadow over the kneeling woman. His reflection glinting in her wide, fearful eye, Cha Ji-hyuk asks, "Are you scared?" A bloodshot eye stares intensely. A fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with strain. A voice echoes, questioning who. Cha Ji-hyuk's face contorts in fury, his red eyes blazing. "Who's scared of a spirit bastard like you?" he roars. The absolute necromancer continues his tirade, his voice dripping with arrogance. "I'm the strongest human. I'm a 9-star who has conquered the 600th floor." Cha Ji-hyuk's expression hardens, his words laced with venom. "I became the ruler of this tower after I killed you." A manic grin stretches across Cha Ji-hyuk's face, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. "I don't care," he shouts. Golden circles of arcane energy materialize, their light bathing the scene in an ethereal glow. "Even if she dies," a voice echoes, resonating with grim determination. The golden circles intensify, swirling around a central figure. Carmen's voice rings out, filled with vengeful resolve. She vows to kill Cha Jin-hyuk again. From within the golden light, a figure begins to transform, demonic horns sprouting amidst a surge of purple energy. A voice taunts, questioning if she's going to make a last-ditch effort. Carmen's face contorts, her features hardening into a demonic visage, eyes burning with purple fire. The purple energy intensifies, crackling around her like a shroud of dark power. She snarls, a single word laced with defiance, "Fine." The transformation continues, her demonic features becoming more pronounced, a testament to her resolve. The air crackles with anticipation as Carmen's transformation nears its completion. Her demonic eyes blazing, Carmen declares, "I'll take you on." A voice filled with murderous intent echoes, declaring, "Die, Cha Ji-hyuk." She is engulfed in a blinding aura of golden energy, poised to strike. The golden energy swirls and crackles, a vortex of raw power. Complex patterns of golden light materialize, forming intricate symbols of arcane energy. Blasts of golden energy erupt, streaking towards their target with lethal speed. Golden streaks of light crisscross the battlefield, illuminating the air with their radiant glow. The golden patterns intensify, their brilliance reaching a fever pitch. The golden energy crackles with dark energy, a sinister undercurrent flowing beneath the surface. The golden patterns float in the air, a mesmerizing display of controlled chaos. Carmen screams her own name, a declaration of power as a new energy begins to coalesce. A sphere of swirling purple energy forms, crackling with raw, untamed power. Purple energy surges, a torrent of destructive force ready to be unleashed. Golden energy erupts, a blinding flash against the dark backdrop. The purple energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. The energy surges forward, a torrent of destructive force. The golden and purple energies combine, swirling into a chaotic vortex. The energy continues its relentless advance, consuming everything in its path. Cha Ji-hyuk grits his teeth, his expression a mask of fury. "Ugh," he exclaims. Hendrik's eyes widen in alarm. "My liege," he shouts, his voice laced with concern as the hooded figure stands silently behind him. A voice cries out in anger, "Asshole." Bioni's face is contorted with worry as she screams, "Ora Bioni." The combined energies surge with renewed intensity, a cataclysmic display of power. The vortex of energy expands, threatening to engulf everything in its wake. A guttural groan escaped him, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he fought against the encroaching darkness. The effort to maintain control was evident in his strained expression. A stark blue screen flickered into existence before him, the words a cold assessment of his condition. "You have suffered physical damage due to the side effects of demonization. It is recommended that you take care of it at your earliest convenience." Despite the warning, Cha Ji-hyuk stood tall, the dark energy swirling around him like a shroud. A hand emerges, seemingly halting an unseen force. A voice echoes, filled with denial, "No, not yet." A sinister smile spreads across a man's face, his purple eyes gleaming with malice. Carmen, small against the vast, crumbling landscape, declares, "This is the start of my revenge." A towering figure with imposing horns stands silhouetted against the purple-tinged sky. Carmen's face contorts in agony, cracks spreading across her skin as she struggles against an unseen force. She collapses to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. Desperation etched on her face, Carmen grits her teeth, whispering, "I can't channel any strength into my body." Weakened and defeated, Carmen struggles to maintain her position, her hands digging into the rocky ground. The horned figure looms over her, its voice resonating with finality. "It's time for our ill-fated relationship to end, Carmen." Carmen remains kneeling, her back to the figure, her shoulders slumped in defeat. She gasps, her face streaked with dirt and tears. She sobs, begging for absolution. Her red eyes are wide with desperation, tears streaming down her face. She pleads, her voice trembling, begging to be spared. She promises to do anything, offering the holy kingdom itself. A glowing orb pulses with power before her. She continues to bargain, offering all the equipment and money she has gathered. A dark figure looms, reminding her to consider their shared history. The figure recalls the fun they had as a group of 10. Carmen cries out, begging Jinhyuk for mercy. She clasps her hands together, pleading for forgiveness. A dark, cracked surface pulsates with ominous purple energy. Orange energy flares in her hand as the demonic power threatens to overwhelm her. The ground beneath her is fractured, mirroring the turmoil within. Her red eye reflects a desperate confusion, scratches marring her face. She screams, the sound raw with terror. The demonic energy. Purple energy crackles around Carmen, a visible manifestation of the demonic force consuming her. A voice booms, declaring that something is in their hand. Cha Ji-hyuk's figure looms, shrouded in shadow, as he questions, forgive? The voice continues, a cruel pronouncement echoing in the air. The person who could forgive you died 10 years ago. His face contorted with rage and grief. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes burn with an unquenchable fire. Cha Ji-hyuk's voice drips with venom as he declares, I will never forgive you, Carmen. A figure with white hair and horns, shrouded in shadows, wonders if forgiveness is possible. A voice echoes, declaring that the person who could offer forgiveness died 10 years ago. A character with pink hair shouts, the sound filled with anguish. A figure vows to never forgive Carmen, the words dripping with venom. A hand clenches, surrounded by shards of purple energy. A blonde-haired character gasps, their expression a mix of shock and pain. Another hand clenches, mirroring the previous panel's action. The blonde-haired character is seen with the horned figure, her face contorted in fear. The blonde-haired character curses, her hand bleeding. The horned figure stands silhouetted, crackling with dark energy. A burst of purple energy erupts, tearing through the air with a sharp crack. The violet tendrils streak forward, an unseen force guiding their lethal path. The energy slams into her, the impact echoing with a strangled cry. A pained groan escapes her lips as she grits her teeth against the agony. She gasps, the words catching in her throat. And my leg. The scream echoes, raw and filled with pain. My leg. A figure shrouded in darkness stands amidst swirling purple energy, the source of the attack now revealed. She collapses, the force of the blow sending her crashing to the ground. The attacker descends, a final strike aimed at the downed figure. The attack lands, the ground trembling from the force of the impact. The absolute necromancer's voice dripped with anticipation. He confessed that he didn't know how long he had waited for this day. With a chilling calmness, Cha Ji-hyuk recalled that with this, they had both killed each other once. His purple eyes gleamed with a sinister light. The All-Master's tone shifted, a desperate edge creeping in as he declared he wanted to live as a spirit soldier. His voice rising, the All-Master challenged an unseen presence, demanding if they didn't want to order him around as much as they wanted. The Snake King's voice echoed with a haunting memory, recalling the time after they had killed him. A steely resolve hardened his gaze. He had become determined to do one thing when he decided to climb the tower again. The peak of all evil's voice dripped with malice as he warned that he wouldn't turn them into summons. His voice deepening, the golden figure vowed to devour their souls so they couldn't even reincarnate. The Snake King's voice took on a personal edge as he declared he was going to devour Carmen's soul. A sinister smile stretched across his face, revealing his sharp teeth. The All-Master's voice cracked, a hint of desperation seeping through as he pleaded for them to stop. The spectral figure screams, Cha Ji-hyuk, you motherfucker. She cries out, begging, save me. The desperate plea continues, save me. I don't want to die. Her voice cracks as she calls out, Cain. Her face contorted in terror, she continues to scream. The absolute necromancer stands tall, a menacing figure shrouded in purple energy. A massive, clawed hand reaches out, wreathed in eerie blue flames. The spectral figure unleashes a blood-curdling scream. The claw descends, the blue flames engulfing the screaming figure. Carmen, struggling against the encroaching darkness, demands, do you think I'll just lay there doing nothing? Her voice strained, she vows, I won't be devoured and finished off by you, Cha Ji-hyuk. Jagged, purple crystals materialize around her, pulsing with dark energy. The crystals close in, trapping Carmen within their violet embrace. A silent scream echoes in her mind. The crystals intensify, their sharp edges glinting ominously in the dim light. The oppressive weight of the crystals bears down on her, threatening to crush her spirit. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Carmen grits her teeth, declaring, again, with this monster. A frustrated snarl escapes her lips. Damn it. Her voice laced with desperation, Carmen cries out, my soul is being sucked in. A disembodied voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoes, killing you once. Cha Ji-hyuk stands amidst the swirling darkness, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Another voice, dripping with disdain, finishes the thought, wouldn't satisfy me. A disembodied voice booms, commanding someone to be devoured. A strangled cry echoes as an unseen force grips its victim. The scream intensifies, a raw expression of agony as blue energy begins to engulf her. The blue energy tightens its grip, a visual representation of the life force being drained. With a desperate shriek, Carmen calls out the name of her attacker, Cha Ji-hyuk. A surge of raw power erupts, the air crackling with violet energy. The dark energy coalesces, forming a swirling vortex of shadows. Cha Ji-hyuk stands amidst the chaos, the vortex of dark energy swirling around him like a shroud. The dark energy continues to pulse, a tangible manifestation of the power unleashed. A system message flashes, declaring that the demonization release has occurred, and all stats have returned to normal. A close-up reveals Cha Ji-hyuk's face, etched with a grim determination as the violet energy dances around him. Cha Ji-hyuk stands firm, the dark energy now a part of him, a testament to the power he now wields. The absolute necromancer's arm tenses, a dark purple energy swirling beneath his skin. A grotesque mask hangs suspended in the air, wreathed in the same ominous power. Finally, Cha Ji-hyuk thinks, the word echoing in his mind. The dark energy intensifies, radiating from his chest. He roars, "I finally got my revenge." Cha Ji-hyuk's voice booms with rage, accusing someone of being a traitorous bastard. The word, bastard, echoes through the trees, carried on the wind. The ancient trees stand silent, witnesses to the unfolding drama. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression shifts to horror. "Oh no," he whispers. His eyes glow with an unnatural light. The aftereffects of demonization are taking hold. "I can't move my body." Carmen's voice cuts through the tension. "I'm going to." Her hand moves, the intent behind it unknown. The group surrounds Cha Ji-hyuk, offering their support after whatever ordeal he has just endured. He is flanked by two figures, while others stand behind him. A voice congratulates him, acknowledging his recent accomplishment. Another voice chides him for being reckless, despite the victory. A stern voice commands someone to come down. Someone mentions that there are 7 more tasks to complete. Another voice offers congratulations, adding to the chorus of support. Bioni calls out, addressing someone as Bioni. Cha Ji-hyuk remains silent, listening to the voices around him. He offers a quiet, "Thanks, everyone." His expression a mix of gratitude and exhaustion. A voice laments that my dark forest is a complete mess. The dark forest is shown, a desolate landscape of shattered earth and ominous shadows. A high-pitched voice remarks, "Winning is great, but if the new nest looks like this." The dark forest looms, its twisted trees reaching towards the sky. Cha Ji-hyuk appears before a swirling vortex of purple energy, assuring everyone that he will help restore it. He explains that he made a deal with the parent of the world tree to rally everyone. Cha Ji-hyuk adds that they shouldn't worry about funds. Someone states that they have a trustworthy patron. Eliwan von Yggdrasil relays a message from the parent of the world tree, telling them to leave immediately. Someone asks why. Eliwan von Yggdrasil relays that among them is another divine star who has lost their family. A figure embraces another in the ruined landscape of the dark forest. A disembodied voice warns that others will come to exact their revenge, and that fighting Cain will lead to death. The warning continues, the voice insisting that they must flee right now. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression is grim as he listens. His brow furrows, his gaze intense. The woman with red hair suggests they hide and prioritize increasing their strength. She is flanked by 2 figures, one with spiky hair and the other with straight hair. The voice concludes, stating that this time will be different. Cha Ji-hyuk smirks, declaring that he won't shamefully back down. A voice declares a desire to sucker punch that bastard Cain. Cha Ji-hyuk stands, his feet planted firmly on the ground. Thunder rumbles in the distance. Rain begins to fall. Heavy rain falls, obscuring the sky. The downpour continues, the sound of the rain deafening. The words echo in the storm. Carmen has disappeared. A massive tree stands silhouetted against the stormy sky, its roots digging deep into the earth. She was suddenly dragged down to the 70th floor, and she hasn't returned since. And Cha Ji-hyuk stands amidst the rain, his expression unreadable. Rainwater streams down his leg. The traces of destruction that remain here. The rain washes over the ruined landscape. Lightning flashes, illuminating the scene. Are all that's left. A violent storm rages, the sky split by jagged bolts of lightning. Rain lashes down upon a grotesque skull, its empty sockets staring into the abyss. He stands defiant against the downpour, his white hair plastered to his head as he gazes up at the imposing rock formation. The ominous whisper hangs in the air, Death Star. His crimson eyes burn with an unholy intensity, reflecting the storm's fury. Cha Jin-hyuk. The text declares the Star of Death is the symbol of Cha Jin-hyuk. A skull looms in the darkness. The narration states that only the 9th star and himself know about this symbol. The text says that Carmen sent Asher to Ghostface. The text suggests that this place must be connected to Ghostface, but questions why the symbol of someone who's dead randomly is here. A voice cries out, demanding to know where Carmen went. A voice says, "Long time no see, Cain." A voice declares, "I am Ghostface." A voice exclaims, "What?" A close-up of a character's face. A voice exclaims, "GH Ghostface?" His mouth gaped open, a silent scream lost in the downpour. The words echoed in his mind, "I killed." A skeletal visage materialized, the name Carmen Pellin etched beneath it. His crimson eye widened, reflecting a storm of disbelief. That's bullshit. His fist clenched, knuckles white with fury. How could someone like that kill Carmen? His eyes burned with a violet intensity, a storm gathering within. A spectral figure materialized, her form ethereal and haunting. His jaw tightened, a silent vow forming on his lips. A ghostly apparition emerged, her face contorted in anguish. Her spectral hand reached out, a desperate plea in the silence. A dark, abstract image fills the void. The name Cha Jinhyuk echoes in the darkness. A voice, laced with uncertainty, murmurs, "I thought about it." A furious voice erupts, accusing. "But to think you were Cha Jinhyuk. How dare you kill?" Eyes burning with rage, someone cries out, "The last of my family." Cha Jinhyuk's voice booms, filled with unyielding animosity. "I will never forgive you." The name Cha Jinhyuk reverberates once more. A skull-like entity mocks. For someone who didn't even blink when betraying his comrade, it seems you can actually scream for your little sister's death. The skull-like entity, identified as Cain, commands, "Listen closely, Cain." A lone figure walks away in the rain, a voice echoing, "It's your turn next." Cain's voice drips with malice. "I will destroy your foothold slowly." Cha Jinhyuk's eyes blaze with fury as he shouts, "Shut up." He grits his teeth, a pained expression etched across his face. A spectral skull crackles with golden energy. The entity identifies itself as Cain. A figure with blonde hair stands silhouetted against a backdrop of golden light. The skull-like entity pulses with dark energy. The blonde-haired figure promises, "Just you wait." The news spreads. 9-star Carmen was defeated by Ghost. Faison died. The news of this was enough to cause an uproar within the tower. The crowd cheers, "Hooray!" The crowd cheers, "Hooray!" The news spreads like wildfire through the city. The news spread quickly. Ghostface was defeating the 9-star. One man refused to believe it. 9-star was just that weak? Another voice exploded with rage. "You bastards." A heavy foot stomped down, cracking the earth. A declaration echoed. "This hunting ground is controlled by the Holy Kingdom." A knight in golden armor raised a gauntlet finger, preparing to speak. The knight demanded, his voice booming, "Whose permission do you have to be hunting here?" A line of soldiers stood ready, spears leveled, awaiting the order to strike. "Leave." A close-up revealed a bloody axe, its edge stained crimson. The question hung in the air, dripping with menace. What? The Holy Kingdom? A group of masked figures stood defiant, the wielder of the bloody axe seated before them, radiating power. A voice, laced with curiosity and perhaps a hint of dread, questioned, "In this tower?" A figure stands before several armored guards, their voice echoing with defiance. "How dare you?" One of the guards speaks, their tone condescending. "To think you didn't back off when you heard the name of the Holy." Another guard threatens, their voice filled with malice. "Your bravado will be the cause of your death." The panel reveals the guild is affiliated with the Holy Kingdom Inoa, led by Guildmaster Inoa. The figure commands, their eyes glowing with power, "Make your forces retreat." A guard scoffs, their voice dripping with sarcasm. "As long as you do, that's funny." The guard continues, their tone mocking. "For someone whose leader has died, you're still planning to act like the boss around here?" Inoa questions the figure's audacity. "What? There's no need for us to obediently listen to you." A masked soldier declares, their eyes burning with anger. "We're going to protect our rights." The masked soldier shouts, initiating the attack. Attack! A massive axe descends, aimed at the figure's head. The soldiers of the Holy Kingdom rush forward, weapons raised, their battle cries filling the air. The absolute necromancer advances, his red eyes gleaming from within the shadows of his hood. A soldier of the Holy Kingdom shouts, "Hell!" Another soldier, visibly flustered, commands, "Don't get flustered." The soldiers grip their weapons tightly, preparing for the onslaught. One of them declares, "They're just low-ranking climbers from the streets." Cha Ji-hyuk swings his bloodied axe, a crimson arc cutting through the air. The axe continues its descent, a blur of motion and death. The blade finds its mark, cleaving through armor and flesh. The Holy Kingdom, who lost one of their leaders and was a member of 9-star. The absolute necromancer stands over a fallen soldier, his axe dripping with blood. He was no longer able to maintain their power from before. The masked figure continues his assault, the battlefield stained crimson. The guilds around them started to intimidate them. Beyond that, a golden figure stands tall. Heaven's defiance began to hide their presence like ghosts. A wanted poster is displayed. A hand reaches out towards something. A wanted poster is displayed, showing a masked figure. Someone exclaims that it's Ghostface's wanted poster. People stand before a wall covered in wanted posters. One wonders if he hasn't been caught yet. The people next to him are his guild members. There's a dragon swordsman. The last female Oni and a mythical fox are wanted. And who's that at the end? A ghost? How do we catch him? We haven't heard a peep from these guys who brought chaos to the tower. One of the men speculates that 9-star might be responsible for the killings. The man with the white hair questions how Ghostface could be that strong. The other man asks if he hasn't heard the rumors yet. The man with the white hair responds, his expression serious. The words Ghostface's identity appear. A close-up of a man's face, his red eyes intense, as he wonders if it's the dead Death Star. The scene shifts to a futuristic-looking room. The room is filled with glowing blue platforms and intricate designs. A man in a black robe stands in the room, his expression unreadable. He admits that it's hard for him to believe as well. The man reflects on analyzing the remnants left behind. The unseen speaker believes that the man in white must be Cha Jin-hyuk. The man in white stands silently, his back to the speaker. The speaker asks, "Hey, are you all right, Kane?" The speaker continues, questioning, "Did you go insane from the shock of your sister's death?" Kane's expression hardens as he listens to the speaker's words. The speaker's face is obscured, but his tone is menacing. Kane remains silent, his gaze fixed on the speaker. The speaker warns, "Just because you have a mouth, don't run it so carelessly." Kane's eyes narrow, his expression a mix of anger and defiance. The speaker taunts, "You're just scared because you're Cha Jin-hyuk's next target." Kane's eyes widen in shock and realization. Kane wonders, do they want Cha Jin-hyuk to kill me? The figure stands in a dimly lit area, a sword hanging at his side. An unseen speaker's voice echoes, "Did you just realize it, Kane?" The voice continues, explaining, "The reason why you and Carmen were able to play leader is because you both possess 2 pieces of the 9 fragments of power. Now we're all on even footing." The speaker finishes. The unseen speaker's tone turns accusatory. "No, who will follow you now that you can't even protect 1 fragment properly?" The voice adds, "The fact that not everyone turned up today is proof of that." Kane stands silently, facing away from the viewer. Kane clenches his fists, his expression unseen. His face contorted in anger, a faint golden aura emanating from him. The unseen speaker finishes, "You're going to try?" Do they truly believe a healer, even one as strong as themselves, could possibly win against even one of them? The unseen speaker declares that their target is finished. The hooded figure stands silently, observing. The voice promises that they will share their power between them. Kane. Cha Jin-hyuk's face contorts in rage, his teeth bared. He thinks that this is all because of Ghost Face. No, it's all Cha Jin-hyuk's fault. Cha Jin-hyuk's eyes burn with fury, his expression twisted with hatred. He vows that he will destroy them. Cha Jin-hyuk thinks that even if he has to put everything on the line, he will. He thinks that it's all Cha Jin-hyuk's fault. A bird soars through the sky, carrying a small container. Below, a sprawling city stretches towards the horizon. Feathers drift down from a clear blue sky. A hand reaches up, as a voice declares that Kane has started to make his move. The masked figure stands beside a woman, asking if they should also make their move. Kane vows to do everything he can. A gentle hand strokes a pigeon's head. The man at the desk states their goal, to eliminate Cha Jin-hyuk and themselves. He notes that unlike Carmen, he is quite tenacious. A figure stands before a desk laden with scrolls and gleaming gold coins. The man acknowledges that it will be difficult for him to act rashly, his golden eyes gleaming. A close-up of a torso, the details obscured in shadow. The figures discuss how he has lost the favor of the other 9-star. A man with white hair and red eyes stares intently. They won't support him, and instead want both the Holy Kingdom and Heaven's Defiance to be annihilated. What they need in the end is money, the coins falling like rain. In order to capture us, who? The coins are on a lower floor, but they will gather funds to best prepare for their attack. From there, the plan will unfold. A fist clenches, ready to strike. The man's voice echoes, "We will buy and sell the assets they disposed of." The man smiles, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "At a high price too. Then aren't we giving them what they want?" A voice questions. The Dakibi looks down at Cha Jin-hyuk, concern etched on her face. Cha Jin-hyuk holds a coin, a predatory glint in his eyes. "Don't worry. Money is the strongest addiction in the world." A voice booms, filled with dark intent. "This is the start to my revenge." Cha Jin-hyuk's gaze hardens, a sinister determination in his eyes. "I'll get them addicted to money." The woman in black stands before the table, listening intently. Cha Jin-hyuk addresses her. "Same goes for you, Dark Elf. It's time for you to pay back what I funded." The Dakibi's expression darkens. "I think I got bitten by a loan shark instead." A character says, "Please leave it to me, Gold Rich." The text reads, "Up till here, that is." A close-up of a character's face is shown, with the text, "The plan. The rest." 2 figures stand in a city, with the text, "Relies on the power they gained from training." A character stands in a desert landscape, with the text, "After being separated from each other for several months." A character walks with a sword, with the text, "Which I hope will be enough." A fox is shown. A fox is shown in a forest. A character asks, "Are you certain, brother? Is that fox really?" 2 characters stand in a snowy landscape. One asks, "Ghostface's companion?" Legs are shown walking in snow. A character says, "Yeah. Although it looks different from the wanted poster, it can't escape the eyes of us." The voice declared that those who have reached the 500th floor are considered lousy prey. Cha Ji-hyuk takes aim with his rifle. The voice declared their intention to get the reward from 9-star. Through the sniper scope, Miho is targeted. Miho's expression is one of sadness. The sound of something breaking the sound barrier echoes. The sound reverberates through the mountains. A figure blocks the demon fire bullets with their bare hands, purple energy crackling around their fingers. The figure stands ready, a small fox at their side. A voice expresses disbelief that the demon fire bullets were blocked with bare hands. Cha Ji-hyuk expresses his disbelief, stating that it's impossible. Indigo energy crackled around Cha Ji-hyuk, his eyes burning with an unnatural light. Hendrik leveled his pistol, the metallic glint reflecting the tension in his eyes. The absolute necromancer was engulfed in a swirling vortex of emerald power. Hendrik cursed, his face contorted in disbelief. Where did this monster come from? A voice screamed, "Wait!" The green aura intensified around Cha Ji-hyuk, the text indicating a white fighter's uniform and a jumper. The All-Master remained wreathed in emerald flames, a spectral inferno dancing around him. Hendrik's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his weathered face. Cha Ji-hyuk was struck by an unseen force, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. A surge of green energy erupts from the ground, tearing through the earth. The emerald power intensifies, the air crackling with raw force. The green energy continues to spread, consuming everything in its path. The landscape is bathed in an eerie green glow as the energy expands. The scene shifts. Choi Kyung-hoon, the star of combat, stands tall, a white fox perched on his arm. Kyung-hoon grits his teeth, his expression strained. His red eyes narrow, focused on something unseen. Scars mark his chest, a testament to battles fought and won. Elsewhere, feet tread on cracked earth. The 100th floor. It took longer than they thought. The climb was more difficult than expected, especially while trying to conceal their identities. Cha Ji-hyuk remarks that they planned to meet on the 100th floor today, but everyone is late. The Oni village isn't too far from here, a voice notes. Cha Ji-hyuk looks towards the Oni village. Nu Dakibi asks if he wants to go to the Oni village. She insists that now isn't the time for that. Someone states that they know the Oni village isn't too far from here. Nu Dakibi apologizes, explaining that she has an upcoming milestone and is thinking about something else. She says it's fine for him to see it from afar. Cha Ji-hyuk raises a finger, a purple aura surrounding him. Cha Ji-hyuk agrees that they'll go with her. Nu Dakibi, flanked by two other figures, asks that they leave it to them. A voice echoes, promising a swift return. The absolute necromancer strides forward, a purple aura swirling around him as he contemplates the challenges ahead. Up until now, the All-Master had been confident in his power. He acknowledges that they successfully increased their power, but Cain remains a significant threat. His necromancy is useless against Cain's divine power. The memory of a past battle flickers, a testament to the power he now wields. The reason he defeated Carmen was because she overextended in order to overcome the penalty. He admits that he can't guarantee that they'll be able to win against Cain with the same tactic. Cain, in order to destroy that tenacious and cruel bastard, he needs to be stronger than him. The key to increasing his strength lies in Choi Kyung-hoon. Choi Kyung-hoon contemplates his next move, a green aura emanating from his body. He realizes that he needs to meet with him and his master, Martial Emperor Tess, and learn from them. If it's Tess, whose martial prowess is at the level of an all-master, the masked figure thinks to himself that he will be able to overpower them and counter Cain. Choi Kyung-hoon stands on a cliff overlooking a town, wondering where Kyung-hoon is. An explosion erupts in a forest. The masked figure is surprised. The masked figure wonders where Haryu went. The sky is visible through the trees. Figures are seen in the air. Someone is running. A figure stands in a dusty environment. Someone says that they will wait on the 100th floor. A winged figure is seen. A close-up of a dusty environment is shown. The name echoes, a desperate cry. Hamiel. Crimson eyes blaze with intensity, a fierce determination etched upon her face. A masked figure declares, "This divine power is Hamiel's." A lone figure races along a cracked path towards a distant town, urgency driving their every stride. "We need to quickly go and help." A figure clad in white unleashes a sweeping arc with their blade, the air shimmering with displaced energy. A single eye, glowing with violet light, watches the approaching strike. The sword continues its descent, leaving trails of crackling energy in its wake. The blade connects, unleashing a burst of raw power that explodes outwards. The impact reverberates with a deafening tam, dust and debris clouding the aftermath. A voice echoes from the shadows, laced with disbelief. "You blocked my sword. Did you really come back from the dead?" A smirk plays across his lips, a glint of triumph in his eyes. A new declaration hangs in the air, the words yet unspoken. The scarred face of Doneth Taylor fills the frame, his expression twisted in what could be rage or determination. The text bubble identifies him as the Sword Saint. Doneth Taylor. A figure plummets from the sky, a dark silhouette against the pale expanse above. The world below is a blur of rock and shadow, the ground rushing up to meet the falling figure. A blinding flash of energy erupts, searing the air with its intensity. The energy intensifies, a chaotic display of raw power. The blast rips through the environment, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. The falling figure is struck by the blast, the impact sending them spinning violently through the air. Cha Jin-hyuk's face contorts in a wide, unsettling grin. To think that the amazing Death Star is just on the defense. A masked figure with glowing purple eyes peers out from the shadows. "Why are you here?" The masked figure continues. "Seems like you're surprised that I came down to the 100th floor." The figure stands silhouetted, a dark presence against the light. Another burst of energy flares, illuminating the scene with its violent light. The clash of steel echoed as Jane Doe met her opponent's blade head-on, sparks flying from the point of impact. An explosion erupted, the force of the blast shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. Hurling through the air, the figure was sent spiraling away from the epicenter of the explosion. Jane Doe stood her ground, her sword ablur as she spoke. "Do you not know why I came down here on my own?" A fierce grin stretched across Jane Doe's face. "Won't make me break a sweat, even with the penalty." Plummeting from above, the figure fell towards the ruined landscape below. Jane Doe stood tall, her sword gleaming in the light, a beacon of defiance amidst the chaos. Propelled upwards, the figure soared into the sky, a fleeting silhouette against the turbulent backdrop. A sharp cry of pain echoed as the figure was struck, the impact sending tremors through their body. Another explosion ripped through the air, the force of the blast scattering debris in all directions. A man and woman watched in stunned disbelief. What? Something flew by. A voice booms, questioning who is causing such chaos in the 100th floor's great city. Another voice expresses relief that someone survived the recent events. A blurry figure is seen amidst the destruction. The memory flashes back to a day 10 years ago. A surge of purple energy emanates outwards. Rocks explode outwards with tremendous force. A figure stands amidst the shattered remains. A voice echoes, recalling that someone was strong even though they were betrayed. A close-up reveals a determined eye. A voice confesses to using everything they could in order to defeat someone, but the voice continues, remembering that someone laughed at them during their last moment. A sword descends with furious speed, ready to strike. Cha Ji-hyuk vows to humiliate his opponent. An unseen figure shouts, "You back." A warning sign flashes ominously. A penalty has been applied. Cha Ji-hyuk scoffs, declaring he doesn't care about a mere penalty. He winds up a punch, his fist crackling with dark energy. The blow connects, a burst of violet light erupting from the point of impact. The force of the punch sends him flying backward. A sphere of dark energy expands. The energy coalesces into a swirling vortex. His face contorted in pain, Cha Ji-hyuk grits his teeth. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within. A vein throbs in his forehead as he struggles against the unseen force. A geometric pattern of glowing blue lines forms around a dark sphere. He raises his sword, energy crackling around the blade. The air shimmers with power. Struggling to his feet, Cha Ji-hyuk wonders aloud, "Me while being penalized?" The figure, cloaked in shadow, recalls a past defeat. They were unable to win, even when others teamed up with those trash bags. The absolute necromancer wonders if the intent is to humiliate him further. Purple energy crackles around Cha Ji-hyuk, his expression obscured by the shadows. The absolute necromancer's voice drips with disdain. He thinks the situation is ridiculous. The purple energy intensifies, swirling around the absolute necromancer. The energy forms a swirling vortex, crackling with power. The vortex of power continues to grow, filling the space with its ominous presence. The absolute necromancer stands within the vortex, his form silhouetted against the swirling energy. The absolute necromancer is surrounded by the swirling purple energy. Hendrik's face is shown, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He wonders what is happening. The power Carmen threw away. The energy coalesces into a menacing visage, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. He looks up, a question forming on his lips. Before him, a swirling vortex of energy begins to coalesce. The energy intensifies, taking on a golden hue. Dark tendrils of power begin to emerge from the core of the energy. The tendrils writhe and twist, solidifying into a more defined form. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widen as he witnesses the growing power before him. The energy pulses, the dark tendrils becoming more pronounced. A monstrous form begins to take shape within the swirling energy. The form solidifies, a menacing silhouette against the bright light. Power surges from the entity, a palpable wave of dark energy. The entity descends, a harbinger of destruction. The entity fully manifests, unleashing a cataclysmic force that shatters the surrounding landscape. The landscape warps and cracks, the very ground contorting under an unseen force. A sickly purple hue permeates the air, casting an ominous pall over the devastation. A wave of pure, unadulterated fury contorts his features. The man's teeth grit together, a guttural curse escaping his lips. Shit. The earth lies shattered, a mosaic of fractured stone. A voice echoes through the desolation, laced with confusion. What happened? A figure descends, wreathed in crackling purple energy. The air shimmers around him, a dark silhouette against the ravaged sky. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a tangible presence. The name rings out, a declaration of arrival. Cha Ji-hyuk. He glances back, a flicker of concern in his eyes as he surveys the scene. The figure's voice resonates with power, a question laced with disdain. Why do you get stronger each time I see you? A cruel amusement colors his tone as he observes the other. Oh, your face. The voice drips with mockery, a sharp observation cutting through the tension. Looks uglier than before, denounce. Confusion clouds his features, the scarred man's brow furrowing in bewilderment. What? The figure's voice drips with condescension, a challenge hanging in the air. Did you think I wouldn't know? A sinister smile spreads across Cha Jinhyuk's face, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. You did plastic. A disembodied voice speaks of undergoing surgery to achieve a specific look. The absolute necromancer pauses, his gaze fixed on Dunao's. Dunao's recalls his past, thinking that his past face was nice and that he was popular too. A close-up reveals the details of Dunao's former face. A low-angle shot shows a figure standing amidst ruins. The memory stings. Dunao's retorts that he wasn't, his expression hardening. A close-up focuses on Dunao's mouth, revealing his teeth. Dunao's continues, his voice laced with resentment, stating that his ugly face caused him to have no presence among them. A hooded figure with glowing red eyes appears, questioning if Dunao's thought he wouldn't know that Dunao's was jealous of his popularity. Dunao's declares that the hooded figure gave him the creeps, his form shifting and wings sprouting from his back. The absolute necromancer reflects that he saw Dunao's gradually become more like him. Cha Jinhyuk finishes his thought, adding, and of course. He narrows his eyes, a vein throbbing in his temple. Cha Jinhyuk states that Dunao's couldn't completely copy him because of his hideous face. The All-Master's teeth grit together, his expression a mask of pure rage. He vows to make Dunao's regret something. A voice booms out, declaring that Dunao's will answer for all the things he just said. Dark energy crackles around Dunao's, the air thick with anticipation. A disembodied voice commands someone to give it their best shot. The transformation begins, Dunao's form shifting and contorting amidst a surge of dark, violet energy. His body warps into a grotesque parody of its former self, sharp edges and jagged spikes erupting from the darkness. The monstrous Dunao's commands to be devoured, his voice a guttural roar. Tam, he adds. A gaping maw filled with rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth opens wide, promising oblivion. The monstrous form looms closer, its presence a suffocating weight of malice and hunger. An extreme close-up reveals the horrifying details of the transformation, a nightmarish visage of twisted flesh and malevolent energy. The transformation reaches its apex, the monstrous form of Dunao's now fully realized, a terrifying testament to his power and rage. He contorts his face into a menacing grin, his teeth elongating into sharp points as his eyes glow with a fierce, golden light. A deafening crack echoes through the air, signaling the surge of immense power. The sound intensifies, a sonic boom that vibrates through the very foundations of the world. A towering structure, reminiscent of a clock tower, materializes amidst the chaos, illuminated by flashes of violet lightning. A colossal gate, etched with arcane symbols, rises from the depths, its presence radiating ancient power. Bars of pure energy materialize, forming an impenetrable cage around the transforming figure. The transformation nears completion, as horns erupt from his skull, and a menacing mask fuses to his face. The mask solidifies, its sharp angles and dark energy completing the monstrous metamorphosis. The transformed Dunao's stands ready, a massive shield emblazoned with dark runes materializing before him. His eyes burn with vengeful intent. The transformed Dunao's vows, I would make you regret it. His gauntlet hands grip the shield, the weight of his resolve palpable as he prepares for the coming battle. The absolute necromancer's voice echoes, laced with a chilling certainty. Cha Ji-hyuk's taunt intensifies, a promise of pain and regret dripping from every word. The blade gleams, a silent testament to the power he wields. The absolute necromancer's voice booms, declaring the end for his foes and their allies. He continues his psychological assault, suggesting their comrades have already met their demise. A blinding light pierces the darkness, a beacon of unknown origin. A figure is caught in a devastating blast, their form silhouetted against the radiant energy. A cry of despair echoes through the battlefield. A winged figure appears, a serene smile gracing her lips. Cha Ji-hyuk's voice drips with condescension, questioning if his opponents are already exhausted. A figure plummets from the sky, wings spread wide. A voice declares that the ghost friends are strong, but ultimately, they are still undead. A high-heeled shoe descends, poised to crush a figure beneath it. The speaker notes that the matchup against angels is not great. A voice states that only one is left. The Oni girl lies prone on the ground. A hand reaches out across the rocky ground. A close-up reveals a red eye, filled with intensity. A figure with glowing yellow eyes smiles, declaring, you can. A voice declares that the person who burnt the Oni village down is standing right in front of you. An angel stands before a burning village. She stares, her red eyes reflecting the inferno consuming her village. The flames dance in her pupils, each flicker a promise of retribution. A deafening roar echoes through the night. A blinding light pierces the darkness, striking the earth with divine force. An angel descends, its voice ringing with false benevolence. Thanks for coming to me. The angel's wings shimmer, casting an ethereal glow upon the ravaged land. The Oni girl hardens her gaze, her resolve unwavering. I trained. Clutching the hilt of her sword, she vows, I, the last sword of the Oni, will cut you down for revenge. The angel scoffs, its voice dripping with condescension. Are you planning to use the power of that sword? So you're relying on the results of your training, which is an unstable power. A cruel smile spreads across the angel's face, its eyes gleaming with malice. The angel continues, its words like venom. To think you, an immature child, is the last hope for your kind. The angel's voice rises in a mocking crescendo. The Oni who are buried beneath our feet must feel mortified. The Oni girl stands defiant, her sword held high, her heart burning with righteous fury, angry by those provocations anymore. Because the blade of the sword glows with a fierce, pink light. Her grip tightens on the hilt, knuckles white with determination. The sword pulses with raw power, the air crackling around it. The pink light intensifies, bathing the blade in an unearthly glow. Wings spread wide, the Oni girl stands ready, the sword a beacon of defiance. A smile plays on her lips. Oh, I can finally call you an Oni. The Oni girl raises the sword, her eyes burning with resolve. I'm going to fight purely with my power from now on. The angel watches, a flicker of concern in her golden eyes. She's using the sword while she's still conscious? The angel's gaze sharpens, a hint of fear creeping into her expression. With a cry, the Oni girl swings the blade, a trail of pink energy arcing through the air. She stands, her back to the viewer, as she channels a surge of power into her blade. The charged energy erupts from the sword, tearing through the very structure of the building. The destructive force continues its relentless path, cleaving through steel and concrete. The building groans under the strain, its structural integrity failing as the energy blade nears completion. A voice cries out. The building was cut in half. With a final, cataclysmic surge, the building is completely severed, the two halves teetering precariously. A figure watches from below, his brow furrowed in concern. Who's fighting, he wonders aloud. A sinister laugh echoes through the air. Kaho! The severed halves of the building begin to tilt, threatening to collapse completely. The figure from below looks up, his expression grim. How long do you think? Did the four royalties think you could run, Cha Jinhyuk? To think the resurrected Death Star is running for his life. The absolute necromancer grins, his teeth bared in a predatory display. He is taunted, his opponent knowing that he can't use his great transformation skill. Elsewhere, a masked figure wonders how the bastard knew about demonic energy. A voice booms, declaring that the power of the four royalties isn't exclusively Cha Jinhyuk's. Cha Jinhyuk stands, surrounded by a swirling purple aura. Purple energy crackles around the city. The energy intensifies, forming sharp, jagged lines. The sky is filled with the ominous purple energy. The ground cracks and shatters under the immense power. The air shimmers with residual energy. The city is bathed in an eerie purple glow. The masked figure watches, his expression unreadable. He explodes in frustration, purple energy crackling around him. Shit. Cha Jinhyuk wonders how his demonic energy was detected. He believes he definitely got it from the demons. A memory surfaces, the ones who successfully killed him by using select and kill. He refuses to be defeated by that. Another memory flashes, Cha Jinhyuk wielding a sword, determination etched on his face. He plummets from a building, the city shrinking beneath him. Cha Jinhyuk declares that he can't be fought anymore. He declared, his voice echoing with newfound power, that he possessed the tower's strongest swordsmanship and demonic energy. Cha Jinhyuk, a crazed grin plastered across his face, proclaimed his invincibility. Gathering demonic energy, the absolute necromancer prepared to unleash a devastating strike. The strike landed with earth-shattering force, the air crackling with raw power. A sinister mask materialized, obscuring Cha Jinhyuk's features as he prepared for the final blow. With a final, decisive strike, the All-Master roared, "It's over." The absolute necromancer stood poised, his back to the unseen enemy, ready to deliver the finishing blow. His eye, burning with violet intensity, reflected the unwavering resolve of a man consumed by power. Raising his blade high, Cha Jinhyuk prepared to unleash another devastating attack. The force of the blow ripped through the earth, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Another strike, another cataclysmic impact, the ground trembling beneath the weight of his power. Each blow landed with the force of a collapsing star, the landscape scarred by the might of the absolute necromancer. The ground trembles, dust and debris raining down. A sinister grin spreads across his face, the promise of victory etched in every line. He declares that he did it. Cha Jinhyuk believes he has finally achieved his goal. He boasts that he has surpassed his opponent. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes glow with malevolent energy as he laughs. Meanwhile, a voice declares that the one who defeated Death Star was Sword Saint Doneth Taylor. Doneth Taylor stands silhouetted against a city backdrop, his laughter echoing. Cha Jinhyuk taunts, asking if that is all his opponent has. His eyes narrow, radiating intense power. Doneth Taylor reflects that it has been 10 years. He grips his sword, his resolve hardening. Cha Jinhyuk asks if that is all Doneth Taylor has to show him. The absolute necromancer finds it truly pitiful. Choi Kyung-hoon wonders why he didn't die, his sword enveloped with demonic energy. Someone demands to know what trick was used. Cha Jinhyuk declares that he is different. Cha Jinhyuk states that if he has something he wants, he'll get it himself. The absolute necromancer chants, unification, divination. A text box states that demonic energy and divine power are being transitioned into unified power. A text box states that all unified power is transitioning into divine power. A blinding beam of golden light descends with incredible speed. The light slams into the ground, the force of the impact shattering the earth. Cha Jinhyuk cries out, the sudden assault catching him completely off guard. That's... A bright sky stretches overhead, clouds drifting lazily across the azure expanse. A figure descends from the heavens, wings of pure light catching the sun's rays as they fall through the narrow streets. The memory surfaces, Cha Jinhyuk's arm, severed by demonic energy. The winged figure's hand glows with power, the light intensifying. Cha Jinhyuk's brow furrows, sweat beading on his temple as he recalls, was my demonic energy. The memory echoes, surpassed by Cha Jinhyuk's divine power. A voice resonates, filled with awe. You always have exceeded our expectations. A figure stands silhouetted against a cosmic backdrop, bathed in violet light. The back of a head is visible, the figure facing towards an unknown destination. A close-up reveals a face contorted in frustration, teeth bared in a silent snarl. A silent scream echoes in the darkness. A surge of demonic energy erupts as a voice screams, I fucking hate that. The unseen attacker bellows, Cha Jinhyuk. A concentrated blast of purple energy hurtles towards its target. A figure bathed in golden light raises a hand, initiating a divine punishment. The golden figure prepares to unleash the full force of the divine punishment. The golden figure unleashes the divine punishment. A blinding explosion of light engulfs the area. Cha Jinhyuk's face contorts in a furious scream. The golden energy attack slams into its target. Another explosion rocks the scene. Rubble and ruin stretch as far as the eye can see, a testament to a battle long past. The ground is cracked and broken, the very earth itself scarred by the conflict. Skeletal remains of buildings claw at the sky, monuments to a fallen civilization. A lone sword stands defiant amidst the desolation, its polished blade reflecting the somber sky. The hilt rests on shattered stone, a silent promise of vengeance, or perhaps a forgotten peace. Arms outstretched, a figure stands before a swirling vortex of darkness, power coalescing around them. Footfalls echo in the silence as the figure approaches the sword, their intent unknown. A voice cuts through the stillness. 10 years ago, you were the strongest among the 9 star. The camera pans across the ruined landscape. Another voice speaks, laced with a hint of desperation. I'm sure the others had their own secret skills, so I don't know what will happen in the end. But to me, you were the strongest. The figure clenches a fist, determination etched on their face. Cha Jinhyuk, I will surpass. A masked figure observes the scene, their voice a low murmur. But, your sword is weaker compared to 10 years ago. A gloved hand reaches out, the voice echoing with a harsh truth. Arrogance bloomed from power not truly earned, power borrowed from demons. Cha Jinhyuk holds a mask, his expression a mix of contemplation and disdain. He thinks, that's the cause of your defeat. The fallen warrior's face is etched with pain and regret. If he had honed his sword for the past 10 years by himself, then Cha Jinhyuk would have lost to him today. The warrior's eye twitches in frustration. Damn it. Cha Jinhyuk stands over the defeated warrior, his gaze unwavering. The air hangs heavy with the scent of ozone and the dust of shattered stone. A guttural sound escapes the warrior's throat, a mix of pain and defiance. A blinding light flares, the air crackling with energy. A surge of power emanates, the sound echoing through the desolate landscape. Cha Jinhyuk clutches his chest, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips. He reflects, because I used unification in 2 different ways, the aftereffect is huge. Cha Jinhyuk presses a hand to his chest, his brow furrowed in concentration. The weight of his power is a tangible burden. He thinks, I need to become stronger if I want to use unification freely. The absolute necromancer's gaze is intense, his purple eyes glowing with power. But before that, a figure is engulfed in blue flames. The figure plummets downwards. The blue flames continue to burn. A sharp sound echoes. Cha Jinhyuk reaches out a hand. A voice booms, how dare you try to die in peace. The absolute necromancer grabs the falling figure. The figure is held firmly in his grasp. Cha Jinhyuk declares, let's end this quickly. A sinister smile spreads across his face. My ally is waiting. The sky stretches out above a distant mountain range. The battle unfolds against a backdrop of distant mountains. Blurs of motion streak across the sky, punctuated by bursts of violet energy. The energy intensifies, radiating outwards from a central point. A figure rockets through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light in their wake. Combatants collide in a flurry of limbs and magical force. The air crackles with raw power as the battle escalates. A voice strains, my regeneration can't keep up. Another voice exclaims, such unbelievable speed. A figure plummets earthward, a violet spear aimed at the ground. Below, a figure gazes upward, a look of dawning horror on their face. The Oni girl activates her ability, declaring, battle foresight. A surge of pink energy emanates from an unseen source. The pink energy intensifies, crackling through the air. The energy coalesces, forming a visible aura. The Oni girl cradles Jane Doe protectively in her arms. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes widen in disbelief. When did she get this close? He wonders. The pink energy continues to build, swirling around them. The energy explodes outward, illuminating the devastated landscape. The pink energy streaks across the ruined cityscape. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. The Oni girl stands firm, a glowing sword held at the ready. A voice booms. Do you know where the hell you're laying? The ruined landscape stands as a testament to greed. Choi Kyung-hoon's rage burns. He shouts, declaring this place his hometown. His eyes blaze with fury. Oni girl is sent hurtling through the air. She cries out. A beam of pink energy erupts from Choi Kyung-hoon. The blast slams into Oni girl. The woman with brown hair grits her teeth, lamenting the penalty. A voice booms, declaring, You're finished. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes glow with power. The woman with brown hair winces, recognizing those eyes. Her eyes widen as she realizes she's going to lose if she gets hit by that. Oni girl, wings spread wide, admits to herself that she might lose. From above, Choi Kyung-hoon declares that he is the strongest species in the tower. Choi Kyung-hoon continues, boasting that he has stepped over all inferior species. The declaration echoes as Choi Kyung-hoon prepares to descend. Oni girl grits her teeth, refusing to lose to an inferior Oni. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes narrow, a halo of energy crackling around him. His face contorted in rage, Choi Kyung-hoon screams. Choi Kyung-hoon vows that he won't allow it. Choi Kyung-hoon descends, rocks and debris falling around him. He launches a kick, energy swirling around his leg as he closes in on Oni girl. Her eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she senses the approaching power. The sky churns with ominous clouds, crackling with raw energy. Bolts of lightning illuminate the heavens, each strike a harbinger of the impending descent. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring, The first Sandalphon has accepted your call. The lightning intensifies, bathing the world in an ethereal glow. A booming proclamation resonates through the air. A tower transcendent is descending and using your body as a vessel. The celestial energy surges, coalescing into a tangible force. A figure wreathed in light and adorned with majestic wings descends from the heavens. A radiant halo materializes above Oni girl, a sign of the power now surging within her. She grits her teeth, a silent battle raging within. I didn't want to use this method, but my pride won't let me lose to you. Her eyes burn with newfound intensity, overwhelmed by the transcendent power coursing through her veins. Determination hardens her gaze. I can't let them descend into Hemiel. She shouts, questioning if they think she'll let them do whatever they want. Pink text appears. Someone walks forward, muttering a confused huh? Oni girl's eyes widen as she thinks that this is happening to her power now. A golden figure begins to manifest. The golden figure continues to materialize. The golden figure becomes more defined. The golden figure is almost fully formed, its eyes glowing brightly. A voice booms, asking why they have been called upon. A being with glowing eyes and geometric patterns stares down. A small, winged figure reports that there are people threatening them on this floor. A voice pleads for the power to kill them. The camera focuses on the being's glowing wings. A woman with tears in her eyes promises to do anything in return. The glowing being responds, okay. A woman with red eyes shouts, no. A beam of golden light descends. A figure stands in the center of a newly formed crater. The woman's red eyes narrow with determination. The winged figure declares, its voice echoing with celestial power, that it will grant the wish. The winged figure looks down upon the individual below, referring to them as my disciple. The figure states that the conditions have been met, its halo glowing brighter. The winged figure's expression darkens as it declares its intention to take the disciple's body, energy gathering in its outstretched hands. A surge of power erupts as the words divine punishment manifest in the air. Raising a hand, the winged figure summons a blinding beam of light from the heavens. Below, the disciple clenches their fist, bracing for the inevitable impact. The beam strikes the earth, a cataclysmic explosion of light and energy. Cracks spiderweb across the ground as the divine power surges outward. The light intensifies, consuming everything in its path. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring the devastation. A blinding white light engulfs the scene, leaving only the echoes of divine power. A golden light shines through the ruined city. The sky is dark and cloudy. Haryu plummets from the heavens, her wings spread wide. The sound of something breaking echoes through the air. Her golden heels click together as she falls. Haryu thinks to herself, the durability of this vessel isn't that good. The wind whips around her legs as she continues to fall. She wonders if her current predicament is because she was hit by that Oni. The wind rushes past her face as she falls. The ground rushes up to meet her. Oni girl stands with a sword at her side. Oni girl wonders what is happening. Cha Ji-hyuk stands, his hands wrapped in bandages, ready for a fight. The air crackles with anticipation. His bare foot presses against the cracked earth. Ground. Haryu, her angelic wings spread wide, demands, how did you deter my divine punishment? Oni girl kneels nearby, observing the unfolding battle with a stoic expression. His eyes narrow, the bandages on his hands tightening as he prepares to strike. With a burst of speed, Cha Ji-hyuk lunges forward, his bandaged fist aimed directly at Haryu. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air, the sound echoing across the battlefield. The impact reverberates, shaking the... Gathering his energy, Cha Ji-hyuk unleashes a beam of raw power, a searing blast of light aimed at his fallen foe. The energy beam slams into the ground, sending debris flying and the air shimmering with heat. A voice called out, "9-star Choi Kyung-hoon." Choi Kyung-hoon stood firm, his stance radiating determination. The Oni girl muttered, "Choi." The Oni girl looked at Choi Kyung-hoon, a mix of surprise and concern etched on her face. Choi Kyung-hoon's expression hardened, his gaze fixed on the fallen angel. The only 9-star who didn't betray or be Oni. It's his friend. Sandalphon's eyes fluttered open, a faint whisper escaping his lips. "Sandalphon. Sandalphon." The Oni girl's eyes widened further, her voice laced with disbelief. There's no reply? Did the connection cease? With just one punch. The winged figure, pinned to the ground, screams, demanding to know how anyone dares interfere with her divine presence. Looking down at the scene, the figure asks if she thinks she'll be safe. The figure on the ground shouts, asking if they know who is supporting them. The winged figure is shown defeated on the ground. A voice says that's what they should be saying. The figure on the ground is bleeding from the mouth. The figure standing over the defeated winged figure asks if she is supporting her. Meanwhile, a building is shown with the words, "Martial Emperoress." A figure with long white hair stands with their arms crossed. The figure states that they have pissed off their master. The face of Martial Emperoress is shown, filled with rage. A voice booms, declaring the presence of a transcendent being on par with the gods. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression hardens. He snarls, adding that he has also been angered. Someone exclaims that the newcomer is Tess' disciple, questioning if he is here because of her. An angel descends, wings spread wide. A voice warns that if Tess gets involved in this battle. Another voice despairs, stating there's no chance of winning. The angel declares that she will remember this. A figure in a green coat warns someone to watch their back. A woman with her hair in a bun shouts that someone is running away like a coward. The angel smiles, saying to let's see who wins next time. She hopes that they're alive until then. A man with spiky hair grins, asking who says they're getting away. A blade cuts through the air with immense speed. Soaring through the air, Choi Kyung-hoon demands, "Where are you going?" A figure plummets downwards, trailing green energy. Tess grits her teeth, wondering if he can catch up to the angel's flight ability. A hand clenches tightly, ready to strike. Choi Kyung-hoon, wings spread wide, continues his pursuit. Legs pump, driving forward with incredible momentum. Choi Kyung-hoon prepares his technique, the first form. A straight jab is unleashed. Tess's face contorts in a scream. The attack surges forward. A powerful explosion erupts. The scene opens on an ornate room, its walls lined with glittering gold. Mountains of coins and treasures fill the chamber, reflecting the light in a dazzling display. A pained grunt echoes through the room. He struggles against his restraints, a look of confusion etched on his face. What's this? Bound at the wrists and ankles by glowing purple chains, Choi Kyung-hoon demands, "Why am I tied up?" Tess's voice cuts through the air. "Seems like you're back. Tell me what that bastard Kane is up to." Tess stands tall, her expression unreadable in the dim light. Choi Kyung-hoon retorts, "There's no point in telling you when I'm already dead." Tess's eyes narrow. "You're already done for." She continues, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "I heard that an angel warrior came here to kill you. They should be burning your comrade and coming here dash." Close up on the glowing purple chains binding Choi Kyung-hoon's hand. Cracks of energy emanate from the captive. His green eyes betray his distress. The energy intensifies around Choi Kyung-hoon. The captive's face is contorted in anguish. Doneth Taylor says, "Get a grip, Doneth. Do you think I'm being carefree for no reason?" Doneth reveals, "That pigeon was defeated by Choi Kyung-hoon while you were sleeping." Choi Kyung-hoon asks, "What?" Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes widen as he repeats his own name in disbelief. Doneth Taylor states, "Yeah, my comrades are on their way here. Unlike you guys, they know what loyalty is." A sinister smile spreads across Doneth's face. Choi Kyung-hoon insists, "They won't ever backstab." A figure with glowing green eyes looms. Doneth Taylor asks, "Me?" Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widened in disbelief as he was struck by an unseen force. "Me?" he questioned, his voice laced with shock. The absolute necromancer's thoughts raced, a flicker of anger igniting within him. This crazy bastard. A figure unleashed a torrent of emerald energy, the air crackling with raw power. The green energy intensified, swirling around the figure as they prepared to strike again. Cha Ji-hyuk raised his hands defensively, bracing himself against the impending onslaught. The green energy enveloped him, a searing heat washing over his skin. Suddenly, a shower of gold coins rained down from above, filling the air with a glittering cascade. The golden deluge continued, each coin reflecting the light in a dazzling display. Standing amidst the mountain of gold, the figures surveyed their handiwork, the air thick with the scent of wealth and magic. Cha Ji-hyuk's laughter echoes through the chamber. The absolute necromancer grins, his teeth bared. A voice cuts through the air, emerging from a pile of gold coins. Dark energy crackles around Cha Ji-hyuk. Cha Ji-hyuk stammers, surprised. The air vibrates with unseen power. A figure stands amidst swirling purple energy, waiting patiently. Gold coins rain down, illuminated by the eerie glow. Choi Kyung-hoon's voice rings out, laced with suppressed anger. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression hardens, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. The figure speaks, his words echoing with curiosity and veiled threat. Choi Kyung-hoon's power flares, a silent promise of retribution. He grins, declaring he'll be in a tough spot. Cha Ji-hyuk states there's a misunderstanding. His expression hardens. Then, a foot clad in a polished black shoe steps onto a pile of gold coins. Choi Kyung-hoon launches an attack. He vows to reveal his identity. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across Choi Kyung-hoon's face. Choi Kyung-hoon unleashes his technique fourth form. He executes a spinning kick, the force of it crackling with purple energy. The air shimmers with emerald and violet light as the technique takes hold. Cha Ji-hyuk and Choi Kyung-hoon are enveloped within a swirling sphere of power. The sound of something breaking echoes. A man with spiky brown hair wonders how his opponent is so fast, questioning if he is even human. A woman with short brown hair calls out, "Orabioni." The woman with short brown hair looks surprised. The sound of something breaking echoes. A figure kicks with great force. The woman with short brown hair calls out, "Orabioni." A man with spiky black hair says, "You're pretty good at blocking." The figure continues to kick. A voice declares, "Your punches are so obvious." He prepares to strike, his fist crackling with energy. Cha Ji-hyuk declares that he wants to see if Choi Kyung-hoon can dodge this. The blow lands with a resounding crack. The force of the punch sends Choi Kyung-hoon flying backwards. He continues to hurtle through the air. Cha Ji-hyuk's face is twisted into a sinister grin as he says that Choi Kyung-hoon's bed has grown a lot wetter, considering how he can now stop him. The two men face each other, tension hanging heavy in the air. Choi Kyung-hoon asks what Cha Ji-hyuk means. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if he is going to pretend that he doesn't know. He reminds Choi Kyung-hoon that when he was 5, he wet the bed and got in trouble with the teacher at the orphanage. Cha Ji-hyuk says that he still clearly remembers Choi Kyung-hoon crying and running to the bathroom. He adds that for a while, he was called bedwetter because of that. Choi Kyung-hoon is shocked by the revelation. A woman with purple hair stands behind Cha Ji-hyuk. Cha Ji-hyuk tells him to stop, saying that no matter how much he denies it, the past won't disappear. Cha Ji-hyuk says that Choi Kyung-hoon fell on the dash. The words burst from Choi Kyung-hoon, demanding, "Stop, it's embarrassing." Cha Ji-hyuk. The air crackles with tension as the two men face off. Choi Kyung-hoon curses, calling him a bastard. Choi Kyung-hoon pauses, his eyes narrowing. "Wait, did you just say Cha Ji-hyuk?" Cha Ji-hyuk smirks, confirming, "You already realized that I was Cha Ji-hyuk, right?" Choi Kyung-hoon cries out in pain, then frustration. This crazy bastard. Why are you angry when you pretended that you didn't know?" Choi Kyung-hoon's voice rises in anger. "How could I not be angry?" He continues, his voice laced with resentment. "If you came back, then you should have come to me first instead of doing whatever." Cha Ji-hyuk responds, his tone unwavering. "Then I would have helped you no matter what." Cha Ji-hyuk finishes, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. "Even though I'm the unique villain that betrayed mankind?" Of course, he doesn't believe it. His friend wouldn't do that. Choi Kyung-hoon embraces Cha Ji-hyuk tightly. "It's great to see you again, my friend." Cha Ji-hyuk says, "Get off me. You smell like piss." Choi Kyung-hoon continues to embrace Cha Ji-hyuk tightly. Cha Ji-hyuk struggles. "I'll let go. I'm going to die." "What? People don't die that easily. My neck's going to break." "Yeah, okay. It's great to see you too. They seem close." "Yeah. Ugh. I said let go." A small, white fox-like creature with large ears looks on. The creature, Miho, speaks. Cha Ji-hyuk gazes forward, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a grand building stands tall against a cloudy sky. The entrance to the building is adorned with intricate details. A man with silver hair and a stern expression states, "You've arrived." The man's attire is formal and imposing. The man addresses the assembled group, stating that they are the ones who got rid of the Oni. He continues, mentioning the influential powers within the tower. Among the assembled are experts on select and kill. The man's hand rests on his hip, his posture confident. He concludes by stating that he has gathered the representatives of each race. The representative of the angels was Miss Hamiel, but it's a shame what happened to her. The representative of the demons, Hayes, asks if they are here again. Hayes wonders if anyone has ever seen a giant beyond time. They're always slow, watch the fun, and then leave. The representative of the dragons, Kanan, says it's their first time being here, but they'll do their best. The interim representative of the angels, Maria, stands with her hands clasped. The fact that they're here means that the four royalties agree to my plan? Ghost face and the heavens' defiance. A hand gestures. Hayes says that they had no choice but to accept it. The scale of this plan doesn't compare to the previous ones. Hayes looks on. Her eyes gleaming with cruel anticipation, she relishes the thought of others suffering. "I'm looking forward to seeing how much those low-floor insects struggle." A sinister smile spreads across her face, revealing sharp teeth. A voice echoes her sentiment. "Same here." Suddenly, a powerful force slams into Hamiel, the impact accompanied by a burst of energy and the sickening splatter of blood. The force of the blow sends her reeling. Stunned, Hamiel gasps, barely able to form a coherent thought. "Why you're—" Her eyes wide with shock and pain, Hamiel cries out. "Hamiel." Clutching her chest, Hamiel struggles to maintain her composure, blood staining her hands. Despite the attack, a fierce determination hardens her expression. This is my position. Her golden eyes burn with unwavering resolve. Another unseen blow strikes, driving Hamiel downward as a voice commands, "Get lost." She is struck by a beam of light. The light is blinding. Hamiel asks if they are being too impatient, wondering if they needed to find a replacement so quickly because she wasn't there. The force of the attack sends Hamiel to the ground. A voice declares that they are so upset. The speaker grins. The question echoes through the halls. What? You lost Hamiel? A mountain of gold glitters in the background. The unknown older man grabs Choi Kyung-hoon by the collar, his face contorted with rage. How could you lose her? Choi Kyung-hoon retorts, his voice laced with frustration. You think I wanted that to happen? He mutters, his gaze distant. She's an angel. A voice muses, I didn't think she would make a last-ditch effort by giving up her wings. A figure stands, wings tattered and torn, a halo barely clinging to her head. Her face is pale, her eyes closed in exhaustion. A close-up reveals the halo above her head, a symbol of her sacrifice. Choi Kyung-hoon's face is etched with a grim smile. Hamiel's name echoes in the air as she reflects on her actions. He looks on in shock, wondering if Cha Ji-hyuk killed her and Doneth. A red-haired figure smirks, observing the scene. The red-haired figure stands with the unknown older man, who asks if someone was alive. Hamiel declares that she cannot die. The red-haired figure gazes down at Hamiel, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A voice seethes with rage, condemning those who stepped on the pride of the angels. A character with a halo grins maniacally, their eyes gleaming with malice. Hands clench in fury, a vow to destroy all of them echoing in the silence. A voice speaks of ditching traitors by cutting off their wings. An eye narrows, filled with determination and a hint of madness. The red-haired figure declares that it is time. A hand gestures, as if emphasizing a point. Choi Kyung-hoon's face contorts in anger, his eyes narrowed. He asks if that means they don't have any pride left. His teeth are bared, a snarl twisting his lips. A voice echoes, seemingly from the past, reminding Hamiel that she doesn't have the class to stand beside them. Two shadowy figures loom over a fallen form, their presence radiating menace. Blood stains Choi Kyung-hoon's back, a testament to his suffering. His face is streaked with dirt and blood, his eyes burning with resentment. He grits his teeth, wondering if those bastards are looking down on him. A sound of grinding teeth fills the air. Choi Kyung-hoon's grip tightens on a weapon, his knuckles white with rage. He vows to get his revenge against them. His eyes are closed, his expression a mask of pain and determination. He thinks that if they don't bring him with them. He raises his weapon, a fiery aura surrounding it. Choi Kyung-hoon declares he's going to kill all of them until someone takes him in. His eyes glow with an unholy light, his face twisted in a furious scream. A pained cry echoes as an unseen force slams into someone. A powerful arm, wreathed in blue energy, rises to strike. A woman stands ready, her staff held firmly in her grip. The staff gleams, ready to unleash its power. Another figure is struck by an unseen blow, recoiling from the impact. A grunt of pain escapes someone's lips. An explosion of energy erupts, shaking the very foundations of the ruined city. A figure with glowing eyes prepares to unleash a devastating attack. Another cry of pain echoes through the battlefield. The woman with the staff remains steadfast, her gaze fixed on her opponent. A voice drips with disdain. How pathetic. Hamiel. A close-up reveals a face contorted with rage, eyes burning with fury. Mug declares that something is pathetic. A figure lies on the ground, covered in dust and debris. A voice whispers, you. Mug's face fills the frame, his expression unreadable as he says his name. A text box identifies Mug as the representative of the Giants, having climbed to the 620th floor. Oni Girl questions Mug about his tardiness. The figure on the ground is still, unmoving. Mug's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise in his expression. Mug's finger is raised to his chin, as if in thought. Mug explains that he was catching an insect. Several figures plummet downwards, a chaotic scene of falling bodies. A close-up reveals a single eye, its pupil glowing with an eerie purple light. But it ran away. Cha Ji-hyuk stands, his grip firm on the hilt of his blade. Hendrik. Am I? A sinister smile creeps across Cha Ji-hyuk's face, his red eyes gleaming with dark intent. His expression hardens, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Cha Ji-hyuk stands over two figures, their faces obscured by the distance. Hendrik. The camera pans up, revealing an ornate ceiling. Your body's a mess. Lying on a pillow, he reflects on the past. Cha Ji-hyuk thinks to himself, I showed you something disgraceful. He rests his head next to a girl with long pink hair. A voice asks, were you attacked by the four royalties? Another voice responds, yeah, it was a giant. Cha Ji-hyuk thinks to himself, it would have been dangerous if I didn't have divine power. He was very skilled too. In the desert region on the 120th floor, a figure walks across the desert landscape. The intensity in his red eyes is palpable. A low growl rumbles from deep within. A hand clenches into a fist, energy crackling around it. With that one move, it decided who the victor was. Cha Jin-hyuk is told that revealing his identity has consequences. The man continues, explaining that the entire tower is wary of their whereabouts, which is how he was able to find them so quickly. The same goes for their enemies. The figure stands tall, a halo of light behind him. A woman with a sinister smile declares that they will openly go after them now. The threat hangs heavy in the air. The man demands to know why Cha Jin-hyuk revealed his identity like an idiot. He accuses Cha Jin-hyuk of putting their comrades in danger. The reason for all of this is because of these materials. Cha Jin-hyuk stands with another man, surrounded by floating crystals. Another figure, reclining, states that he collected all of the materials. A rabbit-eared woman excitedly claims that she collected them all as well. The floating crystals are all rare materials, and they have pretty much all the types. They separated in order to collect these materials. Cha Jin-hyuk states that it's to complete Bale's quest. He declares that he will no longer hide his identity, stating his name is Cha Jin-hyuk. It is already known that Cha Jin-hyuk is the infamous villain who betrayed mankind. A skull looms in the darkness. Cha Jin-hyuk holds a red tablet, stating that he has already completed the quest. A system message indicates that the peak of all evil feels cheated. Cha Jin-hyuk states that the other party put down stupid conditions. The peak of all evil is asking what type of contract he is after. He thinks about acquiring a weapon that he can use while climbing the tower. Cha Jin-hyuk clenches his fist, declaring that he is going to kill Kane with that weapon. A system message indicates that he is still as greedy as ever, requesting something as ridiculous as that. Cha Jin-hyuk smiles. The peak of all evil is crying, saying that they still have a stomachache. The nine-tailed fox is laughing, calling it a view. He considered the possibilities. If it involved Bale's power, then crafting a weapon might be possible. They needed to acquire a weapon like that. The absolute necromancer stated that they had collected the materials and brought the craftsman to this floor. The interpretation of the blueprint should be done by now. A voice declared that they should make the strongest weapon. A voice apologized, stating they couldn't make it. The Oni craftsman grimaced, a deep frustration etched into his weathered face. Nu Dakibi looked at Cha Jin-hyuk, both of them surprised by the craftsman's statement. Cha Jin-hyuk questioned why, stating that he had brought all the materials that were written down. The Oni craftsman stated that he knew the problem wasn't the material but the person. The woman asked if he still couldn't make it, despite being the best Oni craftsman. The group stood around the Oni craftsman, the blueprints spread out before them. A disembodied voice declared that it had no face. He explains that it might be because it was given by a transcendent, so it's really complicated. The Oni craftsman gestures with his hand, elaborating that there are multiple delicate processes, and they all need to be done in a short amount of time. The Oni craftsman states that it'll be possible if there were another blacksmith as skilled as him. The Oni craftsman continues to work on the weapon. The Oni craftsman continues to work on the weapon, sparks flying from the metal. Cha Ji-hyuk thinks to himself that he needs to find a trustworthy blacksmith who's as skilled as the Oni craftsman. Cha Ji-hyuk, hand on his chin, thinks that's impossible. Cha Ji-hyuk clenches his jaw, thinking that everyone worked hard for this. Cha Ji-hyuk grits his teeth, thinking that he needs to make this happen no matter what. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes glow purple as he thinks, wait, make. Cha Ji-hyuk wonders how long it takes for someone to be as skilled as the Oni craftsman. Cha Ji-hyuk looks determined. The Oni craftsman explains that the time required depends on the talent of the blacksmith. The Oni craftsman states that it will only take one day. Cha Ji-hyuk raises the hammer, preparing to strike the glowing metal. The hammer falls, sparks flying as he shapes the blade. A voice echoes, reminding him not to rely on brute strength alone, but to distribute the force evenly. A pile of broken swords lies discarded, a testament to past failures. Cha Ji-hyuk holds the glowing sword aloft, its heat radiating through the forge. He thinks to himself, frustrated that he can't even forge one sword properly, and that he should forget about the great demon's weapon. A confident smile spreads across his face. He's starting to get the hang of it. He wonders how long he should heat it for, and when he should cool it. The Oni craftsman watches Cha Ji-hyuk. He declares that he can do it. The hammer strikes the glowing metal, sending sparks flying. This time, he thinks it will be different. He vows to make the perfect sword. The blade is plunged into the liquid, steam rising around it. The sword glows intensely as it is submerged. He realizes he has failed again. He had thought he would succeed this time, but he's completely gotten the hang of it. The Oni craftsman watches as Cha Ji-hyuk declares he's going to do it again. A voice echoes with determination. His purple eyes narrow, sweat beading on his brow. Cha Ji-hyuk grits his teeth, frustration evident in his expression. He stammers, taken aback. Cha Ji-hyuk, hammer in hand, protests the interruption. The Oni craftsman dismisses his efforts. The Oni craftsman scolds him, ordering him to stop wasting precious iron and take a bath. Cha Ji-hyuk hesitates, his expression a mix of frustration and resignation. The Oni craftsman's eye twitches in annoyance. The Oni craftsman instructs him to prepare the blueprint that Ball gave him, along with the required materials, explaining that synthetic iron is very fickle, so even high-ranking blacksmiths have trouble with it. Broken pieces of wood litter the floor. It'll take a miracle for a beginner not to crack it. The Oni craftsman declares that practice time is over, and his skills are perfect. A close-up of the Oni craftsman's face reveals a stern expression. A character with glowing purple eyes exclaims, "Together, the great demon's weapon." A close-up of a character's smiling mouth shows a wide grin. A fist clenches, accompanied by the declaration, "Here I come." The character's red eyes gleam with anticipation. Sound effects echo. A character cries out in pain as they are struck by a sword. The character's back is turned, obscuring their identity. He advises, "Your speed is your strength. Don't block, dodge and counter." Cha Ji-hyuk smirks, a predatory glint in his red eyes. The nine-tailed fox is sent flying backward from a powerful blow. Cha Ji-hyuk's smirk widens as he looks down at his opponent. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword. Moving with blinding speed, Cha Ji-hyuk declares, "Ambushes are too obvious." The nine-tailed fox is sent hurtling through the air once more. A scream of pain echoes through the forest. Cha Ji-hyuk drags his sword along the ground, the metal screeching against the earth. The nine-tailed fox manages to block an incoming attack, a burst of energy erupting from her defense. She charges forward, her feet pounding against the ground. The nine-tailed fox is knocked to the ground, defeated. He walks away, his back to the viewer. A voice calls out, demanding to know what he's doing and ordering him to get up. Cha Ji-hyuk smiles, his red eyes gleaming with a hint of malice. He asks if he was asked to train with a mindset like that. His hands are wrapped in bandages, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. The Oni girl declares that she can keep going. She clicks her tongue, frustrated, and points a finger forward. A figure in a dark outfit asks if he can also ask the same. The man asks if his name was Hendrik, and if it's okay for him to be moving around already. The Oni girl states that staying in bed isn't her. More importantly, a hand grips the hilt of a sword. The figure declares that he can't pass up the chance to fight against a 9-star. A close-up of the sword, ready to be drawn. Cha Ji-hyuk smiles, stating that he can keep going. A cataclysmic explosion rips through the air, the force of it shaking the very ground. Amidst the inferno, two figures stand silhouetted against the raging flames, their forms obscured by the smoke and heat. Oni girl's eyes widen in disbelief, her voice barely a whisper. "That's..." The devastation reveals the source, grandfather's workshop, now a smoldering ruin. A groan escapes the lips of an older man lying amidst the wreckage, his body battered and bruised. Seeing the fallen figure, Oni girl cries out, "Over there! Grandfather is..." She and the others rush towards him. The grandfather lies prone, his face etched with pain as he struggles to move. Oni girl kneels beside him, her voice filled with concern. "Grandfather, are you all right?" The grandfather manages a weak smile. I'm okay." A taller figure looms over them, his expression grim. "Did you fail making the weapon?" The grandfather chuckles weakly. "Huh, fail." A close-up reveals the weapon, its surface gleaming despite the surrounding destruction. "Do you think that arrogant bastard will be happy with failing?" Debris rains down from above, illuminated by an unseen light. A surge of purple energy explodes outward, consuming the area in a blinding flash. Figures stand silhouetted against the fading light of the explosion, their forms indistinct in the aftermath. An older man with gray hair tied back reflects, "To think we finished this in a day." Cha Ji-hyuk clenches his fist, the bracelet on his wrist glowing with a faint purple light. A monstrous visage of swirling purple energy looms, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. A figure is struck by an unseen force, collapsing to the ground with a pained groan. Glowing purple chains bind the fallen figure, their ethereal glow casting eerie shadows. The hooded figure observes the chained captive, while the other man remarks, "He hasn't said a thing despite his soul being bitten off. As expected of a 9-star. He's tight-lipped." He chuckles, declaring the interrogation over. His soul nearing its breaking point, he anticipates the inevitable collapse. He vows to see someone in hell, his laughter echoing with manic energy. A voice interjects, stating that he cannot go to hell without permission. A hooded figure sits, a halo above their head, holding a glowing staff. He cries out, confused about what is happening. A glowing cross radiates light. The hooded figure raises the staff, its light illuminating their silhouette. Chains bind his arm, the purple energy crackling around them. A glowing hand hovers near the chained figure, light emanating from its palm. Chains bind Doneth Taylor, who seems to be in distress. The glowing hand moves closer as Doneth struggles against his restraints. The chains glow with a purple light, tightening around Doneth. Doneth cries out in pain. His face contorted in agony, Doneth's eyes widen. Footsteps echo as someone approaches. "You won't have salvation until you give me intel." A voice explains, "These divine soul soldiers can recover your soul as many times as they want." Cha Ji-hyuk stands with two figures behind him, a golden light illuminating the scene. Cha Ji-hyuk says, "Now then, loser Doneth." A sinister smile spreads across Cha Ji-hyuk's face, his eyes glowing with purple energy. Doneth, still chained, is asked, "How many times will you regenerate?" He is pinned down by a dark figure. Cha Ji-hyuk struggles, gasping, The dark figure looms over him. Cha Ji-hyuk grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. He screams, "Demonic bastard." The sound of cracking echoes. A voice wonders, "Is it 15? No 16? The unknown older man says, "It's the 17th time, my liege." Cha Ji-hyuk is on the ground, the unknown older man standing over him. A close-up of Cha Ji-hyuk's face shows his struggle. The unknown older man commands, "Just spill it already." A figure stands in a purple environment, illuminated by bright lights. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes speaks, promising comfortable purification if told what to do. Choi Kyung-hoon's face is shown in close-up, his expression intense. Choi Kyung-hoon utters a sound, his mouth slightly open. Red lines streak across the scene. A red structure with glowing symbols is displayed. A figure stands before a large, red structure. It is revealed that Kane is creating a force to destroy the tower. A man with blonde hair and red eyes smirks. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if it is a weapon. Cha Ji-hyuk wonders what type of weapon it is. The figure states that he doesn't know the specifics, but he knows it contains the power of the gods and demons. The figure asks if he is sure. The figure is surrounded by dark energy. The figure says that he is trustworthy. The figure exclaims by the other 9 stars. The figure states that with the money he gathered from selling the guild's infrastructure, what else would he have used the funds for? The figure begs to be trusted. The figure says that he was at fault for everything, so please just kill him. Cha Ji-hyuk is silent. A dark, stylized symbol pulses with ominous energy. In the background, Cha Ji-hyuk watches, his expression unreadable. He suggests they call it there. Cha Ji-hyuk sighs, relieved, but doubts he can handle it. A sinister smile spreads across Cha Ji-hyuk's face. He declares that it will be until the very end. The word gluttony bursts forth amidst a surge of dark energy. Cha Ji-hyuk cries out. A stylized effect emphasizes the intensity of the moment. Another stylized effect amplifies the scene's tension. The scene fades to a gradient background. One of the figures states that very soon, Kane will come after them and start the select and kill process. 2 figures kneel before a cloaked individual. A voice declares that they will face the 9-star, who is the most vicious and cunning. The camera focuses on the torso of Cha Ji-hyuk. Someone shouts, enraged that those bastards would dare trick and betray his friend. The man clenches his fist, vowing that he won't forgive. A figure reminds someone that they can't forget about the 4 royalties. The Oni village and your hometown are mentioned. Countless people died after the 4 royalties appeared. A dragon breathes fire. A shadowy figure with horns stands silhouetted against a backdrop of vibrant colors. A hand with long, sharp nails reaches out, as if grasping for something just out of reach. A voice echoes, stating that no one knows when and which of the 4 royalties will come. Doneth Taylor speaks, emphasizing that the weapon he mentioned will become the biggest variable. Cha Ji-hyuk smirks, acknowledging that it's impossible to stop their tactics. A voice suggests that there are other choices, but to retaliate well. Cha Ji-hyuk states that there's only one thing they can choose. The word hangs in the air, a battle. A man with white hair stares intently, his expression unreadable. After hiding their presence on the 100th floor, a voice declares that the heavens' defiance have yet to reveal themselves. Elsewhere, a group sits around a table, deep in discussion. One of the figures asks if they're saying that after they fully prepare themselves, it's possible for them to ambush them. A figure declares their desire to destroy them now. Another figure questions where they will get ready for battle. A character asks how about they fight them here and now. A figure states that they have gold riches support, and they'll receive large penalties on the 100th floor. Someone disagrees with that idea. A group of figures are gathered. One of the figures understands after fighting them head-on, and that they lack a lot of power to fight against the 4 royalties' armies head-on. A figure states that they need to increase their strength through climbing. It needs to be in a place that's not too low or high. A figure finds them so annoying. A figure states no matter how they think about this. The place that matches all these particular conditions. A scowl twists his features, his red eyes narrowed with intensity. A sinister smile spreads across his face. It exists. The perfect location is decided upon. That isn't too high of a floor. And where our allies are. Cha Ji-hyuk asks, wait, allies? Who are they? Oni girl states, I think you know who, Hendrik. I know them. 2 weeks later. A towering structure pierces the sky. The 190th floor's metropolis sprawls beneath a vast sky. Hey, you guys, get a move on. The older man shouts, his voice echoing through the city streets. One of the hooded figures is asked how many things they need to move to the shop by today. The group of hooded figures continues to move forward, their cloaks billowing in the wind. The older man tells the group to go. The older man raises his hand, signaling the group to move forward. Cha Ji-hyuk stands alongside another hooded figure, their expressions unreadable. A hooded figure stands in front of a building, seemingly lost in thought. The Oni girl falls, letting out a startled cry. The hooded figure's cloak billows in the wind. The hooded figure's cloak continues to billow. Cha Ji-hyuk notes that they arrived at the 190th floor smoothly. The group of people continues to move forward, their destination unknown. The older man beams, raising a bandaged fist. He declares that their success is all thanks to the teachings of his fist. The Oni girl looks on, her expression unreadable. Cha Ji-hyuk, his gaze sharp, tells the older man to stop saying weird things, promising to explain everything one more time. The group's goal is to find the secret hideout of the Wingless. They continue onward, the absolute necromancer explaining that the Wingless are hiding thoroughly to avoid the angels, and that this won't be easy. The absolute necromancer states that they will disperse and find someone who knows Uriel's face. A hand reaches out. Cha Ji-hyuk holds a woman with a halo. A dark scene unfolds, with red liquid dripping. From the back, the Oni girl and the older man react with surprise. Cha Ji-hyuk looks on, wondering how she got here. The woman with the halo is Uriel. The hooded figure tells everyone to hold on tight. A bright light streaks across the sky. The light continues its rapid descent. The hooded figure carries a wooden box. The light continues to streak through the city. The hooded figure thinks to himself that something is weird. He thinks he heard a sound. The light continues its descent, leaving a trail of shimmering particles. Another figure tells the hooded figure not to stare at the empty alley, saying they are busy. He tells them to wait. The hooded figure wonders if he heard it wrong. The light continues to fall. The light continues its descent. A blinding light streaks through the sky, an omen of something immense. The light accelerates, moving too fast to track. A voice cries out, "Too fast." The light continues its descent, a silent promise of impact. The light pierces the atmosphere, a deafening crack echoing through the heavens. The light slams into the earth, a cataclysmic explosion of energy. The sky is momentarily obscured, then clears to reveal the aftermath. The light fades, leaving behind a lingering glow and the scent of ozone. Choi Kyung-hoon stumbles, his face pale. "My world is spinning. I think I have motion sickness." The Oni girl looks around, her expression troubled. "What's going on?" A woman with white hair and a halo watches the scene unfold. "I need to keep my time on Earth to a minimum." Cha Ji-hyuk stands, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "Earth? Then this is..." His eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on his face. A voice echoes, welcoming them to the place they live. The floating island looms, a testament to nature's grandeur and the power of magic. Cha Ji-hyuk gazes upon the floating island, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as Oni girl looks on. The voice continues, declaring the island as their battlefield. The words "Dream City" appear, emblazoned in a radiant glow. Rumors of the tower's secret location had spread. The new Dakibi stood atop a rocky precipice, gazing at the hidden place. She mused that she was surprised that a place like this could be hidden. The Dakibi continued, stating that if they hid in an obvious location, the angels would have attacked them already. Cha Ji-hyuk, looking at the Dakibi, asked how she found their location. The Dakibi stated that it was simple. The Dakibi smiled, holding her finger up. Cha Ji-hyuk exclaimed that this was. A glowing feather radiates with power. Standing in the desolate landscape, the new Dakibi says that she was able to find Cha Ji-hyuk's location with the feather. Cha Ji-hyuk recalls giving the feather back then, realizing that's how she found them. He thinks that this is why she said that she couldn't let anyone else take it. The new Dakibi wonders if it will be okay, as they are going to turn this place into a war zone. Cha Ji-hyuk looks down at her, knowing that the refuge that he worked so hard to create might disappear. He tells her not to worry, mentioning her visit and the upcoming battle. Cha Ji-hyuk thinks that that person has foreseen this. The new Dakibi smiles. Cha Ji-hyuk asks if that person is her god. The new Dakibi looks at him intently. She confirms that it is the angel abandoned by heaven. A colossal statue of a winged figure looms, its face obscured by shadow. A rectangular object glows with an ethereal light, its surface shimmering with blues and greens. The glowing object floats in the darkness, marked with 3 small circles. A declaration echoes, by Lucifer. 2 figures stand before a grand archway. The one with a halo declares, Pontifex. The figures stand on a set of stairs. One announces, "I have brought the person from the prophecy." A cloaked figure stands in a doorway, holding a staff topped with a glowing emblem. He says, "Ah, you're here. Could you wait for a moment?" 2 figures stand with their backs to the viewer, gazing at a figure with a halo. The warriors are still praying. A close-up reveals an elderly face, etched with wrinkles and framed by long white hair. Cha Ji-hyuk, his expression thoughtful, remarks, "An elderly angel. It's my first time seeing one." "Yes." He stood within the temple, the prayers having concluded. A hooded figure with a staff stood nearby. The angels were the wingless main force, God's sword. Footsteps echoed through the temple. An angel pleaded. The angels headed inside, Cha Ji-hyuk following behind. An angel lay prone on the ground. Cha Ji-hyuk walked past the fallen angel. An angel scoffed, calling him a mere human. Cha Ji-hyuk remained silent. An angel spoke, telling someone they'd be by themselves from here on out. Cha Ji-hyuk questioned why the others weren't coming. A voice declared that he only permitted Cha Ji-hyuk to enter. He acknowledges the situation. The temple looms around him. A voice echoes, stating that he was called and his victory foreseen. The voice continues, referring to the angel abandoned by heaven. Cha Ji-hyuk refuses to believe it. The voice calls out a name, Lucifer. Cha Ji-hyuk stands in the temple, facing the source of the voice. The statue demands a response, crackling with energy. The statue continues to emanate power. The statue repeats that the angel abandoned by heaven must have had a tough time coming all the way here. Cha Ji-hyuk demands that they show themselves, calling out Baal and Nine Tails. The statue looms, silent. A notification appears, declaring that Nine Tails has answered. A voice echoes, questioning why he is being helped to fight the 4 royalties. The voice continues, simply asking, just why? The voice booms, demanding to know why he was resurrected. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression is one of intense anger and confusion. A message appears, stating that the angel abandoned by heaven will explain. A text box states, before the tower. The message continues, revealing that there was an eternal war. Cha Ji-hyuk looks up, contemplating the revelation of an eternal war. The text box simply states, the immortal. Before the tower, beings started an endless battle in order to protect their own powers. A group of powerful figures stands ready for battle. That time period was hellish, and everyone became exhausted. During that battle, someone designed the tower. This battle replaced the war by competing for the highest number of creations. However, as you know, the fair competition was destroyed by select and kill. The four royalties killed those who had the potential to become gods and started to monopolize the opportunity to dominate the tower. The nine-tailed fox, that's wrong. A text box states that the peak of all evil is stating that their goal is the same as yours. To overthrow the rule of the four royalties and the gods who believe in them, the text bubble states. In other words, defying the heavens, the text bubble states. The angel abandoned by heaven has a prophecy, the text box states. That you have the destiny to achieve that for them, the text box states. A soft scoff escapes him. A sinister grin spreads across Cha Ji-hyuk's face. He asks if they think he'll fight for them like a chess piece, calling them voyeuristic sickos. The peak of all evil is mumbling, saying he knew this would happen, the text box states. However, Lucifer is asking if he'll still continue his revenge. Cha Ji-hyuk responds with a defiant yeah. Cha Ji-hyuk declares that he won't take action the way they want him to. He declares that he is going to take revenge on his own terms, as the angel abandoned by heaven is smiling and saving. That alone would be enough, the intensity burning in his purple eyes. He states that this is how the prophecy will become reality. Cha Ji-hyuk clicks his tongue in annoyance. He tells someone to do whatever they want. Cha Ji-hyuk warns them not to get in his way later. He muses that the prophecy will become reality. The absolute necromancer leaps into the air, his expression twisted in displeasure. He thinks of himself as a chess piece. Choi Kyung-hoon offers a tea break, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A cloaked figure stands silently, their presence ominous. Choi Kyung-hoon's expression shifts to one of confusion, wondering what's going on. An unknown older man stares intently, his gaze piercing. A figure asks if they want to fight, their tone challenging. The Oni girl calls out to her brother, her voice filled with concern. The Oni girl orders Ghostface to back off, revealing him to be Death Star, Cha Jin-hyuk. Vignal declares that they are the driving force that will lead the holy battle. Vignal questions why they are being treated in such a way, their tone laced with resentment. The Oni girl declares that this is their revenge and their holy battle. The Oni girl questions how a mere human can represent the wingless, her voice filled with disbelief. The disembodied voice declared that the god's sword should be the one to lead the holy war. A blinding flash of energy erupts as an unseen force meets the descending blade. The sword shatters into countless fragments, a violet explosion marking its demise. The absolute necromancer's voice booms out, laced with fury. How dare you point your sword at me? The absolute necromancer's voice drips with malice. I'm feeling shitty, so good job provoking me. A sinister grin spreads across Cha Ji-hyuk's face, his eyes gleaming with dark anticipation. The absolute necromancer's stats are displayed, showcasing his power. A voice filled with rage echoes, how dare you? Standing amidst the rubble, the hooded figure challenges, attack me. A voice booms, referencing the commander of the god's sword. The hooded figure's face contorts in fury. Cha Ji-hyuk thinks to himself, a sinister grin spreading across his face. This is a great chance for me to test out my new weapon. The absolute necromancer's eyes glow with malevolent intent. The hooded figure raises a sword, light erupting from the blade. The hooded figure's glowing eyes pierce through the darkness. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched. Cha Ji-hyuk draws his sword, the steel glinting in the light. He stands, a dark figure against the golden light. The hooded figure shouts, the word echoing with power. Stop! The shout reverberates, the force of it palpable. The hooded figure stands amidst a swirling vortex of energy. Cha Ji-hyuk looks up, a sense of unease washing over him. He struggles, a growing panic in his voice. I can't move. Cha Ji-hyuk's hand clenches, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. What? A radiant object glows, its light illuminating the scene. A voice echoes, ancient and resolute. We must be different from those who have forsaken us. The hooded figure stands tall, a halo of light framing his head. In Dream City, a stern warning resonates. Fighting between allies will be strictly forbidden. The voice continues, a threat hanging in the air. If you go against this, we will consider you an enemy. The hooded figure stands resolute, his presence commanding and unwavering. Pontifex, however, seems to be in disagreement. Vignal's eye narrows. Are they planning to go against Lucifer? Pontifex sighs, noting that people were called here by him. The unknown older man states that the one who plans to defy heaven should conserve their energy. The unknown older man continues, stating that he will if they don't attack him. An unknown character commands everyone to lower their swords. A golden spear glows. The unknown older man declares that they should go their separate ways. The unknown older man instructs Uriel to show their guests to their lodging. Uriel responds affirmatively. Cha Ji-hyuk remarks that someone is lucky. Pontifex declares that he can't acknowledge Cha Ji-hyuk. The man with slicked back yellow hair declares his intention to chase someone out of Dream City. From before, the angels here are quite strong. These guys were exiled because they were against the evil in the society of angels. Cha Ji-hyuk looks off panel, his expression unreadable. In other words, everyone here had some sort of influence. But why? Is this guy training in front of my lodging? More. Hold. More. Hold your sword properly. A man remarks that Vignal is overdoing it. Cha Ji-hyuk scoffs, confident in his assessment. Another voice analyzes that the attacks are meant to pressure them. A voice booms with approval, declaring their swordsmanship to be great and proclaiming that they are Lucifer's sword. A figure declares that they will defeat the advancing forces. The figure states that it won't matter if they have these measly humans or not. One of the men asks if he is talking trash about them, and the other responds that they can't laugh this off. A voice warns that if they don't let them rest, it will affect the war. One of the men agrees. A voice states that more importantly. A voice declares that something is infuriating. Flames erupt around Cha Ji-hyuk as he clenches his fist, his face contorted in anger. Behind him, another man watches. A voice cries out, stating they can't endure it any longer. A voice declares an intent to cause trouble. He drops from above, landing silently on a rooftop. A man stammers, telling someone to wait. A hand gestures, and a voice questions if they didn't hear that fighting is forbidden. A voice shouts a warning. A smirk plays across Cha Ji-hyuk's face as he lands. He takes a step forward. He continues to advance. The figure approaches. The blonde-haired woman sneered. You finally came crawling, human. The woman's expression hardened. Seems like you're really angry. What are you going to do? She tilted her head, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Are you going to hit me again? But the moment you do, you'll become the enemy of the wingless. The blonde woman's voice dripped with challenge. Try if you can. You can't be right. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes narrowed, a cold fury simmering beneath the surface. I couldn't rest well because the pigeons were so loud. So just leave Dream City dash. The scene is filled with a soft, diffused light, hinting at an otherworldly presence. The absolute necromancer declares, how imprudent. The All-Master stands tall, dwarfing the blonde woman before him. The blonde woman cries out, recoiling from the force of a demonic attack. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Impossible. She struggles to comprehend the source of his power. How can a human dash? Cha Ji-hyuk's expression is one of sinister glee. Do you have demonic energy and divine power inside of you? He continues, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Yeah, amazing, right? But you know. The All-Master's eyes gleam with dark amusement. Don't I remind you of someone? Cha Ji-hyuk stands before a towering statue, its skeletal face framed by angelic wings. His hands begin to glow with an unholy light. Ah. The blonde woman's eyes widen in horror as she recognizes the truth. Lucifer. Figures adorned with halos kneel before an unseen presence. A voice declares, angel abandoned by heaven. He's Lucifer's disciple. Another figure cries out, attempting to halt the proceedings. Wait. You guys. A voice insists on subservience. Yeah, you should bow down. Cha Ji-hyuk stands with Uriel, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. A commanding voice booms. I'm the proxy of the god that you live and die for. A chorus of voices responds in unison. Yes. The figures prostrate themselves, their halos gleaming in the light. Cha Ji-hyuk's internal monologue reveals his disdain. I don't like using the names of those voyeurs, another thought surfaces. But there's no other choice if I want to use this annoying bastard. He speaks aloud, a hint of weariness in his tone. I'm thirsty after all that talking. Cha Ji-hyuk calls out, Vignal, get me some water. A sinister smile spreads across his face. Personally, he is with Uriel, who remarks that the disciple has chosen the commander as an extension of himself. Uriel seems to expect this. Two figures express their pride in the commander. Uriel appears to be straining. A voice says they'll be right back at it. Oni girl sits with her eyes closed. Oni girl opens her eyes, a question mark appearing near her face. Uriel asks if the training is going well. Uriel is addressed by name. Someone asks Uriel to let them know if there's anything not to their liking. Uriel responds that their time there is comfortable. The Oni girl sits on the ground, listening to someone standing before her. The past week has been great, she thinks, holding a bottle. The Oni girl takes a drink. A voice says they are getting close to Uriel, the wingless, and the god's sword. Uriel stands with Vignal. It's amazing how he tamed Vignal, the Oni girl thinks. The Oni girl can feel herself becoming stronger each day she trains. It reminds her of the first time she climbed the tower with Oroboni. Am I being too carefree, even though we're going to battle soon, she wonders. The Oni girl looks up, a smile on her face. The sound of glass breaking echoes. The glass shatters. More glass breaks. Cracks spiderweb across the glass, the first sign of intrusion. The shattering intensifies, a circular ripple expanding outward from the point of impact. Crimson streaks of energy lance through the air, painting a violent picture. Oni girl's eyes widen in alarm, her gaze fixed on the unseen threat. Uriel stands beside her, equally startled by the sudden disruption. A shout pierces the air. An enemy ambush. The air crackles with red energy, the Korean script echoing a cry of pain or warning. A complex magical circle shimmers into existence, the source of the sudden attack. A grand doorway stands silent, the entrance to a place of power. A stone statue looms, its face weathered and inscrutable, a silent guardian of the temple. The air cracks with a sudden, sharp sound. A monstrous face, framed by horns, stares out with cold, empty eyes. The temple is rocked by a violent explosion, sending shards of stone and fire into the sky. The explosion intensifies, consuming everything in a blinding inferno. The structure crumbles, its ancient stones pulverized by the force of the blast. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the sky, gazing at the distant destruction. The woman's eyes widen in horror. The temple was attacked. One of the figures asks, has it begun? The other replies, information hasn't been leaked yet. The air vibrates with unseen power. Cha Ji-hyuk's face contorts in fury, his teeth bared as he stares ahead. A surge of raw power erupts, the air crackling with unseen energy. The force detonates, sending a shockwave of heat and debris in all directions. The absolute necromancer's eyes widen slightly. Here too, he mutters, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Another explosion rips through the landscape, tearing apart the earth and sending chunks of rock flying. The ground buckles and shatters, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burning stone. Massive land masses float in the sky, their undersides scarred and blackened by the explosions. The floating islands drift aimlessly, a testament to the sheer destructive power unleashed. More energy surges, the air shimmering with heat and distortion. A web of golden energy crackles across the sky, a sign of immense power being unleashed. The ground begins to tremble violently. The earth tilts, sending those standing on it scrambling for purchase. A white-haired figure and a black-haired figure struggle to maintain their balance amidst the chaos. Is tilting? What's going on? A white-haired woman observes the destruction with a grim expression. This is bad. Dream City floats thanks to. A voice booms, filled with concern. The Pontifex's power. Another voice echoes, questioning. The Pontifex? That grandma. The white-haired woman is approached by Cha Ji-hyuk, who asks with urgency. Where is she right now? A disembodied voice declares. She should be praying at the temple with the soldiers from God's sword right now. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression hardens as he hears the news. What? A voice cries out. That's where the first pillar dropped. The pillar continues to crumble. Amidst the falling debris, two figures are visible, one with short white hair and another bald. A bald man lies prone, a golden halo hovering above his head. He groans, pain lancing through his body. The Pontifex's face is contorted in agony, his eyes squeezed shut. A figure stands tall, looming over the fallen Pontifex. The halo above the Pontifex's head glows faintly as he struggles to rise. A man with ash-blonde hair leans in, his red eyes burning with intensity. Now tell me. Gasping for air, the Pontifex is seized by the man. Where's Cha Ji-hyuk? Blood trickles from the Pontifex's lips, his face a mask of pain and fear. Massive chunks of rock float in the sky, illuminated by an ethereal glow. The ground continues to break apart, the world itself destabilizing. More fragments of earth drift aimlessly, suspended in the air. The floating islands loom ominously, casting long shadows across the ravaged landscape. The man with ash-blonde hair tightens his grip. Oh, are you trying to protect the other climbers when you're in danger? Despite the visible wounds, an incredible willpower emanates from the figure. The ominous declaration hangs in the air. If this city falls, a tower succumbs to the destruction, collapsing in a shower of sparks and debris. The climbers on the 190th floor would be buried by these lumps of earth debris without knowing anything. A faint halo glows behind the Pontifex as he declares that they treasure life. A voice cuts through the chaos, filled with disdain. Unlike. The unseen speaker continues, their words laced with accusation. You and that person. Rage contorts a face as someone demands, how dare you speak ill of our God? A golden sword flares with divine energy, ready to strike. The command rings out, a death sentence. Die, pagan! The shout echoes through the crumbling city. Pontifex. The Pontifex's eyes widen in shock, the gravity of the situation crashing down upon him. A surge of raw energy erupts, illuminating the darkness. A voice calls out, simply stating, hey. The absolute necromancer cradles Venial, his expression unreadable. She is asked, are you still alive, Venial? A concentrated beam of energy pierces through the air, crackling with destructive force. The energy intensifies, its form becoming more defined and menacing. Choi Kyung-hoon smirks, stating, guess I don't need to find you. A hand reaches out, fingers stained with a dark, viscous substance. An unknown voice speaks, the words obscured from view. The absolute necromancer smiles, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Long time no see, you religious fanatic. The absolute necromancer stands tall, addressing Venial. Hey Venial. Venial, battered and bruised, urges someone to take the grandma and hide. A stern command echoes, protect her with your life. Choi Kyung-hoon holds a figure in his arms, responding with a resolute, yes. A figure stands amidst shattered debris, the air thick with anticipation. From behind, a voice declares, you're really alive. The voice continues, I can believe it now that I've seen you. I had my doubts. Choi Kyung-hoon smirks, his eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. A figure retorts, but seeing you in the flesh is surprising. Are you scared? The figure adds, "You're awfully chatty." A simple, defiant, "yeah," echoes in response. Golden energy crackles around the figure, a prelude to an imminent attack. The figure declares, "Between us, there's no need for talking." A voice cuts through the tension, "Let me ask you one thing." The figure's eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly light. Falling backwards, Cha Ji-hyuk asks if he regretted killing him. Choi Kyung-hoon is struck. Kane replies with a firm no. Cha Ji-hyuk lands a punch. Kane grits his teeth, declaring that his only regret is that he didn't kill him properly. Cha Ji-hyuk retorts, "Yeah, that's what you should be saying, Kane." Purple energy crackles around his hand as he declares that it makes him want to kill him more. The purple energy slams into Kane's chest. The purple energy surges. The purple energy intensifies. He raises his hand, a blade of crackling purple energy forming in his grip. The energy blade pulses, ready to strike. The purple energy surges outward, a wave of destructive force. The energy crackles and writhes, a chaotic display of power. The wave of energy continues to expand, consuming everything in its path. Cha Ji-hyuk maintains his stance, the energy blade still burning brightly. The energy explodes in a blinding flash, illuminating the darkness. The purple energy continues its relentless expansion. The energy surges and pulses, a destructive force unleashed. The wave of energy continues to spread, threatening to engulf everything. Oni Girl stands defiant, bracing herself against the oncoming energy. A burst of pink energy explodes outwards. A voice booms, commanding, "Don't move. You fly." A hulking figure with horns and a nose ring glares menacingly. A figure slides across the ground, sword drawn. A voice declares, "We have two goals." The absolute necromancer states, "First, we need to destroy those pillars in each region. If we do, then Dream City will not fall." Several figures stand in a desolate landscape, listening intently. A voice observes, "I can feel immense energy coming from each pillar though." Cha Ji-hyuk smirks, "That's the second goal." Nu Dakibi states, "I presume that each pillar has enemy forces." A voice warns, "They will be protecting the pillars." A pillar burns fiercely, surrounded by destruction. A desperate cry echoes, a plea for salvation amidst the chaos. Eyes blazing with an infernal light pierce through the darkness, a silent promise of retribution. Cha Ji-hyuk scoffs, finding the current display utterly uninteresting. "Tisk, boring." A voice booms, dismissing the efforts as utterly futile. "Is that all you've got? Useless." A figure yearns for a more stimulating challenge. "Make this more fun for me." Another voice chimes in, offering their own contribution. "Then how about me?" A strategic imperative is laid bare. Defeating the enemy will inevitably lead to the destruction of those pillars. Cha Ji-hyuk stands, his gaze unwavering, as the gravity of the situation settles in. His eyes narrow, a glint of determination flickering within their crimson depths. A man introduces himself, stating, "I'm Dragon Slayer Hendrik." The Oni girl stands on a rocky cliff, overlooking the landscape below. Below, a man with short brown hair looks up, his expression grim. The Oni girl battles a monstrous creature, her sword raised high. A voice cries out, "Kane." Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes glow with purple energy as he prepares to strike. He declares, "Let's end our ill-fated relationship here." He shouts, challenging Cha Ji-hyuk to come at him. The absolute necromancer lunges forward, his blade crackling with violet energy. Choi Kyung-hoon grins, anticipating the attack. The blade finds its mark, the impact sending tremors through the air. A voice calls out, asking if they can't at least greet each other. A woman states that she was his superior in the past. A woman laughs. The woman declares how ridiculous it is. The woman asks if they didn't sever their ties on that day. 10 years ago. The day I ripped your wings off. Uriel stands with a sinister smile. A body lies prone, its wings being violently torn away. Her eye gleaming with a cold fury, Uriel asks, "Wouldn't you agree, you loser?" She continues, her tone deceptively calm. "Then there's no need for us to fight." Uriel stands with her back to the viewer, her expression unreadable. Turning her head slightly, Uriel states, "Since we're both losers." The camera focuses on Uriel's back, revealing scars. Her voice rising with anger, Uriel declares, "Don't treat me like I'm the same as you." Uriel's face contorts in rage, her teeth bared. Her voice cracking with fury, she screams, "Unlike you." Uriel's hand clenches into a fist, her knuckles white with tension. Her eyes burning with conviction, Uriel vows, "I'm going to return to the embrace of our gods." Uriel raises her hand towards a blinding light, a look of fervent determination on her face. Energy crackles and swirls, a prelude to the unfolding memory. Flames lick at the edges of the vision, a burning reminder of past grievances. She reaches towards the radiant light, a desperate plea for solace and retribution. Her feet stand upon shattered earth, a testament to the devastation she has witnessed. Uriel's eyes burn with righteous fury. "You wretch." A sphere of pure, blinding energy forms within her grasp, a conduit for divine power. A blinding beam of light descends, striking with the force of divine judgment. The path stretches before her, a road paved with vengeance and righteous anger. A stark, angular structure looms, its purpose yet unknown. In the distance, a figure stands silhouetted against the pale light, seemingly unaware of the danger closing in. The older man remains still, lost in thought, or simply enjoying the quiet moment. From the shadows, an observer wonders, who's he? He hasn't moved an inch. The absolute necromancer, Cha Ji-hyuk, prepares to strike, his weapon crackling with dark energy as Choi Kyung-hoon watches. One of the observers questions, is he sunbathing? The response comes, cold and dismissive. It doesn't matter. Cha Ji-hyuk declares, we still have to get rid of him and the pillar. A figure in a hooded cloak and skull mask raises a staff, readying a deadly attack. The masked figure acknowledges the order with a simple, understood. Energy crackles and swirls around the staff, building to a crescendo as the masked figure announces, Soul Laser. A beam of pure, destructive energy erupts from the staff, aimed directly at the unsuspecting older man. The Soul Laser attack begins to lose its intensity, the purple energy fading into the air. The energy continues to dissipate, the light dimming as the attack weakens. The laser's power wanes further, the once intense beam now a mere flicker of its former self. Suddenly, the laser is blocked by an unseen force, sparks flying as the energy is deflected. A close-up reveals the energy being pushed back, the attack completely nullified. Cha Ji-hyuk observes the blocked attack, his expression unreadable behind his mask. A sharp sound echoes as the attack is completely stopped. The blocked energy disperses into the air, the threat seemingly neutralized. The blocked attack leaves a lingering energy in the air. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes widen, surprised that their attack was thwarted. Cha Ji-hyuk narrows his eyes, a question forming in his mind. Who is that? An undead figure emerges from the shadows, their presence sending a chill through the air. He stands beside a woman with long, dark hair, purple particles swirling around them. An unseen observer wonders if the figure is undead. A hand grips a chain, its links glowing with purple energy. Cha Ji-hyuk clarifies, stating that it is a living human who willingly serves him. The woman, her eyes wide with anticipation, begs, Sir Hayes, I did well, right? My reward, please. Please give me demonic energy. Cha Ji-hyuk responds, okay, if you kill. Her face lighting up, the woman exclaims, really? That's a promise. A dark void pulsates with ominous energy. Cha Ji-hyuk continues, but you do know you have to share it with everyone else, right? A multitude of glowing eyes pierce the darkness, their gaze unsettling. A bead of sweat trickles down Cha Ji-hyuk's temple, his expression unreadable. A figure plummets downward, the wind whipping through their blonde hair. A voice declares that they are enemies of Sir Hayes. A dark figure with glowing white eyes lunges forward, its form distorted by speed and malice. An orange-haired figure, seen from behind, orders someone to kill them. Hands grip a weapon tightly, knuckles white with tension. A voice rumbles, stating that using one's own body to fight is undignified. The collar of a dark coat is visible, hinting at the speaker's presence. The horned man agrees, surrounded by shadowy figures. A close-up reveals the glowing eyes of one of the shadowy figures. The horned man declares that they will see who the better commander is. The desolate landscape stretches out, marked by destruction and scattered debris. Choi Kyung-hoon's expression is one of disbelief. He asks, what? His gaze sweeps over the scene. Everyone else looks like they're having fun. The words hang in the air, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Choi Kyung-hoon's tone shifts, a touch of disappointment coloring his voice. I got the dud. The camera angle shifts, showing the landscape from a higher vantage point. Choi Kyung-hoon's voice echoes, filled with pride. Us dragons are more prideful compared to the other three species. Wingless. Choi Kyung-hoon stands tall, looking down at the unknown older man, who sits on the ground. He continues, a hint of arrogance in his tone. On top of that, we also have such beautiful and strong bodies. Choi Kyung-hoon's expression is one of self-satisfaction. Don't you think we're very lucky to be born as dragons? The camera pulls back, showing the vastness of the desolate landscape and the two figures within it. They turn their backs on God, got their wings ripped out, and chose banishment. The concept is lost on him. Maybe you can help me understand. The words hang in the air. Choi Kyung-hoon's expression hardens, his teeth gritted in frustration. Dragon Slayer Hendrik is mentioned. The camera focuses on the intricate details of a golden-trimmed robe. Damn it, I'm pissed, Choi Kyung-hoon thinks, his brow furrowed. But I have to admit it. He's stronger than me. The gap between the dragon's classes. A shadowy figure of a dragon looms, its eyes glowing ominously. Is too big. I've never seen such an extraneous dragon like yourself before. Choi Kyung-hoon stands beside the unknown older man, their expressions unreadable. The dragon remarks on the sword's temper and the other's black hair. The black-haired figure questions what's wrong with their hair color. The figure with black hair stares intently. Choi Kyung-hoon states that the other is a dragon, but doesn't know what it means. Choi Kyung-hoon continues, stating that the color of a dragon's hair and scales defines their magic abilities. Choi Kyung-hoon explains that red dragons like him have fire-attributed magic. The black-haired figure is strange, however, as it's Choi Kyung-hoon's first time seeing a dragon with black hair. The figure with black hair remains silent, a contemplative expression on their face. Choi Kyung-hoon sneers, implying that black hair means the other is trash without any real talent. Choi Kyung-hoon declares that he'll burn Hendrik like the trash he is. The figure with black hair thinks, black. The figure with black hair realizes something about their ability. My source. A blinding flash of crimson energy erupts, filling the space with raw power. Bathed in the crimson light, the absolute necromancer stands poised, a malevolent aura radiating from his form. Tendrils of red energy lash out, seeking their target with deadly precision. The air crackles with anticipation as the words Black Dragon Slash materialize, heralding a devastating attack. The Black Dragon Slash tears through the air, a crimson scythe aimed directly at Choi Kyung-hoon. The absolute necromancer's eyes glow with an eerie light, his masked face betraying nothing as he unleashes the attack. The red cloak billows behind him, a symbol of the power he wields. His hand grips the hilt of the blade, ready to deliver the final blow. Choi Kyung-hoon's expression shifts from confidence to shock as he feels the impact of the attack. He realizes the impossible has happened. The attack cut through his dragon scales. His crimson eye wide with disbelief, Choi Kyung-hoon can only think, impossible. He wonders if it was swordsmanship that defeated him. A figure plummets through the air, acknowledging the blow. The figure acknowledges the light. Cha Ji-hyuk smirks, thinking that something revived him. The absolute necromancer, also known as Baal, is being overly chatty, saying that they were caught. Cha Ji-hyuk declares that he is the reason why he's a black dragon. A figure states that his power stemmed from the peak of all evil, the great demon. The figure's feet are planted firmly on the ground. The figure's red eye glows with power. Demonic energy surges. A black dragon appears. He gazes up at the towering figure, a red aura swirling around the massive form. The unknown older man exclaims, "So you're a demonic dragon." The absolute necromancer flies toward Hendrik, screaming, "Don't run away." Cha Ji-hyuk demands, "Where did your pride as a dragon go?" Hendrik grunts. Hendrik yells, "Ji, go away." The Dragon Slayer casts a spell. The red aura intensifies as the spell takes form. The spell explodes. Hendrik watches as the spell flies towards Cha Ji-hyuk. The absolute necromancer prepares for the impact. The spell hurtles forward. The spell continues its trajectory. A swirling vortex of crimson energy erupts, crackling with destructive potential. Cha Ji-hyuk's eyes widen in alarm. Shit. He grits out, realizing the danger. The crimson energy surges forward, a searing wave of annihilation. The spell detonates in a blinding flash, the air itself seeming to ignite. The explosion engulfs the absolute necromancer, the force threatening to tear him apart. He screams in agony as the magical assault slams into him. A grim determination hardens Hendrik's features as he pushes the spell to its limit. Hendrik roars, "Get lost!" as the crimson energy expands, geometric patterns swirling within its depths. The magical energy intensifies, burning with the heat of 1,000 suns. The crimson light blazes, consuming everything in its path. The wave of energy continues its relentless expansion. The crimson inferno completely engulfs Cha Ji-hyuk, leaving nothing but searing light in its wake. The city below seems distant as the world shifts around him. He wonders how a measly child could push him this far, as flames erupt around him. The flames intensify, and he vows to become a demonic dragon. This is the end of the tricks that you just learned. Cha Ji-hyuk's form shifts, his voice echoing with dark power. It's impossible to defeat a high-ranking dragon. His eyes burn with demonic intent, a crimson glow emanating from within. A guttural roar tears from his throat, shaking the very air around him. The transformation nears completion, his demonic form taking shape amidst swirling shadows. A breath that's mixed with demonic energy. His face contorts in a maniacal grin, the power surging through him. Demon breath. A beam of pure demonic energy erupts forth, promising utter annihilation. The absolute necromancer's power explodes outward in a cataclysmic burst of demonic energy, the very earth cracking and heaving under its force. A desperate scream of denial rips through the air, a futile protest against the overwhelming power unleashed. At the epicenter of the devastation, a swirling vortex of crimson energy coalesces around a dark, gaping void, a terrifying display of raw magical force. Red light streaks across the dark, textured surface, illuminating the sheer scale of the destructive power at play. Kanan's mana surges, a desperate attempt to counter the overwhelming force. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. Disappeared? He wonders. He grits his teeth, his voice tight with denial. There's no way he was defeated. An unseen voice booms, laced with impatience. Choi Kyung-hoon steels his resolve, gripping his sword tightly, the blade glowing with renewed energy. A surge of purple energy explodes outward, a counterattack fueled by desperation and rage. He unleashes a flurry of purple energy blades, striking with lethal intent. The attack connects, the force of the impact creating a blinding burst of energy. Cha Ji-hyuk barks, "What are you doing? Come at me properly." The energy blades continue to strike, each blow carrying immense power. "It's not fun fighting you." Cha Ji-hyuk roars. A sinister smirk plays across Cha Ji-hyuk's face as he presses his advantage, the purple energy crackling around him. Cha Ji-hyuk's voice echoes, laced with mockery. Didn't you come here to kill me? The force of the blows sends Choi Kyung-hoon hurtling backwards, a cloud of dust erupting around him. He is sent flying through the air, completely overwhelmed by the assault. Choi Kyung-hoon's thoughts race as he plummets. What happened? Kanan, who made it to the 60th floor, was defeated by a dragon like that. The thought stings. Choi Kyung-hoon struggles to regain his focus, his mind reeling from the sudden defeat. What is it? Why can't you focus? He wonders. Cha Ji-hyuk's voice drips with condescension. Is it because you can't believe that my comrade wiped the floor with yours? Cha Ji-hyuk's face fills the panel, his eyes gleaming with malicious amusement. Ha, comrade? Cha Ji-hyuk, don't tell me. Cha Ji-hyuk, a sinister grin plastered across his face, questioned if his unseen opponent truly considered those around them to be comrades. A voice, laced with disbelief, responded with a simple, questioning what? Cha Ji-hyuk continued, his tone dripping with condescension, remarking that their standards must have significantly lowered since their return to life. He sneered, suggesting that having scum like them follow you around was a sign of weakness. Cha Ji-hyuk scoffed, implying, he clarified, with a dismissive wave of his hand, that he was excluding Choi Kyung-hoon, who was currently standing high above in the sky. Indeed, Choi Kyung-hoon stood silhouetted against the vast expanse of the sky, arms crossed, observing the scene below. Cha Ji-hyuk chuckled, stating that Choi Kyung-hoon was likely not involving himself in the fight because he was wary of them all. Cha Ji-hyuk's expression hardened, his eyes gleaming with malice as he declared that the rest were outsiders to this tower. He continued, his voice dripping with venom, describing them as mere bugs who wouldn't even make a sound when they were slaughtered. Cha Ji-hyuk's hand clenched, golden light emanating from his fingertips as he ominously stated that if he were the unseen character. Energy crackled around Cha Ji-hyuk as he unleashed a surge of power. The force of the blast reverberated through the area. He focused his energy, drawing it into a single, blinding point. Bathed in golden light, Cha Ji-hyuk stood ready to unleash his next attack. Explosions ripped through the surroundings, the air thick with the smell of ozone. Moving with blinding speed, the absolute necromancer became a blur of motion and dark intent. A grim determination hardened his features. Another explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the ravaged landscape. He advanced through the dust and debris, his eyes fixed on his unseen enemy. The ground trembled as another blast tore through the battlefield. He stands amidst a field of explosions, the ground scorched and cracked beneath his feet. Choi Kyung-hoon proposes an alliance. Instead of fighting, wouldn't it be better to team up with the Nine Star? A close-up reveals Choi Kyung-hoon's confident smirk. His red eyes gleam with amusement. He scoffs, stating that they can't even compare. Purple energy crackles and swirls, a visual testament to the power at play. The energy intensifies, forming sharp, geometric shapes. A voice declares that their current comrades are a lot stronger. Choi Kyung-hoon expresses surprise. A shield? Where did he get such a huge thing? Choi Kyung-hoon narrows his eyes, questioning what someone is playing at. A disembodied voice warns that it's still early for someone to be surprised. Cha Ji-hyuk stands with purple energy emanating from his hands, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The purple energy coalesces into a concentrated point, ready to be unleashed. Bale's armaments are summoned, ready to support the All-Master trait. A surge of energy crackles through the air as the transformation begins. He channels the power, his hand glowing with an ominous purple light. The artifact shifts and contorts, a myriad transforming primordial chaos. The unknown older man's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he witnesses the change. He questions the transformation, a hint of unease in his voice. Changed. The energy intensifies, the air thick with anticipation. The transformation continues, the power coalescing around Cha Ji-hyuk's hand. His eyes burn with a fierce purple light, a sign of the immense power coursing through him. Kane declares, "My comrades are different from yours." The unknown older man responds, "We came all the way by trusting and protecting each other." Cha Ji-hyuk stands surrounded by his comrades, their loyalty a tangible force, even if a comrade is in danger. The Oni girl prepares to unleash her power, the ground cracking beneath her feet. You can't run away. The Oni girl's power intensifies, her muscles tense. Her stance shifts, ready to strike. Her hand clenches, energy crackling around her. The Oni girl's eyes glow with fierce determination. Die, insect. She draws her sword, the blade gleaming in the dim light. The Oni girl prepares to strike. Her gaze is intense, focused on the battle ahead. The Oni girl holds her weapon, ready to unleash its power. She stands ready, a dark aura emanating from her form as she prepares to face her foes. A monstrous face looms, tusks bared and a ring piercing its nose, a clear sign of the brutal force about to be unleashed. A voice booms out, declaring, "You won't leave them by themselves." A figure plummets through the air, limbs flailing, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. A blade finds its mark, piercing flesh and drawing a crimson spray, a brutal reminder of the stakes at hand. A fox-like figure, eyes glowing with malevolent intent, prepares to strike, its claws extended and ready to tear. A figure looks up, mouth agape, as a voice cries out, "That's why." A fist clenches, crackling with dark energy, poised to deliver a devastating blow. A red eye widens in shock, a a split-second glimpse of the impending doom. The air crackles with power as the words, "Fallen God Punch," echo through the battlefield. A face contorts in fury, the aftermath of a devastating strike, the battle reaching its climax. A fist clenches, ready to strike. Cha Ji-hyuk, eyes burning with determination, shouts, "We'll win." A character with orange hair grins widely, baring his teeth. Cha Ji-hyuk moves with incredible speed. The power of Choi Kyung-hoon begins to manifest. Choi Kyung-hoon grits his teeth, a guttural cry escaping his lips. Cha Ji-hyuk unleashes a burst of energy. The back of Choi Kyung-hoon's head is shown. Choi Kyung-hoon's hair is shown. Choi Kyung-hoon shouts, "The weapon doesn't just change form." A voice declares, "It can completely draw out Cha Jin-hyuk's power." Cha Ji-hyuk stands ready, his power surging. He wonders if it is infused with the power of a transcendent. The chains glow with an ominous purple light. Cha Ji-hyuk shouts, "How dare you try to run?" The chains begin to move with incredible speed. The chains whip through the air, leaving trails of purple energy. The chains lash out, seeking their target. The chains continue their relentless pursuit. The chains tighten, closing in on their prey. A figure is pulled violently by the chains. A burst of purple energy explodes outward. The aftermath of the explosion leaves a scene of devastation. A voice echoes, filled with camaraderie. "We came all this way by trusting and protecting each other." Choi Kyung-hoon sits alone, contemplating the situation. "Even if my comrades are in danger." The voice continues, filled with determination. "I won't let them die, so we'll win." Choi Kyung-hoon sits, lost in thought. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes narrow, a question forming in his mind. "Come, raids." A voice echoes, questioning. "Comrades?" A monstrous voice booms, filled with rage. "Where are you going?" The Lizard Man Lord roars, his eyes burning with hatred. "Humans." The Lizard Man Lord stands, a terrifying figure of rage and power. The Lizard Man Lord declares that hiding will only buy them time. The Lizard Man Lord proclaims that the dungeon is his domain. The Lizard Man Lord continues to speak. Two figures are hiding behind a brick wall. One of the figures wonders if the Lizard Man Lord is gone. A voice calls out, "Brother." A figure sits on the ground, lamenting that their powers are depleted. A voice says that they are so cold. A narration box explains that a Lord monster suddenly appeared and has been chasing them for several days. Choi Kyung-hoon and the other figure are shown, with the other figures saying that both of their divine powers. A voice asks if this is the end for them. A voice calls out, "Brother, our." The woman's voice echoes, calling out to unseen comrades. A desperate question hangs in the air. Won't they come and save us? The answer is a stark denial. No, they won't. Kneeling on the rough stone, the woman reflects on their brief encounter within the tower. A chilling question arises. What would they benefit from saving us? The answer is a bleak truth. No one on earth helped us orphans. A memory surfaces, two children stand hand in hand, a small suitcase at their feet, surrounded by looming figures. A shadow looms, and a voice declares that the same fate awaits them here. The man sits, his face obscured by shadow, as he states that the strong prey on the weak, that's the way of the world. A voice whispers, "I'm just." A close-up of a red eye reveals a chilling truth, not one of the strong. The red eye watches as the man sits, lost in thought. The man looks on, as the woman begins to say, "The low." The Lizard Man Lord roars, his voice echoing through the chamber. The Lizard Man Lord's guttural cries fill the air as Choi Kyung-hoon stands his ground, facing the monstrous figure. The Lizard Man Lord declares that he has finally found his prey. Choi Kyung-hoon's expression hardens into a grim smile, his red eyes gleaming with determination. Choi Kyung-hoon thinks to himself, "If I." The Lizard Man Lord thinks to himself that he became strong by. The Lizard Man Lord thinks to himself that the strong have power and prey on the weak. Gathering energy, Choi Kyung-hoon focuses his power, a swirling vortex of blue and purple forming in his hands. He unleashes the accumulated energy, a concentrated beam of purple light streaking towards the Lizard Man Lord. The energy beam slams into the Lizard Man Lord, erupting in a violent explosion of purple energy. Choi Kyung-hoon declares that it is a spirit power bomb. A voice cries out in disbelief. The Lizard Man Lord, reeling from an unseen blow, roars, demanding to know who dared attack him. A cloaked figure stands before the Lizard Man Lord, a purple aura emanating from their form. A voice calls out, checking on the fanatic siblings. The cloaked figure urges someone to jump if they want to live. A hand grips a staff, energy crackling around it. A young man's face is filled with shock. A voice laments that they should have been eaten by the Lord Monster, acknowledging their weakness compared to the Lord Monster's strength. The night sky stretches above. Flames flicker, a sense of possession hanging in the air. But Cha Jin-hyuk broke that rule. Supporting the woman, the man wonders what could be wrong with her. Seen from behind, the older man recalls someone putting their life on the line to save them. A voice echoes in the darkness, questioning why he did that. The woman screams, her face contorted in anguish as the man beside her looks on in shock. Seated, the older man admits he can't understand. The older man rejects the situation, declaring that he doesn't like it. His red eye narrows in fury. The older man remembers a time when he was slowly being engulfed by a displeasure he couldn't understand. A voice declares that God gave him a chance. A voice commands to kill Cha Jin-hyuk. The voice continues, demanding the death of the foul person who dares to climb their tower. Bathed in golden light, the older man seems to be preparing for a confrontation. He stands tall, his white cloak billowing around him like a cloud, the air crackling with unseen energy. A disembodied voice echoes, cold and absolute, destroy him. The blonde-haired man grins, teeth bared. Yes, the ruling of an overpowering person. A hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with suppressed power. This is what's right. So Cha Jin-hyuk. A figure lunges forward, their cloaks snapping in the wind as they close the distance. A foot slams down, the force of the step sending tremors through the ground. A voice rings out, laced with mocking amusement. Oh no, are you already done? You are someone who doesn't suit that person's tower. The dark-haired man smiles, his purple eyes gleaming with malice. You don't look so well. Is it because you fought while being penalized? Cha Jin-hyuk observes that the other man didn't carelessly use his power like Carmen, but notes that he seems to have a few internal wounds. The man retorts that it was Cha Jin-hyuk's mistake for disregarding the penalty and coming here. Cha Jin-hyuk declares that it's over for Kane. Purple energy crackles around Cha Jin-hyuk. The unknown older man stands, facing Cha Jin-hyuk. Cha Jin-hyuk vows to reunite the man with his sister. Cha Jin-hyuk's eyes narrow, the purple energy intensifying. The purple energy surges. Elsewhere, Choi Kyung-hoon appears, his expression unreadable. Choi Kyung-hoon's red eye glows. A message appears, simply stating, no. The message continues, revealing that the Master of the Sky has declared it's too early to finish this. A blinding white consumes the scene. The source of the power emanates from a central point, radiating outward with immense force. Vertical lines streak across the view, indicative of the raw energy being unleashed. The energy explodes outward, a cataclysmic burst of power. Cha Jin-hyuk cries out, feeling the surge of power wash over him. Kane's divine power suddenly increased. Choi Kyung-hoon stands ready, a dark blade held aloft as the power intensifies. And that conversation panel. Cha Jin-hyuk demands, Hey Bile, who the hell is that voyeurist? Do you know him? Cha Jin-hyuk stares intently at a red screen, his expression a mix of anger and confusion. The screen flickers, and a voice shouts, Hey, say something. The screen displays a single, stark word, impossible. A voice echoes, Did you say you don't let each other die? He declares that this is why he will win. The camera focuses on the ground. Cha Jin-hyuk scoffs, calling it a joke. Then Choi Kyung-hoon shouts that he will destroy them all. A hand clenches into a fist, declaring them insects. A lock and chains glow red. A system abnormality is detected. The system detects something. The lock shatters. The system announces that the penalty on climber Kane has been removed. The absolute necromancer unleashes a torrent of purple energy, the air crackling with dark power. The energy expands, a blinding light threatening to consume everything in its path. A figure is caught in the blast, their face contorted in a silent scream of terror. A voice booms out, declaring, All the soldiers are dead. All that's left are the spirits. The force of the attack sends another figure hurtling through the air, a ragdoll tossed by an unseen hand. The absolute necromancer continues his assault, tendrils of purple energy lashing out like whips. The energy strikes its target, a sickening crack echoing through the battlefield. A voice, laced with dark amusement, asks, All right, shall we start the main battle? Another voice retorts, You said using your body for combat lacked class. A defiant cry rings out as a figure rises to meet the absolute necromancer's power. I didn't say I couldn't fight. A pillar of purple energy crackles with immense power. The absolute necromancer, his face contorted in rage, vows to end the spirit. He grits his teeth, struggling against an unseen force. His eye widens in alarm as the energy intensifies. A voice cries out, questioning what is happening. The pillar of purple energy surges, its power growing exponentially. Clutching his chest, the absolute necromancer feels his power being drained. His face is a mask of agony as the energy continues to consume him. Another voice exclaims that he is being absorbed by the pillar. The pillar glows with blinding intensity, its energy reaching a fever pitch. The absolute necromancer is engulfed by the purple light, screaming in disbelief. He cries out as the weapon begins to absorb him. The absolute necromancer can't believe what's happening. Kane realizes the truth of the situation. The absolute necromancer's face contorts in a mix of pain and realization. The absolute necromancer realizes this was the plan from the beginning. Choi Kyung-hoon realizes they were just fuel for the weapon. A surge of red energy emanates from Choi Kyung-hoon. The tower stands tall, a red orb pulsing at its peak. The unknown older man stands atop a rocky cliff, observing the scene. The unknown older man wonders if the weapon absorbed its allies. The red orb glows intensely, lines of energy radiating outwards. The weapon continues to absorb energy. A beam of red energy streaks through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. The crimson energy intensifies, burning a path through the unknown space. The beam continues its relentless journey, the air crackling with unseen power. The red energy cuts through the atmosphere, leaving a trail of destruction. Kane's eyes widen as he recognizes the beam's path. A chilling realization dawns on him. Kane shouts, his voice laced with urgency. That's where Cha Jin-hyuk is. The energy beam continues its descent, the air around it distorting with intense heat. The beam hurtles towards its destination, a blur of red against the landscape. The energy intensifies, the air vibrating with raw power. The beam races towards its target, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake. The red energy converges into a blinding point of light, poised to strike. The beam slams into its target, the force of the impact shaking the very ground. A crimson beam of energy streaks through the air, an omen of impending doom. The beam slams into Cha Jin-hyuk, the force of the impact sending him reeling. He grunts, the searing pain of the energy coursing through his veins. His eyes widen, reflecting the intensity of the attack. Choi Kyung-hoon smiles, a padlock hanging from his neck. The padlock shatters, its chains breaking apart. A system message flashes, system abnormality detected. The shattered pieces of the lock drift away. The system continues its analysis. The system announces, the penalty on climber Kane has been removed. A disembodied voice declares the weapon is prepared. A crimson orb, cradled by metallic claws, pulses with contained energy. The weapon, a towering structure of metal and light, is identified as a penalty remover. High above, a figure plummets from the crumbling structure, while another watches from below. The weapon's effect is described, it removes. Cha Jin-hyuk's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he realizes the penalty. Choi Kyung-hoon, holding a glowing orb, declares that this is for someone who climbed the upper levels. The voice echoes, taunting Cha Jin-hyuk, certain he knows what this means. Choi Kyung-hoon grins, confident in his victory. You guys can't win. Hands, wreathed in light, manipulate the glowing orb. Cha Jin-hyuk grits his teeth, his expression a mask of fury and determination. The weapon flares with blinding light, its power unleashed. The sky cracks open as something massive plummets towards the city. Debris rains down, each piece a potential harbinger of doom. The bombardment intensifies, the city groaning under the assault. The relentless barrage continues, each impact echoing through the ravaged streets. A figure is sent flying amidst the chaos, screaming in terror. Amidst the destruction, one of the figures cries out, "Dream City." A voice booms, declaring that everything is going to get destroyed. Explosions erupt, tearing through the already devastated landscape. The ground trembles as more explosions rip through the city, leaving nothing but ruin in their wake. One of the figures, kneeling amidst the rubble, cries out, Is everyone okay?" Another figure, struggling to rise, manages to choke out, "Why yes." The first figure, his face etched with worry, shouts, "What about the disciple? Where is he?" A beam of light pierces through the debris. A large rock explodes. Is he still fighting with the enemy? A figure stands amidst the destruction. "You were talking so much before, but you've suddenly gone quiet, huh?" "Shut up." A penalty remover. "Is that the weapon that Doneth mentioned? You got an interesting toy, Kane. But going against the providence of the tower will cause some. I sacrifice my allies." A close-up reveals the intricate details of Cha Jin-hyuk's attire. He thinks to himself, I can use it after sacrificing the 4 royalties who have climbed beyond the 600th floor. The text states, they were on death's door anyway. An unnamed swordsman raises his blade, preparing for a strike. A sinister smile spreads across a face, hinting at impending doom. Cha Jin-hyuk's expression hardens as he declares, a member of God's sword. So one. The text states, of them did survive. An arm is shown. The unnamed swordsman swings his blade, a red glow emanating from the weapon. A loud crash echoes. A character is shown with blood streaming from their mouth, their eyes wide with shock. The unnamed swordsman sneers, "You guys can't fight? Wingless." He grins, a sinister smile spreading across his face, hinting at the darkness within. The transformation begins, splitting his face between man and something far more sinister. Purple energy crackles around him as the change intensifies, twisting his features into a monstrous visage. The transformation is complete, a mask of darkness now covering half of Cha Jin-hyuk's face. A voice cries out, desperate for him to stop. A figure questions how a 9-star could exist without penalty. The voice echoes with despair, remembering their previous failures. A grim declaration hangs in the air, they are finished. A defiant voice refuses to surrender, clinging to hope. Another voice declares their allegiance, claiming to be Lucifer's sword. The determination hardens, a vow to defeat the invaders no matter the cost. The world blurs, a chaotic storm of energy and desperation. A voice cries out in alarm, a desperate no, echoing through the air. From atop a rocky precipice, a figure shouts, urging others to get away from here. Sweat beads on his brow, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. A voice booms, commanding everyone to flee to another region. Oni Girl's face is contorted with fear, she screams for everyone to hurry. A warning rings out, a desperate plea that it's dangerous. A crimson orb pulsates with an ominous light, its energy crackling in the air. Hands crackle with raw, purple energy, a sign of immense power and impending chaos. The crimson orb glows brighter, casting an eerie light on the scene. Figures scramble across a desolate landscape, desperately trying to escape the encroaching threat. Oni Girl is among them, sword drawn. His eyes widen in disbelief, the word impossible escaping his lips. A system message flashes, declaring that a system abnormality has been detected. A background of vertical lines fills the panel. An orc-like figure with glowing white eyes stares forward. A figure with spiky blonde hair stands on a rock formation, gazing up at a giant robot. A hand is shown near a text box that reads, "The penalty on climber Mug has been removed." A pair of glowing eyes pierce the darkness. A massive figure stands tall, a red emblem emblazoned on its chest. A fist clenches, knuckles white with tension. The system message declares, "The penalty on climber Mug has been removed." The lizard man lord unleashes a guttural scream of fury. The ground beneath him begins to. The scream intensifies, shaking the very foundations of the world around him. Chunks of earth break away, plummeting into the abyss. The landscape crumbles, a cascade of rock and dust filling the air. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure stands silhouetted against the collapsing world. The world seems to be crumbling. A woman with white hair reacts, startled by a sound. Mug's penalty has been lifted. A figure looks on, questioning what is happening. A voice declares that they are all finished. A woman with a sinister grin announces that Mug is going to destroy this whole place. Giants have low intelligence and have no desire for power. A shadowy figure stands tall, surrounded by a blue aura. Their position among the four royalties has never been threatened. There's only one answer as to why. Overwhelming power. A muscular figure with glowing eyes stands ready. A voice declares that something surpasses the advantages of other species. The declaration sparks confusion. The woman with the halo wonders aloud about a giant without a penalty, realizing the implications. A voice calls out, urging everyone not to give up and to offer support. A firm no echoes in the air. The haloed woman stands with others in the background, the unseen event causing tension. A voice trails off, expressing disbelief and inability. Another voice encourages taking another step forward. A scream pierces the air, filled with pain and desperation. A voice wonders what is happening. The voice recalls hearing Hay scream, and notes that the insects have suddenly gotten smaller. The voice questions if it is they who have become smaller. A disembodied voice wonders if something is getting larger. Below, a massive fist clenches, knuckles white with tension. The fist continues to grow, dwarfing the surrounding landscape. The fist swells to an enormous size, a looming threat against the darkened sky. Cha Jinhyuk's shadowed visage breaks into a predatory grin. He thinks to himself, reveling in the prospect of destruction, that he can use more power to destroy things, so he doesn't mind. Oni Girl's eyes widen in alarm, her voice cracking as she shouts a warning. He's coming. Hendrik, eyes narrowed, yells for everyone to dodge. Hendrik grits his teeth, knowing that something as big as that cannot be dodged. A surge of crimson energy erupts, blurring the air as the attack hurtles forward. The force slams into an unseen target, a shockwave of purple energy rippling outwards. The attack continues its descent, a streak of violet power cutting through the darkness. The attack slams into the ground, sending a cloud of dust and debris billowing into the air. A wave of force washes over the area, eliciting pained groans. In the distance, two figures stand silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling energy, one brandishing a blade. The unseen attacker roars, their voice laced with fury. "That hurt, you insects." A monstrous visage looms, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. A torrent of energy explodes outward, a wave of destruction unleashed. A desperate cry pierces the air, followed by a warning shout. "Dodge!" A blade flashes, radiating an ominous blue light, as a voice screams, "Die!" The attack slams into the ground, sending tremors through the earth. The energy intensifies, a blinding surge of power. The air crackles with raw energy, a storm of destruction brewing. Streaks of light tear through the darkness, each carrying untold force. A figure is engulfed in the blast, their scream echoing through the chaos. A sudden, unseen force erupts, unleashing a wave of raw energy. A pained scream echoes through the air. The energy coalesces into a blinding, vertical beam, searing the very air around it. Massive chunks of rock are torn from the earth, suspended in the sky as if held by an invisible hand. A concentrated beam of golden energy pierces through the chaos, aimed with deadly precision. The golden beam detonates, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of orange light and heat. Choi Kyung-hoon grits his teeth, bracing against the onslaught of power. The force slams into him, a violet surge engulfing his form as he's thrown back. Sent spiraling through the air, a figure plummets towards the ravaged ground. Amidst the swirling chaos, a figure stands defiant, bathed in the hellish glow of the explosions. Another scream rips through the air, raw and untamed. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes burn with an unholy light, demonic horns erupting from his brow as his power reaches its zenith. A figure wonders if the penalty on that giant was also lifted. The figure realizes the people below are in danger. Someone declares they need to go and help them. Lightning crackles in the distance. The figure looks up at a large object. A close-up of the figure reveals a look of concern. Someone exclaims about a light. A figure with wings descends from the sky. Someone walks forward, their destination unknown. The advent of a transcendent is announced. A close-up reveals a figure with strange markings on their face. Someone declares that it is the one who resisted the select and kill. The demonic figure roars, "It's Uriel." Choi Kyung-hoon raises his sword, a sphere of light forming at its tip. "You shouldn't get distracted," he declares. Uriel's demonic form looms, her expression fierce. From behind, Uriel realizes the danger. Shit! A blinding beam of light erupts, striking Uriel. The light engulfs Uriel, her form silhouetted against the brilliance. Uriel's feet are planted on the ground, bracing against the force of the attack. Choi Kyung-hoon stands ready, his sword still glowing with power. Uriel exclaims, "Shit! He broke through my demonization." Uriel struggles to comprehend the situation. "I don't." Cha Jin-hyuk thinks to himself that he even has enough demonic energy for unification. A voice wonders if that was not enough for Kane, who has no penalty. Choi Kyung-hoon asks Cha Jin-hyuk what's wrong. A voice declares that he can't focus because. Choi Kyung-hoon asks if he's concerned about a lot of things, stating that he gave him an opening because of his good-for-nothing comrades. A close-up shows the details of a black and gold outfit. New Dakibi declares that they have Sandalphon in the sky. A horned figure states that he can't focus because below them, they have Mug, and all his comrades will die. A voice vows to kill him. Cha Jin-hyuk's face is shown in a close-up, his expression intense. A voice says, "All right as." Choi Kyung-hoon declares punishment for going against God's will. A hand, wreathed in shadow, delivers a chilling decree. All who defy heaven are sentenced to death. Cha Jin-hyuk's lips peel back in a predatory grin. He asks, his voice dripping with dark amusement, if they hadn't heard him the first time. The absolute necromancer declares that his comrades are of a different caliber. The smile on Cha Jin-hyuk's face widens, a hint of madness glinting in his purple eyes. A defiant vow echoes, they will not let each other die. A hulking figure looms, its expression unreadable. A group of figures stands ready, bathed in the ethereal glow of magic. The gray-skinned figure, a ring piercing its nose, mutters about magic. A voice cries out, identifying the figure as a paladin. Cha Jin-hyuk vows to destroy them this time. A close-up reveals the paladin's intense, green-eyed gaze. A question hangs in the air, the paladin's intentions shrouded in mystery. A cascade of gold dust hangs suspended in the air, illuminated by an unseen light. A bubble proclaims a gold rush. A hulking, gray-skinned orc-like creature looms into view, its tusks bared in what might be a grin or a snarl. The golden dust swirls around it. A weathered hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, towards the floating gold. A voice stutters, "Th the money. It's floating." A blinding explosion of gold erupts, scattering the precious material in all directions. A bubble shouts, 5 million gold." A man, bathed in the golden light, reaches upwards, his expression obscured by the intensity of the glow. A close-up reveals a dark figure, its form indistinct, with glowing orange lines tracing its edges. A beam of cyan light pierces the sky, illuminating a figure below. A woman with long brown hair and striking black markings on her face gazes forward, her expression unreadable. The woman's eyes widen slightly, a subtle shift in her expression. "That's," she murmurs. A thought bubble declares, "What I saw back then." The scene intensifies, the cyan light growing stronger. A bubble proclaims, "Tessa's disciple." Vertical lines of energy begin to coalesce, crackling with unseen power. Amidst the gathering energy, a figure plummets downwards, seemingly drawn into the technique's vortex. The technique is revealed. Choi Kyung-hoon technique, first form. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes blaze with an intense, emerald light as he channels the technique's raw force. Palm blade. A surge of energy condenses into a razor-sharp edge. The converging lines intensify, focusing the energy into a single, devastating point. The air crackles with anticipation as the technique reaches its apex. The energy blade solidifies, a testament to Choi Kyung-hoon's mastery. His hand glows with power, ready to unleash the full force of the palm blade. The energy courses through his body, gathering at the point of impact. Wing rip. The final strike, promising a devastating blow. The technique explodes outwards, a cataclysm of raw energy unleashed upon its target. A burst of emerald energy explodes outwards, scattering debris. The air shimmers with residual power, distorting the background. Choi Kyung-hoon's face is illuminated by the fading light. He declares, "Our victory." The light glints off the golden coins clutched in Kyung-hoon's hand. Cha Jin-hyuk smiles, a sinister glint in his crimson eyes. A surge of emerald energy explodes from the depths below. The blast expands, cracking the stone around it with raw power. The energy continues its ascent, a geyser of pure force. The green light intensifies, illuminating the tunnel. The surge continues, a relentless torrent of energy. The absolute necromancer is caught in the blast, propelled upwards by the sheer force. He is launched higher, a dark silhouette against the blinding green light. The absolute necromancer grits his teeth against the pain. The force of the blast continues to batter him. The absolute necromancer thinks to himself, "Ugh, this hurts more than I thought it would. I don't think I can use this hand for a while." He clenches his fist, a grim determination etched on his face. The absolute necromancer thinks to himself, well, forfeiting my hand to drive out a god without any issues is a bargain. His hand, now bandaged, is raised. With this, Sandalphon is gone too. A towering figure looms, her presence radiating power. Her golden heel grinds against the desolate earth. The woman asks, you were waiting to drive out Sandalphon. She wonders how. The woman roars, how dare a mere human look down on a god? Her eyes glow with divine fury, her expression contorted with rage. Her hands crackle with energy, ready to unleash her wrath. The woman says, whining about gods. She turns away, her anger palpable in the air. A voice echoes, declaring that instead of worrying about others. Cha Jinhyuk's expression is grim, his red eyes narrowed. The voice continues, suggesting that someone should take a look at themselves. A figure with long, light brown hair is shown, seemingly in distress. Blood drips ominously. Cha Jinhyuk's gaze intensifies, his brow furrowed as the voice speaks of looking at oneself. The voice concludes, commanding to forget about pursuing the power of the gods. More blood splatters, the violence escalating. The figure from before falls, surrounded by the crimson spray. The blood continues to fall, a grim rain. A blinding light fills the scene. He prepares to unleash the myriad transforming primordial chaos artifact Bao, a weapon of immense power. Drawing back the string, the power of all master archery courses through his veins, ready to be unleashed. The absolute necromancer releases the arrow, declaring, Fission Arrow. The arrow splits into multiple projectiles, each carrying a fraction of the original's destructive force. The arrows streak through the sky, leaving trails of purple energy in their wake. The volley descends, a storm of magical destruction about to crash down. A voice cries out in disbelief, Cha Jinhyuk. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes blaze with crimson light as he prepares to meet the incoming assault. Energy crackles around his outstretched hand, a shield forming to ward off the impending barrage. Choi Kyung-hoon grits his teeth, declaring, how many times do you need to get hit for you to understand? You'll still look like a struggling insect to me. The fission arrows slam into the barrier, explosions of purple energy erupting across its surface. His eyes narrowed. Choi Kyung-hoon curses under his breath. Shit. A blinding explosion of light and debris erupts, the force of the attack shaking the very air. The destructive energy continues to surge outwards, scattering fragments of rock and shimmering particles. The remnants of the blast rain down, the echoes of the impact reverberating through the arena. High above, Cha Jinhyuk stands poised on a floating island of rock, his figure silhouetted against the turbulent sky. A voice echoes, identifying the assault as Kane's light attacks. Blood trickles from Choi Kyung-hoon's mouth as he grits his teeth, the pain etched on his face. He thinks, are all critical to me. Choi Kyung-hoon's internal monologue reveals his desperation. I won't win fighting against Kane without any penalties. Cha Jinhyuk prepares another attack, energy crackling around him as he aims towards his opponent. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes glow with determination as he thinks, then what I need to go after is. Choi Kyung-hoon clenches his fist, blood staining his knuckles, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze. The target is revealed, that penalty-removing mechanism. A close-up of the massive, red-glowing mechanical structure, the key to Choi Kyung-hoon's survival. The absolute necromancer prepares his ultimate attack, a crimson aura flaring around him as he draws his blade. Cha Jinhyuk unleashes the black dragon slash, the air crackling with dark energy as a spectral dragon forms around the blade. The black dragon slash slams into Choi Kyung-hoon, a cataclysmic explosion of red energy erupting on impact. The force of the blow distorts space itself, the air shimmering with heat and power. The impact point shatters like glass, a vortex of pure energy tearing through the air. Despite the overwhelming power, Choi Kyung-hoon remains standing, gritting his teeth against the onslaught. That's nothing. Debris rains down around him, the aftermath of the devastating attack. Choi Kyung-hoon stands firm, his resolve unwavering amidst the chaos. Bottom text present. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes widen in disbelief. But. He grits his teeth, frustrated. The absolute necromancer can't even slice his opponent's skin. Choi Kyung-hoon reacts, moving with incredible speed. He realizes he reacted too late. A large figure declares, I got you, insect. The ground explodes with force. The insect, Cha Jinhyuk missed the last time. The large figure states, I finally caught it. All the other insects are down. An injured person lies on the ground, defeated. There are no more insects for Mug to stop. Mug will now go and help Kane. A fiery explosion erupts. A monstrous face with a ring in its nose snarls. Choi Kyung-hoon flies towards the unknown older man, a determined look on his face. Where are you going? He asks. Cha Jinhyuk stands his ground, his expression unwavering. I'm still here, he declares. The unknown older man's eye narrows, a hint of respect in his gaze. You're strong, he admits. Choi Kyung-hoon continues his assault, closing the distance between them. But you have a penalty, he states. A voice booms out, filled with threat. You will be covered in wounds if you hit me. The unknown older man's face is revealed, his eyes glowing with power. Penalties, he shouts. A voice echoes, filled with determination. If Mug protects this mechanism, the voice continues, a declaration of support. Mug will win. Choi Kyung-hoon stands with arms outstretched, dark energy swirling around him, ready to unleash his power. He thought the giants were idiots, but they sure know how to fight. In order to overcome this situation, his eyes narrowed. Choi Kyung-hoon knew he had to take a risk. Unified divination. A beam of light engulfs Choi Kyung-hoon. So you haven't given up. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes glow with power. So you're going all out with divine power. The power surges. Choi Kyung-hoon is transformed. A beam of light pierces the ruined landscape. A shout of disbelief echoes through the air. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes widen in shock. Cha Jin-hyuk flees, leaving a trail of energy in his wake. Are you running away? Choi Kyung-hoon shouts. The transformed figure soars through the sky. He continues his escape, a streak of light against the ravaged sky. Cha Jin-hyuk, his back turned, declares, you know you're going to lose. The figure's feet blur as he accelerates. So you're ditching your revenge and running away. He thinks, you're the one. Cha Jin-hyuk prepares to unleash another burst of energy. A voice echoes, who ditched something important? Choi Kyung-hoon's face contorts in rage. No way. An orb of concentrated energy hovers above a larger, more intricate sphere, the air crackling with unseen power. A voice cuts through the charged atmosphere, questioning, do you think that idiotic strategy? The speaker's expression is a mix of determination and doubt, the weight of the impending action etched on their face. The voice continues, laced with a hint of desperation. We'll work out the way you plan it to. Raw energy begins to coalesce, forming a searing beam of light that pierces the heavens. The energy intensifies, a vortex of pure power swirling with destructive potential. Bracing themselves, the figure prepares to unleash the full force of the gathering storm. The ground trembles beneath their feet as the energy reaches critical mass, ready to be unleashed. Clad in radiant armor, the figure stands poised, a conduit for the immense power surging through them. The core of the energy pulsates, a miniature sun threatening to explode with unimaginable force. The air vibrates with anticipation as the words echo in the mind, divine power shot. With a final surge of will, the figure unleashes the divine power shot, a blinding beam of pure energy that streaks across the sky. The divine power shot hurtles forward, a searing streak of orange energy. The blast continues its trajectory, leaving a faint trail of heat in its wake. The energy surges, intensifying as it closes the distance. The divine power shot crackles with destructive potential. Cha Jin-hyuk realizes the shot missed its mark. He mutters, he missed because he got hit by my spear. Cha Jin-hyuk declares, no, I didn't miss. A close-up reveals the cold determination in Cha Jin-hyuk's eyes. Cha Jin-hyuk thinks to himself, my intention from the beginning. The divine power shot descends upon the unknown older man. The energy intensifies as it approaches its target. Someone realizes, was that giant's penalty remover? The divine power shot slams into the unknown older man, the impact throwing up a cloud of dust and debris. An explosion of energy erupts. The unknown older man's eye widens as he wonders what happened to his remover. Cha Jin-hyuk unleashes his gold rush skill. The unknown older man's eye reflects the golden light of the attack. The ring on Cha Jin-hyuk's arm glows with power. Cha Jin-hyuk prepares to unleash million gold. A scream echoes through the air. The unknown older man is struck by the full force of the gold rush attack. The impact creates a blinding explosion. Someone shouts in disbelief. A man's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as realization dawns. He realizes that someone was after Mug's penalty remover from the very beginning. A hulking figure stands, poised to strike. A figure plummets downwards through a dark abyss. A pained grunt escapes someone's lips. A monstrous figure, adorned with a nose ring, glares menacingly. Energy crackles around a descending form. The figure declares that no one will get away with this. The monstrous figure vows to ignore the penalty and enlarge himself. The figure warns that they will both die. The absolute necromancer declares that his opponent is the only one who is going to die. Cha Jin-hyuk prepares to strike, a red aura emanating from his form. The words demonic dragon slash appear. The absolute necromancer's face is contorted in rage. A scream echoes through the air. The absolute necromancer prepares to strike again, his blade glowing with power. Cha Jin-hyuk's name is spoken. An unknown figure laments that if someone hadn't come back, things would have gone as planned. The unknown figure stands with their back to the viewer. Another unknown figure declares that they are going to kill their opponent properly this time. The unknown figure prepares to attack. He demands to know who the target is. Indigo energy crackles around Cha Jin-hyuk as he launches an attack. The absolute necromancer explodes with fury, outraged by the perceived betrayal. His eyes glow with menacing intensity. A surge of emerald energy erupts from Cha Jin-hyuk. The green energy surges forward, a torrent of destructive force. A hexagonal barrier shimmers into existence, glowing with an inner light. The barrier solidifies, forming a honeycomb of divine protection. The green energy slams against the barrier, unable to penetrate its divine power. Choi Kyung-hoon stands firm, the hexagonal shield radiating power. Choi Kyung-hoon declares that his divine power is unbreakable. A confident smirk plays across Choi Kyung-hoon's face as he maintains his defense. The man smirks, his eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement. He thinks his opponent isn't being penalized. Energy crackles around him as he prepares for the next move. He shouts a single word, filled with defiance. You. The figure stands tall, his back to the viewer, as a smaller figure approaches. Choi Kyung-hoon demands to know if the other party has also sided with Cha Jin-hyuk. Choi Kyung-hoon declares to Kane that he was never on his side. A voice echoes, stating that if both parties put their lives on the line and fight, the power they can exert will be on par with his. The scene shifts to show Choi Kyung-hoon looking up at Kane, who is standing some distance away. Choi Kyung-hoon clicks his tongue, finding the situation annoying. He resolves to protect the remover and attack them one at a time. Kane's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. A dragon soars through the sky above Choi Kyung-hoon. Choi Kyung-hoon looks up, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Below, a group of figures raise their hands to the heavens, channeling divine power. One of the figures declares, "We've mobilized all the divine power we could gather." A voice pleads, "Please." Nudakibi's eyes widen with concern. A surge of purple energy erupts from the ground. A voice exclaims, "Mythical fox." Oni girl plummets from the sky. Her eyes glow with an intense pink light. Choi Kyung-hoon's grin widens, revealing sharp teeth. Another burst of purple energy explodes outwards. Oni girl is enveloped in a blinding purple aura. A surge of raw, purple energy erupts, crackling with unseen power. The unleashed force shatters what appears to be a protective barrier, leaving behind remnants of fractured light and lingering purple sparks. A voice echoes, declaring, "Hello, slave of the master of the sky." Descending from above, a majestic nine-tailed fox makes its presence known. The narration booms, "The nine-tailed fox has descended." Choi Kyung-hoon shouts, "If that body falls, then your descent will end too." A blinding light emanates from an unseen source. Oni girl's eyes widen in surprise, a silent gasp escaping her lips as she witnesses the spectacle. The nine-tailed fox's presence intensifies, its glowing eyes piercing through the mystical atmosphere. A figure, bathed in light, finds themselves unable to move, a silent scream trapped within. Oni girl, a fierce determination hardening her gaze, declares, "Now." A figure, shrouded in shadow, cries out, "Baby," as they prepare to strike with a blade crackling with dark energy. The absolute necromancer stands, a crimson aura swirling around him, as he prepares to deliver the final blow. Cha Jin-hyuk declares, his voice echoing with finality, "It's over, Kane." Kane's eyes blaze with a furious purple light, a desperate power surging within him. He roars in defiance, a desperate cry against the inevitable. No. The unknown older man watches with wide eyes, a silent witness to the unfolding catastrophe. Purple energy crackles around Kane's outstretched hand, a chaotic force building to a breaking point. The energy intensifies, forming a swirling vortex of destructive power. The vortex explodes, unleashing a torrent of purple and red energy that tears through the air. The energy reaches a critical mass, a blinding flash of light illuminating the scene. Kane is blasted away by the force of his own power, a silhouette hurtling through the debris-filled air. Cha Jin-hyuk reaches out, his expression unreadable as he watches Kane's descent. The force of the blow reverberates through the air. The impact echoes. Kane is sent flying backward from the force of the attack. Choi Kyung-hoon thinks to himself that he stopped Choi Kyung-hoon's punch, but he's getting pushed back by this mere slash. The pressure mounts as the slash continues to push him back. Kane's eyes widen in alarm. The penalty is coming. The slash intensifies. Cha Jin-hyuk unleashes another slash. Kane is struck by the attack. Kane grits his teeth, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light. Cha Jin-hyuk calls out to Kane. From the shadows, a voice declares that they believe they have won. The new Dakibi stands with her arms crossed, a slight smirk playing on her lips as she observes the floating screens before her. One of the screens proclaims that the peak of all evil is saying there won't be a group that attacks heaven's deviants for a while. Another screen displays a message asking if the gift they prepared was well received. A screen declares someone as the master of the sky. The new Dakibi looks down, her expression shifting slightly. "Why don't you say something?" she wonders. More screens float in the air, displaying indecipherable symbols and energy. Energy crackles in the air, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Looking up, the new Dakibi asks, "What? Are you running away?" Another screen suggests that those being observed are laughing and probably speechless. A final screen displays a series of dots, their meaning unclear. A voice cries out in disbelief, "No, it can't end like this." A figure plummets from the sky, thoughts racing through their mind. They need to create a paradise ruled by the strong and eliminate anyone attempting to conquer the tower. Choi Kyung-hoon declares that if someone does that, no one can climb. Choi Kyung-hoon states that it's not paradise. Someone exclaims that the world is the correct one. A character with a sinister grin declares that everyone realizing their place and submitting is that person's true. A voice commands to stop the bullshit. A voice declares that it's time for Kane's punishment. Choi Kyung-hoon appears to be in distress. The scene focuses on Choi Kyung-hoon's back. A close-up reveals Choi Kyung-hoon's determined expression. The scene shows a figure surrounded by dark energy. The figure cries out that they can't die like this. The words echo in the void, the one who understands my ideals. An old man with a long white beard sits, bathed in golden light. A figure kneels, dwarfed by immense hands. The words burn with urgency. I haven't seen the world he will create. Cain's eyes blaze with desperation as he shouts, I can't die like this. His mouth opens in a silent scream. The words boom, Master of the Sky. The sky shatters, revealing a world beyond. Lightning crackles, illuminating the scene. The sound of destruction echoes. He begins to channel his power, his hands radiating a soft, ethereal glow. The energy intensifies, crackling around his fingertips like miniature lightning bolts. The glow spreads, engulfing his upper body in a blinding aura of power. The energy surges, the air shimmering with its raw intensity. The power reaches its peak, a blinding light emanating from his very being. The absolute necromancer looks up, a question forming on his lips. What is that? A woman with white hair gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief. No way. A man with blonde hair grits his teeth, a manic grin spreading across his face. Ah. A voice booms out, filled with fervent gratitude. He answered my prayers. A woman with short black hair looks up in shock, while a man behind her declares, the strongest angel. No, the tower's strongest god. A muscular man with dark hair proclaims, the master of the sky. Massive hands, wreathed in crackling energy, descend. A surge of power echoes through the air. The energy intensifies, the hands now glowing with blinding light. The light coalesces, forming a radiant sphere of power. The light pulses, revealing the figure of Yahoo. Yahoo's form shimmers with celestial energy. The energy erupts, a cataclysm of smoke and fire. Yahoo's gaze pierces through the chaos, his expression unreadable. The air crackles with anticipation as Yahoo prepares to unleash his power. The Oni girl's eyes widen in terror, her face contorted with fear. She screams, her voice cracking with desperation. Everyone, run. The energy intensifies, a final surge of power before the inevitable. A hand holds a glowing orb, its light illuminating the surrounding darkness. A towering structure pierces the sky, its intricate architecture a testament to a bygone era. The ground of the 190th floor. A voice declares that this is so cheap and urges climbers to get their equipment. A man offers an apple to another, encouraging him to try it, saying it's really sweet. A voice responds with a simple, really? The bald man accepts the apple, thanking the other man. A hand reaches out, its fingers slightly curled. The hand now holds the apple, its surface gleaming in the light. An eye widens, its pupil contracting as if in shock or surprise. A powerful shockwave rips through the city, the air itself seeming to crack under the force. The ancient city, a sprawling tapestry of stone and spires, stands defiant against the encroaching chaos. Another wave of force slams into the city, the vibrations resonating deep within the stone foundations. Buildings begin to crumble, their facades cracking and collapsing under the relentless assault. The destruction intensifies, the once proud structures now reduced to piles of rubble and dust. The ground heaves, buildings torn apart from below, as if some monstrous entity is clawing its way to the surface. More buildings succumb to the unseen force, their walls splintering and their roofs collapsing into the abyss. At the heart of the city, a central structure glows with an ominous light, a beacon in the gathering storm. A blinding explosion erupts, consuming the city in a cataclysmic inferno of fire and debris. The shockwave reverberates outwards, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake as the remnants of the city rain down from the sky. The once great metropolis is now a desolate wasteland, a testament to the destructive power that has been unleashed. Sharp, angular debris rained down from the heavens, piercing the once clear blue sky. The city lay in ruins, a smoldering testament to an unimaginable cataclysm. A weathered hand emerged from the wreckage, clutching a vibrant, crimson apple. A survivor, amidst the devastation, cried out in disbelief. The city. It disappeared. The apple, a stark contrast to the surrounding destruction, seemed to pulse with an unnatural light. His eyes widened, a silent scream trapped in his throat as the horror of the moment crashed over him. A deafening roar echoed through the shattered landscape. A blinding explosion ripped through the heart of the fallen metropolis, consuming everything in its path. The very foundations of the city crumbled, reduced to dust and ash in the blink of an eye. A final, cataclysmic burst of energy obliterated what little remained, leaving only a gaping void in its wake. The destruction spread outwards, a wave of annihilation washing over the land. Only the faintest outline of the city's former glory remained, a haunting reminder of what had been lost. A surge of energy crackles from a fingertip, ready to be unleashed. The concentrated power impacts the surface, leaving a web of cracks in its wake. Bathed in divine light, Yahoo extends his hand, a display of overwhelming force. Cha Jinhyuk throws his head back, a manic laugh escaping his lips. Ha! What a sight! You bastards! The power surges, a declaration echoing through the air. This is the power of my god. Cha Jinhyuk's grin widens, a hint of madness in his eyes as he revels in the display of power. The declaration booms, asserting dominance. The tower's true ruler. This is Ya's power. Cha Jinhyuk's expression darkens, his eyes narrowing as he spits out, "You insects." The energy intensifies, a concentrated beam of pure power ready to be unleashed. Choi Kyung-hoon's Kane's face is etched with a mixture of exhaustion and determination, sweat beading on his brow. Kane turns away, his back to the display of power, a silent act of defiance. Raw energy converges, focusing on a single point. A voice echoes, demanding, "I need a bigger payment than dissent." Yaha's face is strained as he grits his teeth, his eyes glowing with power. He commands, "So give me your all." A figure plummets from above, seemingly drained of their strength. A desperate thought bubbles up, "Wait, I still have." A close-up reveals a single, dilated eye, reflecting a harsh truth. A voice declares, "This is what you wanted. The destiny of being ruled by someone strong." Energy crackles and arcs, a visual representation of power being siphoned away. A desperate cry echoes, "All." Yaha's face contorts in anguish, his voice cracking as he shouts, "I've been so loyal to you." His eyes widen in terror, sweat beading on his brow as he realizes the gravity of his situation. The sound of his scream fills the air. The sound of Yaha's scream fills the air. His face a mask of desperation, Yahu pleads, "Spare me." A close-up reveals the stark terror in Yaha's eyes, the whites wide and bloodshot as the energy drains from him. His mouth agape, Yaha's voice is strained, barely a whisper as he cries, "I don't want to." Yahu's lips tremble as he struggles to maintain control, a low, guttural sound escaping his throat. He declares that he can finally move properly. The text box identifies him as Yahu, his rank as transcendent, and his divine power as 999+. The background is a desolate landscape. A voice echoes, simply stating, "You." A figure looms over Yahu. Yahu seems to question the figure. Cha Jinhyuk asks if Yahu is the one behind everything. Cha Jinhyuk's cloak billows around him. Cha Jinhyuk declares that he will kill off things like Yahu and create his own paradise. Yahu looks up at Cha Jinhyuk. Cha Jinhyuk descends. Cha Jinhyuk asks if all of this will end if he kills Yahu. A figure shrouded in darkness emanates a menacing purple energy. Yahu declares, his voice resonating with divine authority, that he intends to take someone's life as punishment for killing Cain without his permission. The older man muses, a hint of understanding in his tone, that he comprehends why Baal is interested in someone. A crimson text box declares that it's against the rules for a transcendent to personally interfere with the tower. Baal's voice echoes, questioning Yaha's actions. A red text box poses the question, "Do you think the other gods will just let this slide?" A disembodied voice wonders which god dares to go against them. Yaha challenges, his gaze intense, asking if Baal is against him. A disembodied hand declares an intent to burn the 190th floor to the ground. A voice promises that after decapitating that bastard Cha Jinhyuk, everyone will know. Yahu declares that he is the master of this tower. He emits a blinding light. The light intensifies, radiating from Yahu. A concentrated beam of energy erupts from the light. The beam hurtles towards Cha Jinhyuk. Cha Jinhyuk realizes it's the same attack as before, but faster. He realizes he can't dodge. The attack bears down on Cha Jinhyuk. The attack lands. Cha Jinhyuk grunts in pain. A powerful force reverberates through the air. A fiery energy crackles around Yahu. Yahu demands, "Are you Lucifer's henchman?" The older man declares, "It's useless to resist." A surge of purple energy erupts. The force of the energy sends shockwaves through the area. Yahu questions, "Are you interfering?" The older man's gaze intensifies. Cha Jinhyuk and Oni Girl stand ready. Oni Girl thinks, Nine Tails, and Tessa's disciple. Of course. Cha Jinhyuk's expression hardens. Cha Jinhyuk declares, "I didn't learn everything just to do nothing." Yahu, surrounded by a swirling orange aura, challenges his unseen opponent. He declares, "Fine, come at me." The absolute necromancer, Cha Jinhyuk, stands alongside Oni Girl, both poised for battle as energy crackles around them. A violent explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. A figure is sent hurtling downwards, caught in the blast's wake. Cha Jinhyuk grits his teeth, a fierce determination burning in his purple eyes. He, kneeling on the ground, looks up and says, "Vinyl, I'm alive, thanks to you." The camera focuses on the muscular shoulder of a figure, revealing signs of battle. His purple eye narrows, filled with a burning intensity as he mutters, "You." A voice cries out, "Your leg," as blood splatters across the scene. Oni Girl, a radiant halo above her head, lets out a chilling laugh. The blonde-haired figure is called a disciple. The disciple states that she couldn't watch him die. Cha Jinhyuk demands to know why she went so far, insisting he is not Lucifer's disciple. The disciple's face is obscured. Cha Jinhyuk acknowledges something, questioning what it is. However, Cha Jinhyuk continues, stating that if Lucifer decided that he is the one who will release them from that evil god's rule. The disciple asks if it is him. The disciple continues, stating, "And they also." The disciple's expression hardens. The disciple declares that she will protect that prophecy with him. golden figures float in the distance. A lone figure plummets through the air, surrounded by numerous golden, humanoid shapes. The perspective shifts, offering a closer view of one of the golden figures. Cha Jin-hyuk, surrounded by the golden figures, stares with wide eyes, questioning their lack of wings. A close-up reveals the intricate details of Cha Jin-hyuk's dark coat, trimmed with gold. The golden figures implore, their voices echoing with a desperate plea. Please fight alongside us, Jin-hyuk. Cha Jin-hyuk stands tall, overlooking a figure with a long, blonde ponytail, the golden figures arrayed behind him. Cha Jin-hyuk's face is cast in shadow, his purple eyes gleaming with determination. By devouring our souls. A figure gasps, the sound barely audible. A voice echoes, posing a chilling question. Devour your souls? The golden figures stand motionless as one asks if they even comprehend the meaning of their words, clarifying that it means eternal death. The absolute necromancer, Cha Jin-hyuk, stands tall, declaring that there will be no resurrection or reincarnation, only the end. The figure with the ponytail states that he has already prepared himself. He pauses, a hint of doubt in his voice. Cha Jin-hyuk's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. A figure with long, flowing gray hair insists that he is the only one who can defeat Yahweh. The figure stands silently, his expression unreadable. The figure with the ponytail urges Cha Jin-hyuk, telling him that they don't have time. The figure with the ponytail shouts, demanding that he do it right now. A voice concedes, simply stating, fine. He clenches his fist, a surge of power building within him. A voice echoes, declaring, I won't let your efforts go to waste. An orb of pure energy materializes in Cha Jin-hyuk's mouth, bathing his face in an eerie glow. A voice booms, gluttony. Golden energy crackles around him, like miniature lightning strikes, intensifying his power. The energy coalesces, forming a protective barrier around him. Cha Jin-hyuk's eyes narrow, his gaze intense as he focuses on harnessing the immense power. He clenches his fist once more, solidifying his control over the surging energy. A confident smirk plays on Cha Jin-hyuk's lips, a silent promise of the devastation to come. With a final surge, he unleashes the gathered energy, a blinding explosion of power erupting from his core. The air crackled with raw power, the sound of building energy echoing through the arena. His fist, wrapped tight, pulsed with a vibrant green aura, ready to unleash devastation. An opponent braced, anticipating the coming storm. Purple energy flared as the impact point on the opponent's armor began to glow. Cha Jin-hyuk's fist clenched tighter, the green energy intensifying around it. Our opponent is a god. It's meaningless to drag this on. His face contorted with fierce determination, the absolute necromancer vowed. We're going to secure victory by going all out. A figure prepared a counterattack, a sphere of magical energy forming in their hands. The Shadow Spirit Fox technique began to manifest, swirling purple energy taking shape. The fox's head materialized, its eyes glowing with potent energy. The words straight jab enhanced appeared, highlighting the amplified power of the strike. The fist, now radiating blue energy, promised utter pulverization. A close-up reveals a single eye, the pupil constricted. A burst of energy erupts, the force radiating outwards. The explosion continues, sending shards of debris flying in all directions. A wave of purple energy expands, consuming everything in its path. The energy intensifies, the air shimmering with heat. The ground cracks and splinters under the immense pressure. A figure is thrown back, silhouetted against the fiery backdrop. The figure stumbles, struggling to regain their footing amidst the chaos. A voice calls out, Are you okay, Test Disciple? Test Disciple stands, clutching his arm, his expression grim. He groans, Ugh, I can't use this arm because of the penalty. Test Disciple grits his teeth, pain etched on his face. His torso is covered in scratches and bruises, a testament to the recent explosion. He grits his teeth, a curse escaping his lips. Shit. A pained grunt escapes him as the agony intensifies. A scream tears from his throat, a raw expression of the torment he endures. His hand, bruised and battered, clenches into a fist. His eyes blaze with defiance. How dare you? His fist tightens, the knuckles white with rage. He snarls, his voice laced with fury. Against the king of all gods. I won't forgive you. He roars, his voice filled with unyielding resolve. I won't. His face contorts in a mask of fury, his eyes burning with hatred. The scratches and bruises on his torso serve as a stark reminder of the battle he just endured. He screams, his voice echoing with righteous anger. You arrogant vermin. A cataclysmic explosion rips through the tower, the force radiating outwards. The tower's structure buckles and cracks under the immense pressure. The very air seems to shimmer with displaced energy. Cha Jin-hyuk, his eyes blazing with power, declares that the arrogant vermin cannot crawl out. A voice echoes through the chaos, vowing to kill everyone and destroy the lower floors of the towers afterward. Shattered glass and debris rain down as the tower's integrity fails. The skyline is obscured by a swirling cloud of dust and smoke. A woman stares in disbelief, her face etched with shock as she witnesses the devastation. Another voice cries out, declaring an intention to block all the doors to all the towers. Cha Jinhyuk proclaims that he is going to create his own paradise. The absolute necromancer roars, demanding a world where no one can challenge his divinity. A man gasps, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and horror. He coughed, the force of the blast leaving him gasping for air. His hand trembled as he reached out, the world around him still spinning. The pain was searing, a constant reminder of the devastation. He clenched his fist, trying to regain some semblance of control. His chest heaved, each breath a struggle against the lingering smoke. Blood dripped from his wounds, painting the debris a darker shade of red. Choi Kyung-hoon stood amidst the wreckage, his expression unreadable. What a joke! He glared at the figure approaching him, his voice laced with venom. You? The name echoed through the ruined tower. Cha Jinhyuk. Cha Jinhyuk descended, his wings spread wide, a figure of terrible beauty. Cha Jinhyuk's voice dripped with disdain. Who says they'll let you do that? The air crackled with anticipation, the tension palpable. The new Dakibi's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she takes in the scene. She wonders aloud if he absorbed the power of the wingless. Cha Jinhyuk descends, his wings spread wide. Choi Kyung-hoon's muscles bulge, his skin glowing with power. A foot steps forward, radiating golden light. The new Dakibi declares it foolish. Choi Kyung-hoon roars, accusing someone of being greedy for a mere human. He declares his intent to devour Lucifer's minions. Cha Jinhyuk observes that it seems like someone has gained power that comes close to that of a god. The new Dakibi insists that they don't have the divinity to be a god. Choi Kyung-hoon gathers divine power in his hands. A surge of energy erupts. Orange energy radiates from him, a visible manifestation of the power surging within. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring that Choi Kyung-hoon has gained divine power beyond his level. The same voice warns that the divine power will continue to burn his body from the inside out. His eyes glow with an unnatural light, a visible sign of the immense power coursing through him. The voice continues, ominously predicting that this power will be his downfall. Choi Kyung-hoon grits his teeth, a silent scream of agony escaping his lips as the power threatens to overwhelm him. He struggles against the encroaching power, his body trembling under the strain. White energy engulfs him, a blinding aura that threatens to consume him entirely. Clenching his fist, he fights to maintain control, refusing to succumb to the overwhelming force. A guttural growl rumbles from his throat as he vows to crush someone under his heel. His eye burns with purple energy, a terrifying display of the raw, untamed power that now resides within him. A surge of raw power emanates, the air crackling with unseen energy. The force of the energy intensifies, a visible wave distorting the space around it. The energy coalesces into a blinding point of light, a nexus of unimaginable power. The raw energy continues to build, threatening to overwhelm everything around it. Yahu's eyes widen, glowing with an inner light as he cries out, "That's..." Choi Kyung-hoon shouts, his face contorted in a mixture of awe and fear. Demonic energy. New Dakibi exclaims, her voice laced with disbelief. But the power Jinhyuk consumed was divine power. Tess stares, her expression a mask of shock. No way. The energy continues to surge, a chaotic display of raw power. A voice booms, declaring, "Gluttony." The energy manifests in swirling patterns, a vortex of destruction and creation. The power continues to build, a force that threatens to consume everything in its path. The surge of power contorts his face, a silent scream etched into every line. The world fades to black, a moment of breathless anticipation. He grits his teeth, fighting against the overwhelming force that threatens to consume him. Raw energy crackles and writhes, an untamed storm unleashed upon the world. Tears stream down his face as the divine power washes over him, a torrent of unimaginable energy. His hands tremble as he attempts to control the endless stream of power, a desperate struggle against the inevitable. At this rate, a system message flickers into existence, its words a stark warning. The chaotic energy continues to surge, an unstoppable tide threatening to engulf everything in its path. A plea echoes in his mind. Please calm down. Cha Jinhyuk grits his teeth, his eyes burning with frustration. Cipher. The energy intensifies, a blinding inferno of raw power. The system message delivers a final, cutting remark. You would have seen the clue to solve this problem. A single eye, reflecting a figure cloaked in purple, stares out. Vertical lines of crimson descend into darkness. A gradient of gray fades into white. A sliver of light pierces through the darkness. A portion of the overwhelming amount of divine power changes to demonic energy. And through the balance of these two powers, you can neutralize the burden. A surge of power emanates outward. The power coalesces around Cha Jinhyuk. The energy intensifies. A mask begins to form, covering half of Cha Jinhyuk's face. The transformation is complete. He is Janus. Janus floats in the air, wings of white and black unfurling behind him. He begins to transform, his shoulders shifting and contorting. His torso undergoes a similar change, the flesh rippling with dark energy. That form. Lucifer. His face contorts, the features hardening into a demonic visage. Cha Jinhyuk, now fully transformed, declares, "All right, let's end this, Yahweh." His hand clenches, radiating dark power. Cha Jinhyuk's face contorts in rage. The absolute necromancer summons a dark orb into his palm, the energy crackling around his fingers. Cha Jinhyuk's voice booms, laced with fury. Mock me with that form. The dark energy coalesces into a searing beam of light, cutting through the air. The beam intensifies, a concentrated torrent of divine power. The light slams against an unseen barrier, the impact sending tremors through the battlefield. Choi Kyung-hoon's eyes glow with power, his expression unwavering. Choi Kyung-hoon shouts, "Not a chance," as an explosion erupts around him, deflecting the attack. The beam of light persists, a testament to the absolute necromancer's relentless assault. Tears stream down Cha Jinhyuk's face as he grits his teeth. To think he blocked my divine power so easily. A surge of divine power fills the air, crackling with raw energy. The force is so immense that it seems to warp the very fabric of reality. Choi Kyung-hoon counters the attack, unleashing a torrent of his own power. The two forces collide, creating a blinding flash of light. The air crackles with residual energy as the two powers struggle for dominance. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes widen in disbelief. He is shocked that his attack was blocked. Cha Jinhyuk clenches his fist, a dark energy swirling around his hand. The absolute necromancer prepares to unleash the myriad transforming primordial chaos artifact. A wave of dark energy pulses outward, the air growing heavy with anticipation. Choi Kyung-hoon stands firm, his eyes glowing with an intense light. A surge of power emanates from Choi Kyung-hoon, the air around him shimmering with energy. The power intensifies, a palpable force that seems to vibrate through the very ground. Choi Kyung-hoon's voice booms with lethal intent. He vows that Cha Jinhyuk's neck will be sliced off this time. The air crackles with anticipation as Choi Kyung-hoon prepares to strike. He is immediately assaulted by a blast of purple energy. His feet move with blinding speed, attempting to evade the attack. Choi Kyung-hoon roars, "How dare a mere insect!" His face contorts in rage as he screams. The purple energy slams into Choi Kyung-hoon. A massive dragon looms in the sky. Someone exclaims, "He's fighting Yahweh. Can he win?" A voice calls out, "Orobioni." A voice booms, urging someone not to lose. A woman watches with wide, fearful eyes. Another voice cries out, calling him Orobioni. Choi Kyung-hoon grits his teeth, a surge of purple energy crackling around him as determination hardens his features. His fist clenches, the purple energy intensifying. Cha Jinhyuk screams, his face contorted in pain or effort. The strain is visible on his face, every muscle taut. Choi Kyung-hoon's fist glows with an even more intense purple light, the ground around him beginning to crack. The energy radiates outwards, a wave of power washing over the ground. He is now completely enveloped in a sphere of crackling purple energy. The energy surges upwards, a pillar of raw power. The surge continues, the purple light filling the space. The stone-like face, eyes burning with divine power, transcends the tower. Does that mean he can use the same level of divine power as me? Power surges through his hands and feet, a blinding light emanating from within. And demonic energy at the same time. A dark, mask-like energy spreads across his face, obscuring half of his features. This can't be happening. I'm a god. I'm the master of this tower. There's no way. His face glows with an intense, fiery light, the power surging within him. That a human can surpass me. He is fully transformed, wings spread wide, a powerful aura radiating from his being. He is engulfed in a blazing aura, the air crackling with raw power. Cha Jinhyuk dismisses the display. No. Cha Jinhyuk continues, his voice laced with disdain. You're not a god. The absolute necromancer looks up at Choi Kyung-hoon, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes, taunting. A coward who's afraid. Choi Kyung-hoon's face contorts in fury, his eyes blazing with incandescent rage. The transformed Choi Kyung-hoon explodes. Shut up. The transformed Choi Kyung-hoon glares down at Cha Jinhyuk, his power reaching a fever pitch. The golden aura intensifies, bathing the area in an ethereal glow. Choi Kyung-hoon unleashes his attack. Let's see if you can keep talking after getting hit by this. A blinding blast of energy hurtles towards Cha Jinhyuk, the air shimmering with heat. The energy slams into Cha Jinhyuk, the force of the impact rippling outwards. The air crackles with residual energy, the echoes of the blast still reverberating. A blinding explosion fills the space, a maelstrom of fire and force. Choi Kyung-hoon stands amidst the chaos, his long white hair billowing around him. Kyung-hoon thinks, for someone who gained power from eating Lucifer's flies, you're a sight to see. His expression hardens, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. The light catches the planes of Kyung-hoon's face, highlighting the grim set of his jaw. Choi Kyung-hoon's gaze pierces through the dissipating smoke, his eyes narrowed. The air shimmers with heat, distorting the view beyond. Kyung-hoon's thoughts continue, a dark undercurrent to his words. His hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with suppressed fury. Choi Kyung-hoon thinks, the people you deem as flies. Cha Jinhyuk is surrounded by glowing figures, their forms indistinct in the radiant light. His expression is unreadable. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes glow with an ominous purple light. He declares that he is far more courageous. A voice booms out, filled with rage, calling him an imprudent bastard. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts, engulfing him. A surge of purple energy erupts, filling the space with an ominous glow. Darkness descends, the shadows deepening as if something wicked is approaching. A sharp, echoing sound reverberates through the void. Geometric shapes flicker, their colors shifting between yellow and red, accompanied by an unintelligible utterance. A voice booms, laced with scorn. Did you come here to laugh at me? The name, Ball, echoes in the darkness, a declaration of identity, or perhaps a challenge. A voice responds, dripping with disdain. Yeah, like he said, you're a coward. The voice continues, heavy with accusation. Even though you possess such immense power, you crush those who had potential. A lone child stands in the rain, his expression a mixture of sorrow and resignation, the burning building behind him a testament to loss. A dragon exhales a torrent of fire, its scales gleaming in the inferno, a symbol of destruction and untamed power. A hooded figure stands amidst the ruins, their gaze fixed on some unseen horizon, a silent promise of vengeance etched on their face. A close-up reveals a face contorted in rage, eyes burning with a violet intensity, a storm of fury about to break. A disembodied voice declares that someone tried to crush him too. The text box proclaims the nature of being afraid and crushing others. The words, who are gifted, appear in a text box. The text box states that the cause of defeat is Yahweh. Cracking and shattering visual effects fill the panel. The words, damn, it, appear in a text box, accompanied by more cracking visual effects. A shattering effect explodes outward, fragments flying in all directions. More cracking and shattering visual effects fill the panel. A close-up of a stern, aged face with glowing white eyes fills the frame. The camera focuses on the character's shoulder. A voice whispers, no way. The aged face declares his intention to be the master of the tower. Raw power surges, threatening to tear him apart from the inside out. The air crackles with violet energy. The energy erupts in a blinding flash, a chaotic explosion of pure force. His body begins to fracture under the strain, a guttural scream escaping his lips as his form destabilizes. His essence shatters, his physical form dissolving into fragments of light and shadow. Broken pieces of his being drift in the void, remnants of a power too great to contain. The last vestiges of energy fade, leaving only scattered sparks in the desolate expanse. He stands once more, a dark aura swirling around him, the shattered pieces coalescing into a renewed form. Cha Jinhyuk's voice, strained but resolute, cuts through the silence. This is enough, right? He clutches a crimson mask, its surface smooth and cold against his trembling fingers. A chilling resolve hardens his gaze. I avenged you all. Golden figures surround Cha Jinhyuk, their forms radiating an ethereal light. The golden figures continue to surround him, their presence overwhelming. One of the golden figures looms closer, its face serene and powerful. Energy crackles around the golden figure, the air shimmering with heat. Cha Jinhyuk stands amidst the golden figures, his expression strained. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. Ugh, now. His eyes narrow, a desperate resolve hardening his gaze. I'm at my limit. Debris begins to fall around him, the world crumbling under the strain. More debris plummets from the sky, the destruction intensifying. A hand reaches out, seemingly to catch the falling debris. Oni Girl embraces Cha Jinhyuk, her red eyes glowing with determination. Oni Girl peers down, her expression unreadable. A voice calls out, Orabi Oni. Oni Girl's face is close as she asks, are you awake? A group of figures stand in the background, watching. Cha Jinhyuk's eyes flutter open. He mutters, guys. A voice asks, you're all okay? Cha Jinhyuk's eyes are open, and he says, what a relief. Oni Girl holds him. She asks, oh Orabi Oni. The group of figures in the background shout, what's going on? Wake up, Cha Jinhyuk. A voice calls out, Orabi Oni. A voice booms, open your eyes. A voice cries out, Orabi Oni. 1 month later, the bases of the Holy Kingdom Guild, which Kane sold, are shown. Within a grand, ruined structure, 2 figures stand amidst the debris. The property of Heaven's Defiance now falls under Gold Rich's management. After losing their leader, conflict erupted between the 4 royalties. A towering structure is surrounded by demonic figures and angelic beings. A muscular arm is tensed, ready for action. The upper levels of the tower descended into chaos, preventing focus on the lower levels. The 190th floor marks the entrance to the next level. 2 figures stand before a swirling, luminous portal. A figure asks, you rest well? Another responds, I rested for so long that my body has become rusty. Oni Girl remarks that Cha Jinhyuk used a power strong enough to defeat a god and should have rested more. New Dakibi agrees with Oni Girl's statement. Yahoo states that Yahweh's select and kill plan failed. Cha Jinhyuk declares that no one can stop them now. Cha Jinhyuk's expression hardens with determination. A close-up shows the details of Cha Jinhyuk's clothing. A text box asks, shall we conquer this tower? The group stands together, ready to face the tower. Cha Jinhyuk takes a step forward. 2 speech bubbles exclaim, yes, and yeah. A speech bubble shouts, let's go. The group leaps into a swirling blue portal.